Chapter 1. Have you not yet fully mastered them? Your assimilation of the eyes is far slower than I was in my time. Furthermore, the fourth great ninja war has commenced, and Konoha has diverted all its forces from the village. The 5 great shinobi countries are now unprecedentedly weakened. In the dimly lit cave, Obito, wearing a white mask adorned with 3 tomo of the Rinnegan, spoke to Sasuke, whose eyes were covered with white bandages. I understand, Sasuke replied coldly. Once I adapt to these eyes, I shall personally obliterate Konoha. Obito silently regarded Sasuke before finally uttering a half-smile. Let us hope it unfolds that way. With a ripple in space, Obito vanished from Sasuke's sight. At that moment, only 2 white Zetsus and the girl, Kinshiki, remained beside Sasuke. Hey, you two, get out of here, Sasuke commanded the 2 white Zetsus. These white Zetsus were merely mass-produced copies, not the original, so they complied without resistance and exited the cave. Now, the cave was left with only Sasuke and Kinshiki. Seeing the situation, Kinshiki's face turned crimson in an instant. Though this is not my first time, I still feel so shy. Kinshiki's heart screamed in fervent excitement. Sensing the change in Kinshiki's breath, Sasuke immediately understood her thoughts and smiled wryly. Let's leave it for today. I'm still adapting to these eyes, and it feels somewhat regrettable not to see. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Kinshiki blushed like an ostrich, lowering her head and sitting silently beside him. Sasuke reached out to hold Kinshiki's right hand, causing a wave of sweetness to wash over her heart. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to the past, to the time when he had just traversed here a few years prior. At that time, the Uchiha clan had just been slaughtered by Itachi Uchiha, leaving Sasuke as the sole survivor. It was during this period that the current traveler, Sasuke, arrived and occupied the weakened body of the original Sasuke. The last words left by the original Sasuke were to ensure the demise of Itachi Uchiha. In response, Sasuke felt no resistance, acquiescing to his request and mastering this body. Over the years, Sasuke diligently progressed along the original storyline. There was no other choice lacking a system as a cheat. Following the plot was the safest approach, and the final outcome for Sasuke was rather favorable. As long as he did not engage in the final battle against Naruto, depleting all of his 6 paths powers, he would still remain as 6 paths Sasuke, at the pinnacle of the ninja world. In these years, Sasuke worked hard to cultivate, striving to surpass the original Sasuke in strength. Whether it was the development of Chidori or the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave, he had mastered them all. However, he refrained from seeking out Yugo and Suigetsu, for there was simply no necessity. Not long ago, Sasuke had confronted Itachi, his spirit shaken, and the original's final obsession was released, successfully awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan. Following the original storyline, he captured Killer Bee, caused a ruckus during the 5 Kage Summit, and subsequently began merging with Itachi's Mangekyou with Obito's assistance. It seemed that only Obito in the entire world understood how to merge the eternal Mangekyou. Now, he merely needed to wait for the complete fusion of his eyes, and he would possess strength beyond that of the Hokage, allowing him to wield his powers without restraint. Though Itachi had deceived his younger brother, the power he bequeathed to Sasuke was indeed enticing. The 4th war has officially begun. It is time for me to leave this place and head to Konoha, Sasuke contemplated. In truth, his eyes had long since fused his Mangekyou was not the Amaterasu and Susanoo of the original, but rather gluttony and greed. Greed, the ability to seize the life force of the weak. Gluttony, the capability to swiftly digest discordant energy within his body and perfectly integrate it, enhancing himself. In simpler terms, it meant snatching the abilities of others and utilizing them flawlessly, though one must first incapacitate the opponent. Previously, during his battle with the 8 Tails, he had activated Susanoo to crush the creature, leaving Killer Bee on the brink of collapse before greedily siphoning off his chakra, thus compensating for his own shortfall in chakra. However, the cost was substantial after that battle. He found himself severely nearsighted. It was not that he did not wish to control the 8 Tails with his Mangekyou Jinjutsu, but Killer Bee and the 8 Tails were the perfect Jinchuriki, impervious to such illusions. Faced with this, Sasuke had no choice but to resort to brute force. After spending 2 days with Kinshiki in the cave, the voice of a white Zetsu echoed from outside. Sasuke, Madara instructed me to inform you that the Fourth Great Ninja War is now fully underway. After you destroy Konoha, you should hasten to support him. I understand. A smile crept across Sasuke's lips as he slowly removed the white bandages from his eyes, revealing a pair of extraordinary eyes that meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The long-lost clarity of vision left Sasuke somewhat nostalgic. Sasuke-kun. Upon witnessing Sasuke's scrutiny of his surroundings, Kinshiki realized that his eyes had completely recovered, which filled her with immense joy. Now you can see me again, Sasuke-kun. In response, Sasuke chuckled. Foolish girl, your appearance has long been etched in my heart. Whether I can see you or not, I will always remember you. Kinshiki grasped Sasuke's hand, her shyness intensifying upon hearing his affectionate words. Seeing Kinshiki's demeanor, Sasuke's mood lightened considerably. After being brought back by Orochimaru, Kinshiki had been taken by Sasuke, her personality still gentle, unlike her more boisterous characterization in the original story. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Let us go to Konoha to sever our ties. Sasuke rose, preparing to depart for Konoha to follow the storyline, and after dealing with Orochimaru, to resurrect the Hokage through the impure world reincarnation technique. A light curtain appeared before Sasuke's eyes. Startled by the sudden illumination, Sasuke turned to Kinshiki, only to find that the curtain followed his gaze. Kinshiki looked at Sasuke in confusion, not understanding why he had stopped and was gazing at her. Could it be that you wish for a kiss? Kinshiki's face flushed once more. Observing Kinshiki's reaction, Sasuke realized that this curtain was visible solely to him. How inconvenient this golden finger arrived a bit late, Sasuke muttered, his heart stirring. Join. In the next moment, the curtain in Sasuke's eyes transformed into a chat interface featuring a certain penguin. As Sasuke joined the group, the members began to welcome the newcomer. Zoro, welcome newcomer. By the way, I was the third to join. Irina, hey, you just joined the group, yet you act as if you've been here forever. Zoro had only entered the group 2 hours before Sasuke, but behaved as if he were an old member. Ishida Yuri, hello. Newcomer, I suggest changing your name upon joining. In Karakura Town, while attending class, Ishida Yuri immediately reminded the new member upon seeing their name. He would never forget the initial username given to him by the chat group. They named me Mysterious Guy. This chat group is undoubtedly full of idiots. Upon seeing this, Sasuke hurriedly glanced at his group name, recalling that the chat group would assign a username based on each person's personality. He looked over and saw that beside his avatar, the name Dumbass was written. Sasuke. Staring at the name assigned to him, Sasuke felt as though 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. Dumbass? This moniker seemed utterly disconnected from him. The one who was cringeworthy was the original Sasuke. What did that have to do with him? He was not cringeworthy at all. Immediately, Sasuke skillfully yet awkwardly navigated the chat group to change his username. The chat group was somewhat considerate. The first modification of a username did not incur any cost. Uchiha Sasuke. Thank you all for the heads up. This chat group has slandered me, and I shall hold them accountable sooner or later. Zoro, I'll join you. Ishida Yuri. Count me in. Irina. Honestly, I'm still a bit curious as to why this chat group calls me Irina. Our family has always been composed of gentlemen. Seeing Irina's message, Sasuke couldn't be bothered to respond. Glancing at the list of group members, aside from the 4 of them, there was also a stoic-faced individual with noodle-like hair. There was no doubt that this was one of the protagonists from the martial arts world, Bu Jingyun. This group even includes characters from the martial arts realm. Yet why is there no Iron Man? Sasuke briefly voiced his thoughts before shifting his attention from the group members to the other functions of the chat group. Based on his experience, such chat groups often served as a golden finger that allowed for check-ins to earn points, which could then be used to purchase items from the shop. Sasuke lifted his gaze towards the 3 dots at the top of the chat group. With a flicker of thought, he clicked on them and, as expected, discovered those crucial interfaces. Sign in, shop, task enhancement. In addition to these, there There were group files and live streaming features, all of which constituted basic functionalities of the chat group. After a brief glance, Sasuke directed his attention towards the four primary functions. Just as I anticipated, a smirk graced Sasuke's lips, a faint aura of illusion swirling around him. Pulling Sakura closer, he settled back onto the bed. Under the girl's puzzled gaze, Sasuke closed his eyes. Upon selecting the sign-in option, the chat group promptly responded. Signed in for today, earning 7 points. 7, huh? Rather meager. Sasuke opened the shop, where an array of items lay before him. He disregarded the multitude and directly searched for Sage Body and Sage Mode. He did not seek out the Six Paths mode, for that represented the pinnacle of power in the world of ninjas, a luxury beyond his current means. As for Sage Mode, Sasuke was not particularly well-versed in the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Utilizing it would result in horns sprouting from his head and scales appearing on his body. In the past, he had endured such transformations for the sake of power, but now, he had no desire to become that way. Moreover, according to the narrative, he would soon acquire the power of the Six Paths, rendering any purchases unnecessary. Sage Body, 10,000 points. Sage Mode, 5,000 points. 15,000, is it? That seems acceptable. Next, he opened the task template, which was blank. Sasuke clicked on the rules to understand the criteria for tasks issued by the chat group. One type was initiated by group members, with costs borne by the members themselves. The second type consisted of tasks autonomously released by the chat group, typically occurring only when a member faced significant life events. Tasks issued by the chat group offered more substantial rewards, including but not limited to points, and could potentially yield mysterious gift packs containing beneficial items. I wonder if I could directly obtain the power of the Six Paths from within. Finally, he opened the enhancement panel. This was relatively straightforward. Spend points to strengthen one's abilities. At present, Sasuke sought to grow stronger, requiring a total of 60,000 points. Afterward, Sasuke engaged in conversation with his fellow group members to ascertain their current timelines. Zoro and Ryu were at the very beginning of their stories, one still on a floating restaurant in the East Blue, while the other had just entered high school. Ichigo had yet to become a Soul Reaper. As for Urgio's timeline, it was rather perplexing. He had already bid farewell to a jovial creature and was now married, living the life of a decadent capitalist. Yunyun had remained silent according to Urgio. He and Yunyun had joined the chat group a year prior, and the latter had only spoken a few words since. As the chat group scrolled away, Sasuke took Sakura's hand and exited the cave. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Super Upgrade System successfully bound. System Operation Manual distributed. Newbie Gift Pack has been issued. Service concluded. We wish you a pleasant experience. Before Sasuke's eyes, a translucent interface only he could perceive materialized. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Age, 17. Special, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan upgradable. Sage Mode upgradable. Chidori. Realm, Super Shadow, 5,000. Free experience, 0. What is this? The second golden finger. Sasuke was utterly bewildered. He had not received a single one in the past few years, and now 2 appeared at once? How absurd. From the system operation manual he had just received, Sasuke understood the system's function. It was a straightforward monster hunting upgrade system. Lacking intelligence, the previous voice was merely a delivery notification. Speaking of monsters, isn't there a rather large one on the battlefield? Upon exiting the cave, he found that it was already nighttime. Gazing into the boundless darkness, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of hope. At last, I no longer need to conceal my true self. Sasuke laughed heartily, and around him, a purple Susanoo surged forth, rapidly transforming into a towering giant nearly 100 meters high. With wings unfurled, it soared across the sky for hundreds of miles. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Atop the fully realized Susanoo, Sasuke embraced Sakura, soaring through the heavens in his complete form. Upon reaching the skies, they arrived at the location of Kabuto. Ignoring the battle between Itachi and Kabuto, he had complete faith in Itachi's victory, as his techniques were overwhelmingly effective against Kabuto. As for their location, Sasuke had pinpointed it through the sage arts of the Dragon Cave. Upon entering, he found only a deceased ninja and Kabuto, who stood there in a daze. It begins. Sasuke approached Kabuto, removing a piece of flesh from the latter's body before moving to Hanabi, pressing the white tissue against the cursed seal on her red neck. Come forth, Orochimaru. After forming the hand seals, the tissue transformed into a white snake, which then spat out Orochimaru. The rails surrounding the star player's crystal began to rotate, and a beam of magical light emanated from the concave mirror beneath the crystal, sweeping across an adventurer card. This card bore the details of Aoki, accompanied by an abstract portrait. After a span of 20 seconds, the adventurer card was completed, and the machine ceased its operation. At last, the attendant at the counter retrieved the card and presented it to Aoki. Here lies the level. All beings in this realm possess a soul or life energy. By extinguishing a being's life, one can absorb their soul memories or life energy, which constitute experience points. Aoki nodded, for this indeed sounded like a nefarious practice of devouring the essence of others. Generally speaking, experience points remain unseen. However, this adventurer's card reveals the accumulated experience points of its bearer, as well as their level. It meticulously records the number and types of creatures vanquished. As experience points amass to a certain threshold, the adventurer undergoes significant growth. In simpler terms, they level up. Upon leveling up, one is bestowed with skill points, which can be utilized to acquire new abilities. A mere touch upon the card updates one's information. Aoki diligently proceeded, and the card emitted a radiant glow as all data was refreshed. Suddenly, the counter attendant let out a piercing scream, leaving onlookers to wonder if Aoki had acted inappropriately. Strength, vitality, magical power, agility, dexterity, and intelligence were all remarkably high, while luck remained average. One could choose from an array of professions, including the esteemed advanced classes of mage, paladin, swordmaster, and high priest. Aoki nodded, as expected. Having navigated the tumultuous world for quite some time, he had certainly honed his skills. Not to mention, the peculiar sword technique taught by the enigmatic master Wu had become a source of great amusement for him. Thus, Aoki's chosen profession was firmly established. I shall become a mage. The attendant at the counter replied, very well, please sign here to successfully transition. May I inquire where I can learn the skills of the light spell, one-handed swordsmanship, and two-handed swordsmanship? The attendant was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to comprehend. I understand the light spell, but why would a mage need to learn one-handed or two-handed swordsmanship? To acquire skills, one must find someone willing to teach. You could pay a seasoned adventurer to share their knowledge, which would then be inscribed onto your adventurer's card. At that point, you could utilize skill points to learn those abilities. However, why would a mage wish to master one-handed and two-handed swordsmanship? May I ask your name, beautiful lady? Luna, do you truly understand what a mage is? That entails investing entirely in life and stamina, allocating skill points to one-handed sword, two-handed sword, blocking, critical strike, charge, whirlwind dance, decapitation, and armor breaking, filling them all to the brim. Simply allocate spell points to holy light. Luna's mind struggled to catch up, and when she regained her senses, she could only conclude that the individual before her was rather peculiar. Such a handsome gentleman. Yet there appeared to be something amiss in his reasoning. Aoki felt a profound sense of regret that the generous Miss Luna could not comprehend Lore's perspective. The ideologies of the mages in the 21st century were indeed far too advanced for this era. They simply could not grasp the essence of melee magic. However, it matters not, for from this day forth, the Gandalf school of thought shall officially take root in this world. Aoki was profoundly curious about the true nature of magic. Having previously wielded a sword in the realm of Fongyan, he now found himself in this new world, eager to delve into the enchanting art of sorcery. Aoki surveyed his surroundings, seeking a suitable subject for study. As a magician, he first allocated points to his meditation skill, followed by lighting spells, one-handed swords, two-handed swords, vitality, and strength. Aoki set his sights on a broad-minded sorceress. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that not only was her heart expansive, but she also bore a significant flaw. Aoki sat beside her, initially engaged in conversation with others, until this dashing young man captured her attention. Hello there, could I ask you for a favor? The sorceress blinked, taken aback by the strikingly handsome man, sensing an air of masculinity about him. Aside from borrowing money, anything else is fine. Thank you so much. I never expected to encounter such a warm-hearted individual in a foreign land. Brother, all I ask of you is to teach me a meditation technique, and if possible, a spell for illumination as well. Aoki was deeply moved. This young lady was not only beautiful but also possessed a kind heart. The sorceress extended a hand and declared, meditation spell, illumination spell. The price is 10,000 eris. Aoki was taken aback. Was she asking for money right from the start? How pragmatic. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to him, as he cherished the art of negotiation, especially when it involved transactions with enchanting ladies. Lowell decided to initiate a bargain, proposing a half price, 5,000 eris. And thus, a deal was struck. Aoki presented 5,000 eris to the young sorceress, who then produced her adventurer card and gently tapped it against Aoki's sorcerer card. The back of Aoki's magician card reveals 2 skills available for learning, meditation and illumination. Remarkable. The system is automatically activating. Commander, OS reports for duty, wholeheartedly at your service. Data compilation in progress. An external system has been detected. Assimilation is underway. Data update complete. Opening the data panel. Character, Aoki health points, 25 mental points, 18 magic points, 30 remaining currency, 43 heiress. 3 Tales of Silver skill 1. Mysterious sword technique. A perplexing sword technique of unknown origin, characterized by its enigmatic nature. Skill 2. Lee Family 8 Extremes Fist, a marksmanship technique without equal. Skill 3. Meditation, unmastered. Skill 4. Illumination, unmastered. Aoki. OS. Your words will reveal that I have only mastered this inexplicable technique. It is an unavoidable circumstance. My nameless mentor imparted all their knowledge. Yet, Commander, your aptitude is lacking, resulting in my acquisition of merely this one skill. To the enchanting sorceress, I am profoundly grateful. Once I have earned my fortune, I shall certainly treat you to a meal, without fail next time. Aoki swiftly turned and slipped away, embodying the essence of a ruthless departure. After accepting a quest to slay a colossal frog from the affluent and benevolent Miss Luna, Aoki set forth on his journey to earn some coin. In this world, wealth is the key to traversing far and wide. Without it, one is rendered immobile. Aoki was in dire need of funds. The frogs in this realm are larger than cattle, with some sitting at over 3 meters in height. Currently, it is the breeding season, and these amphibians roam in search of sustenance to nourish their spawning. Their diet is alarmingly diverse, encompassing the farmers' cattle, sheep, children, and even the farmers themselves. One could argue that the farmers in this world live a charmed existence, for they need not spend a dime on burial plots. The appearance of these frogs is rather whimsical, seemingly innocent, yet it is unfathomable that they could devour humans whole. As Aoki observed a frog leaping toward him, he felt averse to making contact with its slimy exterior. With a sword-like gesture, inexplicably, the sword's energy transformed into a drill, eviscerating the frog with precision. The frog has perished. Alas, my combat style seems rather inappropriate for this realm, bordering on the risky. Loot acquisition completed, processing. You have obtained frog legs X2. Life currency 2, soul currency 1. Note: frog legs are exquisite ingredients. A commendable harvest indeed. The vitality of frogs is remarkably robust, able to yield 2 life currencies. Life currency is a crystallized amalgamation of life energy, which, when ingested, transforms into life energy that the body absorbs, refining it into chi or vital essence. It possesses the ability to heal wounds and enhance cultivation. As for soul currency, it is a high-purity crystallization of the soul, utilized to elevate soul power. Indeed, this is the method of cultivation through the consumption of human flow. Aoki pressed his fingers together, utterly perplexed, utterly perplexed, utterly perplexed, utterly perplexed. With no alternative and a desire to avoid physical contact with the frogs, this method proved to be the most suitable. After an afternoon of relentless hunting, he had successfully slain 20 giant frogs. As a result, he acquired 40 frog legs, 40 life coins, and 20 soul coins. Furthermore, he obtained the slippery skin passive skill, which enabled him to render himself slippery at will. But what purpose does this slippery skin serve? Aoki lowered his head to gaze beneath him, realizing that it was of little use. Quite a practical skill indeed. Upon feeling that he had accomplished enough, Aoki returned to Axel Town. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, he presented Luna with the record of giant frogs he had slain, successfully earning a reward of 100,000 heiress. Luna was taken aback, exclaiming her astonishment at the fact that he had hunted 20 giant frogs in a single afternoon. But Mr. Aoki, it seems you didn't even have a weapon. How could you have slain so many frogs? Aoki simply replied, with swordsmanship. Luna chuckled awkwardly and chose not to delve further into the matter. It's dinner time now. Would you like anything to eat? She inquired. Fried giant frog legs, a large cup of hot milk, and some fruit, please. Aoki responded. Please find a seat. I will bring the dishes for our guest shortly. Aoki perused the menu, contemplating what to have for breakfast the following morning. Suddenly, a loud exclamation seized Aoki's attention. Aoki, this is bad, exceedingly bad. Aqua, run quickly. I do not wish to be captured and turned into a barbecue. Upon noticing the blue-haired figure, Aoki recognized it to be Aqua, surprised that she had arrived so soon. Beside her stood Sato Kazuma, indeed a high school student, with a youthful visage. Aoki smiled and waved her hand, treating it as a casual greeting. Aoki received the deep-fried giant frog legs delivered by the waiter. The legs were substantial, consisting of meat sliced into strips, coated in breadcrumbs, and deep-fried to perfection. The aroma was enticing, and Aoki, disregarding the bickering between Aqua and Kazuma, focused solely on the delectable fried frog legs. How delightful. Meanwhile, Kazuma and Aqua were embroiled in an argument. Aqua, that elder brother over there. Could he possibly have been summoned by you as well? Kazuma's eyes sparkled with realization. This older gentleman exuded reliability. Surely, if he sought assistance, the man would oblige. However, What was wrong with that incompetent goddess? Since laying eyes on Aoki, she had been clamoring to flee, which boded ill. Something about RBU, he appeared to be a remarkably dependable man. Aqua's expression crumbled with fear. What does this recluse know? He is merely a rabbit from the flower family, and we brave souls have a penchant for capturing beautiful goddesses for our BQ. Aoki possessed an exceptional sense of hearing, and upon catching wind of Aqua's words, he promptly snapped his trident in two. This was undoubtedly the most severe humiliation endured by the flower-loving rabbit. What does it mean for us to relish in capturing beautiful goddesses as mere playthings? How dare this simple-minded goddess utter such audacious words? You, with your foolishness. Even if you were paraded before me, I would remain utterly indifferent. Ignorance is indeed a crime. Yet, to Sato Kazuma, these words resonated differently. It turned out to be the elder brother from the sovereign nation. No wonder the atmosphere felt distinct, and there was an undeniable sense of superiority. Sato Kazuma delivered a swift strike to Aqua's head, causing her to cry out in pain and huddle on the ground. He then lunged forward, sliding onto his knees to embrace Aoki's leg. Having wandered aimlessly through life, devoid of democracy, he now found himself before brother Aoki and wished to adopt him as a foster father, pleading for his benevolent acceptance. Aoki's expression was a mix of frustration and disbelief. Not only do you wish to emulate Elbu, but you also intend to debate each of us separately, correct? Please, allow me to treat you. Sato was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Today had been particularly dismal for him. He had feared he would go to bed hungry this evening, only to be rescued by his benevolent elder brother. Thank you, dear elder brother. Aoki summoned the waiter and ordered 2 additional sets of meals identical to his own. Sato Kazuma exclaimed, "It's time to dig in," and then began to feast heartily. Kazuma was indeed ravenous, for they had just arrived in this world today. Devoid of any currency, Aqua, through the benevolence of a follower of Eris, managed to acquire 3,000 Eris, spending 2,000 to register as adventurers, leaving them with merely enough for lunch. Throughout the afternoon, they received no tasks to undertake. And the reason was quite straightforward. The ordinary quests in the adventurer town had already been exhausted. The monsters surrounding the town had been entirely eradicated. With no threats in the wilderness, there was no need to employ adventurers for gathering tasks, as ordinary folk could easily collect herbs and plants themselves. Aoki felt that these adventurers lacked an understanding of the principle of nurturing the enemy while maintaining one's own strength, by leaving behind a portion of the monsters. Would not such menial gathering tasks persist indefinitely? These rudimentary tasks served to assist low-level adventurers in enduring the arduous initiation phase. Regrettably, some adventurers disregarded the welfare of others, driving the less experienced adventurers into a corner. Sato Makoto and his companions contemplated becoming bricklayers the following day, engaging in laborious tasks, presently aligning themselves with their benefactor. They hoped to soar to new heights and embark on a legendary adventurer's journey. However, unbeknownst to Sato Makoto, Aoki intended for them to become mere passers-by after this meal, as engaging in foolish acts was indeed against the law. Akila, hiding behind a nearby table, peeked at Aoki and then at the fried frog legs meal, swallowing hard in a moment of weakness. Ultimately, she gradually made her way to the table, took the meal, and relocated to another table to dine. Aoki consumed the entirety of the milk, letting out a resounding burp. Sato Kazuma had also finished his meal and decided to gather some intelligence, pondering what powerful advantage Aoki might have acquired from Aqua. The mere thought of such an advantage filled Sato with regret. How foolish I am. Indeed, I had access to a remarkable boon, yet I chose the useless goddess Aqua. In my youthful impulsiveness, I rashly selected this ineffectual deity. It is all Aqua's fault. Had she not mocked my outrageous demise, I would not have stubbornly chosen to enter this alternate world with her. Why is it that this useless goddess can be regarded as a boon in this realm? The divine rules seem rather lax. Elder brother and father figure. What kind of boon did you obtain from this useless goddess? Sato Kazuma asked directly, demonstrating his innocent nature as a high school student. This inquiry was as presumptuous as asking someone about their bank balance. In a world of conflict, had someone posed such a question to him while he was in a foul mood, he would have surely retaliated with a crushing blow. Yet here, in this absurd alternate world, Aoki was exceptionally adept at adapting to new environments. Aoki set down his milk cup and raised 2 fingers towards Sato Kazuma. 2 golden fingers. Instantly, Sato Kazuma's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, the elder brother of the sovereign nation had an extra golden finger. These 2 fingers gleamed even more brilliantly than those of Master Kato Takashi. Aoki Ishao flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I have a question to ask you. Sato Kazuma replied solemnly. Elder brother, please do. Aoki inquired, before your journey, did you clear the browsing history on your phone? Kazuma was taken aback, as if struck by an arrow. Did you format your phone? Have you deleted the study materials on your computer? With these 3 probing questions, Kazuma felt as if he had been pierced by 3 arrows, each one striking a vital point. After a considerable pause, Kazuma regained his composure and asked, what about you? Elder brother? Aoki revealed a smile, pulling out a mobile phone from behind. I brought the phone along with me. Sato was rendered speechless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Aoki seized the opportunity while Sato and Makoto were momentarily petrified, swiftly turned to settle the bill, and then discreetly slipped away. Aoki wished to evade the entanglement of Sato, Kazuma, and Aqua. Snap back to reality. Your elder brother has already slipped away, Aqua remarked, playfully patting Kazuma's cheek, who appeared lost in reminiscence. Only after Aoki departed did Aqua dare to approach Kazuma. What? The thigh has fled? Kazuma exclaimed in astonishment. He had yet to embrace that thigh, so how had it managed to escape? He dashed out of the Adventurers Guild, only to find no trace of Aoki. Instantly, he knelt, gazing skyward, letting out a deep sigh. No. Aqua kicked Kazuma gently, regarding his kneeling gesture with disdain. Kazuma, why must you cling to that flower-growing rabbit's thigh? With me, the goddess, by your side, you shall surely soar and reach the pinnacle of life. Kazuma scoffed. Useless goddess, perhaps you should ponder where you'll sleep tonight. Aqua, you previously mentioned that the heroes from the flower-growing land enjoy capturing goddesses like you as trophies. Is that true? Aqua shivered, the harrowing tales of her predecessors sending a chill down her spine. Kazuma, let us switch to another city, shall we? Disregarding Aqua's playful plea, Kazuma's mind conjured a daring notion. Why not sell Aqua? Ultimately, he refrained from doing so, for Aoki wandered the wilderness, absent for days. Consequently, the two were compelled by necessity to reside in a stable and toil as laborers, engaged daily in arduous construction work. They relished their leisure time feasting at the Adventurers Guild and bathing at the public baths, leading a surprisingly delightful life. Kazuma and Aqua had forgotten their identities as adventurers, thoroughly enjoying the life of construction workers. Meanwhile, Aoki practiced martial arts, with a colossal brown bear serving as his training partner. Such treatment is unheard of for Aoki. Only the true masters of the world can enjoy the privilege of training with a bear. How outrageous. Aoki collided with the bear repeatedly before finally bringing it to the ground. The creature was of such formidable size that even the robust Aoki found it quite a challenge to subdue. The bear, its face etched with panic, attempted to rise and flee. However, Aoki swiftly seized it, executing a German suplex. The bear met its demise. Aoki hoisted the bear upon his shoulders, a creature that served as both his mission target and training companion, as well as his evening meal. This situation exemplified a trifecta of utility. Now, he intended to carry the bear to the farmer to report his success and request the use of their kitchen. The farmer, upon seeing Aoki approach with the bear, was taken aback. Oh, young Aoki, you resolved the issue so swiftly. This bear has devoured quite a number of my cattle and sheep. Indeed, I have dealt with it. May I borrow your kitchen, sir? I plan to prepare a grand feast of bear tonight. The kitchen is over there. Yuna, come lend a hand. All right, father. Yuna, the farmer's daughter, was just 16 years old. Perhaps due to an abundance of milk in her diet, she was blissfully unaware of her own feet as she gazed downward. Observing Yuna, Aoki felt a disdain for juvenile aesthetics, determined to commence his own transformation. The sumptuous feast of bear meat found its way into Aoki's belly, leaving the farmer utterly astonished by the sheer volume consumed. That night, Aoki spent the night at the farmer's residence, and the following day, he returned to Axel Town. Amidst Yuna's reluctant expressions of farewell, the Adventurers Guild, Aoki presented the adventurer's card to Luna, revealing the details of the completed task. Congratulations, Aoki-san, on successfully slaying the bear that had troubled the nearby farms for quite some time. Here's your reward, 100,000 heiress. Please accept it. A question. Luna, are there any houses for sale in the vicinity? Ideally, a manor. Indeed, there is a noble family currently selling a manor, but they are asking for 30 million heiress. 30 million heiress? That is certainly not a sum one can amass in a short period. Are there any other options? Unfortunately, not at the moment, Aoki-san. Then, Luna-san, would you be available this evening? I would like to invite you out on a date. Aoki delivered a straightforward pitch, which Miss Luna found quite appealing. However, with a gracious smile, she declined his advances, leaving Aoki feeling rather regretful, yet undeterred. As for the reason behind Miss Luna's refusal, she discerned at a glance that Aoki was not a man of good character. Aoki, your insight into people is truly remarkable. Poor Aoki has become a drifter in Axel Town, devoid of a home, land, or vehicle, and yet consuming excessively. He possesses only an appealing exterior to attract beautiful maidens. However, upon discovering that Aoki, a once promising wizard, has chosen to learn warrior skills, their interest swiftly dissipates. A wizard learning warrior skills, what folly is this? Recently, Aoki has found it rather peculiar that many young ladies, who once flocked around him, have suddenly lost interest. However, a few burly warriors seem to harbor a keen fascination for him. From them, Aoki has acquired the skills of wielding a one-handed sword and a two-handed sword, along with the unique physical enhancement techniques characteristic of warriors. No fees, no fees, no fees. This bears repeating thrice for emphasis. Truly, they are generous warriors. Unlike the previous spellcasting ladies who demanded 5,000 Ls for merely learning meditation and illumination spells. The reason these seasoned practitioners imparted their skills to Aoki is entirely due to his thoughts aligning perfectly with their own. For instance, a man should be strong, powerful, robust, resilient, and formidable. Laurel has established a core guiding philosophy: illuminating the path for these bewildered practitioners. Subsequently, Laurel has emerged as their ideological leader, brandishing the mighty hammer of strength and power, guiding them forward. The inn. Aoki reclined on the bed and activated the system panel, following the enhancements made to the system. The adventurer's upgrade mechanism had been entirely integrated into the system. Aoki possesses no skill points, and even upon leveling up, none are granted. However, he is in possession of life coins and soul coins. The skills he has acquired can be learned through the expenditure of soul coins and life coins. Character: Aoki health points, 25 mental points, 18 magic points, 30 remaining currency, life coins, 103, soul coins, 76 skill 1, mysterious sword technique, and enigmatic swordplay. Created by an anonymous origin, characterized by its bewildering nature. Skill 2, meditation, unmastered, skill 3, illumination, unmastered, skill 4, one-handed sword, unmastered, skill 5, two-handed sword, unmastered, skill 6, body enhancement, unmastered, inventory, frog legs x40, 304,000 Eris. Three tails of silver, bearskin x1, crocodile teeth x43. Aoki activated his physical enhancement skill, and the words of the enhancement began to shimmer with a silvery glow. 3 life coins transformed into streams of green energy, flowing into Aoki's body. A peculiar energy circuit formed within him, causing his muscles, bones, and blood to heat and tremble. As the energy was expended, Aoki sensed a significant increase in his physical strength, yet the energy circuit vanished. It was a most peculiar sensation. Qingmu rose and seated himself cross-legged, circulating the vital energy within his body in accordance with the energy circuit he had just practiced. Qingmu's heartbeat began to quicken, and his body temperature gradually rose. He closed his pores to prevent the loss of vital energy within. When the consumption of his internal energy exceeded 2/3, Qingmu came to a halt. He perceived a noticeable increase in his physical strength. However, the yang energy was excessively vigorous, leading to an imbalance between yin and yang, as well as a disruption in the 5 elements. He sketched out the energy pathways, marking the human meridians and acupoints. So it was, in the early morning, Aoki Shu revised and refined, producing a fundamental practice of the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique. In the tranquil courtyard of the inn, Aoki settled into a horse stance, refining his breath as a torrent of magical elements surged into his nostrils and filled his lungs. These ethereal forces were assimilated by the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique, while the residual impurities were expelled through his mouth. The magical elements bore a striking resemblance to the spiritual energies of the world of winds and clouds. After a night of dedicated practice, Aoki's physical enhancement skills had evolved into a comprehensive body refinement technique of the Chi cultivation school. With his energy now gathered, he concluded his practice, feeling invigorated and rejuvenated. Adventurers Guild. As Aoki's left foot barely crossed the threshold, his right foot was swiftly embraced by Sato Kazuma. "Oh, dear elder brother, I have searched high and low for you." Aoki's countenance darkened, while Sato emanated an odor reminiscent of horse manure. "Release me." "I shan't." "Dear foster brother, do you have a party? If not, consider joining ours." "Release me." "I shall not." "Esteemed foster brother, our party boasts a high-ranking profession of high priestess, with ample healing capabilities, guaranteed to assist you in your adventures." "Release me." "I refuse to let go." "Esteemed foster brother, I could serve as your underling." "Damn it." The magnetic field rotates with a force of 10,000 steeds. Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. Well, in truth, Aoki was neither a master of magnetic fields nor capable of the Sea Tiger Explosive Fist. It was merely a straightforward jab. Aoki lifted his leg and deftly tossed Sato Kazuma aside, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent him flying. Kazuma landed near the counter, and Aqua rushed to his side, poking his face with a fork. "Oh dear, he has fainted. What shall we do about today's task?" She exclaimed. "Oh no, we just accepted it." Luna kindly reminded them, "Remember, abandoning a task or failing it incurs a penalty of 10. Aqua was momentarily taken aback, then pressed her hands against Kazuma's chest, exclaiming, "Healing magic, healing magic, healing magic." Aoki approached the counter and inquired, "Luna, what tasks are available today?" "Recently, there have been no significant assignments. All that has come forth are missions to eradicate the colossal frogs, as it is indeed the breeding season for these creatures." "Then let us take on the task of exterminating the giant frogs." "Very well, I shall register you for this mission." Aoki turned away from the Adventurers Guild, and Sato Kazuma finally regained consciousness, abruptly sitting up. "I'm not dead. I feel no pain at all." Aqua responded, "Aoki, didn't he harm you? It seems you were merely frightened into unconsciousness. What a pathetic homebody. Having fainted from fright due to a tractor once is excusable. But must you truly allow yourself to be scared to death a second time? Oh dear, your pants are wet. You frightened yourself so much that you lost control." Sato Kazuma retorted, "Be quiet, you useless goddess. You know nothing. That was undoubtedly a stand attack. I saw a truly sinister figure behind Aoki." Aqua replied, "Why didn't I see it?" Sato Kazuma glared. As expected, only the stand users can perceive stands. "Am I on the verge of awakening my own stand? Arise." Invincible Platinum Star. Aqua looked at Sato Kazuma with disdain, thinking that the homebody had now succumbed to delusions of grandeur. She began to find Aoki less intimidating. First, he treated her to a meal, and then he didn't come to drag her away to become a barbecue. According to Luna, Aoki had recently taken on numerous low-paying yet perilous tasks, assisting the villagers near Axel with their troubles. Aoki is likely a good person, perhaps merely possessing a strong sense of ambition. As for whether Aoki will one day wield a hammer against the feudal lord's head or brandish a sickle to sever the king's neck, Aqua remains unconcerned. As long as she has not ceased to become a sacrifice, everything will be well. Aoki, so, it seems you cannot overcome the hurdle of RBU, can you? Aqua, have you ceased to call him your adoptive elder brother? No longer, for I can no longer cling to that pillar of support. I fear that should I continue to entangle myself with him, I would certainly meet my demise. Let us embark on our quest instead, to hunt the giant frogs. Alright, Yoshi and Makoto, let us proceed. In this region, the magical elements are exceedingly abundant, and numerous giant frogs lurk beneath the surface. Aoki uses his own body as bait to lure the giant frogs out of their burrows. In a moment of inexplicable clarity, he swiftly dispatches the giant frogs with a single strike. Once the frogs in this area are eradicated, Aoki harnesses the 5 internal energies to absorb the magical elements, causing the concentration in this vicinity to rapidly diminish. As he transitions to the next area, he encounters Aqua and Makoto. After a particularly flamboyant divine punch from Aqua, the poor girl finds herself engulfed by a frog, with only her legs flailing helplessly. Aqua's punch, despite its elaborate effects, proves nearly ineffective. Alarmed, Sato Makoto rushes forward, brandishing his short sword, intent on rescuing Aqua. Ah, what a sight to behold. Observing that they are capable of resolving their own predicament, Aoki refrains from intervening. These frogs possess a peculiar trait. When feeding, they tilt their heads back to swallow. The speed of ingestion is slow, yet the force is formidable, making it exceedingly difficult to escape once ensnared. During this swallowing process, the frogs remain stationary, presenting an optimal opportunity for attack. Thus, adventurers often band together to hunt giant frogs, ensuring both safety and efficiency. As night falls, Aoki sacrifices his charm and invests a modest sum to acquire practical skills from a sorceress. Among these are the arts of water generation, fire creation, freezing techniques, and lightning summoning. Though these skills are minor, they prove highly useful for outdoor survival, creating fire, obtaining clean fresh water, preserving ingredients through freezing, and cooling off with ice water on sweltering days. Furthermore, he learns the art of theft from a rogue, which boasts a wide array of applications beyond merely pilfering others' belongings. Essentially, the art of theft is a form of non-directional spatial manipulation of objects. Upon grasping its specific uses, Aoki casts the theft spell on an apple tree in a nearby yard, summoning an apple into his hand. This technique is indeed handy, if only it could be directed towards specific targets. As he tosses the apple to a small child, he swiftly snatches the child's lollipop amidst the boy's adoring gaze. The child, bewildered by the apple in hand and the lollipop now gone, finds himself torn between laughter and tears. Thus, he munches on the apple while weeping profusely. Ah, how delightful. Aoki laughed heartily, turning on his heels to depart. Snatching lollipops from children was indeed a delightful escapade. One must embrace the audacity to engage in activities once deemed too bold in their youth. Upon returning to the inn, he disregarded the muffled groans and labored breaths emanating from the adjacent room. Aoki activated the system panel and illuminated the meditation technique. A cascade of information flooded his mind. In the realm of Yunyun, there are few secret arts dedicated to the cultivation of the spirit, and the ice heart technique is merely a half-hearted endeavor, yielding little enhancement to one's mental prowess. Seated cross-legged, Aoki reflected upon the essential principles of meditation, subsequently engaging in the practice as prescribed. As the night elapsed, he sighed. The rudimentary meditation techniques yielded only mediocre results. Regrettably, Aoki lacked a comprehensive understanding of the theoretical underpinnings in this domain. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have made significant modifications, akin to transforming his physical enhancement into the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique. Having resided in the tumultuous world for numerous years, Aoki had mastered the principles of traditional Chinese medicine and chi cultivation to their utmost potential. Consequently, he had merely learned a basic set of techniques for single-handed swordplay, which left much to be desired. This proficiency enabled him to adapt his physical enhancement skill into the aforementioned technique. In this realm, progression primarily stemmed from slaying monsters rather than personal innovation. He illuminated both the lighting spell and the techniques for single and double-handed swords. The lighting spell proved satisfactory, casting a gentle glow. His mind expanded with newfound memories regarding the utilization of both the single and double-handed swords. However, the Western swordsmanship he recalled was notably inferior to what his unnamed mentor had imparted. Although the double-handed sword techniques were rudimentary, they could serve as a foundational template, ripe for subsequent refinement and modification, eventually leading to a unique style. Hey, Aoki, may I pose a question? Luna inquired. Go ahead, he replied. Why do you never transport the frogs you hunt back to the Adventurers Guild? Because I have completely consumed the giant frogs, both their flesh and souls, leaving only the fresh frog legs preserved within the system's space. Naturally, such an admission would be deemed heretical. After all, it would be a hassle to bring back such a large creature. But the guild provides transportation services. You merely need to notify the members stationed near the city gates. You offer such services? Absolutely. Next time for sure. Miss Luna, her face alight with anticipation, inquired about Aoki's task for the day, only to be met with his dismissive wave, indicating he intended to rest. Aoki expressed his desire to invite Miss Luna on a date, but Miss Luna waved her hand, indicating that she was quite busy. Aoki purchased 2 bottles of juice to take away and encountered the little brat from whom he had snatched a lollipop earlier. He tossed 1 bottle to the child, who beamed with delight, realizing that this older brother was not so unpleasant after all. However, his freshly acquired lollipop was soon stolen once again. The little one clutched the juice bottle on the verge of tears. The juice was truly delightful. As he passed by a towering building, Aoki was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Aoki took 2 steps back and then lifted his gaze, witnessing a silhouette descending amidst a blood-curdling scream. Someone was plummeting from a height. Should he intervene? Perhaps he should attempt to catch her. If it were a deliberate leap, he could always escort her back up for another plunge. Aoki extended his hand and caught the figure. Such a method of catching is not something an ordinary person could replicate. It would result in severe injury or even death. Ah, what a beautiful maiden. Considering that my face has saved your life, might you consider offering yourself in return? The enchanting girl clutched her staff tightly, visibly anxious, as she regained her composure. A blush crept across her cheeks. To offer oneself so readily, is that not rather hasty? By the way, my name is Yunyun. Thank you for saving me. The girl with crimson eyes is likely of the Red Demon Clan. Aoki set down Yunyun. The Red Demon Clan? Greetings, I am Yunyun, the Grand Sorceress of the Red Demon Clan. Yunyun? At this age, she seems to be yet a minor, does she not? To dedicate oneself at such a tender age is simply too burdensome. Aoki pondered whether to send her back for another leap. How did you fall from up there? I. Yunyun's face flushed crimson. She was actually scrutinizing her lifelong rival, seeking an opportunity to best her opponent. However, in a moment of carelessness, she had plummeted from the rooftop. Even if Aoki chose not to catch her, Yunyun would have employed her wind spells to slow her descent. Should she leap again? Ultimately, Yunyun decided against another jump. Aoki felt a twinge of regret as he realized that even a beautiful young girl could possess a captivating allure while leaping from heights. He marveled at how this little girl, Yunyun, had developed so remarkably at such a tender age, achieving feats that many could only aspire to throughout their lives. The attire she wore, voluminous and white, accentuated her generous spirit. As a member of the Red Demon Clan, you must have mastered a plethora of intriguing spells. I wish to learn magic from you, and I am willing to offer compensation. Aoki, with blatant audacity, sought to repay a favor by shamelessly requesting to learn the magic of others. Yunyun, a truly good-hearted girl, readily consented to Aoki's brazen request. Asserting that no compensation was necessary, she considered it a reward for saving her. This girl is remarkably generous. She directly touched her adventurer card to Aoki's, imparting all the magic she knew. Furthermore, she elucidated the key points for learning and lent Aoki her magic notes for a month. What a splendid girl she is. That night, Aoki tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He rose and slapped himself. How could I be so despicable, seeking to repay a kindness in such a manner? I truly deserve to be cursed. The following day, Aoki resolved to seek out Yunyun, feeling an innate desire to reciprocate her generosity. After all, she had selflessly imparted her entire wealth of knowledge to him, leaving him somewhat restless at the thought of not giving something in return. However, his possessions were rather scarce. He owned merely 2 artifacts, both bound to him, and he was uncertain how to unbind them. The value of either artifact far surpassed the knowledge Yunyun had shared, rendering them unsuitable as gifts. He had learned a basic swordsmanship technique from an obscure master, along with a rather peculiar move that he could execute competently. Yet, considering that Yunyun was a mage, it was highly unlikely she would squander her skill points on such martial skills. Thus, he was left with only the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique. This particular method was a secret art that did not require the expenditure of skill points, allowing for self-learning. Consequently, he resolved to pass this technique on to her. Aoki stepped out of the inn, only to discover Yunyun seated gracefully on the flower bed in front of the establishment. Upon noticing Aoki's presence, Yunyun joyfully sprang to her feet, having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Good morning, Aoki, she greeted, her demeanor slightly bashful as if she hesitated to voice something important. Feel free to speak your mind. I am more than willing to assist you in any way I can. Yunyun replied. Aoki, do you have any teammates? I would like to form a team with you. Certainly. I have no teammates, and if it is you, Yunyun, I would be more than delighted to join forces. Furthermore, I have something to give you. Follow me, and let us find a tranquil spot. Aoki led Yunyun toward the small grove by the river, and Yunyun felt a twinge of anxiety. Aoki, what are you planning to do? You have taught me so much magic, and I wish to offer you something in return. But why must we go to the grove? I require a tranquil, secluded space. This progression felt too rapid. Shouldn't there be a prior understanding? Yunyun was genuinely unsettled. Although Aoki was rather handsome, she pondered whether to resist or to acquiesce should he insist. Upon reaching the riverbank, Aoki found the scenery delightful and settled cross-legged on the ground. Come, follow my lead. Sit cross-legged opposite me. Yunyun's face flushed crimson as she slowly complied. And Aoki assumed her hesitance was merely due to fatigue. Aoki, that should not be the case. Even if a magician is frail, it is merely in comparison to a warrior. In relation to an ordinary person, they remain quite formidable. Running this short distance should not be exhausting. Yunyun, what is this posture? Yunyun, I intend to teach you a unique form of magic. Mastering this spell will significantly enhance your physical capabilities. But I am a magician. There is no need for me to improve my physical prowess. Aoki shook his head, asserting that statement is flawed. A robust physical constitution would render one less vulnerable to close-range assaults. It sounds plausible, yet I find myself devoid of any surplus skill points. Aoki waved his hand dismissively, stating that this secret technique required no skill points and could not be enhanced by them. It was a form of magic that relied solely on one's own cultivation. Come, extend your hands and meet mine in a palm-to-palm embrace. Yunyun's face flushed crimson, yet she ultimately extended her hands, pressing her palms firmly against Aoki's. Their hands intertwined, fingers interlocking tightly, as she closed her eyes. Bring it on, beast. Consider this a repayment for the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. Aoki meow meow meow. Never mind, the outcome remains the same. Aoki closed his eyes, channeling the 5 primal energies within his body through his palms into Yunyun. She felt her entire body stiffen. Something had entered her. Yet, it was unlike what had been described in the texts. Remember the flow direction of this magical essence. Remember the rhythm of this breath and exhalation. Aoki deliberately amplified his breathing, allowing Yunyun to perceive it distinctly. Yunyun exclaimed, "It's so hot. My entire body is ablaze. Have I been drugged? After all, I have cooperated. How could there still be any foul play?" After 3 arduous hours, Yunyun finally mastered the intricate flow of this 5 organs and 5 chi body refining technique. Aoki never contemplated imparting intricate theoretical knowledge to her. It sufficed that she learned its application. Even a native flower-growing rabbit, devoid of professional training, would find it impossible to comprehend the profound incantations of the techniques. Qingmu concluded his practice, using his chi to adjust Yunyun's meditation posture. He then waited for her to awaken naturally. But it took 4 hours for Yunyun to finally come to. You have achieved enlightenment. How enviable. Yunyun, brimming with vitality, felt as though she could fell a bull with a single punch. She blinked her eyes and asked, "What is enlightenment?" Aoki shook his head and remarked, "You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. Are you hungry? Dinner time is approaching." Just then, Yunyun's stomach let out a loud and prolonged growl, causing her to blush deeply. Aoki erupted into hearty laughter, while Yunyun's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "Let's go, it's on me," he declared. "Having practiced the 5 organs and 5 chi body refining technique, your appetite will significantly increase. Do not restrict your diet, lest your vigor diminishes." Yunyun gently caressed her vigor, sighing in relief that it had not shrunk. Observing her actions, Aoki nearly choked with laughter. This young girl was utterly adorable. "Adventurers Guild, Luna, bring forth a grand feast. And serve 4 portions as per my previous order." "Ah, treating a young lady to a meal? I thought you wished to take me on a date. Have you already found someone else?" Luna teased. "Not at all. I am free tonight. Are you available, the lovely Miss Luna?" Aoki replied. Luna deftly evaded Aoki's playful advances, realizing that he had progressed from mere verbal flirtation to more tangible gestures. "I cannot allow him to take further liberties," she thought. Aoki refrained from further extending his dog's paw, as Luna remained quite wary of him. Aoki, with a look of regret, led Yunyun to a spot to sit down. Yunyun glanced at the beautiful elder sister Luna and then turned her gaze to Aoki. "Aoki, do you have feelings for Sister Luna?" Aoki glanced around, appearing somewhat guilty, and then whispered to Yunyun, "Let me share a secret with you, though you might not fully grasp it. I am quite enamored with Luna's physique." Yunyun's face flushed crimson. Aoki was truly mischievous, and she found herself quite fond of him. During dinner, Yunyun consumed an astonishing 8 servings of a substantial meal. Yet her stomach remained unchanged. The 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique would enhance her internal organs, significantly elevating her digestive and detoxification abilities, as well as her cardiopulmonary function. Even if Yunyun were to consume another 8 servings, her abdomen would not expand. However, her body conveyed a sense of satisfaction, assuring her that she was full. "Yunyun, feel free to eat as much as you desire. With the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique, you will never gain weight. On the contrary, if you do not eat enough, your vigor and figure may dwindle. I shall not delve into the underlying principles, for you would not comprehend them. In any case, just remember what I have told you." Yunyun bowed respectfully to Aoki, saying, "Thank you. I shall remember, Aoki." She was a diligent learner, recognizing the immense value of Aoki's teachings. She resolved that, without Aoki's consent, she would never disclose the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique. "Aoki, shall we team up for a mission tomorrow?" Yunyun's face radiated with anticipation. Aoki nodded. And then Yunyun bid farewell and departed. Observing Yunyun skip away with a lively spirit, Aoki couldn't help but let out a sigh. This girl, Yunyun, was not afflicted by adolescent delusions. Rather, she was a precocious and sensible young lady. Consequently, she had few friends while growing up among the Crimson Demon tribe, as its members were predominantly characterized by their whimsical fantasies. She yearned for companionship, yet found it challenging to integrate into the youthful cliques of the tribe. Now, with Aoki as her friend and ally, she felt an immense joy. Aoki scratched his head, pondering. Why do I feel that if I invite her for some spicy hot pot, I could deceive her 20 times in one evening? That would truly be a torment. The Adventurers Guild noted that the weather today was splendid, albeit devoid of funds. Aoki believes that this whimsical, sand sculpture-themed otherworld is perfectly suited for settlement. Therefore, he is currently striving to earn money in order to purchase a grand estate, where he plans to cultivate a garden within the estate itself. In Aoki's system, a considerable collection of vegetable plant seeds has been amassed, leaving one to ponder whether they can acclimate to the climate of this world. At worst, one could construct a magically regulated greenhouse. It is hardly a significant issue. However, in the pursuit of profit, it has become apparent that there are no lucrative tasks available lately, only tedious, low-paying endeavors, or worse, tasks that are both cumbersome and meagerly compensated. Wait, why should one be entangled in the drudgery of adventurer tasks? Such a laborer's mindset is wholly unworthy. Instead, let us contemplate what means might swiftly yield financial gain. Aoki wished to peruse the criminal law, yet regrettably, he had failed to procure a volume to store in his system space. Indeed, one only realizes the scarcity of resources when the need arises. As Aoki stood pondering before the task announcement board, Aqua energetically approached and affixed a paper to a nearby sign. It was a recruitment notice for companions, and Aoki cast a sidelong glance, his lips twitching slightly. The paper proclaimed, a team of recluses and boundless vitality. Those who wish to embark on an adventure with the beautiful and noble High Priestess Aqua, please come this way. Ever since joining this team, my days have been filled with joy. I even won a lottery. Thanks to joining the team of Lady Aqua, my ailments have vanished, and I have become quite popular. Recruitment criteria: only advanced class individuals will be accepted. Is it truly come to this? The absurd quartet is about to be assembled. The demonic and the genuine, the foolish goddess Aqua, the explosion-loving little girl Weiwei, and the submissive knight with a mind filled with inappropriate thoughts. It seems only the demonic and the genuine could possibly manage this exquisite harem. Aoki should immerse himself in nurturing games. Yunyun is quite delightful, and Yuna from the farm owner's household is equally commendable. The ice which was even more extraordinary. The dim-witted goddess has spotted Aoki and greeted him. Aoki, would you care to join our team? We are in need of members, and it would be great alongside Kazuma. Kazuma, having approached Aoki, lowered his voice to speak with him. Dear foster brother, would you consider joining our party? Although Aqua may be unreliable, she possesses an abundance of healing capabilities that will surely suffice. Kazuma, still clinging to his mischievous thoughts, contemplated selling Aqua, as her antics were exceedingly troublesome. Liberation from her presence would be a most welcome relief. Aoki abruptly pulled Yunyun closer, enveloping her shoulders as she gasped in surprise. I have a teammate now. I won't be teaming up with you all. Upon witnessing this interaction, Kazuma felt an immediate pang of jealousy. The shy and adorable girl stirred a longing within him for a companion of such charm. Alas, his own teammate was the somewhat dim-witted goddess, Aqua. Over the past few days, he had endeavored to view Aqua as the heroine, seeking some redeeming quality within her. However, in the face of Aqua, he found himself utterly unmoved. Even when he spent nights clutching her hair, he experienced no stirring of emotions. Now, as he observed his senior embracing the beautiful girl as a teammate, he felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Aoki, you truly are the worst. This is more painful than death itself. Aoki departed with Yunyun, returning to his seat alongside Jun with an expression of profound melancholy. As he awaited the arrival of new teammates, he found himself internally lamenting the peculiarities of his life in this alternate world. It was all Aqua's fault. There once lay a golden opportunity before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Should fate grant me another chance, I would surely exclaim those words. No more Aqua. Yunyun, does your Crimson Demon clan possess any magic for detecting underground minerals? He inquired. It seems so, Yunyun replied, though I do not know it. However, I do carry a comprehensive tome of magic. A substantial book materialized in Yunyun's hands, causing Aoki's eyes to widen in astonishment. Where did that book come from? He wondered. Is it a magical storage device? As Yunyun perused the pages, Aoki's gaze shifted to the adornments upon her person, noting the bracelet gracing her arm. Is this a magical storage device? He asked, pointing to her arm's jewelry. Indeed. Is that so strange? I thought you possessed. Yunyun paused, her eyes widening in realization. Oh, you don't have any storage equipment, do you? I distinctly remember you conjuring items out of thin air. Aoki, there exists a unique magical storage device known as the four-dimensional chrysanthemum, which remains invisible under ordinary circumstances. Is it truly invisible? Indeed. Aoki felt a twinge of guilt. He had no desire to deceive, nor to indulge in inappropriate remarks before the young girl. Yet, he had inadvertently let slip a comment, revealing that he had recently become somewhat unrestrained. Fortunately, she was oblivious to his words. He had found it. Indeed, there existed a magic for detecting subterranean minerals, alongside complementary earth-based spells for mining. Aoki's eyes lit up. Bring it to me. Let me have a look. Aoki took hold of the spellbook and began to peruse its contents. Yet he soon found himself furrowing his brow as certain terms eluded his comprehension. Fortunately, with Yunyun, a living lexicon, by his side, Aoki swiftly grasped the concepts. On his first recitation of the incantation, he became acquainted with the flow of magical energy. During the second attempt, he pressed his palm against the ground, and a colossal magic circle materialized, sending ripples of magical energy radiating outward. The entire region within a radius of 500 meters and the depths below were vividly conjured in Lore's mind. However, there was nothing to be found. Let us venture into the wilderness. In the nearby mountainous terrain, Aoki activated his detection magic, and after half an hour, he uncovered a vein of mithril. What a substantial load it was. If he were to excavate it entirely, he would instantaneously amass great wealth. Aoki, having confirmed the location, commenced the use of excavation magic. Under the influence of his magical prowess, the soil began to churn, with all the excavated earth seamlessly absorbed into the system's space. Aoki delved vertically downwards. In a mere 10 minutes, he had reached a depth of 300 meters, fortunate that this area lacked subterranean water. Aoki, we seem to be in trouble. We can't ascend, it's too deep. No need to worry. Aoki unearthed a silvery crystalline polymer from the soil, furrowing his brow in contemplation. This substance was none other than mithril, the finest material for crafting magical equipment. It significantly enhances the conductivity of magical elements. Merely incorporating a small amount during the forging of a wand or knight's sword could yield exceptional gear. Wow, we truly have mithril. This raw ore can fetch at least 2 million eris. Aoki exclaimed. So, we are in for a fortune. Indeed, Aoki, you've made 2 million just this morning. Yunyun responded with exuberance, astonished by the lucrative potential of mining. She began to ponder the idea of learning mining magic. Qingmu smiled and declared, "It is not just me, it is us. You possess half of it." However, he replied, "But this is the mithril you unearthed, after all. Yet it was your magic that bestowed this upon me. Do not be modest. I shall share half with you when the time comes. Moreover, there is not merely this piece of mithril, an entire mithril mine lies here." Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Ultimately, Qingmu excavated at least 50 cubic meters of mithril. Were it not for the spatial system, he would have been unable to carry it all away. Having extracted all the mithril, Qingmu continued to explore and discovered another remarkably unique ore nearby. Aoki's entire body surged with energy, shaking off the dirt that clung to him. And then he swiftly gathered Yunyun into his arms, cradling her in a princess carry. Aoki leaped gracefully, his form swiftly ascending. Then he pressed his foot against the earthen wall of the circular opening, propelling himself higher. Thus, he continued to leap and bound, until he returned to the ground, the luminous orbs that had hovered beside him shattering into ethereal fragments. 300 meters below, the glow emanating from these illuminated spheres served as the sole source of light. Aoki gathered his strength and leapt gracefully to the top of a towering tree. He had devoted considerable effort to mastering the art of agility, yet, regrettably, he never had the opportunity to learn the wind god-leg technique. Aoki swiftly glided above the forest, akin to flight. Yunyun had never witnessed such a scene, clutching Aoki's neck in astonishment and exclaiming, "Ha ha!" Qingmu smiled with delight as his internal energy surged, propelling him to an astonishing speed until he gracefully landed beside a small pond. After gently setting Yunyun down, Qingmu gazed at the pond, beneath which lay a magical crystal mine, approximately 500 meters below the surface. In many ways, magical crystals are akin to spiritual stones in a fantastical realm, serving a multitude of purposes and greatly assisting in cultivation. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare in this world, as most deposits reside hundreds of meters underground, rendering conventional mining methods utterly ineffective. While magical excavation spells could facilitate rapid mining, the inhabitants of this realm must allocate skill points to learn magic. These skill points are finite, and few are inclined to invest them in mining endeavors. It is only Qingmu, a fervent researcher, who would undertake the arduous task of self-learning such intricate and complex spells. Aoki sensed the residual energy within his body and concluded that it would be impossible to extract the ore below today. Never mind, he thought. I shall mark the location and return another time. Aoki confirmed the direction and prepared to depart. Yunyun, I am heading back. All right. The Adventurers Guild placed 2 pieces of mithril crystals before Luna, who was immediately captivated. She picked up the mithril and examined it closely. This is truly remarkable. You have actually discovered such a rare metal as mithril. Aoki admired Luna's generosity while inquiring about the price. Is the Adventurers Guild willing to purchase these 5 mithril crystals? What price could they offer? We can offer 10 million eris. Aoki raised an eyebrow. Luna, is that the lowest price you can offer? Such a lack of sincerity. Luna replied, then how much can you accept? 20 million eris. Luna countered, 13 million. 17 million. Luna responded, 15 million at most. Deal, Aoki remarked, noting how the price was precisely calibrated. Luna shot Aoki a glance. Please wait a moment. I will have someone fetch the coins. Aoki, I wish to purchase a parcel of land to construct a house. Do you have any recommendations? Indeed, there are several prime locations available. Recently, the mayor has commissioned the sale of a few plots in Adventure Town to alleviate financial strain. Luna produced a map, marking several parcels. This one is closest to the river, making water access quite convenient. It is the most expensive, priced at 10 million eris. Of course, as a mage, you can generate water directly. This one is a bit farther from the river, situated in a more prosperous area, priced at 7 million eris. The next one is in a more remote part to the south of the town. It is sparsely populated, lush with vegetation, and the largest plot available. Priced at 200,000 eris. Let us go with this remote one. Aoki indicated the largest, most secluded, and least expensive plot. Can you take me to see it tomorrow? Certainly. After securing the 15 million eris, Aoki reunited with Yunyun, distributing 750,000 eris to her. Despite her repeated refusals, Aoki insisted, pressing the coins back into her hands. To Yunyun, it was clear that this was Aoki's achievement. Who could have anticipated that Aoki could detect magic over 500 meters underground, while the average person could only manage 20 to 30 meters at best? Aoki had dug the hole himself, with Yunyun contributing little more than providing magical resources. The entirety of the effort was Aoki's own merit. Don't be modest. Accept this as a token of gratitude for the magical text you provided. Aoki leaned closer to Yunyun's ear and whispered, I possess a considerable amount of mithril in my storage space. This sum of money is merely a trifle. However, I cannot afford to release all of the mithril at once, as it may provoke unwarranted complications. Should anyone take an interest in us, danger may ensue. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Yunyun's cheeks flushed. Upon hearing Aoki's words, she nodded earnestly. Aoki, I shall keep your secret. Qingmu nodded, truly a fine young lady. However, Qingmu, it seems that you did not utilize your skill points in learning magic today. It feels as though with just a press of your hands, the magic effortlessly manifests. Aoki suddenly clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Sa? Yunyun, do you know what the highest realm of magic is? Yunyun's eyes widened in surprise, wondering why such a profound topic had arisen so suddenly. What? Aoki's expression turned solemn as he declared. The pinnacle of magic is to wave one's hands and summon whatever one desires. Oh, is that truly the case? She inquired, astonished. Indeed. Let us visit a shop to see if we can forge a superior wand for you using mithril. I also wish to craft a single-handed sword and a two-handed sword. Yunyun, increasingly perplexed, responded, But Aoki, are you not also a magician? Why do you require a single-handed and a two-handed sword? You will understand in due course, he replied. Yunyun continued to mumble in dissatisfaction. They soon arrived at a weapon shop, where Aoki led Yunyun inside. Welcome. How may I assist you? The shopkeeper, a middle-aged gentleman, greeted them with evident delight at the arrival of customers. I am in need of a single-handed sword and a two-handed sword, Aoki stated. Please, this way. Without waiting for the proprietor's introduction, Aoki directly picked up a single-handed sword, examining it with keen interest. The blade was straight, its balance impeccable. However, its design was reminiscent of the knightly long swords. Admittedly, this last observation was somewhat nitpicky, for within the framework of a Western fantasy setting, one would naturally encounter knightly sword styles. Indeed, a swordsman must forge a blade that belongs to them. Once the house is constructed, I shall establish a forge to craft my own sword. After careful selection, Aoki chose one single-handed sword, one two-handed sword, and two wooden practice swords, spending a total of 1 million eris. Subsequently, Aoki and Yunyun wandered into the Whiz's item shop. Upon seeing the shop, Aoki recalled the ice witch Whiz, a benevolent lich. Yunyun, have you visited this shop before? I have. It is filled with all sorts of peculiar items. Let us go inside and take a look. Upon entering the shop, they found the proprietor absent. The establishment was modest in size, yet it was brimming with various jars, bottles, and oddities. Is the owner present? Yes, just a moment. A brown-haired woman elegantly descended the staircase, her movements graceful yet unsteady. What can I assist you with, dear customer? Aoki gestured towards Yunyun. Do you have a wand suitable for her? The wands are over here. Yunyun followed the owner to choose her wand while Aoki's gaze drifted away from the proprietor, pondering whether there might be any items here that would suit his needs. Aoki turned his head to gaze upon a collection of bottles and jars, which appeared to contain liquid explosives, though they seemed merely to be containers. The labels adorning the bottles detailed their specifications and methods of use. An explosive reaction upon experiencing severe impact? This would be suitable for throwing. An explosion triggered by uncapping the bottle? This could serve as a means of treachery. Contact with water would result in detonation, making it ideal for fishing or targeting underwater foes. Heating the contents would also provoke an explosion, though the application of this method remained uncertain. Remarkably, the shelf life was stated to be 3 years, such an extended duration. Perhaps it would be prudent to procure a few more. This alchemical explosive was simply marvelous. requiring only monetary expenditure rather than the consumption of magical energy. In Aoki's eyes burned a fervent admiration. The individual responsible for creating such extraordinary explosives was undoubtedly a genius. How I yearned to learn. Boss Whiz, did you craft these explosives? Aoki inquired. Whiz turned to Aoki and replied, not I. I acquired them from an alchemist. Aoki nodded. Noticing that Aoki had ceased to inquire further, Whiz turned her attention back to introducing the wands to Yunyun. However, Yunyun's expression was somewhat stiff, as these wands were rather peculiar. For instance, one wand could exponentially amplify the power of spells, yet it posed a risk of explosion. Another wand, shaped like a hammer, could enhance earth-based magic, but it required the mage to swing the hammer down forcefully. The hammerhead was only the size of a human head, yet weighed 200 kilograms. This hammer wand could only be wielded by a physically robust mage. Ultimately, Yunyun did not select any wand, which left was quite disheartened, as she had not made a sale in over a month. In the end, Aoki purchased a substantial quantity of explosive potions along with the long-handled warhammer wand, spending a total of 2 million eris. This gesture deeply moved Whiz, as it finally brought her some income. Whiz, could you introduce me to someone who specializes in the creation of these alchemical liquid explosives? I wish to learn this branch of alchemy. Aoki harbored a profound desire to master the art of alchemy, envisioning the transformation of liquid explosive concoctions into an array of delightful teas, spirits, and pure water. The mere thought was exhilarating. Not a single drop of tea or even poison resided within that liquid explosive. Whiz retrieved a business card from the counter and handed it to Aoki. This esteemed guest. Just call me Aoki. Very well, Mr. Aoki. Here is the address of the alchemist. You may seek him directly and simply mention that you were referred by Whiz. Aoki Weiwei felt a surge of emotion, realizing how utterly naive Whiz was. He showed no concern that Aoki had taken up alchemy, potentially jeopardizing his own source of clients. However, upon glancing at the business card, Aoki was taken aback. Yuna, the daughter of the farmer? Surely it must be a coincidence of names. How could the farmer's daughter possibly be an alchemist? Yet, upon examining the address, Aoki felt a chill. It was indeed near the farm. The demure, lovely, and ample Yuna was, astonishingly, an alchemist? Whiz inquired, what is it, Mr. Aoki? Do you know Miss Yuna? I am uncertain if she is the same Yuna I know. The Yuna I am acquainted with is the daughter of a farmer. Whiz affirmed, indeed, Yuna is the farmer's daughter. Her family raises numerous dairy cows. Yunyun interjected. Who is Yuna? Aoki. I will introduce you to them later. Yunyun. Oh. After leaving the Whiz prop shop, Aoki took Yunyun to explore a specialized wand store. He commissioned the owner to create a wand and presented a rare mithril crystal to him. This precious material is seldom seen in this adventurer's town. Upon seeing it, the owner's interest piqued, and he waived the customization fee for Aoki, requesting only a small amount for the materials. The owner, both the shopkeeper and a skilled wand maker, recognized that this customization would significantly enhance her craftsmanship. The shopkeeper examined the mithril crystal closely, lamenting, if only I had one more piece. I could create my most outstanding work to date. Aoki quietly retrieved a crystal of secret silver and placed it before the shopkeeper, who widened his eyes in astonishment as he lifted the precious metal. Young man, he exclaimed, I shall certainly craft a wand that will exceed your expectations. Aoki pointed at Yunyun. To be precise, it is a wand custom-made for her. The shopkeeper remarked, what a lovely young girl, with such red eyes. Are you of the Crimson Demon tribe? Yunyun nodded, and upon seeing this, the shopkeeper appeared even more delighted. It brings me immense joy to craft a wand worthy of its master. My dear girl, what specifications do you have in mind for your wand? Subsequently, Yunyun engaged in a discussion with the shopkeeper regarding the intricate details of the wand's design. While Aoki wandered about the shop for a while, up to this point, he had yet to find a wand that suited him. Aoki felt as though he had entered a labyrinth of misconceptions. Even if Gandalf wielded twin swords with unparalleled prowess on the battlefield, he still required the adornment of a wizard's robe and staff to signify his status. Similarly, a mage like Russell deserved 2 pistols to truly embody his identity as a sorcerer. The shopkeeper remarked, indeed, that seems to be the case. By the way, your boyfriend is quite generous, presenting you with 2 pieces of mithril crystal to craft your wand. Yunyun's face flushed crimson as she stammered, he is not my boyfriend. Aoki undoubtedly heard this, despite being at a considerable distance. Yunyun is still a minor, which is why I am not her boyfriend. It would be illegal. Yunyun suddenly retorted, I am 16 years old, and besides, one is considered an adult at 14. Qingmu did not respond, returning a staff. That is the custom here. In my hometown, one becomes an adult at the age of 18, regardless of gender. Yunyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as it was the first time she had heard Qingmu speak of his past. Qingmu, where is your hometown? A distant place. So far that I can hardly recall its location. Aoki suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. The sensation of being like a rootless duckweed was indeed quite disheartening. The perceptive Yunyun sensed Aoki's despondency and realized that she had inadvertently reminded him of his sorrowful memories. Suddenly feeling somewhat at a loss, Yunyun was approached by the shop owner, who leaned in and whispered in her ear, "When a man is heartbroken, it is the optimal moment to delve into his heart. I can hear what you are discussing, and I am not as fragile or sorrowful as you might think." Aoki's words caused both individuals to freeze momentarily, while the shop owner cleared her throat awkwardly. "Compared to a little girl like Yunyun, I have a greater affinity for a broad-minded older sister like you. Dear shop owner." The shop owner shot Aoki a glare. "Though I am divorced and have borne 2 children, is this the kind of woman you fancy?" "Ah, shop owner. Your words ignite my excitement even more. I feel the fiery spirit of Weiwei surging within me. Beware, or I shall report you for harassment, you little rascal." Aoki suddenly turned to the shopkeeper and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Damn you, Masai. Red bean paste, damn your mother. Please do not act in such a manner." The shopkeeper chuckled softly, playfully tossing his hair back, exuding a certain air reminiscent of an elderly woman teasing a young man. This young fellow was quite handsome, charming with his words, and generously affluent. Had he been younger, he would undoubtedly have captivated many, leaving them disoriented. Yunyun pouted in discontent, and noticing her jealousy, the shopkeeper affectionately ruffled her hair. "You shall retrieve your goods in 10 days. The crafting of this wand is rather time-consuming." "All right, thank you, boss." With the hour drawing near, Aoki led Yunyun to the Adventurers Guild for dinner. To their surprise, they found Jun and Aqua there, along with a little red-clad lowly sorceress. She was likely Weiwei, a flat-chested beauty with a penchant for explosive art and a rather peculiar mindset. Upon seeing Weiwei, Yunyun felt a surge of excitement and hurried over, calling out, "Weiwei." Weiwei turned to look at Yunyun and replied, "Yunyun, what brings you here?" "Why can't I be here? I am an adventurer too," Weiwei retorted. "I found my teammates 2 days ago. I have outpaced you in this match," Yunyun declared triumphantly. "TCH, you may have won this round," Weiwei responded with a playful scoff. Aoki found himself face to face with Kazuma. "How have you been lately?" Kazuma replied with a hint of despair. Having one useless goddess was already burdensome enough. "But now I am saddled with another magician whose only talent lies in explosive spells and whose mental state is questionable. Initially, my task with Aqua was merely to hunt giant frogs, requiring me to manage a single deadweight. Now, I must contend with 2. Moreover, on the way back carrying Hikari, I inadvertently acquired a reputation for being a pervert. Aoki, my brother, it has become exceedingly difficult for me." Aoki nodded in sympathy. "It's all right. Every beginning is difficult. Once your team finds its footing, you will realize." "Realize what?" Kazuma inquired, his face filled with confusion. "You will discover that it only becomes more challenging from here on out." Kazuma instantly covered his face, regretting that he sought solace from Aoki, who was not the type to offer comfort. "Aoki, does your team have any openings? I wish to leave my current group and join yours." Kazuma thought to himself. If he could switch teams, he would be liberated from the burden of his 2 companions. However, before Aoki could respond, Aqua had already rushed over, seizing Kazuma by the collar, shaking him while sobbing. "Kazuma, how can you abandon us? We are good teammates." Weiwei also dashed over, clinging to Kazuma's legs. "Kazuma, you cannot leave us. How will we survive without you?" Their commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the Adventurers Guild. The disdainful glares from female adventurers made Kazuma's scalp tingle. If this continued, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. I understand. Let go of me. I will not switch teams." With that, Aqua and Weiwei relented. Aqua was particularly reliant on Kazuma, while Weiwei had no other adventurer teams willing to accept her. Without Kazuma, they genuinely would lose their support system. "Kazuma, you have grown. You have become someone others can depend on." Aoki's praise suddenly made Kazuma feel a bit bashful, and his disdain for his 2 burdens diminished considerably. Kazuma scratched his head. "I never intended to become their support." When a boy recognizes the responsibilities he bears and dares to shoulder them, he is already matured into a man. "You are now a qualified man." Sato Kazuma suddenly felt enlightened. Previously, he believed that losing his virginity marked the transition into manhood. However, Aoki's words resonated deeply within him, imparting a sense of profound truth. Truly, he was a man of a different caliber, reliable and commendable. Kazuma gazed at Aqua and Weiwei, filled with a sense of masculine responsibility. Yet, Aqua's antics breached his defenses. She ordered an extraordinarily expensive bottle of wine, which consumed half of their earnings for the day. Fury surged within Kazuma as he grasped Aqua's face, tugging at it vehemently. "You useless goddess. Do you even realize how costly this wine is? It's half our earnings. A whole 10,000 eris." Aqua, her eyes glistening with tears, retorted, "So what? This wine is exquisite. Isn't earning money meant for enjoying good food and drink? Do you think buying equipment comes free? Don't you need to save for a house? Do you wish to live in a stable for the rest of your life?" Observing Aqua clutching the wine bottle tightly, Kazuma placed his finger on her neck. "Freeze." The sudden chill startled Aqua, causing her to gasp as the bottle slipped from her grasp and landed in Kazuma's other hand. He twisted the bottle open and downed its contents in quick succession. "Kazuma, that was my wine." Witnessing this amusing scene, Aoki found it incredibly entertaining, and his mood lightened. Hello," a shy female voice called out, prompting Aoki to turn his head, only to find his pupils dilate in surprise. Wasn't he this the woman whose body he had inadvertently seen? Upon his arrival in this world, Aoki inadvertently found himself transported to a bathing house where a glistening blonde woman resided. At that moment, the woman remained silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of inexplicable excitement when Aoki turned to leave. "It's been quite a while," she exclaimed, and noticing Aoki's silence, she greeted him once more. Aoki surveyed the golden-haired woman, adorned with locks of shimmering gold, a knight with striking aquamarine eyes, within the domain of the Destini's family. "Aoki, you cannot possibly be Darkness, can you?" The scrutinizing gaze of Aoki rendered Darkness's face crimson, her breath becoming labored. "Aoki, you truly live up to your reputation. Even your gaze exudes an air of aggression when confronted with my unabashed form." You turned your back and walked away without a hint of hesitation. What a profound humiliation that was. It is evident that my own physique is alluring to men. Yet this individual remains utterly indifferent. Such disregard for my own alluring body is the greatest affront to my spirit. During this period, I have sought information about you. Aoki, flirting with Luna, ensnaring young maidens, and even teasing the proprietress of the wand shop. This fellow is certainly not inept, nor does he possess a preference for men. Yet despite this, he continues to overlook my former self. Darkness seized Aoki's arm, leaning closer, forcing him to lean back to evade the encroaching proximity of Darkness's face. "Well then, Aoki, I wish to join your ranks." Aomori furrowed her brows, wondering why she had become the focus of attention. Had the rumors of her true nature as a pervert not yet spread? "You are undeniably beautiful, and your physique is quite alluring, yet I must decline." Darkness suddenly twisted her body, crossing her legs. "Ah, as expected of you, Aomori. Such a sophisticated method of humiliation is truly, utterly exhilarating. Please, allow me to join your ranks." Darkness's face inched closer, only to be thwarted by Yunyun's hand. "No, you cannot be so lewd. I was here first. What is this perverted knight doing?" Aoki fell silent. Although the perverse female knight was undeniably alluring, she was certainly not someone that an ordinary individual could easily tame. Aoki felt inadequate in her eccentricity, believing she was mismatched with her surroundings. Weiwei seized Darkness's ponytail, tilting her head back in an attempt to leverage her weight to pull Darkness away. However, Darkness appeared to be even more exhilarated, gripping Aoki's arm with such intensity that it became painfully unbearable. What man could withstand such a grip? Even if all the hair were to be torn away, causing the scalp to sting, I shall not relinquish my hold. As a knight, one must never concede defeat. The pain is excruciating. Aoki's face darkened. This woman is truly beyond redemption. Aoki raised his hand, unleashing a surge of electric therapy, as bolts of lightning emanated from his palm and struck Darkness. Unfazed and brimming with excitement, Darkness reveled in the experience, while Yunyun, startled, immediately withdrew her hands. The electric therapy was simply exhilarating. "Oh, increase the voltage, Aoki. Do not cease." Having just acquired this lightning attribute magic, Aoki felt it was an affront to wield it against this woman. Thus, he amplified the current. The dazzling arcs of lightning enveloped Darkness, causing her screams to rise in pitch. "Oh, continue. Do not stop. I am utterly exhilarated. What is wrong with this woman? Is her magic resistance truly that formidable? Such a resilient creature. Indeed, it was wise of Sato Kazuma not to choose her in the original work. Who could possibly breach this woman's defenses?" Aoki exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he was unable to inflict any significant damage upon Darkness. This woman possessed an astonishingly high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. How extraordinarily resilient she is. Aoki, somewhat disheartened, dispelled the lightning. Learning magic? What a farce. In this world, there are always monsters that make one feel as if their efforts are utterly worthless. The chasm between individuals can, at times, be greater than that between man and dog. Darkness was enveloped in a shroud of charred blackness, with smoke billowing from his mouth. Yet his eyes remained as bright as snow. Aoki's actions left the entire Adventurers Guild in utter astonishment. Many began to speculate that Darkness had been struck down by lightning. Aqua, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, "Aoki, your methods are rather ruthless, aren't they?" Aoki shook off Darkness's hand, sensing that Darkness was still savoring the lingering effects of the electrotherapy. Aoki dejectedly returned to his seat, utterly perplexed by the bizarre occurrences. Aqua approached Darkness and, without hesitation, cast several healing spells. When Darkness regained her senses, she expressed her gratitude to Aqua before hastily exiting to change her attire. The adventurers breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that a life might be lost in that moment. Their gazes turned to Aoki, filled with admiration. His ruthlessness was evident even in his dealings with beautiful women. Thus, Aoki acquired a new moniker, the Merciless Aoki. Yunyun, observing Aoki with concern, inquired, "Aoki, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong? Just order some food for me, a grand feast, if you please." "Of course," Yunyun replied, her demeanor sweet and obedient. She truly was an adorable girl, albeit a tad too young. Sato Kazuma gave Aoki 2 thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Aoki is truly impressive." The audacity to use lightning magic against a woman was simply outrageous, and Kazuma couldn't help but admire the boldness of such an act. Initially, he envied Aoki for being entangled with the blonde beauty knight, but upon discovering her extreme masochism, his envy dissipated. With two peculiar individuals already in their party, the prospect of encountering another extreme masochist knight seemed exceedingly troublesome. As Kazuma contemplated the might of lightning, an idea began to form in his mind. Brother Aoki, could you teach me that lightning magic? It looks incredibly impressive. Aoki, I can teach you, but mastering the art of lightning generation requires 4 skill points. Do you possess that many? If I recall correctly, you are an adventurer, a class that receives the fewest skill points with each level up. Zhongjun was taken aback. For skill points for such a basic lightning attribute magic? There are even more spells to come, each demanding even greater skill point expenditure. Aoki tossed his adventurer card to Kazuma, who fumbled to catch it. Examine the spells you require and select accordingly. However, I would advise against acquiring them all. Even if you were to copy every spell, it would merely clutter your skill panel. The agony of witnessing a plethora of spells without the ability to learn them is indeed profound. As Kazuma gazed at the densely packed lines of spells, he was taken aback. So many spells. Aoki, do you truly possess such an abundance of skill points? Aoki, not quite. Some magic can be self-taught, and self-taught magic does not require the expenditure of skill points. Sato Kazuma's eyes sparkled with hope. He was in dire need of skill points, and the prospect of self-learning seemed promising. However, Aoki doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Have you ever wondered why the mage profession demands high intelligence? Because the study of magic requires intellect. Those lacking in mental acuity cannot aspire to be mages. It would be prudent to focus on a few practical spells with low consumption. For instance, water creation, fire creation, and freeze spell. Sato Kazuma pondered for a moment and ultimately opted for Aoki's recommendations. Water creation, fire creation, and freeze spell. 3 spells. Consuming 3 skill points, a wise choice. Once your attributes are sufficiently developed, you can transition to other professions. Darkness returned, having exchanged her armor for form-fitting women's attire. She seated herself beside Aoki, her gaze fixed upon him, which prompted a pout of discontent from Yunyun as she regarded Darkness with displeasure. Aoki wore a frown as he pushed the freshly served dishes towards her, hoping that the food would divert her attention. That should suffice, you perverse masochist. It's time to rein it in. Darkness let out a soft grunt, appearing rather flustered. As expected of Aoki, even insults sound melodious when they come from you. Aoki suddenly recalled something. Hey, Darkness, why is your physical resistance and magical resistance so remarkably high? Despite your seemingly soft and pudgy physique, it is surprisingly robust. Darkness replied. Well observed. Aoki covered her face, realizing that she should not have rewarded her. What is a source of humiliation and torment for others is, for her, a form of reward. Is there any particular skill that enhances the body? If you are willing to teach me, I would not mind having you join our team. Aoki suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Darkness exclaimed, yes, that's the very expression. She continued. While I have indeed honed my skills in physical enhancement, the primary reason lies within my unique bloodline, which grants me distinct advantages in this area. Darkness presented her adventurer card to Aoki, who scrutinized it closely, discovering a remarkable physical enhancement skill. The name, Destiny's Knight, physical enhancement, lacked any artistic flair. Darkness, could you impart this skill to me? If I learn it, will you allow me to join your party? Indeed. With Darkness's consent, their adventurer cards touched, and Aoki acquired the skill. However, he then turned his back, callously tossing Darkness's adventurer card back at her face. This heartless act was akin to discarding a tissue after a fleeting encounter, leaving her to tend to herself. Very well, Darkness, you have outlived your usefulness. You may leave. Darkness retorted, what a ruthless man. Turning your back like a scoundrel who deceives a woman and then walks away. Aoki, you are truly remarkable. Aoki's face darkened once more. No, this cannot continue. This woman is truly quite deranged. Calm down. Remain composed. Even the most twisted individuals possess their flaws. As long as one identifies the right weakness, anyone can be vanquished. What, then, is Darkness's weakness? She is a masochist. The usual means of humiliation serve only to please her. Therefore, would praise not yield an opposite effect? What was Darkness's original name again? Was it Dustiness Ford Lalatina? I recall that being mentioned in the original text. Aoki suddenly turned around and grasped Darkness's chin, bringing his handsome face closer to hers. Darkness, witnessing this, began to gasp heavily, fearing that Aoki was about to assault her or force a kiss. Such an exhilarating thought. At this moment, Aoki nearly lost his composure, striving to maintain his expression. Darkness, if I recall correctly, your original name was Latina, is it not? Such an adorable name, just like you, my dear. Aoki drew ever closer, sweet nothings spilling from his lips. Just as Yunyun stood up, ready to shout a protest against the burgeoning intimacy, Darkness let out a piercing scream, breaking free from Aoki's grasp and fleeing. Challenging me. Aoki disdainfully curled his lips, smoothing his long hair back with a hand laden with hairspray, sweeping it away from his forehead. Hanjin widened his eyes in astonishment. He had initially believed Aoki was destined to be ensnared by the perverse female knight. unable to extricate himself from her grasp. Yet, Aoki's maneuver was indeed impressive. It appeared that the masochistic pervert feared praise. He had learned. He had truly learned. But what did the foolish goddess fear? Was it the clever ones? What did the explosion-loving little girl dread? Was it the extinguishing of an explosion? Hanjin felt as though he had stumbled upon a broad avenue of enlightenment. Truly, Aoki effortlessly achieved what I could not. Aoki, having triumphed, has fortuitously acquired the body enhancement skills of darkness, simultaneously banishing her from his presence. At this moment, Aoki is filled with immense joy. The thrill of such an unearned advantage is truly exhilarating. Tonight, I shall treat everyone. Please do not hesitate. Thank you, dear Aoki Onaikin. The hairs on Qingmu's skin stood on end, and then he noticed Aqua approaching with a coy expression, eager to curry favor. Aoki raised a finger, declaring, at most, 1 bottle of premium sparkling wine. Aqua, in a fit of excitement, lunged toward Aoki, only to be deftly sidestepped, resulting in her falling onto the floor. That hurts. Why would you do this? Aoki, you're so mean. Ignoring Aqua's lamentations, Aoki retrieved the meal originally intended for darkness, determined to enjoy it while it was still warm. The following day, Luna arrived at the inn early, eagerly awaiting Aoki's arrival. Aoki opened the door and beheld Luna, who gasped in shock at the sight of his bare torso, swiftly covering her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers were somewhat wide. Well, if you wish to look, then feel free, he teased. If it were you, Luna, I would gladly offer a free view. And should you wish to go on a date with me, you might even touch. Luna scoffed and averted her gaze. Qingmu dressed himself and, under Luna's guidance, arrived at the southern edge of the town. It was a vast expanse of wild grassland and thickets, where constructing a house would incur considerable expenses. The costs of materials, transportation, and labor would far exceed the price of the land itself. Qingmu, are you certain you want this piece of land? The transportation is quite inconvenient. There is no water source, and the area is overgrown with weeds and shrubs. I am determined to acquire this land. The water source issue can be resolved. I can dig a small canal extending from the main river to here, or I could drill a well. I have detected underground water at about 100 meters below the surface. The transportation issue can also be addressed by constructing a road leading to the main thoroughfare. Luna's expression was one of perplexity, but overall, the combined cost would be significantly higher than purchasing land in a more favorable location. Aoki, this place is serene. I truly cherish this sense of tranquility. Money is not a concern. I merely seek a favorable environment. Luna refrains from pressing him further, for Aoki will need to hire laborers for his endeavors of river navigation, road construction, and housing, and as the introducer, she stands to earn a considerable sum. Aoki invested 2 million eras to acquire a parcel of land, and as soon as the deed was secured, he embarked on the construction of his abode. Eschewing the employment of laborers, he took it upon himself to master several gravity and earth spells, initiating the building process. First, he employed gravity magic to level the expanse of land, subsequently filling and compacting it further, while utilizing the earth excavated from the river to lay a solid foundation. With the aid of earth magic, he compressed the soil into sturdy walls, transforming them into rock walls, and solidifying the earthen columns into robust stone pillars. In less than a day, a magnificent 3-story edifice rose from the ground. In accordance with the architectural style of this realm, it boasted a fireplace, kitchen, bathroom, and a comprehensive heating and cooling system. Only the furnishings remained to be added. Aoki continued to employ earth magic to excavate soil and construct a dwelling, fashioning himself a forge for sword making. At this moment, a small, lively stream had already been redirected to the vicinity of the estate. Aoki opened his arms to embrace the sunlight. At this moment, please refer to me as the infrastructure enthusiast. Accepting the cup of water and towel that Yunyun handed over, Aoki wiped away his perspiration and then drained the glass completely. Thank you for your hard work, Yunyun, for accompanying me throughout the day. Yunyun tried her best to avert her gaze, avoiding the sight of Aoki's muscular upper body. At this moment, he was clad only in a tank top, his well-defined muscles gleaming under the sunlight. I merely assisted a little, no need for gratitude. Let us go for a meal. Once the estate is organized, we can prepare our own meals. Qingmu approached a robust black steed, gracefully mounted, and rode alongside Yunyun. Come, mount up. Let us venture to the Adventurers Guild for some delightful treats. Aoki grasped the hand that Yunyun extended, drawing her behind him, where she wrapped her arms firmly around his waist. With a tight embrace, they set forth. The black steed leaped into action, swiftly galloping towards the Adventurers Guild. Aoki purchased a warhorse in the equine market, which is said to have originally been designated for knights. This year, an excess of breeding has led to a surplus, resulting in some warhorses being permitted for allocation to the civilian market. Aoki expended a considerable sum to acquire this spirited steed, which proved to be quite unruly. It took Aoki a considerable amount of effort to tame it. In less than 10 minutes, he journeyed from the southern town to the Adventurers Guild. After tethering his warhorse nearby, he fed it a life coin before departing. The horse, not lacking in intelligence, recognized the value of the life coin. After gently patting its head, Aoki stepped into the Adventurers Guild. Hey, Aoki, Yunyun. Over here. Upon entering the guild, Aqua waved at them. Aoki, I heard you've purchased a plot of land to build your own house? Aqua approached with a mischievous grin, but Aoki pressed her face back gently. You better not have any ill intentions now that your house is almost complete. Aqua replied, how could I? A pure and kind goddess would never do such a thing. By the way, Aoki, I am the one who brought you to this world, am I not? Aoki nodded, saying indeed. I have also bestowed upon you an additional golden finger, have I not? Aoki continued to nod, indeed. Your life as an adventurer has improved considerably, hasn't it? Well, in light of my divine stature, could you possibly? I refuse. Why such a response, Aoki-sama? I haven't finished speaking yet. Please assist me. That recluse at home is utterly inept, and we are still residing in a stable. The stench in the stable is truly unbearable. Aoki, I refuse to be supported by charity. My family does not require a goddess, an entity that demands sustenance. Aoki, please do not impose such burdens upon me. I am quite capable of sustaining myself with 3 meals a day. Perhaps a fine bottle of sparkling wine would suffice. And then you could possess a noble and beautiful high priestess goddess. Aoki retracted his hand from Aqua's head, just as she thought he had changed his mind. Suddenly, he flicked her forehead with 2 fingers. Aqua fell backward, clutching her swollen head and wailing in agony. Kazuma, manage your teammate. She is attempting to defect. Such behavior should warrant harakiri in your world. Kazuma retorted, I actually wish she would leave the team. That would eliminate a burden. Aqua ceased her rolling on the ground and glared at Kazuma. You dare call me a burden, you lazy good-for-nothing. Kazuma advised, don't take it that way. Perhaps you should consider a different perspective. When Aqua is silent, she truly is a beautiful girl, is she not? Kazuma continued. What if I were to procure a bottle of poison to render her mute and present this silent bride to you? No, please, I cannot endure that. Aqua wailed even louder. You scoundrel Kazuma, how could you even contemplate poisoning me? Yunyun returned after placing her order, intending to mediate, but Aoki stopped her. There is no need to intervene. This is merely a way for them to bond within their team. Fighting is affection, and insults are love. Yunyun hesitated. Is it truly like that? Well said, Darkness exclaimed, and upon hearing her voice, Aoki recognized the perverse knight. Darkness was thrilled, affirming her choice of Aoki was indeed correct. What kind of twisted mindset equates interactions between men and women as fighting being affection and insults being love? Today, having discovered that Sato Kazuma, who enjoys using thievery skills to steal women's undergarments, is also a pervert, Darkness was conflicted about whether to join Aoki's team or Kazuma's. However, upon hearing Aoki espouse such perverse ideologies, Darkness resolved to side with Aoki. To regard domestic violence as a form of affection is indeed a level of perversion that Aoki embodies, while being exposed in public is an embarrassing and stimulating affair. Aoki possesses a clear guiding philosophy. Darkness understood the distinction between a feast and a mere meal. Grasping Aoki's shoulders, she implored, Aoki, let me join your team. Let us also embrace the notion that fighting is affection and insults are love. Just imagining it is exhilarating. I initially thought Sato Kazuma was sufficiently perverse. But compared to you, he pales in comparison. This is simply marvelous. Aoki's countenance darkened, for the dialectics of materialism hold true. Every truth possesses its own boundaries. The adage to strike is affection, to scold is love is ill-suited for this context. Heaven knows how Darkness has twisted this phrase in her mind. Cluttered as it is with yellowed debris. Remain calm. Remain composed. Engaging with the masochistic female knight calls for neither verbal derision nor physical reprimand, for such actions would be perceived as rewards in her eyes. Instead, one must extol her virtues and shower her with praise. Aoki embraced Darkness with one arm around her waist, while his other hand gently grasped her chin. The silver light shimmering in Aoki's eyes rendered him even more enchanting. Aoki gently addressed Darkness with a softer tone, saying, Lalatina, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Darkness's expression suddenly contorted as she responded, How could you? You should strike me, scold me. Yes. You ought to pour the juice from the table onto my face and berate me for being a perverted knight. Aoki, how could this be? How could I ever treat you this way, the beautiful Miss Lalatina? Darkness, do not call me Lalatina. Do not speak so tenderly. Lalatina. No calling. Lalatina. Lalatina. Darkness broke free from Aoki's grasp and swiftly turned to flee. Aoki, compete with me. Go home and practice for a few more years. Sato Kazuma, with a face full of admiration, extended his thumbs in approval. Yunyun's face turned crimson, lost in her thoughts. Noticing the lack of entertainment, Aqua swayed her long white legs while waiting for the dishes to be served. Hey, Aoki, I learned a very practical skill today, Sato Kazuma said, leaning in conspiratorially toward Aoki, only to be immediately exposed by Aqua. Isn't it just a skill for stealing girls' panties? Yunyun, now alert, inquired, stealing girls' panties? As she sensed Yunyun's gaze shifting from curiosity to suspicion and disdain, Sato Kazuma began to fidget. Aqua, you mustn't say such things. Aoki, I have acquired the skill of theft, yet due to its non-specific spatial displacement, I did not pay much attention to it. Has Makoto truly developed a targeted form of thievery, specifically designed to discreetly remove girls' undergarments? Aoki wore a teasing expression, fully aware of the true circumstances. The reality was that Sato Kazuma lacked the ability to extend his magical prowess. However, it was rather peculiar that when Sato Kazuma employed his thieving skills on women, he could only pilfer their undergarments. This seemed to be a deliberate jest by the author. Much like the notion that Kazuma would not attain his first romantic conquest if the author remained a virgin. What then, one might ponder, was Aoki's thieving ability? Kazuma sincerely hoped that Aoki shared a similar plight. After all, today that fellow heiress was spreading rumors that Kazuma's reputation had been irreparably tarnished. It would be splendid if someone else could share in his misfortunes and endure the trials together. It was quite normal, nothing particularly out of the ordinary. Kazuma decided to use his skill on Aqua to see if he could steal something of value. Thus, Aoki directed his thieving ability towards Kazuma. Aoki sensed that Kazuma harbored ill intentions, so he decisively employed his thieving skills against him. Kazuma's treasured sword materialized in Aoki's grasp, and with a sense of disappointment, Kazuma accepted the short sword that Aoki proffered. Aoki believed he would not be as peculiar as Maki, and thus he turned his head to gaze at Yunyun. Sensing Aoki's gaze, Yunyun shook her head, stating, "Although you are quite handsome, I have no desire to cooperate unless you insist." Aoki cast a glance at Aqua and Weiwei, both of whom resolutely shook their heads. The past experiences served as a cautionary tale, akin to the shadows cast by a bow on a cup, invoking unwarranted fears. Aoki turned his gaze towards Luna, believing she would likely acquiesce to assist him in validating his thieving skills. "Luna, may I request your assistance?" Luna responded with a professional fake smile. "What kind of assistance?" "I seek to validate my thieving skills, and I wish to." "No, you do not wish to." "All right, thievery it is." In a flash of light, Aoki felt as though he were grasping a warm, circular fabric, thankfully not a pair of undergarments. "However, Luna, why do you appear somewhat menacing?" Luna's face flushed crimson as she snatched the circular fabric from him and slapped it across Aoki's face before turning to leave. "Damn you. Author, you have led me into a trap. If you dare to grant me a cursed aura of thievery, once I break through the magnetic field with the force of 1,000,000 horses, I shall shatter your skull." "No, it must be an accident." For thieving skills inherently involve unpredictable spatial translocation. The act of stealing anything is always a possibility. It is still inadvisable to experiment with women. Such endeavors are prone to mishaps. Aoki returned to his seat, and Sato Kazuma was brimming with excitement. He clearly saw the circular fabric in Aoki's hand. It was a death notice. To his astonishment, Aoki, the man with thick brows and large eyes, turned out to be on the same side as him. "While I conquered 3 routes, you ascended 3 as well. Truly, my dear brother Aoki, you live up to your reputation." Aoki disregarded the situation and genuinely complimented. Casting his gaze upon Yunyun, Aqua, and Weiwei, he noticed that all 3 were covering themselves, their faces etched with fear as they looked at him. While it was understandable for Yunyun and Aqua to react that way, Weiwei, the petite flat-chested girl, what was she concealing? She had nothing to hide. In every conceivable sense. Furious, Weiwei exclaimed, "Aoki, you perverted fiend who revels in stripping women, how dare you say such things? I will unleash my invincible explosion magic to obliterate you, scoundrel. I witnessed you using your thieving skills to undress Luna. You are just as depraved as Kazuma." Yunyun seized Weiwei, preventing her from grasping her wand. "Come down. Come down. We are in the Adventurers Guild. You cannot use explosion magic here." Their commotion drew the attention of other adventurers, who began to murmur among themselves, realizing that yet another pervert had emerged, akin to Kazuma. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, "Today we have encountered a pervert who delights in using thieving skills to strip women's undergarments, and now we have Aoki, who enjoys undressing women as well. How terrifying. It seems that perverts attract other perverts." Aoki's expression gradually darkened, regretting his decision to dine at the Adventurers Guild. He realized that the kitchen needed to be completed as soon as possible, otherwise, it would be an endless cycle of frustration. Well, never mind. Let this absurd world meet its demise. In the following days, Aoki devoted himself to crafting his own sanctuary, as it would be his long-term residence. Meanwhile, Yunyun went off to strengthen her bond with Weiwei, while Darkness, having learned of Aoki's whereabouts, persistently visited him each day without fail, becoming a source of annoyance. Aoki, overwhelmed with exasperation, exclaimed, "I have had my fill of the tiresome formalities. No longer will I resort to insincere flattery to drive you away. I shall simply break your legs, rendering you bedridden for a fortnight, so you will cease to bother me." Darkness, wielding a training wooden sword, panted heavily, his face flushed. "Are you blushing like a teapot?" Aoki brandished a wooden sword, performing a flourish with the tip directed towards Darkness. Darkness remarked, "You know, it's perfectly acceptable if you wish to praise me. I've already discerned your intent. Your compliments are a calculated strike aimed at my vulnerabilities. To be attacked at my weaknesses is quite exhilarating. What an intriguing method of humiliation." Aoki gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Indeed, I have noticed as well. You, shameless and perverse Nidus. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be a ruthless man." Aoki thrust his sword toward Darkness's abdomen. Darkness stood firm, not flinching or evading, and was directly pierced, saliva spilling forth. How painful. How exhilarating. What kind of swordsmanship is this? That force is capable of penetrating deep within me, agonizing my nerves. It feels utterly delightful. To strike is to convey emotion, Aoki. I can feel your fervent passion. With veins bulging, Aoki raised his sword and struck downwards towards Darkness. Perish, you twisted female knight. Darkness feigned a defense, raising her sword to block. Yet Aoki could distinctly sense that she was not exerting her full strength. Despite possessing far superior power, she pretended to be overwhelmed, kneeling beneath the weight of the long sword. Come on, Aoki, insults are a form of affection, and you're doing splendidly. Darkness exclaimed with fervor. Aoki delivered a powerful kick, sending the half-kneeling Darkness soaring through the air, sliding several meters upon impact with the ground. What a brutal strike. I am utterly exhilarated. A brutal kick, you say? What is so brutal about it? Just look at your vigorous demeanor. Aoki seized Darkness by the foot and hurled him against the wall of the training room. Upon landing, Darkness rose and scathed. Aoki, even if you beat me to a pulp, I shall not yield. Even if you imprison me in a basement, chain me up, whip me, and strip me bare. Silence, you brute. Ultimately, Aoki shattered 5 wooden swords, panting heavily, yet he failed to inflict any significant harm upon Darkness. Damn it. Aoki forcefully hurled the broken sword to the ground and turned away. After such vigorous exertion, he felt a pang of hunger. To humiliate me so ruthlessly and then nonchalantly walk away. What a heartless man. Yet, this man is truly remarkable. Darkness, with her rear end raised against the ground, exhibited a peculiar flush upon her face. Aoki chewed on the roasted thigh of a colossal frog, enveloped in a profound sense of bewilderment. He had initially believed that by employing his gentle and charming demeanor, he could coax Darkness into a graceful retreat. However, after 3 attempts, Darkness saw through his stratagem. Now, she perceived Aoki's actions as an assault on her vulnerabilities, and since it was indeed an attack, she was more than willing to endure it. Today, she boldly tore down the facade, delivering a fierce blow that, surprisingly, failed to breach even her defenses. Is there truly a man capable of overcoming her fortifications? Even if some man were to marry her, he would likely seek solace in the arms of another woman to satisfy his physical desires. Qingmu's life has taken on a simplicity, revolving around the renovation of his home, indulging in darkness, dining, cultivating, and resting, in a continuous cycle. It was not until the house was completely furnished that Qingmu concluded this routine. With the home now established, he could prepare for his next journey into another world for further training. The energy continues to accumulate, with the current remaining instances of traversal standing at 3. Confirming the initiation of the portal, the transfer begins. Aoki felt as though he had been struck on the back of his head. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a stream. The transmission was complete. Commander, you are free to explore this world at your leisure. May your adventures be delightful. Young man, how did you come to be here? Aoki turned and regarded the source of the sound. Before him stood a middle-aged gentleman, clad in a pristine white suit, wielding a cane and adorned with a bowler hat. At last, he had encountered someone whose demeanor was equally formidable. The man exuded an aura of righteousness, truly enviable. After all, the nameless teacher had once told him that he possessed neither the spirit of a hero nor the essence of heroism. Though reluctant to accept this truth, he acknowledged his lack of both attributes. Righteousness, akin to heroism, represents a unique quality, an elusive energy that resonates within the heart. I must have been struck by a hammer, as the pain at the back of my head persists. My name is Aoki. May I inquire your esteemed name? William A. Zepelli, but you may call me Zepelli. As their powerful hands clasped, Aoki felt the palpable essence of righteousness emanating from him, so radiant, pure, and utterly captivating. The body of Aoki was also stimulated, awakening a unique aura within him, an essence that was both righteous and wicked, embodying a lively and spirited demeanor. Kabalin understood intuitively that this enigmatic young man before him harbored a golden spirit, albeit slightly misaligned due to certain circumstances. However, there was no concern. With a gentle nudge, he could guide him back to the righteous path. Aoki, would you be interested in learning Ripple? Though phrased as a question, Kabalin suddenly adjusted his breathing. Golden lightning flickered around Kabalin's body as he delivered a powerful punch to Aoki's chest. Aoki stood firm and unflinching, fully aware that Kabalin harbored no ill intentions towards him. Kabalin's fist struck with considerable force, delivering a blow that indentured Aoki's abdomen, as golden lightning surged into his very being. Aoki felt as though the air in his lungs had been forcefully expelled by that singular blow, his breathing rhythm now compelled into a peculiar pattern. Aoki recognized this breathing technique as the ripple breathing method. He harmonized the 5 organs and 5 chi body refinement technique, ensuring that it did not disrupt the rhythmic flow of the ripple breathing method. In a mere 10 seconds, the ripples coursed throughout his body, and Aoki felt every cell within him awaken. The dormant life force surged forth like a torrential mountain flood, manifesting as a multitude of golden lightning bolts on Aoki's skin. Oh my! Exclaimed Kabalin, astonished. What astonishing vitality! What immense ripples! Yet, this was merely the beginning. With mastery of the ripple breathing, Aoki could manipulate these ripples to activate the latent potential of his physical form. The golden radiance gradually enveloped Aoki's obsidian pupils as golden ripples converged into his flesh, causing his muscles to swell progressively. Oh my! Aoki stood tall, his back straight and fists clenched, his chest wide open, the fabric of his shirt torn and tattered. Strong and powerful. Indeed, strong and powerful. This masculine and fervent sensation made me feel invincible. The aura surrounding Aoki began to undergo a transformation. The previously dominant malevolent energy, which had occupied 1/3 of his essence, was being increasingly subdued by the righteous energy, diminishing in proportion. Observing this change in Aoki's demeanor, Zepelli nodded in satisfaction. Successfully guiding a young soul onto the righteous path made his efforts in imparting the ripple breathing technique worthwhile. He firmly believed that this technique would steer Aoki towards a life of virtue. However, the ripple breathing technique alone was insufficient. Aoki also required the mentorship of a guide and the companionship of a friend to nurture his growth. Aoki, I trust you have begun to sense the power of the ripple, the force of breath, the vitality of life, the energy of the sun. This power is inherently destined to vanquish evil. Aoki, I invite you to join me on this journey to eradicate the nefarious vampires. After a moment of contemplation, Aoki grasped the outstretched hand of Zepelli. Thus, Aoki joined Zepelli's ranks. As they journeyed together, Aoki gradually came to understand Zepelli's past. Hailing from an Italian lineage, Zepelli's father was a scholar. In his youth, filled with insatiable curiosity about the world, Zepelli joined his father's archaeological team and traversed the globe. During an excavation of Aztec ruins, Zepelli inadvertently unearthed a stone demon mask. On their return home, a mishap led a fellow team member to don the mask, unleashing its malevolent power. This individual transformed into a vampire, succumbing to an insatiable thirst for blood, brutally decapitating friends and tearing their bodies asunder. The archaeological team, comprising 58 crew members, met a grim fate. In a desperate bid for survival, Zepelli plunged into the sea, only to find the vampire in relentless pursuit. Just as Zepelli was on the brink of death, the sun rose, incinerating the vampire into ash. Tragically, this vampire was none other than the captain of the archaeological team, Zepelli's father. A phantom vessel carrying the stone mask drifted aimlessly, leaving Zepelli terrified and unwilling to pursue it. After several days adrift, he was rescued by a fishing boat. Ever since, Zepelli harbored fears that the demon mask would unleash further calamity, prompting him to seek means to counter its powers. Ripple was the technique he discovered. Under the tutelage of monks in Tibet, Zepelli mastered the breathing technique known as ripple. Following a prophetic revelation from his mentor, he departed the temple to investigate the demon mask. This quest led him to the decaying nation, where it was rumored that the demon mask had fallen into the hands of the Joestar family. Now, they set forth to reclaim the mask and obliterate its dark influence. Uncle Zepelli, why not ride horses? It would be much faster. Because I am out of money. I am not short on funds. At this moment, Aoki donned attire befitting the current era, combat boots, suspenders, and a crisp white shirt. During his time mining in the world of Sush, Aoki had unearthed a substantial amount of gold nuggets. He located a bank where he exchanged the gold for a considerable sum of currency, enabling him to procure 2 fine steeds. The pair hastened toward the home of the Joestars. Aoki, from where did you acquire such a large piece of gold? From the 4th-dimensional chrysanthemum. What on earth is that? The pure-hearted Uncle Zepelli struggled to comprehend the internet's absurdities of the 21st century, yet it did not hinder his astonishment. The remarkable Aoki, with his presence, assuredly promised a smoother journey ahead. Zepelli felt a renewed sense of gratitude for his earlier decision. When this young man had suddenly appeared before him, he had been filled with uncertainty, but he sensed it was fate's guiding hand. Initially, he intended only to steer a potentially wayward youth toward righteousness, yet he was pleasantly surprised by how swiftly Aoki had come to his aid. Aoki possesses immense potential. Even after merely mastering the power of the ripple, he has already surpassed himself. The intensity of that radiant sunlight is truly awe-inspiring, even to him. However, his proficiency in employing the ripple techniques still pales in comparison to my own. Zepelli mused inwardly. Aoki, you have much to learn. I shall cultivate you into an exceptional warrior, and together we shall stand against evil. I am Jonathan Joestar, the sole heir of the Joestar lineage. My father, Sir Joestar, remains by my side, while my mother tragically perished in a car accident many years ago. During my childhood, a golden-haired boy arrived at our home, of similar age to me. This boy's name was Dio Brando. According to my father, this golden-haired child was the offspring of Dario Brando, the savior of our family. Had it not been for Dario Brando's timely intervention, we would have all perished in that fateful accident. From this day forth, Dio is my adopted brother. Such was my father's declaration. Initially, Dio left a rather unfavorable impression on me. On our very first meeting, he struck my dog and twisted my ear. In time, he even spoke ill of me among our peers and resorted to underhanded tactics during our boxing matches. I have long suspected that he was responsible for my dog's demise. Yet he possesses an alibi. Dio also stole Alina's first kiss, which ignited a fierce confrontation between us. In a manner befitting man, I struck him until he wept. From that moment, our relationship began to improve, as Dio's demeanor transformed. He became amiable, courteous, and respectful toward my father. Yet, this was merely a facade. My father fell ill, and it soon became evident that he had been poisoned. The perpetrator was none other than Dio. Had I not stumbled upon letters from Dario Brando, dispatched 7 years prior, I would never have harbored doubts about Dio Brando. The letters revealed that Dario was afflicted with a strange ailment, one from which he would not long survive. The symptoms, chest pain, swollen fingers, and persistent coughing mirrored my father's condition perfectly. While Dio was the one responsible for delivering his medication each day, I witnessed him switch the medicine, and after confronting Dio, I resolved to seek evidence. After arranging for protection for my father, I personally embarked on this investigation. Now, armed with evidence and accompanied by the police, I stand ready. The night is stormy, and the thunder rumbles. At the Joestar estate, I finally confront Dio. I have uncovered irrefutable proof of your wicked conspiracy. Jonathan lit the candlestick in his hand, casting a yellow glow upon his face. After enduring trials on Corpse Street, Jonathan's aura had grown increasingly formidable. His determination to protect his family imbued him with unwavering resolve. As flashes of lightning illuminated one side of his face, leaving the other shrouded in darkness, Dio trembled within. Had this man truly become so terrifying? Was I cornered at last? Yet I refused to flee. I returned solely to duel you, Jojo. Jonathan declared. I have acquired the antidote and have already administered it to my father. Dio, my heart is heavy. We grew up as brothers. Yet I must now turn you over to the authorities. This pains me deeply. Dio, you may find it hard to believe, but I speak from the depths of my heart. No, I believe. Dio thought to himself. Were these words spoken by anyone else, he would dismiss them as insincere. But Jojo, he knew too well this adversary he had grown up with. Jojo was a true gentleman, exuding a gentleness that was almost nauseating. Jonathan's very essence stood in stark contrast to his own, a fact that disgusted him, much like a frog relieving itself upon his shoe. Jonathan placed the candlestick upon the table, his tone gentle, as the atmosphere gradually softened. Dio took a seat. Dio remarked, your gentleness is indeed characteristic of you. Jojo, I know this is selfish, but I have a request, just this once. Dio's face bore the marks of regret as he pressed a hand to his chest. Could you grant me a moment? A chance to surrender to the police. Dio adjusted the bandage around his neck, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Observing Dio's pitiable state, Jonathan was taken aback. He had expected Dio to lash out like a cornered beast, yet Dio's behavior surprised him. Dio was actually willing to admit his guilt and sought to turn himself in. Seeing Jonathan's astonishment and hesitation, Dio pressed on. I lament my past life. Growing up in poverty, I succumbed to trivial ambitions. I poisoned the very ones who nurtured me, seeking to usurp your fortune. Thus, I returned to confess, as evidence of my remorse. If I had wished to escape, I would have fled abroad long ago. Tears streamed down Dio's face, his words logical and compelling, seemingly filled with genuine contrition. Jonathan hesitated. Indeed, it does seem so. Dio slipped his hand beneath the bandage, seizing a dagger. At last, Jonathan, you have let your guard down. I shall plunge this dagger into your throat. Dio declared, I wish to atone for my sins. Jojo, Dio. Jonathan leaned forward, reaching out to Dio, while Dio prepared to strike with lethal intent. Mr. Joestar, be cautious. The voice of Speedwagon echoed from behind them, illuminating the darkness with a match that revealed his face. Do not trust this man. Dio seethed with rage. He was so close to victory. He had hoped to confront Jonathan directly, yet the vampire's intervention had left him unable to unleash his full power. Now, he was forced to resort to cunning to find an opportunity to strike. However, this scar-faced man had thwarted his plans. Speedwagon discarded the match, observing Dio's expression of confusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the meddlesome Speedwagon. Concerned for Mr. Joestar, I followed him from the streets of London. Mr. Joestar, I admire your good-natured spirit. So let me share a revelation. Having lived my life in those dark alleys, I have encountered many nefarious individuals. Thus, I can discern the essence of a person by their scent. This man reeks with a stench more repulsive than vomit. Speedwagon kicked the candlestick from the table, sending it hurtling toward Dio. Dio tilted his head to avoid the flying candlestick, managing to regain his composure after the disruption of his plans. I have never encountered such malevolence. Is it truly the environment that breeds wickedness? No. Dio Brando is inherently evil, a born miscreant. St. Peter Vagan pointed towards Dio Brando, who sat expressionless in a chair, one hand gripping the armrest. Lightning flickered through the window, casting alternating shadows across Dio's face. St. Peter Vagan approached a curtain, pulling forth a frail, diminutive oriental man. You should remember this face, he exclaimed, tossing the small figure before Dio. Upon seeing this silhouette, Dio's heart raced. Yet he maintained an outward calm. He recognized the man as the one who had supplied him with poison, enabling him to kill his own father, and who continued to provide him with poison to harm Jojo's father, Sir Joestar. The capture of the Oriental man signified the unraveling of his schemes. He could no longer deceive Jojo with words, nor could he strike with stealth or deliver a fatal blow. Jonathan declared, "This Oriental man has confessed. He was the one who sold you the poison." Dio clenched his teeth, realizing he had lost the opportunity to eliminate Jojo and that his hopes of usurping the Joestar family's legacy were utterly dashed. "I heard everything you said." A familiar voice resounded as the door swung open, revealing Sir Joestar accompanied by police and the sheriff. "What a pity. Dio, I have invested in you the same love and expectations I have for my own son." Dio found himself unable to refute this. Sir Joestar had indeed treated him as a son. Jojo received the same treatment, despite the fact that Dio was merely an adopted child, devoid of Joestar blood. Sir Joestar was a true gentleman, gentle, kind, just, and brave, just like Jojo, so repulsively similar. Now, both father and son stood before him, akin to two toads defiling his shoes. Dio's eyes widened in fury, his teeth gritted. With so many hands against him, was defeat inevitable? "No, I have not lost yet." Jonathan, witnessing his father's frail state, rushed to support him. "Father, you still need to rest." Sir Joestar indeed felt unwell, perhaps unwilling to witness his adopted son apprehended. "I shall return to rest. Jojo, I leave the rest to you. I cannot bear to see my son arrested." Jonathan nodded in understanding. Dio, maintaining a calm demeanor, rose from his chair. "It appears I am utterly finished," he stated, walking toward Jojo. Jonathan approached Dio, their gazes locking. Dio seemingly surrendered to fate. "Jojo, I wish for you to personally place the handcuffs on me." In response to his friend's request, Jonathan acquiesced. "Jojo, humanity ultimately has its limits. From my brief existence, I have gleaned a singular truth. The more one schemes, the more likely those schemes will falter due to unforeseen circumstances. One must transcend humanity." Jonathan, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? What are you saying? I shall no longer be human." "Jojo." Dio's expression turned frenzied as he finally revealed the stone mask concealed within the bandages. Jonathan's gaze was drawn to the vampire mask, which had previously lain undisturbed in his desk drawer, now seized by Dio. "Why is the stone mask here?" "Danger!" shouted St. Peter Vagan. "Sheriff, shoot him." Yet Jonathan and Dio were too close, preventing the officers from firing recklessly. In a moment of distraction, Dio drew a dagger with his other hand. "I shall surpass humanity. Jojo, with your blood." Jonathan, caught off guard, had no time to evade the blade. Sir Joestar lunged in front of Jonathan, shielding him with his back against the stab. Blood splattered onto Dio's hands as he relinquished the dagger, donning the mask, and smearing the blood across its surface. The mask activated, sharp stone spikes erupted, piercing into Dio's head. The stone mask had the power to transform humans into vampires, requiring blood to awaken its potential. A flash of crimson light surged from the mask's eyes, but before Dio could complete his transformation, he was riddled with bullets. Dio staggered back, crashing through the window and collapsing to the ground, his head tilted at an unnatural angle, seemingly lifeless. "Father, Sir Joestar, Mr. Joestar." Sir Joestar struggled to lift his arm towards Jonathan's face. "Do not harbor hatred for Dio. You are my son, and I have been too stringent with you. Perhaps, from Dio's perspective, it seems rather unfair. This is my fault. Bury Dio beside Mr. Brando. No, beside me." For Dio has long harbored resentment towards his biological father, hence his actions. "Father, hold on. The doctor is coming soon." "Jojo, to die in my son's embrace is a profound fulfillment." Sir Joestar's arm fell limply, his eyes closing. "Father." Tears streamed down Jonathan's face as he was engulfed in sorrow. The sheriff lamented, "It is my fault. 7 years ago, I should have exiled Dario Brando to a deserted island, or none of this would have transpired." Sir Joestar recognized that his erstwhile savior, Dario Brando, was a despicable thief who had stolen his engagement ring for profit. "I should have firmly advised Sir Joestar against forgiving that wretched thief, despite knowing of Dario's vile deeds." Sir Joestar had still taken Dio Brando in. The sheriff clutched his head, filled with remorse. Sir Joestar was a gentleman, a true paragon of kindness. He had once bestowed grace upon the sheriff. He should have directly banished Dario Brando and returned the ring to Sir Joestar, rather than summon him to the police station for confirmation. Sir Joestar's kindness had led him to not only forgive Dario's thievery, but also to offer him the ring, allowing him to pawn it for money. How could such a good man perish? Why must it be so? When one dies, nothing remains. St. Peter Vagan interjected, "Not so. The spirit of this father has been impeccably inherited by his son, Jonathan Joestar. That will become his unwavering will, indomitable glory, and a luminous future. Normally, I detest those who weep at the slightest provocation, yet this father and son were different. They bore no regrets for their actions. They were the finest of noble souls." Wiping away a tear, St. Peter Vagan approached the window, unable to witness the heartbreaking farewell of the father and son. However, upon reaching the edge of the window, he discovered only the stone mask remaining. Dio's body vanished. St. Peter Vagan, sharp-witted, sensed danger and swiftly retreated from the window. As he withdrew, he shouted, "Sheriff, stay away from the window." Since the sheriff investigated the death of Dio, he had remained by the window, still perplexed by the events. Just as he turned to respond to Peter Wagon's reminder, He felt the sharp claws pierce the back of his head, severing the upper portion of his skull. Blood gushed forth as the sheriff's body collapsed to the ground, startling everyone present. Dio had resurrected, hovering above the window, stealthily ambushing and decapitating the sheriff. After killing the sheriff, Dio entered the room, revealing his sharp fangs. How could he survive so many gunshots? Beware, he must be armed. He is approaching us. What are you waiting for? Shoot. The captain of the officers, maintaining his composure, quickly ordered to open fire. Yet, the other officers were paralyzed by the sight of Dio's resurrection, too terrified to pull the trigger. What was this resurrection? Certainly not human. A demon. A devil. Jonathan seized the firearm from the dazed officer, aiming his revolver at Dio. Dio, stop. Dio advanced steadily towards Jonathan, unflinching. Bang. A bullet pierced through Dio's skull, shattering the glass behind him. However, it was not Jonathan who fired the shot. It was Peter Wagon. Dio paused momentarily, blood flowing from the wound. Yet he continued towards Jonathan, nonchalantly touching the bullet hole and licking the blood. A crimson gleam emanated from Dio's eyes, instilling fear in everyone, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Even Jonathan found himself shivering. Everything was beyond comprehension. Peter Wagon exclaimed, "Why can't he die? His head has been blown apart. I cannot fathom. What is happening now? I simply cannot comprehend." Peter gazed at the revolver in his hand and then at Dio, his pupils quivering. "Jojo, from the blood of the stone mask and your father, I have gained immense power." Dio leaped, seizing an officer and plunging his fingers into the officer's skull. The officer rapidly withered, while Dio's wounds healed at an astonishing rate. He carelessly tossed the desiccated corpse, shattering the remaining officers. Peter was struck by the broken body, his arm fracturing instantly, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse. Yet he urged his companions, "Mr. Joestar, run. He is a monster. Flee." Such a bloody scene would make even the bravest, like Jonathan, tremble. Jonathan glanced at his father's lifeless body, then at the remaining Peter Wagon, his gaze growing resolute. He approached the knight's armor and retrieved a spear forged of steel. Dio, not obstructing Jonathan's actions, laughed maniacally. Weak. Weak. So terribly weak. But Dio had transcended humanity. Effortlessly snapping the spear, the shards piercing Jonathan's shoulder. The two passed each other, Dio turning his back to Jonathan. "Jojo, allow me to savor this powerful strength a little longer, for I do not yet know how strong it truly is." Dio turned, only to find emptiness. Jojo, who never indulged in trickery, was now resorting to such tedious tactics. "Hiding, are we? I warned you, Jojo, the more you play tricks, the more you will realize humanity has its limits." Dio detected the scent of Jojo's blood. After becoming a vampire, his senses had heightened beyond the ordinary. He was acutely sensitive to the smell of blood. "Stop struggling in despair. Stop cowering behind the curtains. Come out." Dio strode to the door and yanked the curtains aside, only to be met with a torrent of flaming oil. The searing flames engulfed Dio, causing him to scream in agony. This was not a scheme, it was bravery. The fire ignited the room, and as the flames spread, the Joestar manor would soon be reduced to ashes. Aoki and Kabalin arrived at an inn to take lodging. Aoki initially intended to head directly to Joestar's residence in order to swiftly obliterate the stone ghost mask. However, Kabalin dismissed Aoki's proposal. Kabalin deemed it exceedingly impolite to disturb others in the dead of night and suggested that they postpone their visit until the following day. Aoki glanced outside the window and noticed a distant glow of fire. "Uncle Zepelli, is that direction towards the Joestar residence?" Zepelli approached the window for a closer look. "It appears so." Without hesitation, Zepelli leaped from the window, mounted his horse, and galloped towards the source of the flames. Upon witnessing this, Aoki promptly leapt from the window and mounted his horse, pursuing Kabalin. By the time they arrived, a conflagration had engulfed the entire Joestad mansion. Detection. He had intended to employ the magic learned from the Susen world, only to find it utterly unresponsive. What is happening? Why can't I utilize magic? Illumination spell. Still ineffective. Blasted. What a farce. A small hint from OS. The magic from the Susen world is incompatible with this realm. Never mind. I shall resort to the most primal method of perception. Aoki focused his mind and attuned himself to the surrounding energies, discovering 3 distinct presences within the flame-enshrouded mansion. One aura was robust, towering several times above that of an ordinary human. Another emanated a sinister essence, equally magnified in strength. It appeared that these two were engaged in combat, likely Jojo and Dio. The third presence was faint, teetering on the brink of death. It must be Sir Joestar. I shall prioritize rescuing the one in peril. Uncle Zepelli, there are 3 individuals in the room. 2 are battling atop the roof, one exuding malevolence, while the other is in a critical state. I will proceed to save the endangered soul. Please provide support for me. A golden lightning flickered around Aoki, instantly surging into the grand mansion, where flames and smoke enveloped the interior. Through a miraculous sense, Aoki discovered Sir Joestar lying on the ground. He swiftly lifted Sir Joestar and dashed out of the mansion. However, he failed to notice Uncle Zepelli, who, in Aoki's heightened perception, seemed to have ascended to the rooftop. Healing art. The light in Aoki's hands flickered and vanished, and the healing spell could not be successfully cast. Alas, Aoki regulated his breathing, and a golden lightning aura emerged as he placed a hand upon the body of Sir Joestar, infusing him with golden ripples. The unreserved transmission of energy swiftly revitalized the near-lifeless form. Sir Joestar's wounds healed rapidly, and his heart resumed its rhythmic beating. Fortunately, there was no cerebral death. Had that occurred, there would have been no recourse. Observing the restoration of Sir Joestar's vital signs, Aoki exhaled in relief. Noticing the anxious Peter Wagon, who was fixated on the ceiling, Aoki called out, "Come here and assist with Sir Joestar. He has been revived." Startled by Aoki's words, Peter Wagon turned to Sir Joestar and immediately rushed over, placing his hand on Sir Joestar's heart to check the pulse, and he was filled with joy. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to Jonathan, who was still battling the monster in the burning house, instilling a sense of dread within him. Jonathan is still inside, grappling with Dio. "It is all my fault for being so ineffectual. I am merely a burden, unable to aid Mr. Jonathan." When Jonathan chose to confront Dio in a life-and-death struggle, he had cast Peter Wagon out. Subsequently, Peter Wagon was propelled through the door by an explosion, colliding with the stone fountain, and took quite some time to recover. By the time he intended to re-enter the mansion to assist, the flames had grown too fierce, rendering it impossible for him to approach. Aoki disregarded his self-pity and turned to gaze at the ceiling. Aoki vaguely sensed that Uncle Chamberlain and Jonathan were collaborating to besiege Dio. The flames grew increasingly intense, disrupting his ability to perceive their auras. The fate of the Joestar family was to support Dio's ascension to heaven. If Dio could be slain at this moment, would it not bring an end to the Joestar family's tragic destiny? It was worth a try. Aoki dashed towards the stone wall of the mansion, executing several wall kicks before propelling himself onto the rooftop. With a battle axe kick, Aoki's thigh swung like a battle axe towards Dio, with the ripple of lightning entwined around it. Startled, Dio evaded the combined assault of Chibalin and Jojo, raising his hand to block Aoki's strike. Damn it, another one has appeared. Dio was forcefully struck into the rooftop, one of his arms seared and melted by the ripple. Fiery flames erupted from the breach, forcing the three back. Chibalin exclaimed, "Well done, Aoki. The flames will incinerate this vampire." Aoki shook his head. Dio's visage, coupled with the three moles adorning his ears, symbolized an extraordinary fortune. Indeed, Dio was a person of remarkable luck, nearly impossible to extinguish. Until he had traversed the script of fate laid out for him, he would find it exceedingly difficult to meet his demise, as unforeseen circumstances would invariably arise. However, human agency plays a crucial role. We descended the stairs, encircling the grand mansion to prevent Dio from making an escape. Uncle Zepelli first tended to Jojo's wounds, then prepared for battle. Both Zepelli and Jojo nodded in mutual agreement. Zepelli grasped Jojo's shoulder and leapt down to the ground. Once Jojo steadied himself, Zepelli struck him fiercely in the abdomen, his fists sinking deep within. Indeed, he aimed to expel every last breath from Jojo's lungs, leaving not a single drop of air behind. Jonathan could not fathom why his erstwhile comrade, who had just fought alongside him, would suddenly turn to attack. Spider-Vasion, taken aback, drew his revolver and aimed it at Zepelli, only to be intercepted by Aoki, who seized his arm and disarmed him. Aoki infused his fist with a wave-like energy, targeting the abdomen of Peter Wagon. Having been drenched in rain, I shall tear apart another's umbrella. His fist penetrated Peter Wagon's core, and Aoki swiftly retracted his arm, expelling every last breath from his lungs. "Oh!" Peter Wagon knelt upon the ground, anguish etched upon his face as Aoki tossed a handgun before him. Zepelli observed Aoki's actions, furrowing his brow, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. "Uncle Zepelli, I shall guard the rear wall. Once they have recovered, let them secure the other two sides." Upon receiving a nod from Uncle Zepelli, Aoki departed with haste. Jonathan and Peter Wagon rose, feeling the muscles in their injured areas undulating, their wounds mending rapidly. Jonathan remarked, "All injuries have healed. What a miraculous fist." Peter Wagon added, "Aside from a slight discomfort, everything else is quite tolerable." Zepelli commanded, "Very well, let us commence our task. Encircle this estate to prevent Dio from escaping." The two nodded, each choosing a position to stand guard, while Peter Wagon retrieved a revolver. Though the revolver posed no threat to Dio, it provided Peter Wagon with a semblance of security. Aoki endeavored to discern Dio's whereabouts, yet regrettably, he sensed nothing at all. Had he truly perished in the flames? Or was it merely the intensity of the fire that obscured his perception of the other? If the sense of aura eluded him, then he would resort to another method, ripple perception. Aoki injected ripples into the ground, and the golden waves swiftly spread, enveloping the entire Joestar estate. Sensing this, for life ripples emerged, Zepelli, Jojo, Sir Joestar, and Speedwagon, yet there was a conspicuous absence of Dio's malevolent presence among them. Xingmu furrowed his brow. Could it truly be dead? What is this? The Shigemian? Amidst the flames, a mask flickered on the ground, and Xingmu stepped forward to retrieve it. The Shigemian, a creation of the Pillar Man, was designed to produce vampires, which served as sustenance for the Pillar Man. The true purpose of the Shigemian is to assist the Pillar Man in evolving into an ultimate being. However, the mere presence of the Shigemian alone cannot facilitate the Pillar Man's evolution. It also requires a perfect Aijo red stone. Aoki caressed the stone demon mask, for it is one of the keys to becoming the ultimate being. Aoki hesitated over whether to hand over the stone mask to Uncle Chibolin, who had spent a lifetime in pursuit of this very artifact, intent on its destruction. The stone mask was not singular. The Pillarmen had left numerous masks scattered across the European continent. After a lengthy contemplation, Aoki decided to store the mask within his system space. In times of dire need, the stone mask could serve to preserve his life, even at the cost of his humanity, such as if his lower body were to be severed. The price was steep, for using it would mean relinquishing his identity as a human. Yet, survival was paramount, and that alone sufficed. Ultimately, the three could not wait for Dio. It seemed he had truly perished. This was the consensus among all, save for Aoki, who held a different belief. The flames had been extinguished as he stepped into the ruins, straining to sense anything, but to no avail. His ripple perception swept through the area repeatedly, golden waves radiating visibly. "What is this?" marveled St. Peter Wagon. "It appears extraordinarily splendid." Chibolin replied, "This is Ripple, a force of breath, a force of life. It possesses the power to vanquish vampires. Such potency. May I learn it?" St. Peter Wagon's eyes sparkled with eagerness. His thirst for power was insatiable, and he yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jojo in battle. Chibolin, however, did not meet his gaze. Instead, he turned to Aoki. "Aoki, that vampire must have been reduced to ashes. You are being overly cautious. We should return and rest, having gone a whole night without sleep." "No, he has escaped." "What?" The group was taken aback by Aoki's assertion and quickly gathered around him. They stared at a small hole at Aoki's feet, enveloped in silence. How could Dio possibly squeeze through such a tiny opening? Chibolin's expression turned grave. Vampires can manipulate their bodies at will. Even a hole this small is not beyond their capability. Aoki, last night, Dio must have been filled with trepidation, fleeing into the ground after being engulfed in flames. I should have ensnared Dio instead of casting him into the fire. With our combined efforts, the three of us could have surely vanquished him. Whether through ripple detection or breath sensing, these methods can only perceive the essence of life and cannot discern the structure of space. Thus, Aoki completely overlooked this tunnel. Had he noticed it from the outset, he could have traced Dio's path and pursued him relentlessly. This presents a dilemma. Moving forward, preparations are essential. I must train Jojo and Speedwagon to become Ripple Warriors. Unity in numbers breeds strength. Aoki, everyone, let us return and rest. Jojo, we shall come to you tomorrow to impart knowledge that will aid you in vanquishing vampires. Aoki and Kabalin exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Peter Wagon inquired, "What about me? Am I allowed to learn as well?" Aoki let out a sigh. He had indeed imparted the knowledge to him. With that punch yesterday, Aoki had already conveyed the ripple breathing technique, yet it seemed he remained utterly oblivious to it. "In truth, we have already bestowed upon you the ripple breathing technique. Reflect on yesterday's punch. Surely, you did not believe it was merely a means to heal your injuries, did you?" Kabalin reminded him, before departing alongside Aoki. "Aoki, you two should explore this on your own for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow." As the duo distanced themselves, Jojo pondered thoughtfully, reminiscing about that peculiar breathing technique. "Oh." Faint golden lightning flickered across Jojo's form, leaving St. Peter Wagon astounded. "Oh." St. Peter Wagon remained motionless, sensing nothing. "Why am I not adorned with golden lightning?" On the way, Zepelli remarked, "Aoki, why impart that St. Peter Wagon-esque ripple breathing method? He does not strike me as a virtuous individual. I believe your decision was rather hasty." "Aoki, Uncle Zepelli, am I truly a person of pure goodness?" Zepelli fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The truth can sometimes be the most painful. "Aoki, it is evident that I am not a paragon of virtue. Did Uncle Zepelli not discern this upon our first encounter? Yet, he graciously imparted the ripple breathing technique to me. Zepelli, this is different. You are youthful, merely veering slightly off course, requiring but a modicum of guidance. Do I trust Jojo? Indeed, even at our initial meeting, I was convinced of his reliability. However, can one trust the friends of a reliable individual? Not necessarily. Let us test this. Should he prove disappointing, I shall personally sever his neck." Zepelli, suddenly. Zepelli regretted teaching Aoki the ripple breathing technique. Nightfall brought forth a woman's anguished scream from a modest dwelling. Dio discarded the lifeless corpse carelessly, his injuries gradually mending. After being kicked into the flames by Aoki, Dio collided with a statue of a goddess, narrowly escaping a grievous injury. A few more morsels of bread would suffice for his complete recovery. That individual, a stranger to me, is astonishingly powerful. Is he truly human? No matter. I have transcended humanity, becoming something beyond. That golden energy appears capable of dissolving my flesh. I must devise a method to counter it. Until I formulate a strategy, I cannot confront them directly. My physical form grows increasingly robust, and I seem to have acquired some extraordinary abilities. Would you agree, Breadcrumbs? The lifeless body staggered to its feet, and Dio felt a surge of control over her. Those born of the dead shall be called the undead. I require cannon fodder. Otherwise, being besieged by Jojo and his companions would be troublesome. These breadcrumbs are of little use. I need formidable subordinates. Recently, a madman known as Jack the Ripper has emerged. You shall be next, Jack the Ripper. The following day, Jojo. I never anticipated you would master the essence of the ripple breathing technique so swiftly. Zepelli expressed his admiration, noting that a talent like Jojo is indeed rare. Grasping the technique in a mere day, Zepelli glanced at Aoki, who too had swiftly mastered the ripple. Reflecting on his own journey, he recalled years of arduous training in Tibet before achieving true mastery. Clearly, the disparity between individuals is even greater than that between man and dog. Zepelli, however, your understanding of the ripple breathing technique is lacking. There remains much for you to learn. Zepelli assumed the role of mentor, instructing Jojo on how to cultivate and utilize the ripple. Meanwhile, the neglected Spivak found himself at a loss, sensing Zepelli's disdain. Spivak looked towards Aoki too. With a resigned expression, clenched his fists and approached Spivak. Spivak swallowed hard, anticipating the impending confrontation. Even if it stings a little, it matters not. As long as I can learn the ripple breathing technique and stand alongside Jojo in battle. Aoki, immerse yourself in that distinctive manner of breathing, the power of breath, the essence of life, the strength of the sun. Aoki's entire body emanated with rippling lightning as he delivered a powerful punch to the abdomen of Spider-Vajan, the waves surging into his body. Unlike the previous encounter, Spider-Vajan felt no pain. He merely sensed that the air had been completely expelled from his lungs. Motionless, he remained, as if nothing had transpired. Jojo, endowed with immense innate potential, effortlessly activated his inner capabilities through the ripple breathing technique. Although Spider-Vajan possessed greater strength than the average person, he remained fundamentally ordinary, with limited physical potential. Moreover, as he reached middle age, his vitality was far less vigorous than that of the youth. It would take years of arduous training for him to possibly master the ripple, a reality for most ordinary individuals. Aoki comprehended this. Thus he resolved to employ some extraordinary methods. After departing from the inn yesterday morning, Aoki substituted sleep with meditation and cultivation. After a day and night of intensive modification, Aoki amalgamated the 5 organs and 5 chi body cultivation technique with the ripple breathing method, creating a novel practice known as the 5 organs and 5 chi ripple body cultivation technique. The ripple breathing method possesses numerous advantages, including exceptional self-healing capabilities, a vigorous and fiery essence, the ability to decelerate aging, and the activation of one's intrinsic life magnetic field. However, its drawbacks are quite apparent. It necessitates breath activation for the ripples to manifest. Without breathing, the ripples remain dormant. Conversely, the 5 organs and 5 chi body cultivation technique is a practice of cultivating chi, which, despite requiring breath regulation, allows for the accumulated chi to be summoned at any moment, devoid of restrictions on breath. Now, the integration of these 2 techniques endows the 5 organs and 5 chi ripple body cultivation technique with the merits of both. Xingmu intends to directly implant the operational pathways of the 5 organs and 5 energies ripple forging technique into the body of Peter Wagon. With golden lightning energy surging into Peter's being, it courses through his meridians and circulates within his internal organs. This process expands the meridians and awakens the latent potential of the body, though it must be acknowledged that a middle-aged man possesses little potential to speak of. Peter Wagon, remember this sensation. Although it is a simplified version, it is exceptionally suited for you. The theoretical aspects may elude your understanding, but mastering its application is all that truly matters. Aoki suddenly recalled a particular event from the original narrative, wherein Xiao sustained injuries during a fierce battle with Dio and was subsequently taken to a hospital by Spider-Vagon. It was there that Xiao's childhood sweetheart, Elena Pendleton, was employed, and as she tenderly cared for him, their relationship blossomed anew. Now, with Aoki and Zepelli having directly healed their wounds, it inadvertently signifies a missed opportunity for their reunion. Such a misstep could potentially thwart their union. If that were the case, wouldn't the likes of 1, 5 Xiao, 2 Xiao, and 3 Xiao all cease to exist? The very inception of the multiverse would result in the obliteration of the entire Jojo lineage. This simply cannot be allowed. Even the immensely popular Dio did not achieve such a feat. Aoki pondered deeply and finally devised a solution. He penned several letters and entrusted them to his student, Peter Wagon, instructing him to send them to all nearby hospitals, both large and small. He was quite perplexed about Elena Pendleton. Aoki, I have forged several love letters, pretending they are from Jojo to Elena. Why do you assist Jojo in composing love letters? Aoki, I need to lure Elena over and then create 1, 5 Joes with Jonathan. Who is 1, 5 Joe? Aoki, this is of no consequence. To where shall it be delivered? Aoki, I am uncertain which hospital is nearby. So why not simply bring Elena back with me? Aoki, how should I explain my awareness of Elena's existence, given that I have never encountered her? Then why do you know of Elena's existence? Aoki, in light of my instruction in the ripple breathing technique, refrain from posing that question to me. And please keep it confidential. Very well. The following day, Sir Peter Wagon arrived with Elena in tow, driving his carriage. Jonathan was taken aback and elated to see the grown-up Elena, while she, too, was delighted to behold the handsome and statuesque Jonathan. It seemed that no one was particularly concerned about how Elena had arrived. Observing the two in a warm embrace, Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. The narrative of the heavens commenced with the annihilation of the Joestar family, and the first chapter had already met its untimely end. A cause for celebration. After a brief period of training lasting 2 to 3 days, Sir Peter Wagon's subordinates brought some news. They reported having spotted an individual resembling Dio in the mountain town of Windnight, where numerous people had recently gone missing. The 4 of them prepared for departure. But just as they were about to board the carriage, Aoki suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. The ripple perception revealed a golden lightning that spread like a web, prompting the 3 to look at Aoki in confusion. What is happening? One of the 3 horses exhibited strange behavior, emanating a certain sinister and dark energy. Aoki approached the horse in the center, untied its reins, and let it out alone. Aoki led the horse to an open area, where the sun shone brightly and no shaded spots were to be found nearby. Kabalin inquired, "Aoki, what is the matter?" Aoki pointed to the black horse, declaring that something was concealed within its very being, a sinister and foul dark creature. Dio. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that what they had sought with great difficulty had come to them effortlessly. Aoki shook his head, asserting that it should not be the case. Last night, Jack the Ripper had been transformed by Dio into a formidable corpse-like being. He had discovered that there were individuals probing into Lord Dio's whereabouts. Before the spies could make their exit, Jack did not directly eliminate them. Instead, he concealed himself within the horse and followed them to the Joestar family estate. Initially intending to wait until nightfall to catch them off guard, he was now exposed by Aoki. Jack was drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. What should he do? If they forcibly extracted him from the horse's body, his fate would be sealed. Jack the Ripper was not afraid of these few people. Rather, he feared the sunlight. Once exposed to the sun's rays, he would be reduced to mere ashes. The power granted to me by Lord Dio is immensely potent, yet it harbors a profound fear of sunlight. In the dark of night, we are invincible, but under the sun, we would instantly turn to dust. Even the invincible Lord Dio cannot withstand the sun. Damn it, how could they discover me when I had hidden so thoroughly within the horse? How could humans possibly sense my presence? What to do? What to do? I must control the horse to flee. At its speed, they would not catch up. But how does one command a horse? I have never learned. I am at a loss. Jack nervously bit his fingernails, causing them to crack and blood to spatter within the horse's interior. Invincible Jack, think of a solution with your mind transformed by Lord Dio. This sensation. I can perceive the horse's breath, sense its internal organs moving, feel its vitality. I can control it. I feel I can direct it with lunar precision. Why? Blood. My blood has infected the horse's body. Blood. 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 I have evolved. Haha. I, Jack, am invincible. When I command this warhorse and overcome the sunlight, I shall be indomitable, surpassing even Lord Dio. No. Lord Dio is my savior. I must not entertain disrespectful thoughts towards my master. Lord Dio is the savior of us villains. Even villains require redemption from their master. Jojo, I shall annihilate you, clearing all obstacles for Lord Dio. Jack the Ripper maniacally gnawed at his fingers, splattering blood into the innards of the black horse. Haha. Aoki attentively sensed the aura of the warhorse. Indeed, there was something present, dark and malevolent. Aoki, it cannot be Dio. The essence of Dio would not be so feeble. Zepelli, it must be a corpse created by Dio. He is concealed within the horse's body, likely to ambush us. Spyatwagon, what shall we do then? Should we attack her now? Zepelli, there's no need for concern. Once he emerges from the horse's body, he will be reduced to ashes by the sun. Jojo, is there any hope left for this horse? Aoki gazed at Jojo, who, true to his character, harbored a heart full of compassion even towards animals. Zepelli sighed in resignation. In the past, to demonstrate the application of ripple, Zepelli had performed a technique that shattered a stone with a palm strike aimed at a frog. Jojo, misunderstanding Zepelli's intent as one of harm towards the frog, intervened and struck Zepelli in the abdomen, sending him flying. Zepelli felt a dull ache in his abdomen, realizing the immense strength Jojo possessed. Those well-defined muscles were indeed not for naught. As Zepelli contemplated, a brilliant idea struck him. Jojo? Eliminating a corpse-like being without causing harm to the horse was a formidable challenge. Through the ripple, one could directly reduce the corpse-like being to ashes. However, it required a precise, fatal strike, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to struggle or retaliate. Otherwise, the horse would suffer a gruesome fate, its insides torn apart by the thrashing corpse-like being. Thus, Jojo, the survival of this horse hinged entirely upon your ability to eradicate the corpse-like being in one decisive blow. Jonathan was taken aback. He turned to Aoki, seeking his assistance. After all, from their recent training sessions, Jonathan was well aware that Aoki's mastery of the ripple far surpassed his own. Each practice bout with Aoki left Jonathan utterly disoriented, unable to find his bearings. Aoki, however, exhibited an astonishing lack of compassion, Jojo, I have no concern for the fate of this horse, since it was you who proposed to save it. The responsibility lies with you to resolve the issue. If one speaks of rescuing others, one must lead by example and take initiative in addressing the problem, rather than shifting the burden onto others. Zepelli added, Jojo, consider this a form of training. The life of this horse hangs in the balance. Whether you can save it depends entirely on your own capabilities. Feeling the resolute determination of Aoki and Zepelli, Jonathan closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly opened them wide. Indeed, Aoki was correct. If one wishes to rescue others, one must take the initiative to shoulder responsibility. Oh, the golden ripple of the ripple technique surges forth. Truly, Jonathan Joestar lived up to his legacy as the last gentleman of the Joestar lineage. He was never lacking in the courage to assume responsibility, nor in the compassion for life. Jojo's ripple was as formidable as his unwavering resolve to protect life. With golden lightning dancing around his form, the ripple converged upon Jojo's fist, and with a tremendous force, his golden thunderous punch struck the abdomen of the black horse. The horse let out a piercing cry toward the heavens before collapsing to the ground. Jonathan was taken aback. What just happened? Did I fail? Inside the horse's body, Jack the Ripper thought, I have finally seized control of this horse. Now, I shall escape and return under the cover of night to eliminate them. Just as Jack was about to make his exit, a torrent of golden energy surged toward him. Ah, what is this? Jack the Ripper was reduced to ashes within the horse's belly, as the golden ripple healed the minor injuries he had inflicted. Joseph gazed sorrowfully at the fallen horse. Though I have vanquished the corpse, I was still unable to save you, he lamented, gently closing the horse's eyes. I must become stronger. I will surely eradicate you, Dio. Tears streamed down Jonathan's cheeks as he mourned the loss of life. Yet unbeknownst to him, the horse's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a red hue with chaotic black pupils that fixated on Jonathan. Aoki sensed the fluctuating presence of the dark horse, as the life that was on the verge of extinction began to exhibit an eerie vitality. Aoki, Jojo, dismount from this steed at once. What? The black horse suddenly reared, turning its head to bite at Jonathan. In that moment, the horse's teeth transformed into sharp, crocodilian fangs, its tongue adorned with sinister barbs, glaring with blood-red eyes. Drink. The greenwood ripple entwined itself, and with a swift kick of a football, it struck the neck of the dark horse, interrupting its attempt to sink its teeth into Jonathan's head. Alas, the dark horse was sent flying through the air. The three regained their composure and immediately employed ripple-breathing techniques. Zepelli exclaimed, What is happening? Has the dark horse been transformed into a zombie as well? Spivak responded, Isn't it said that the undead cannot venture into the sunlight? Joseph added, Akin, thank you. Had it not been for you, my head would have been bitten off just now. Aoki, be cautious, everyone. The situation has exceeded our expectations. If the corpse can appear in the sunlight, does that not imply that Dio can also manifest under the sun? The four approached the black horse with trepidation as it staggered to its feet. A haunting laughter echoed from the horse's mouth, accompanied by unsettling cracking sounds emanating from within its body as the muscles writhed beneath its oily fur. Peter Wagon's expression turned to one of sheer terror. It was all too bizarre. What on earth is happening? What is this strange cracking sound? It seems to be transforming its own body. It has risen. Enormous blades have sprouted from its hooves. Such a copious amount of blood. Such eerie laughter. Jojo, think of a plan. It stands upright like a human. In his fright, Peter Wagon mastered the art of combat commentary. Aoki placed his hand on Shibitwagen's shoulder, urging, Calm down, Shibitwagen. You have now mastered ripple breathing. You possess the strength to combat the undead. Shibitwagen took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within, and began to employ the ripple breathing technique. Gradually, power surged forth, restoring his confidence with each passing moment. Aoki, are you proficient in wielding a knight's sword? Jonathan, I have studied it for a period of time. Zepelli, I have received training. Spivak, I have not had the opportunity to learn. Aoki retrieved 2 knight swords from the system space, exquisite whiteboard weapons originating from the magical realm. He tossed one of the long swords to Jojo and Kibelin, leaving the 4 of them in awe, exclaiming, From where did you procure these? Aoki, the 4-dimensional chrysanthemum. Enough of the explanations. It is time for battle. Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately shifted their focus to the now fully transformed black horse. At this moment, the black horse had morphed into a bipedal centaur, its forehooves transformed into 2 razor-sharp blades. Haraha! At last, I have mastered this body. The sunlight. The power. It is utterly exhilarating. I will no longer be a mere corpse, Jonathan. Jonathan, I shall slay you all, in the name of Lord Dio. Jonathan roared, brandishing his long sword as he charged at the centaur. The 2 blades clashed together, evenly matched, yet the centaur wielded an additional weapon. Zepelli managed to deflect the other blade, but the centaur opened its maw wide, lunging toward Zepelli. The centaur wildly swung its blade, forcing both Zepelli and Jojo to retreat. The 2 moved in perfect harmony, advancing and retreating with purpose, maintaining an equilibrium against the centaur. Jojo and Zepelli infused their swords with ripple energy, inflicting deep gashes upon the centaur's form. However, Aoki soon realized that the ripple had no effect on the centaur. Had the ripple become ineffective against it? Was this an anomaly? Or had Dio truly overcome the power of the sun? Even the creatures he created could defy sunlight? If these homunculi could withstand the sun, why not simply rupture the horse's belly and confront them directly? Instead, he chose this method of fusion with the horse, unless he was incapable of overcoming sunlight, yet could operate beneath it through this parasitic fusion. St. Peter Wagon, damn it, I cannot intervene at all. Forcing my way into the fray would only disrupt their formation and be a burden to them. Aoki observed Peter Wagon's restlessness and spoke soothingly. Peter Wagon, composed, awaited the opportune moment, knowing that there would come a time when his assistance would be required. Peter Wagon replied, understood. Aoki's commentary on the battle. The Black Horseman's self-healing ability is remarkably poor. The damage inflicted by Jojo has rendered him incapable of regeneration. It is highly probable that the Black Horseman's physique has not been entirely transformed into that of a zombie, suggesting he may exist as a half-zombie. This is primarily why he can traverse in sunlight, akin to a zombie donning a layer of horsehide, which serves to shield him from the sun's rays. As the battle stalemates, the Black Horseman becomes frenzied, rampaging wildly. His massive form disrupts Jojo and Sibilan's coordinated assault. However, this presents an opportunity for Aoki and Spetvagen to engage in combat. As he deftly evades the Black Horseman's whirlwind horse-drawn strike, Aoki envelopes himself in ripple energy. Ripple technique. Mountain clinging. Before the Black Horseman can react, Aoki charges forward, colliding forcefully with him, sending the Black Horseman hurtling away. The sound of shattering bones echoes. Yet it seems to have no adverse effect on his continued movement. The Black Horseman's spine fractures in the middle, yet he stumbles back to his feet. His upper body bent and swaying. Blood pours from his mouth, yet he appears oblivious to pain, instead erupting into maniacal laughter. Oh, ha ha ha. Hiya ha ha wa ha ha. Sibilan interjects. Aoki, refrain from intervening. Let Jojo handle this one. Aoki cast a glance at Kabalin, inquiring why Uncle Kabalin had chosen to join the battle from the very outset. Kabalin cleared his throat, likening it to possessing a magnificent sword and being unable to resist the urge to test its prowess. To be frank, this sword was indeed remarkable. Its wave conduction properties were simply exceptional. Aoki, Jojo, please hand me the sword. Aoki grasped the knight's sword thrown by Jojo, declaring, what matters now is to validate my hypothesis. At that moment, the spine of the Black Horseman seemed to have completely healed, albeit with a slight twist. He raised the sword, infused it with ripples, and delivered a decisive strike in one fluid motion. It was utterly bewildering. The Black Horseman ceased his maniacal laughter, exclaiming, what are you doing, you? A line of crimson blood extended from the Black Horseman's crown down to his groin, with a copious spray of blood erupting forth. First, a torrent of bright red blood gushed out, followed by a stream of dark blood. Yet, as soon as the latter emerged, it was turned to ash under the sunlight. The Black Horseman split in two and collapsed to the ground, prompting Aoki and the others to encircle him. Aoki, it appears my conjecture was indeed correct. The internal organs have been wholly assimilated, while the outer flesh has seen only minimal assimilation. Zepelli, is this the brain? Within the abdomen? Jojo, it seems your prior assault did not instantaneously annihilate the corpse, leaving behind a fragment. Aoki, not necessarily. The fact that this half of the brain has not turned to ashes under the sunlight indicates that it does not belong to the original corpse. Of course, it is also possible that some form of mutation has occurred. The visceral components may have been entirely assimilated, reduced to ashes under the sunlight, leaving only these two halves of the brain. Aoki, perhaps it is best to dismantle this mind altogether. Aoki stepped forward and crushed 2 pieces of tofu beneath his feet. We must hasten to Wine Night Town. Following this river will lead us to the outskirts of Wind Night Domain. As the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of Wind Night Domain, dusk had descended, rendering it an unpropitious time to launch an assault on Dio. Nightfall was the realm of Dio and the undead, where ordinary humans found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Regrettably, there was no time to squander. Jojo and Zepelli were eager to expedite their progress to prevent Dio from claiming more lives. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the riverbank, snatching the box from Peter Wagon's grasp before plunging into the water. A diminutive silhouette emerged from the river, swiftly making its way to the shore. You scoundrel! Jojo! Seize that wretch. He has absconded with our belongings. Peter Wagon exclaimed in shock, having unwittingly lost all his possessions to that rogue. Aoki, Jojo, and Zepelli turned their gazes towards the diminutive figure, which appeared to be a child. Jonathan remarked, the one snatching the bag is merely a child. Zepelli commented, quite impressive agility. With everyone having mastered the technique of breathing, he suggested, let us traverse the water's surface using ripple breathing. Consider it a form of training. Upon finishing his statement, Zepelli leaped into the river, his feet creating ripples that formed peculiar wave patterns in the water. It resembled the act of standing upon the water's surface, akin to a mosquito delicately balanced on the waves. However, one couldn't help but wonder, why did Uncle Zepeli's movements appear so awkward? While his toes touched the water with precision, the strange sounds he emitted raised questions. Had he not fully evolved? Did remnants of primal instincts linger in his genes? Aoki confidently approached the river, as if traversing solid ground. Golden ripples expanded, forming a resilient membrane upon the water's surface. St. Peter Wagon remarked, "Truly, Aoki-sensei's mastery of the ripples surpasses even that of Baron Zepelli." Jonathan added, "Aoki too learned the ripple-breathing technique from Master Zepelli. Yet he is a prodigy. It took him little time to surpass his mentor." Jonathan declared, "I shall go first." Having already crossed the river, Zepelli and Aoki stood side by side, observing Jonathan's passage. While Jonathan did not traverse with the same ease as Aoki, he managed to keep his shoes dry. In contrast, St. Peter Wagon found himself in a more precarious position, the water reaching his knees. Had it not been for the ripples, he might have been submerged. "Aoki, I still believe it was a mistake to teach St. Peter Wagon the breathing technique." "Aoki, is it due to his origins?" Aoki, when we first encountered Jojo, Spivak did not flee in fear of the vampire, which instilled in me a sense of trust in him. His courage to face peril alongside his companions reveals a spirit of gold within him." Aoki gestured with a finger, indicating just a tiny bit. Aoki gazed at the impetuous child, who was attempting to scale the precipice. Yet, his physique was not robust, and his ascent was rather sluggish. At that moment, Jonathan approached the cliff's edge, a smile gracing his lips, before delivering a powerful fist against the rock face. Golden ripples surged into the stone, ascending within and ultimately erupting before the young boy. Startled, the diminutive child lost his grip and tumbled from the cliff. Jonathan swiftly caught him, though the child exhibited rather peculiar behavior. "Ah, where am I? Who are you?" Jonathan furrowed his brow, pondering whether his inadvertent actions had caused the child to lose his memory. "This boy seems rather odd," he mused. "Could my forceful ripple have harmed him?" Zepelli, with a serious demeanor, surveyed the surroundings. They were in a graveyard, and the sun had just dipped below the horizon. A sense of foreboding washed over Zepelli. Not only was the child unusual, but so too was this location. Peter Wagon possessed a keen intuition for danger, honed over decades of living on the edge. "We may have fallen into a trap," he exclaimed. "That child is under hypnosis, deliberately luring us here. Aoki, regardless of whether it is a trap, we must eradicate them. Not a single one of these dark creatures shall be spared." In Aoki's perception, numerous auras emerged, some formidable, others feeble. A multitude of over 20 dark presences closed in on the four. Suddenly, a singular aura manifested, dark and powerful, exuding a sense of unrestrained dominance, akin to that of a sovereign of darkness. This sensation can only be Dio. Dio stood atop a towering rock pillar, one arm crossed over his chest, the other clutching a goblet. A goblet? It contained not wine, but blood. Jonathan, Dio. Zepelli. I see now, Dio and the undead cannot operate during the day. So they used a child to divert our attention, leading us to a time and place suitable for their combat. To think the masked one is such a cunning fiend. Dio surveyed the five, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Jojo. "Dio, Jojo, when the sun sets, so shall your lives come to an end." Spyatervigen, although I was mentally prepared, facing this unrepentant scoundrel once again ignites my fury. "Dio, you ungrateful beast who murdered Jojo's father. I shall never forgive you." Oh. Golden ripples of lightning manifested upon Spyatervigen's form as he unleashed his specially crafted hat, which whirled forth, enveloped in golden thunder, slicing towards Dio. Yet, Dio did not even glance at Spyatervigen, merely tilting his head to evade the spinning hat. "Aoki, St. Peter Wagon, first eliminate the minions. I shall handle Dio." St. Peter Wagon, slightly reluctant, replied, "Understood, teacher Aoki." He brandished a crowbar, its rippling energy undulating as he swung it at the encroaching corpses. The crowbar struck the head of a corpse, instantly shattering and melting it away. The power of the ripple inherently counters these dark beings. Jojo and Uncle Zepelli also commenced their assault on the surrounding corpses. These minions were no match for Jojo and his companions. Springing fist, the golden sun ripple surged forth. Beneath Aoki's feet, ripples danced, and harnessing the life force generated by these undulations, Aoki affixed his sawls to the stone pillar. Aoki swiftly charged towards Dio, his feet striking the surface of the stone pillar. Dio, exhibiting an expressionless demeanor, watched as Aoki propelled himself through the air, executing 2 spins before delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. Dio remarked, "Is this the peculiar force that melted my arm last time? In response to your capabilities, I have meticulously devised a method to counteract your powers, the vaporized freezing technique." Raising his hand above his head, Dio manifested a thin layer of solid ice upon his palm. Aoki's thigh, enveloped in golden lightning, struck down upon Dio's arm like a war axe. The golden ripples were effectively thwarted by the solid ice, rendering them devoid of any lethal impact. Noting the lack of success from his initial attack, Aoki pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Dio's arm. This forceful strike separated the two, causing them both to descend from the stone pillar and land on the ground below. "Aoki, Dio, it seems you have developed a technique targeting the ripple breathing method." "Dio, the current Jojo is no match for me. You, however, present a worthy challenge. I vividly recall how you sent me crashing into a sea of flames, allowing the statue of the goddess to pierce my body. Had it not been for the fallen pillar that shattered the statue, I would have been impaled and roasted upon it. Dio unfastens his coat, revealing a scar the size of a bowl on his abdomen. This is the wound you inflicted upon me. I shall cleanse it with your lives. At this moment, Seabell, Jojo, and Speedwagon have already cleared the battlefield of corpses and minions. Seabell, noticing the exchange between the two, interjects, Dio, how many lives have you drained to heal your wound? Dio, huh? Can you recall how many pieces of bread you have consumed? Seabell grits his teeth, filled with rage at Dio's cavalier attitude towards humanity, and charges directly at him. Jojo, fully aware of Dio's perilous nature, cannot help but warn Seabell. Upon witnessing this, Aoki promptly followed suit and launched an attack. Cautioning as he advanced, Dio has developed the technique to disrupt the ripple. Do not engage in prolonged physical contact with him. Strike swiftly, do not be greedy for hits. A sense of urgency gripped Zepelli as he intensified the infusion of his ripple energy. Let me demonstrate my prowess. Zepelli thrust his hand towards Dio, only for Dio to deftly counter with a block. Although Zepelli's ripple penetrated Dio's palm, it inflicted no damage. This was because Dio possessed the remarkable ability to manipulate his own body, freezing the flesh and blood of his arm, rendering it impervious to the ripple's effects. Zepelli was taken aback. What? Dio seized Zepelli's hand, gaining control over him, while his other hand clenched into a fist, aimed squarely at Zepelli's head. I shall shatter your skull with the ease of breaking an egg. Chingmu, ha! Aoki appeared beside Kibelin, launching a powerful punch towards Dio's fist. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, golden ripples of energy and lightning piercing through Dio's arm. However, Dio remained unscathed, instantly freezing his arm to render the ripple attack ineffective. With his crimson gaze fixed on Aoki, Dio declared, You are Aoki, aren't you? Then I shall eliminate you first. He forcefully cast aside Kibelin, sending him sprawling, and then tightened his fists, ready to unleash a relentless barrage upon Aoki. Upon witnessing this, Aoki brandished his fists and engaged in combat with Dio. Dio exclaimed, Do you wish to trade blows with me? With your feeble human form? How can you possibly withstand my superhuman strength? Aoki, damn it. You dare to exchange blows with me. Aura, 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 aura. Zepelli, in agony, clutched his right hand, as Dio had not only thwarted Zepelli's attack, but had also encased his arm in ice. The frostbitten limb rendered blood circulation impossible, thereby incapacitating his ripple abilities. Had it not been for Aoki's timely intervention, Zepelli's skull would have been shattered. Meanwhile, Speedwagon and Jojo were captivated by the fierce confrontation between Aoki and Dio, with Jojo taking on the role of commentator. Jojo, what a formidable clash of power. Fists colliding with fists. Dio's sleeve tore away, revealing his arm, which was encased in a layer of thick ice. This icy shield mitigated the damage inflicted by the ripple. Unless one could breach Dio's defenses and strike at his core, inflicting harm upon him would be a futile endeavor. Speedwagon, in astonishment, queried, Why isn't Dio covered in ice from head to toe? Jojo, because that would significantly diminish his agility. Look, Aoki has seized the opportunity. He charges at Dio. Dio was sent flying. The power of the ripple inflicted damage upon him. Enduring Aoki's formidable ripple technique, Dio was hurled away, with a pain scream. He tore off his upper garment, revealing burn marks and signs of melting on his skin. Damn it, if I fully recover from this injury, you shall be no match for me. Aoki, do you believe I would grant you the time to escape and recuperate? Golden Sun ripple dash. Dio leaped gracefully, landing atop a towering stone pillar. As Aoki witnessed Dio evading, he charged directly towards the stone pillar where Dio was poised. The pillar shattered, sending debris flying. With a disgruntled click of his tongue, Dio leaped once more. In midair, he arched his back and tilted his head defiantly. Takas, Black Knight Braho, arise. Let us compose a dirge for these wretched foes. Suddenly, the earth ruptured. The rocks beneath Jojo and his companions surged upwards, crumbling around them. A colossal shadow emerged, lifting a massive boulder with one hand, hoisting Jojo aloft. To be precise, there were two figures, one towering and robust, standing over 2.5 meters tall. His arms were thicker than Jojo's muscular thighs. Clad in heavy armor and donning a horned helmet, he bore a gigantic sword upon his back. He was none other than Takas. The other figure was also formidable, standing 2 meters tall, with serpentine hair cascading down to his waist. A knightly sword, inscribed with the letters Luck, hung at his waist. He was the Black Knight Braho, the legendary knights of yore, Takas and Braho. 300 years ago, in 1565, two queens vied for the throne. One was Elizabeth I, and the other was the beautiful Mary Stuart, merely 23 years of age. Takas and Braho were loyal knights to Mary. The valiant Takas was immensely strong, wielding a sword that could slice through iron as if it were clay. The Black Knight Braho was equally unmatched in valor. Both were orphans turned warriors, raised by Mary to adulthood. Their loyalty lay solely with Lady Mary. Alas, one fateful day, Mary's husband met an untimely demise. Seizing the opportunity, Elizabeth I orchestrated a coup, imprisoning Mary in the turmoil. The two knights fought valiantly to rescue their beloved mistress. Though their strength was unparalleled and no foe could withstand them, Their judgment faltered. They naively believed Elizabeth's deceitful words, "Surrender, and I shall release Mary." As they stood at the execution ground, awaiting their grim fate, they caught a glimpse of a severed head in the corner, Lady Mary's head. Yet, they were already shackled to the guillotine, resigned to their doom. Racked with despair and fury, they cursed their fate, culminating in a tragic end. These two knights, servants of the ill-fated Mary Stuart, endeavored to assassinate Queen Elizabeth I and were condemned to death. Their hatred for humanity and their curse upon the world fills me with satisfaction. They have become vengeful specters that even demons fear. Awaken, knights who died unjustly. Consumed by cynicism. Annihilate these scoundrels. With that proclamation, Dio's figure vanished into thin air. In Aoki's perception, Dio's presence inexplicably dissipated. Aoki, TSK. That fellow Dio truly has a penchant for fleeing at the slightest provocation. Jojo leaped down from the boulder, while Tarkus directed his gaze towards Jojo, and Braho turned his attention to Aoki. Tarkus lifted a massive stone and hurled it towards Aoki, with a resounding shout. Aoki shattered the boulder into fragments with a single punch. As debris flew about, once the shards ceased to obstruct Aoki's vision, a figure emerged before him. It was Tarkus, towering at 2.5 meters. Tarkus, gathering his strength, unleashed a powerful punch towards Aoki, who crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Tarkus declared, "I shall eradicate you all in the name of the great Lord Dio, annihilating every last one of humanity." Aoki was sent flying by a single punch, a display of power that even Dio could not match. Dio awakened two dormant warriors, bestowing upon them the blood of vampires, transforming them into the undead. These fallen warriors not only regained their pre-mortem strength, but also experienced a significant enhancement. Jojo positioned himself before the Dark Knight Braho, launching a punch aimed at him. The spring-loaded punch. Jojo intended to catch Braho off guard with the sudden extension of his arm. However, he discovered that Braho's hair coiled around his arm like a serpent. The tips of the hair burrowed into Jojo's flesh, drawing his blood like a straw. Jojo exclaimed, "Using hair to siphon blood? Impressive. If you wish to drink my blood, I shall bestow upon you the ripple as well. Let your hair serve as the conduit." Golden ripple surged forth. Yet, the ripple flickered and faded at Jojo's fist, tightening his heart with unease. What is this? Has the absorption of my blood weakened the ripple too? It matters not. Crimson ripple surges. Jojo clenched his other arm, free from the hair's grasp, and unleashed the red-hot ripple upon Braho's hair. The strands ignited, burning Braho's hair and scorching Jojo's arm in the process. Finally, the Dark Knight Braho spoke. "You possess remarkable skills. You shall serve as my test subject 300 years hence." At that moment, a corpse emerged from the ground behind Jojo. "Why? I shall feast upon you. My favorite is the soft flesh." Jojo, startled, quickly turned around only to find Braho standing behind the corpse. Braho declared, "Get lost, you wretched beings." The corpse turned to see Braho's outstretched finger. Braho's finger traced a line across the corpse's forehead, creating a gaping wound. Not only did Braho refrain from exploiting Jojo's moment of vulnerability, but he also dispatched the corpse that sought to ambush Jojo. Even as a creature of the undead, Braho remained steadfast in his chivalric principles. Whether in life or after, he adhered unwaveringly to the code of knighthood. Braho remarked, "Lord Dio, this young man has injured his own arm to free himself from my hair's entrapment. His tenacity is commendable. Such a worthy opponent. I shall be the one to end his life." Concealed in the shadows, Dio nodded in approval of Braho's request. Though transformed into the undead, Braho still harbored the spirit of a medieval knight. Dio cared not for Braho's chivalry. He was the sovereign of darkness, the savior of villains, and allowed for such noble sentiments as long as loyalty to Dio was maintained. Jojo remained on high alert as Braho advanced toward him. Braho leaped into the air, arms stretched back. Why? Jojo, filled with apprehension and confusion, questioned what form of attack Braho would employ with both arms drawn back. With the melodious sound of a sword unsheathing, Braho's hair entwined around a knight's sword at his back, drawing it forth. His long hair wielded the sword with grace, slicing horizontally toward Jojo. Jojo leaned back, narrowly evading the blade's arc, but stumbled precariously as he fell into the river below. Braho, sword in hand, dove into the water, pursuing his advantage. Dio mused, "The outcome is clear. In the water, Braho is invincible. Jojo is doomed." Aoki was once again overpowered by Taka's monstrous strength, while the other two weaklings posed little threat. "Arise, undead, and eliminate those two worthless beings." Numerous corpses clawed their way from the ground, startling Spitwagon and Chibolin. Spitwagon grasped his crowbar, exclaiming, "How can there be so many undead?" The situation was dire. Chibolin's arm was frozen, rendering him incapable of using the ripple, leaving him as the sole combatant. Spitwagon not only had to fight but also protect Chibolin, his burden multiplying. With unwavering resolve, Spitwagon declared, "Even in the face of death, even if torn apart by the undead, I shall not falter. I, Spitwagon, refuse to be the one who is protected. I wish to protect others." Oh. Chibolin gazed at Spitwagon's silhouette with mixed emotions. Aoki's choice was indeed wise. The anthem of humanity is an ode to courage. Even in the face of death, Spitwagon stepped forward to protect himself. He had always assumed that in the face of mortal danger, Spitwagon would be the first to flee. Yet, here he stood before Chibolin, resolute in his defense despite their previous animosity. Spitwagon radiated a brilliant golden spirit. Dio had no intention of lingering. He could now transform all the residents of Wind Night Town into the undead without consequence. With just one night's effort, the undead from this small town would spread throughout all of England, a mere speck of an island nation. Dio slipped away, intent on assembling his army while consuming some bread to recover from his injuries. In the lake, Jojo and the Dark Knight Braho locked eyes. Braho sheathed his sword, preparing for a duel between warriors. Braho declared, "Jojo, swim to the surface. You face the peril of drowning, while I bear the encumbrance of heavy armor. Here, let us settle this once and for all." Braho swam swiftly toward Jojo. Jojo pondered rapidly. In the water, he could not breathe, and Braho would surely not allow him a chance to resurface. The inability to breathe meant he could not utilize the ripple. A deadlock. Stay calm. Find a solution before succumbing to drowning. In that critical moment, Jojo's latent explosive potential surged within his spirit and body, igniting an insatiable desire for adventure. While most would instinctively swim towards the surface, Jojo was different. He immediately dove to the lake's bottom. Braho, puzzled by Jojo's actions, quickly deduced his intent. Jojo sought oxygen from the lake's depths. Braho, experienced in underwater combat, knew that the lake bottom might harbor pockets of air. The nearby geology was limestone, remnants of a sunken sea, ensuring the presence of some air pockets among the stones. If only he could unearth them. Jojo reached the lake bed swiftly and began to excavate the stones. Fortune smiled upon him. Beneath the first stone lay a sizable air bubble, the size of a head. Jojo lunged forward, inhaling deeply. With just one breath, Jojo could send oxygen coursing into his bloodstream, allowing the ripple to manifest and granting him an opportunity to strike. Braho, now fighting underwater, found himself at a disadvantage, as the ripple traveled more readily through water. Oh! The teal ripple surged forth. The turquoise ripples transformed into a torrent, surging towards Braho, shattering the bronze helmet atop his head and causing blood to flow. Braho swiftly darted through the water, like a fish evading danger, and leapt onto the shore. Jojo emerged from the depths as well, climbing onto the bank. In awe, Jojo marveled at how Braho moved as swiftly as the ripples, reaching the shore in an instant. The ripples merely grazed Braho's forehead. Braho raised his head and shouted, "Lord Dio, I thank you for granting me life and the opportunity to battle this man. It is the utmost glory. This man is a true hero. The underwater contest has concluded. What lies ahead is a clash of abilities, a contest of techniques, a battle of spirits. This fellow has ignited my greatest fighting spirit. WRYYYYYY." Dio had quietly departed, offering no response to Braho. Unfazed, Braho was resolute in his intentions, believing that not even Lord Dio could deter him. "I shall make your flesh and blood a part of my being." Braho's long hair swirled around him as it reached out towards Jojo. Jojo stood undaunted. "Do you still intend to attack me with your hair? Humph. This time, I shall unleash a double barrage of ripples." In an instant, Braho's hair grew wildly, transforming into a mass of black serpents that coiled towards him. In life, Braho had the ability to manipulate his hair. In his undead form, it became pliable, even capable of absorbing the blood of others. With ripples of energy surging, Jojo struck at the encroaching hair with his fists. Yet he could not fend them all off. Some strands ensnared his arms, and though Jojo attempted to dispel them with ripples, his fists were wholly bound. Jojo, Zepelli, and Speedwagon were unable to release ripples from their entire bodies. They could only do so from their palms and the tips of their feet. Otherwise, Braho's hair would never have been able to approach Jojo. Bound by Braho's hair, Jojo found himself tethered to a great tree. In such a predicament, he was utterly incapable of countering Braho. Moreover, Braho's hair persistently siphoned Jojo's blood. The longer time dragged on, the more perilous Jojo's situation became. His stamina and life force ebbed with the loss of blood. Braho charged towards Jojo, drawing his sword to strike at his neck. "Do not even think about escaping. I shall sever your head and drink your blood." At that moment, Aoki was engaged in a fierce battle with Takas. Zepelli suffered an injury to his arm, while Speedwagon fought valiantly to protect Zepelli against the undead minions. No one could rescue Jojo. Oh! Silver ripples surge. Jojo lifted his foot to strike the blade, channeling the silver ripples through the steel sword to attack Braho's arm. Braho's arm instantly swelled and melted away, ultimately turning to ash. The steel sword fell from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground. Jojo's muscles swelled with newfound vigor, scattering Braho's long hair. "I want you to tremble. I want you to burn. Oh, I crave your blood to pulse with fervor." Golden ripples surged forth. Jojo unleashed a flurry of punches upon Braho, who was still reeling from the initial attack and was struck repeatedly by Jojo's onslaught. As the first Jojo, Jonathan possessed a robust physique, swift speed, and formidable strength, the last gentleman of the Joestar lineage. Even a formidable opponent like Braho was sent flying, bones shattered by Jojo's might. Braho shakily reached for his knight's sword, struggling to stand. "I, Black Knight Braho, shall not yield to such trivial pain." Jojo retorted, I truly feel embarrassed for you, Braho. You are so grotesque. You have already been defeated, yet your murderous intent lingers, refusing to concede. Unperturbed, Black Knight Braho charged at Jojo, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. Zepelli noticed the unfolding situation and exclaimed, Jojo, what are you doing? Why do you not attack? Why not evade? Speedwagon urged, Jojo, quickly evade. The longsword halted before Jojo, its blade slicing through his cheek, blood trickling down the edge. The two stood motionless, causing Zepelli to breathe a sigh of relief. Though confusion lingered, what were they doing? Jojo spoke, you just mentioned this trivial pain. Pain? You can feel pain? Braho did not respond immediately, beneath his feet. The once withered flowers revived and blossomed anew. Undead beings lacked the sensation of pain. The body of Black Knight Braho, ravaged by the ripple technique, had regained the capacity to feel. Pain is a sensation inherent to humanity. As the ripples shattered the corporeal form of the undead, the soul, once shackled and burdened, awoke. The noble knightly spirit of Braho was reborn. Jojo continued, I refrained from further attacking or defending because I knew you would wield your sword. Braho's expression transformed from a vicious snarl to one of serene tranquility. In this pain lies the essence of life. Only through suffering can one experience joy. It is through such sensations that one becomes human. I now feel an extraordinary sensation. I harbor no hatred towards this world, for at the brink of life, I encountered a worthy adversary such as you, a commendable hero. I can now depart in peace to seek my queen. Braho asked, friend from 300 years hence, may I ask your name? Jojo replied, I am Jonathan Joestar. Braho declared, Jonathan, I shall impart the words engraved upon this sword to you. Luck. Braho lifted his knight's sword before Jonathan, presenting the hilt inscribed with luck. May this accompany you on your journey into the future. Braho sliced his finger with the blade, using his bloodied fingertip to inscribe the letter P before the word luck. Pluck. Braho chuckled softly, his body disintegrating into ash, his noble soul ascending to join the queen. Braho. Jojo cried out, revering Braho as a worthy opponent. Tears streaming down his face. Such was Jojo's nature, he never considered tears a mark of shame or weakness. This was merely Jojo's way of expressing his emotions. How ironic and wondrous fate is. Why must the salvation of their souls be contingent upon their demise? Those who possess noble souls and honor should not be exploited nor harbor hatred for this world. Dio, I shall never forgive you. During the fierce confrontation between Jojo and the Black Knight Braho, Aoki was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Takas. A single powerful punch from Takas sent Aoki hurtling through the air, crashing against the stone wall. Despite the protective barrier of Ripple, Aoki still coughed up blood. 5 organs and 5 energies Ripple body refinement technique. Full tenfold power. The golden lightning surged within Aoki's body, rapidly healing his injuries, causing his muscles and bones to swell. Aoki's height swelled from 1 meter 80 to 2 meters, his muscles surging dramatically, stretching his shirt to its limits. His shoes and socks shattered, yet fortunately, his trousers, being of a larger size, remained intact. His originally handsome visage transformed into a chiseled countenance, unmistakably the hallmark of a formidable man. Golden lightning danced wildly across Aoki's body, while his black hair stood on end, resembling a porcupine. Takas drew his colossal sword, declaring, I shall annihilate all of you for Lord Dio, eradicate everyone. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for this world. Aoki unsheathed the knight's double-handed sword strapped to his back, the blade glimmering like water. The golden ripple sword, infused with rippling energy, Aoki charged towards Takas, raising his sword to strike. Wyyyyyyy. The two blades clashed violently, causing the rocks beneath Aoki's feet to shatter, yet he did not yield an inch. The swords met and separated in an instant. Thus began their fierce duel. Devoid of technique, a raw contest of speed and strength. Aoki unleashed tenfold his strength, causing a significant surge in power, nonetheless. He could only match Takas in a contest of equal might. Alas, Aoki's condition could not be sustained for long. He needed to resolve the confrontation swiftly. Takas, robust and formidable, was clad in armor, with only his arms, thighs, and face exposed, wearing steel boots. Not one to underestimate his opponent. Takas understood the peril of prolonged contact. Otherwise, the ripple effect would harm his undead corporeal form. Even during the clash of blades, Takas was reluctant to engage Aoki in a contest of strength. In the initial skirmish, Aoki discerned the level of Takas's swordsmanship. While his skills were mediocre, he employed a technique of heavy swords with no edge, relying on the principle of effortless mastery. Empowered by immense strength, he had once dominated the battlefield, unmatched by any foe. Yet, he faced Aoki, an unnamed student's apprentice, who had undergone rigorous training under his enigmatic master. Although Aoki had only grasped a single, perplexing technique from his teacher's repertoire, he had truly comprehended its essence. Aoki's swordplay was unpredictable and incomprehensible, embodying a philosophy of surprise, unfettered by conventional cuts, thrusts, parries, or entanglements. During a moment of cross-cutting, Aoki deftly shifted his position, circling to Takas's right side. He reversed the blade and thrust towards Takas's unarmored armpit, where no protection lay. The silver ripple surged forth mysteriously. The sword, enveloped in a shimmering ripple, pierced through Taka's armpit, unimpeded, and traversed his neck. Had it not been for the ripple's destruction of Taka's undead flesh, the sword alone would have struggled to breach his defenses. Taka cried out in anguish, "Oh, you scoundrel!" Golden ripple surge. The ripple, an embodiment of unyielding vitality, was a natural nemesis to vampires and undead beings. Individuals like Dio, who could devise countermeasures against the ripple, were exceedingly rare. Before Taka's could bring his sword down upon Aoki, the full force of Aoki's ripple completely obliterated Taka's corporeal form. Taka's sudden assault felt rather lackluster, ending with a sense of anticlimax. The ripples within Aoki's body gradually calmed, and his once inflated physique slowly returned to its normal state. Aoki glanced sideways at Jojo and the others, discovering that they had already resolved the issue. Jojo unsheathed the pluck longsword gifted by the Black Knight Braho and secured it upon his back. Aoki retrieved a set of overalls from the system's space, contemplating how to acquire some fine clothing in the future. Transforming one's attire often led to the unfortunate phenomenon of clothing disintegration, which was an extravagant waste of garments. While the spectacle of such disintegration was undeniably striking, the appearance while clothed was rather disheveled. Regrettably, the remains of these soulless beings had all turned to ashes, rendering the system incapable of collecting any spoils. Aoki chose not to gather the souls of these fallen beings, for they were merely puppets enslaved by Dio. And it was not necessary for them to suffer eternal damnation. It was sufficient to allow them to return to a state of tranquility. Aoki and the three others convened, only to discover that the child had vanished. Had he been consumed by the corpse-like beings? "Aoki, where is the little rascal who snatched our back?" "Here I am." The little rascal peeked from the hillside. During the battle, St. Peter's wagon had hurled him up there. There were no corpses, and the corpse's target was them, making the hillside a relatively safe haven. "Jojo, come down. I will catch you." Jojo's broad and powerful chest instilled an overwhelming sense of security in the child, prompting him to leap down. "Jojo, what is your name?" "I am Joseph Joestar." "Thank you, Mr. Joestar." "My name is Pak." Aoki extended a hand, revealing 10 life coins. "Here, consume one each. It will swiftly replenish your vitality." St. Peter Wagon inquired, "What is this?" Without hesitation, Chiblin and Jojo each seized a coin and placed it in their mouths. The life coins transformed into pure life energy, surging into their bodies. In an instant, both felt their exhaustion dissipate entirely. "Aoki, Jojo, how do you all feel? Can you continue to eat?" Zepelli, "I feel quite full. My body is brimming with ripples." Spitvagen, "I feel the same." Jojo, "I believe I can still eat." Aoki's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, he was an extraordinary figure. A formidable presence akin to a celestial warrior. His physical prowess far surpassed that of the aged and decrepit Kabalan. "Aoki, come. Do not hold back. Consume them one by one. Each additional fragment of strength will enhance our odds." Ultimately, Jojo devoured 15 life coins, achieving complete satisfaction. The life energy continuously activated Jojo's potential, rendering him stronger. Even in the absence of Zepelli's sacrifice, these life coins could elevate Jojo's power to a considerable extent. Coupled with relentless combat, Jojo was able to rapidly assimilate this newfound strength. After a brief respite, the five continued their journey to Wine Night Town. Along the way, they encountered a villager from Pak's village. Regrettably, he had transformed into a corpse-like being, and Jojo obliterated half of his skull with a single kick, rendering him utterly lifeless. This grim sight weighed heavily on the hearts of the five. It seemed highly probable that Wine Night Town had succumbed to desolation. The townsfolk had all been converted into these undead creatures by Dio. "Jojo, it appears this small town is doomed." "You are absolutely correct. The streets are infested with these abominations." Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Aoki sensed the ripple energy within him, confirming he was not one of the undead. The unfamiliar man was tall and imposing, with eyes sharp as a lone wolf's. Those who practiced ripple martial arts were never lacking in stature. "I am Danya." After introducing himself, Danya charged at Jojo. Seeing this, Jojo's expression turned serious as he assumed a fighting stance. Danya leaped, delivering a powerful kick towards Jojo. "Jojo, is he coming for a kick?" "But his speed is so slow." "Ah!" Jojo grasped Danya's legs with both hands, firmly restraining him. Danya abruptly spread his legs apart and bent forward, his palms transforming into blades to strike Jojo's face. Ultimate move, lightning slash. Jojo was taken aback, his midsection wide open, revealing a glaring vulnerability. He could either evade or risk a fatal counterattack. Jojo charged headfirst into Danya, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from Danya's nose as he was sent sprawling backward. Just as Jojo prepared to press his advantage, Aoki intervened. "Jojo, he is human. He possesses the aura of ripple martial arts. He merely wishes to test our strength." Zepelli chuckled. "He is my fellow disciple, Danya." "Danya, how do you find my student?" Danya, astonished by Jojo's unconventional approach, noted that typically, an ordinary person would seek to evade such relentless strikes. He never expected Jojo to counterattack, using his head to break through Danya's assault. Danya rose from the ground. "Impressive. You must be Aoki and Jonathan Joestar, correct? Jojo, I am indeed Jonathan Joestar. Though everyone calls me Jojo. Aoki nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Danya turned to Kabalin. Kabalin, upon receiving your distress signal, I promptly arrived with Master Duapiety and Shitrai. It seems we are not too late. Duapiety and Shitrai approached as well. Duapiety was a bald monk, while Shitrai was a handsome young man. Duapiety extended his hand towards Kabalin. Momentarily taken aback, Kabalin recalled that Master Duapiety possessed the gift of prophecy, which required physical contact and resonance through the waves. Kabalin and Master Duapiety clasped hands twice. The first time was at the mountain gate, where Duapiety warned him that mastering the ripple breathing technique would alter his fate, inevitably leading to his destined demise at a premature age. Despite this foreboding, Kabalin resolved to tread this path, firmly committing himself to Duapiety's tutelage. The second handshake occurred as his training concluded, just before his departure. On a high rope, Kabalin sought clarity regarding the timing of his death, not to evade it, but to embrace his destiny and fulfill his mission. A firm believer in fate, Kabalin accepted Duapiety's prophecy that he would sacrifice himself for a young lion. He was certain that Jonathan was that lion. He would become sustenance for this young lion, nurturing his growth. He awaited his fate with quiet acceptance, ready to confront it. Now, as Master Duapiety prepared for their third handshake, Kabalin pondered its significance. He extended his hand, grasping Duapiety's firmly. A radiant golden light, born from the waves, emanated from their joined hands, astonishing the onlookers. Aoki instinctively raised his palm to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. As the brilliance dissipated, Duapiety released his grip on Zepelli. Zepelli, your destiny has transformed, the young lion has matured, and your sacrifice is no longer required. Zepelli, bewildered, replied, transformed destiny? Matured? No need for sacrifice? He glanced at Jonathan and Aoki, a smile breaking across his face. Who would willingly sacrifice their life when they could live? Jojo was the lion for whom Zepelli was prepared to sacrifice, while Aoki was the catalyst for this change in fate. Little did he realize that his unintentional act of kindness had, in fact, altered his own destiny. With Aoki fulfilling his mission, Zepelli found that his own sacrifice was unnecessary. He recalled the green crystal Aoki had presented, a treasure capable of restoring and enhancing the ripple. It was this treasure that fostered the lion's growth, alleviating the need for his sacrifice. Zepelli turned to Aoki, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Aoki. Aoki, I do not comprehend the reason behind your gratitude. Noticing that Kabalin had no intention of responding, Aoki furrowed his brow. He was aware that Duapiety possessed the ability of prophecy. Thus, when Kabalin expressed thanks to him moments ago, was it because he had inadvertently altered the course of a fate that was destined for certain demise? Aoki felt a sense of curiosity. Could the divine being truly foresee its own future? After all, as a traveler from another realm, returning to the whimsical and absurd world would not take long. If he did not exist in this world, then what future could possibly await him? Aoki was skeptical that the oracle could foresee his future in other realms. At that moment, the oracle gazed at Aoki and extended a hand towards him. Aoki grasped the palm of Duapiety, and as their waves intertwined, a profound resonance erupted between them. In Duapiety's gaze, Aoki's form faded into monochrome, transforming into mere black lines. Behind Aoki, two contrasting paintings came into view, juxtaposed in style. On the left, a dark silhouette stood with its back turned to Duapiety, its features obscured yet emanating an aura of malevolence, shrouded in sinister darkness. On the right, a tall and robust silver-haired figure emerged, his silver curls dancing in the wind. The impression that this silver figure imparted to Duapiety was singular, invincibility. With a formidable physique, swift agility, and overwhelming strength, he exuded an aura of dominance. Duapiety pondered the significance of this imagery, for it did not depict a tangible reality. Yet, it embodied a dichotomy, half darkness and malevolence, half light and righteousness. What did this signify? Was it a representation of two divergent fates, or something else entirely? If it symbolized destiny, did it imply that he could evolve into one of two contrasting personas, each an extreme, either malevolent or virtuous? What was certain, however, was the undeniable strength. The malevolence and righteousness of the weak wield little influence, being inconsequential. In contrast, the malevolence and righteousness of the strong hold substantial power, capable of altering the destinies of many. A resolute determination surged within Duapiety upon the conclusion of this endeavor to vanquish the vampire. He would extend an invitation to Aoki to journey to Tibet for cultivation. Aoki, master of dual paths, what have you perceived? The master of dual paths responded thoughtfully. I discern two trajectories in your life, one illuminated, the other shrouded in darkness. After vanquishing the vampires, I wish to invite you to Tibet for spiritual cultivation, guiding you toward the righteous path. Aoki furrowed his brow, pondering whether this old man harbored ill intentions towards him. What did he mean by one path of light and one path of darkness? Was it an indication that he might stray into a wrong turn, leading the old man to scheme to deceive him and confine him? Aoki's demeanor was frigid. There is no need to trouble Master Duapiety any further. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Kabalin hastily attempted to mediate, Master, I have faith that Aoki will not stray from the righteous path. He possesses the invaluable spirit of gold. In this vampire hunt, Aoki has been of tremendous assistance. Duapiti clasped his hands together, acknowledging that his previous words had been somewhat ambiguous. I await your arrival in Tibet. I believe you must be quite intrigued by the cultivation of ripples. We possess even deeper mysteries of the ripple arts there. Aoki remained as aloof as ever. His delicate stomach could not tolerate coarse fare. I am grateful for Master S' invitation, and I shall certainly visit when time permits. Observing Uncle Kabalan striving to ease the tension, Aoki made an effort to cooperate, aiming to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Jojo extended his hand toward Duapiti in a gesture of greeting, yet Duapiti paused momentarily, bringing his hands together in a prayerful fashion. This is how we greet one another. Jojo and Peter Wagon likewise performed a Buddhist salutation. Now, with Duapiti, Danya, and Strela added to their ranks, they comprised a total of 7 ripple warriors. Including the young child, their number swelled to 8. The 8 continued onward to Wine Night Town. In Wine Night Town, within the church, Dio reclined in a chair, casually damaging an ornate golden cross. Before Dio knelt a woman cradling her child, her soft sobs permeating the air. Oh, I beg of you, spare the child. Do not harm my child, I implore you. Please, let this child go. Dio picked up a rose from the nearby table, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff. You wish for me to release him? Is that your desire? Are you willing to trade your life for that of this child? The woman replied, Yes, I beseech you, do not harm him. Dio responded, All right. Do not weep. No one here shall lay a hand on that child. I swear it. However, all present have surrendered their souls to me out of fear of death. If you, like them, were to become our companion, then all your worries and suffering would dissipate. The woman was profoundly afraid of the man before her. Yet for the sake of her child, she continued to plead with Dio. As long as you do not harm this child. All right. All right. The woman could not discern Dio's pure malice. They indeed would not harm the child. Yet a woman on the verge of becoming a corpse would lose her sanity and emotions, potentially consuming her own child. The blood of a single child would be. Aoki roared. Dio. Golden spiral rush. Wall of the mountain. Caught off guard. Dio could only activate the gasification freeze technique, forming a layer of ice armor upon his skin, yet he was still sent flying by Aoki's charge. Aoki refrained from pursuing and instead remained beside the mother and child. He sighed in relief, grateful that this pair had not been transformed into the undead. Their arrival was remarkably timely. The golden ripples surged forth with great urgency. Aoki channeled 99% of his ripple energy, transforming it into an electric net that enveloped the entire cathedral within its lethal embrace. Master Dio, it hurts. I'm melting. So hot. The scorching ripples incinerated all the corpses within the church, reducing them to charred remnants. The sole survivor was Dio, dispersing the icy armor that cloaked his body. Dio's expression twisted with fury. Aoki, you wretch. How dare you annihilate all the corpses? Truly foolish. With such a colossal expenditure of ripple energy. How much strength do you have left? Shernai? Aoki, in my next strike, I shall shatter your skull. With that, Dio hurled a powerful punch towards Aoki, who stood resolute, unflinching in the face of the impending blow. Akamine, Jojo, I leave it to you from here. Jojo stands resolutely before Akamine. Dio, this time, I will not let you escape. Dio, Jojo. Fists collide, as both extraordinary men unleash their full might, striving to shatter one another. Jojo, Dio, I will ensure that you harm no one ever again. The golden ripple surges forth. Dio, let us settle our fates here. Jojo, vaporization freeze technique. Aura, 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 aura. Muda, 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 muda. Aoki felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping him, compelling him to half kneel as he labored to catch his breath. He inserted 10 life coins into his mouth, which transformed into vital energy that coursed through his body. St. Peter Wagon dashed to Aoki's side, inquiring, How are you, Aoki? I am fine, Aoki replied. Immediately escort this mother and child away from here. The ensuing battle is beyond your capacity to engage in. For now, only Jojo and I possess the ability to confront Dio directly. The first phase of the battle has concluded. We are now poised to enter the second phase. Even if Jojo is unable to vanquish Dio in the short term, once I have fully regained my strength, we can encircle and eliminate Dio. St. Peter Wagon nodded in understanding. He swiftly lifted the mother and child, making a hasty retreat. They split into 2 groups. The adept and his apprentice took responsibility for eradicating the remaining corpse people into town to prevent their spread to other villages. Currently, there were 400 to 500 corpse people, consisting of both the transformed living and the deceased. Aoki, Jojo, and Spider-Vagen set forth to vanquish Dio, with Aoki and Jojo taking the lead while Spider-Vagen provided support. The entire populace of the town had been transformed into the undead, gathering around Dio, the strongest among them. Consequently, Aoki managed to eradicate them all with a single strike, marking the conclusion of the first phase of battle. In the second phase, Jojo stood as a bulwark against Dio, striving to buy Aoki the time needed to recuperate. It would be ideal if Jojo could directly eliminate Dio. Meanwhile, Spider Vagin cradled a mother and her child as they descended the stairs, hastily escaping with the Poke's siblings in search of a safe haven. Tragically, Poke's sister was abducted by a horde of the undead, only to be rescued by a passing group of 7. Poke and his sister, along with the mother and child, remained the sole survivors in this beleaguered town. Spider Vagin reflected, though it fills me with reluctance, Aoki-sensei is right. We must play the supporting role. The onus of defeating Dio rests upon Aoki-sensei and Jojo. The battlefield of the strong does not accommodate the weak. You must return safely. As the clash between Jojo and Dio escalated to a fevered intensity, Aoki stood at a distance, recuperating his strength. Just as both combatants found their stamina waning amidst the fierce exchange, they separated after a rapid exchange of blows. Dio taunted, "Jojo, have you not realized yet?" Jojo, bewildered, exclaimed, "What?" "My hand." The skin on the back of Jojo's fingers had cracked and peeled away, revealing the bone beneath. Dio smirked. "My gasification freezing technique does not come without its discomfort. Just wait until your fingers are entirely frostbitten. I wonder how you will wield the ripple then." At this moment, Aoki suddenly pressed a palm against Jojo's back. The red ripple surged forth. Jojo felt the searing waves of energy penetrate his body, coursing into his arms, shattering the frozen state, and rejuvenating his flesh and blood, as his palm swiftly returned to its normal state. "Aoki, Jojo, wield your sword. Avoid any physical contact with him. His gas-freezing technique can instantly freeze any area it touches. You have yet to master the art of releasing ripple energy throughout your entire body if your hands become incapacitated. You shall face defeat." "Jojo, Aoki, how is your recovery progressing?" "Aoki, I have regained most of my combat prowess. I shattered his ice armor with the crimson ripple. You shall use the golden ripple to seize the opportunity for a decisive blow." "Jojo, understood." Dio, observing Jojo's recovering palm, felt a surge of irritation. "Aoki, you scoundrel." Both Aoki and Jojo possessed the capability to confront Dio directly. A united front between the two leaves Dio acutely aware of his slim chances of victory. In a swift retreat, Dio withdraws to the balcony, where the precipice beyond presents the optimal escape route. "Jojo, now is the time." The crimson ripple blade. Aoki charged towards Dio first, his longsword enveloped in crimson ripples, slashing with intense heat towards Dio's neck. Just as the blade was about to strike, Dio's panicked expression transformed into a sinister grin. "Aoki, you have fallen into my trap." With a hiss, a high-pressure liquid beam erupted from Dio's eyes, aimed directly at Aoki. A chill ran down Aoki's spine, an overwhelming sense of peril igniting within him. Should he fall victim to this attack, he would not only face death but also severe injury. Aoki wielded his sword in defense as the intense ray struck the surface of his crimson rippled blade, producing a sizzling sound reminiscent of high-temperature lard being scorched. Under the impact of the high-pressure rays, Aoki was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Aoki's hands were numb. Had it not been for the enchanted longsword he wielded, specially crafted to withstand formidable cutting forces, he would have been unable to endure such power. Easy. Another ray was unleashed, this time aimed at Jojo. The sword in Jojo's grasp was a gift from the Black Knight Braho, lacking the strength of Aoki's weapon. If Jojo could not evade it, he would be cleaved in two. Aoki let out a furious shout as he hurled the longsword in his grasp, perfectly intercepting the beam before it struck Jojo's chest. Jojo relinquished the longsword gifted by Brando, seizing the incoming blade with both hands. The sword was positioned horizontally before Jojo, golden ripples coursing into it, effectively blocking the piercing assault of the beam. Jojo was gradually pushed towards the staircase, while Aoki drew forth another one-handed sword, charging at Dio. The crimson ripple sword. The blazing red blade cleaved against Dio's neck, rapidly melting the icy armor. Aoki meticulously pressed the longsword into Dio's flesh, sensing the impending threat. Dio immediately ceased the emission of fluid beams. Vapor's freezing technique. Dio encased his hands in ice armor, pressing against Aoki's sword. The clash of freezing gas and crimson ripples erupted in a violent explosion, yet Aoki remained steadfast and unyielding. Crimson ripple dash, full power. The scarlet flames enveloped Dio in an instant, relentlessly scorching his icy armor. Sign. Dio. Aoki, you think you can kill me? The two were locked in an unyielding standoff, one wielding flames of red, the other employing the art of Vapor's freezing. Ice and fire. Dio. And I. Golden ripple dash. Jojo clenched his fist and struck at Dio's body with all his might, his punch infused with golden ripples crashing heavily into Dio. The already overburdened icy armor shattered in an instant, Jojo's powerful fist penetrating Dio's torso. But how infuriating. My body. My body is melting away. I could have achieved immortality, enduring through the ages, living for centuries. Dio staggered backward, inching closer to the balcony, behind which lay a precipice of unfathomable depths. Aoki's gaze sharpened. Attempt to flee? Not a chance. The golden ripple sword. Aoki raised his sword, aiming a decisive strike at Dio's head. If the golden ripple sword were to make contact with his skull, it would instantly melt his brain. Aoki, I shall never perish at your hands. Dio's eyes widened, and a high-pressure liquid beam shot forth. Aoki felt a sharp pain at his brow. If he did not evade, he he would undoubtedly be pierced through the head. Aoki, evading deftly, redirected the sword's momentum. The golden ripple sword, inexplicable. The golden ripples transformed into several sword energies, striking against Dio's battered form. Yet the strike aimed at his head missed its mark. TSK. Aoki approached the edge of the balcony, watching as Dio plummeted into the abyss, gradually transforming into flames that flickered and vanished. Yet Aoki was certain that Dio had not perished. The system had not registered Dio's soul. The height of the cliff meant that should he leap, it would be a certain demise. To circumvent and reach the cliff by another route would consume too much time. By then, Dio would likely have fled. Damn it. Would that mean he was destined to follow the same path as the original narrative? During his descent, Dio would sever his own head to prevent the ripple from spreading, melting his own skull in the process. Subsequently, that Eastern corpse-bearer would retrieve Dio's head, ultimately seizing the unguarded body of the unsuspecting Jojo, awaiting the commencement of the third installment of Jojo's bizarre adventure. Not on my watch. Aoki leaped over the balcony, propelling himself with force to press against the precipice. Jojo exclaimed in astonishment, Aoki, what are you doing? Dio has already turned to ashes. Aoki disregarded him. The ripple could enhance its own life magnetic field. Aoki pressed his palms and feet firmly against the cliff face. The magnetic field secured him tightly to the precipice, allowing him to release his grip and plummet swiftly for 20 meters. The magnetic field expanded once more, anchoring Aoki to the cliffside. This process repeated itself, and after 30 seconds, Aoki reached the ground. Upon landing, he spotted a diminutive figure fleeing with a package in hand. Die, you fool! Aoki hurled the long sword in his grasp towards the diminutive figure. With a piercing cry, the figure was impaled upon the ground, its bundle flung into the air. At that moment, an owl swooped in with a meow, seizing the package and soaring towards the ocean. This was a genuine owl. Its feline head fused onto the body of an eagle. It was a creature engineered by Dio, a being of extraordinary origin. Aoki charged towards the diminutive figure, crushing his skull beneath his foot before drawing forth his long sword and hurling it away. The sword whirled through the air, aimed at the owl, which unexpectedly performed an evasive maneuver, narrowly avoiding the blade that Aoki had cast. Aoki found himself devoid of any further means to mount an attack, left to watch as the owl departed, bearing away the head of Dio. Fate, perhaps? The very notion of fate is absurd. This world undeniably harbors the existence of destiny. Each individual is sheltered by fate until they fulfill their predetermined mission. Once that is accomplished, fate withdraws its protection. Whether one lives or dies becomes inconsequential to it. Dio is a man guarded by an extraordinary fortune, and in a sense, he embodies the essence of luck. Yet, he stands as an antagonist, not a champion of virtue. However, in the eyes of fate, there exists no distinction between hero and villain. Fate merely concerns itself with whether the pieces can execute their tasks along the prescribed path. At present, fate has no desire for Dio's demise. Even Aoki, an outsider, cannot defy the destiny of this realm, for he remains, alas, too feeble. Aoki altered the fate of Deqiao's father and transformed the circumstances surrounding Qi Balin's demise. This represents the utmost limit of Aoki's capabilities. Even if Aoki aspires to sever the threads of destiny with ease, such an endeavor is far from a trivial undertaking. Aoki gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it! Curse this fate." Aoki unfastened his belt and aimed his weapon at the vast ocean. Ultimate Ripple Golden Sword. After the tempest of impotent rage subsided, Aoki retracted his firearm and composed himself. He pondered over his next course of action. 10 minutes later, Jojo arrived, having taken a detour to locate Aoki. Before Jojo could utter a word, Aoki revealed a shocking revelation. Dio is not dead. He severed his own head to evade being melted by the ripple. I arrived too late. An owl carried away Dio's decapitated body. Our expedition to Wine Night Town has ended in failure. We did not succeed in vanquishing Dio. Jojo was taken aback, his expression grave. Where has Dio gone? Aoki, it has flown out to sea. It is no longer visible. Jojo, no matter. We shall continue to pursue Dio's whereabouts, and next time we shall surely vanquish them. Aoki, your sword. Aoki glanced at the knight's sword that Jojo offered and shook his head. Jojo, I believe this sword should be yours. The quality of the blade that Braho gifted you is ultimately inadequate. This sword will prove invaluable in your pursuit of hunting down vampires and their undead minions. Jojo inquired. Then what will you wield? Aoki, I shall have 2 swords reforged, and regarding the sword that was cast into the sea, should it ever be recovered, I shall present it to Uncle Kabalin. Your swordsmanship requires refinement, as it is rather lacking. Moreover, your combat techniques are rather monotonous. Jojo keenly sensed a shift in Aoki's demeanor. Aoki, are you preparing to depart? Aoki, not for the time being. You and Elena are about to get married, aren't you? Jojo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. I originally intended to eliminate Dio and then return home to wed. Aomuki was rendered speechless, fortunately. He uttered this remark only after the battle had concluded, thus avoiding any ill-fated declarations. The group convened, and Aomuki informed them of Dio's narrow escape. Having lost only a head, a profound silence enveloped them. After a brief respite, They prepared to return to their respective homes. Following this encounter, it was certain that Dio would conceal himself more profoundly. In the immediate future, locating Dio's whereabouts would prove impossible. The struggle against these dark entities is a relentless endeavor, demanding continuous investment of both human and material resources. Ultimately, the temporary assembly of these individuals could not sustain a long-term alliance. Therefore, Aoki took the initiative to establish an organization dedicated to the hunting of vampires and the undead. This organization was aptly named the Lionheart Society. Aoki, Jojo, Peter Wagon, and Zepelli were the original founders of the Lionheart Society. Deepening, adhering to his own sectarian beliefs, returned to Tibet with his disciples. Utilizing the resources of the Joestar family and the intellect of Peter Wagon, they established the SPW Group, an affiliated enterprise of the Lionheart Society. Aoki and Zepelli collaboratively established a training system for Ripple warriors, dedicated to cultivating these warriors for the Lionheart Society. Ultimately, everyone elected Jojo as the inaugural president of the Lionheart Society, while Dachiao served as its emblem and mascot. Sherbite Wagon held the position of vice president, managing all matters in the society. Had it not been for Aoki's forceful importation of the ripple breathing technique to Sherbite Wagon, he would have succumbed to the burdens of his demanding responsibilities long ago. Aoki has adapted the fundamental swordsmanship he has learned to create a unique system of Western knightly swordsmanship, known as the Ripple Knight Sword Technique. Aoki embarked on a journey to Tibet, where he learned the systematic ripple breathing technique from the esteemed master Deepening. He further refined this technique, rendering it more systematic and accessible for practitioners. With the combination of the Ripple Knight swordsmanship and the unaltered ripple breathing technique, Aoki earned the esteemed title of Master Aoki. In contrast, Kabalin fared less favorably, merely attaining the title of Teacher Kabalin. Unfortunately, Kabalin's lack of talent and creativity, coupled with his limited combat skills, relegated him to the role of a mentor among a group of young lions. Initially disheartened, Kabalin eventually came to terms with his situation. Beyond fulfilling his daily teaching duties, he developed a passion for writing. His revised works ultimately became the illustrious historical biographies of the Lionheart Society. Through artistic enhancement, Jojo was immortalized as the inaugural Golden Lion King. Aoki became the Flame Demon Slayer, and Master Peter Wagon was dubbed the Universal Hand. Meanwhile, Kabalin earned an array of titles, including Lion King Mentor, Flame Demon Slayer Mentor, and the Universal Hand Advisor. The first cohort of students at the Lionheart Society recognized that Mentor Kabalin had a penchant for embellishment, yet out of respect, they chose to overlook his exaggerations. Once the Lionheart Society reached a state of stability, Jojo wed Alina. Following Jojo's wedding, Aoki entrusted the stone mask to Kabalin. Kabalin regarded Aoki with a gaze that was both complex and contemplative, ultimately sighing as he shattered the stone mask. Subsequently, Aoki ventured alone to a relic in Mexico, where a formidable entity known as the Pillar Man awaited him. The Pillar Man is an evolved being of the Night People, ageless and immensely powerful, with the sole weakness of a fear of ultraviolet light. The vampires, created by the Pillar Man using the stone mask, serve as a sustenance and share the same aversion to sunlight. The Pillar Man stands at the pinnacle of the food chain on this planet. Should he evolve further, he would become the ultimate organism, impervious to sunlight, immortal, capable of consuming all living beings, and even transforming into those he has devoured. Within the Mexican ruins, Aoki encountered a Pillar Man named Santana, the weakest among the 4 Pillar Men, notable for not having developed any special techniques. Seizing the opportunity, Aoki intended to confront him. Entering the ruins, he found a vast underground cavern dominated by a colossal stone pillar, upon which was embedded a humanoid stone statue towering over 2 meters. Surrounding the statue were several stone masks, which were also Aoki's targets. Initially, in pursuit of Kabalin's aspirations, Aoki had relinquished his only stone mask to him. Now, he sought to acquire an ample supply of these masks, which could prove vital in moments of peril. Circling the stone pillar, Aoki collected several stone masks into his system's storage, deliberately avoiding those adjacent to Santana to prevent awakening the Pillar Man drawing his longsword. Aoki activated the 5 organs and 5 chi ripple body refinement technique, channeling his full strength into the endeavor. Aoki transformed into a 2-meter-tall muscular behemoth, propelling himself towards the still petrified Santana. Golden Wave Sword. Santana sensed an overwhelming threat, swiftly regaining his body from the state of stone, desperately attempting to break free from the statue. In a fleeting moment, the golden sword light flashed, and Santana's neck was severed. To be precise, the flesh, bone, and blood of his neck vanished entirely, along with the stone pillar behind him. Aoki turned around and drew a steel gun, its emergence as fierce as a dragon, aimed at the head of the Santana. How dare you, you inferior being. Aoki shifted Santana's head, thereby thwarting his self-healing abilities. Tentacles began to sprout from Santana's severed head, reaching out towards Aoki, who, with a vigorous shake, rendered the tentacles instantly limp. Even the Pillar Man requires the brain to command the body. Severing his head reduces his form to a mere puddle of living flesh. However, if it were an ultimate being, the situation would differ significantly. An ultimate being can resurrect from a single cell, akin to the fantastical notion of rebirth through a drop of blood. Ignoring Santana's clamorous utterances, Aoki remained unaffected, for he lacked comprehension of Santana's words, which were articulated in ancient Roman. Aoki silently recited, "OS, it's time to work." He commenced the collection of spoils, detecting the Pillar Man's lack of resistance and initiating the retrieval of the Pillar Man's remains. The head of the Pillar Man was sealed, and the collection of the headless torso was completed. 9 stone ghost masks have been successfully recorded in the system's repository. The analysis of the Pillar Man's body is underway. You have acquired 1 unit of Pillar Man's lineage. This lineage possesses significant flaws, as ultraviolet light would disintegrate the Pillar Man's cells. Commander, it is not advisable for you to merge with this lineage. Aoki, continue to analyze the mind of Santana, extracting all of his memories. Task confirmed. Delving into the memories of the Pillar Man, Santana. Analysis complete. Please proceed to the memory corridor to explore the memories of Santana, the Pillar Man. Aoki has relinquished the pursuit of the other Pillar Man, as his current abilities are insufficient to contend with the 3 Pillar Men. In order to conquer the moonlit dungeon, he must gather 3 formidable warriors. With Aoki and Dachiao present, we are still short of 1 participant, rendering the Pillar Man quest temporarily unfeasible. While the prospect of taking them down one by one may hold potential for success, it carries considerable risk. A misstep could provoke an assault from the formidable trio of the Moonlit Brothers. Currently, we remain in the Ripple era. Once we transition to the Stand era, facing 3 adversaries may become plausible. However, given the capabilities of the Pillar Man, it is conceivable that a mere glance at a stand could awaken their own. What captivates this world is not merely the Ripple, but the diverse array of stand powers. A stand embodies a person's spiritual projection, manifesting as humanoid forms, animals, plants, or even machines. Stands can influence the physical realm. For instance, a humanoid stand may shatter an enemy's skull with a single blow. They possess a myriad of abilities including time manipulation, stopping, erasing, reversing, and accelerating time, as well as conceptual and rule-based powers, with extraordinary upper limits and alarmingly low thresholds. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive stands, only stand users can see them. Nonetheless, from Aoki's perspective, those who can harness spiritual energy may also perceive stands. Ultimately, a stand is the materialization of spiritual strength. There are 3 methods to awaken a stand. The first is innate. Some individuals awaken their stands naturally. The second involves a unique arrow crafted from meteorite, which contains a certain virus capable of triggering a stand awakening. However, failure in this process can result in immediate death. The third method is bloodline resonance. Should an individual, like Xiaoming, awaken a stand, their blood relatives may also awaken theirs due to their genetic connection. The closer the blood relation, the greater the likelihood of awakening a stand. Yet, this is not always advantageous. If one's body and spirit are insufficiently robust, they cannot bear the power of a stand. Failure to cope can lead to physical collapse and ultimately, death. Figures such as Joseph, Holly, and Jotaro awaken their stands in this manner. Joseph and Jotaro, with their formidable physiques and unwavering spirits, easily awaken their stands. Conversely, Holly, an ordinary woman, found herself in dire straits, unable to sustain the burden of a stand. Those with sufficient mental and physical strength can awaken their stands through the stand arrow. Aoki is not a native of this world. There exists but a singular method for awakening a stand, the stand arrow. To obtain a formidable stand, it is advisable to utilize the bug arrow. Employing the bug arrow significantly enhances the likelihood of acquiring a powerful stand. However, the bug arrow is discerning. It will not assist those who are not deemed worthy. Should one be recognized by the bug arrow yet express a desire to forego awakening their stand, the arrow will pierce their heart, compelling them to awaken their stand against their will. Aoki stroked his chin, recalling that the first appearance of the stand arrow was in Egypt, where it was unearthed. The despicable boss, Diavolo, had extracted the arrow and upon awakening his stand, sold all but one. However, at this current juncture, the wretched boss had yet to be born, a full century away at the very least. Oh, omnipotent system! Reveal to me the precise location of the stand arrow, and I shall unearth it myself. Commander, none are more cognizant of the essence of the system than you. Ultimately, this soul system is a creation of your own design. As for me, OS, I am merely your cognitive nucleus. Therefore, abandon such dreams. Indeed, I am aware. The system possesses a rudimentary detection capability, yet its range is limited to a mere radius of 1,000 meters. Centered around the commander, this spherical detection encompasses a radius of 1,000 meters. Shall we conduct a thorough search? According to calculations, the commander would require at least 6 months. If traveling by horse, the duration extends to a year. Why is horseback travel slower? Because the commander runs faster than a horse. Aoki fell into silence, rendered speechless. Most importantly, there is no necessity for us to embark on a comprehensive collection in Egypt. Aoki, what? A meteorite has been discovered in Greenland. I shall excavate the meteorite to forge the arrows of substitutes. Commander, should you venture to Egypt in search of these arrows, you are likely to return empty-handed. Why? The fate of this world will not permit you to find the arrows of substitutes. To hell with fate. It is decided. We shall pursue the arrows first. A year has passed, and Aoki has traversed the entirety of Egypt, yet has found nothing. Perhaps it is time to relinquish hope. In the grand narrative of destiny, these 6 arrows of substitutes hold significant importance. The divine will not allow you to uncover the arrows. As a feeble outsider traversing this realm, how does one contend with the destiny of this world? Commander, before fate turns its sights upon you, cease your futile resistance. Engaging in such reckless defiance is indeed foolish. The meteorite in Greenland is the sole avenue you, as a traveler, may strategize upon. Aoki's eyes were filled with exhaustion. I understand now. I have lost this round. Off to Greenland. Aoki harbored no doubts regarding OS's lack of diligence. Deliberately turning a blind eye to the stand arrow. As the creator of the system, he possessed the highest authority over it. Over the course of 3 months, Aoki meticulously excavated all the meteorites. Given that these meteorites harbored a peculiar virus, he refrained from employing SPW personnel for the excavation. The number of individuals capable of awakening stand abilities was exceedingly scarce, with ordinary people likely facing mortal peril. During his interaction with these meteorites, Aoki became infected with the virus. The virus infiltrated both his body and soul, allowing him to sense the alterations occurring within. Perhaps due to the presence of Ripple, Aoki's body gradually adapted to the virus. He did not awaken a stand, as his body developed antibodies against the virus. Once the virus entered his system, it was swiftly eradicated by these antibodies. To achieve the awakening of a stand, he would still rely on the stand arrow crafted by OS. A process that necessitated 3 days. Aoki grasped the air with his left hand, and the Yinma blade materialized within his grasp. This marked the first occasion he wielded the Yinma blade since acquiring it. Aoki has never practiced swordsmanship, hence he has never wielded a blade. He is uncertain whether this replica of the Yinma sword will prove useful. The Yinma sword possesses a unique function. It can open a portal to another dimension. However, one must be aware of the spatial coordinates. Fortunately, the Yinma sword automatically records these coordinates. Aoki unsheathed his sword, executing a cross slash through the air before him. With 2 swift strokes, he cleaved a rift in space, stepping through it and re-emerging in the Joestar mansion. I cannot help but wonder if one day a man clad in a crimson coat will call out to me, "Hey, Aoki." The days of wielding the Yinma blade and opening portals will come to an end. Hand over the Yinma blade. The thought alone brings a smile to my face. It is night now, and I assume they have all retired for the evening. Utilizing the Yinma blade, Aoki entered the study of Jojo. The Yinma blade transformed into a cascade of azure light, vanishing as it was absorbed into Aoki's left arm. Aoki penned several farewell letters, preparing to depart from this world. He altered the fates of Zepelli, Danya, and the great Jonathan, eliminating one of the pillar men ahead of time and establishing the Lionheart Society to perpetually oppose Dio. He acquired a meteorite that could create stand arrows. Contemplating the meteorite, Aoki pondered whether to leave a stand arrow for Jonathan. It would be best not to, for Jonathan's destiny remains unfulfilled. In the predetermined fate, Jonathan is destined to perish, his body claimed by Dio. Following this, Dio would awaken his stand, igniting the era of stands. Should Aoki leave Jonathan a stand arrow, under the influence of fate, it is highly probable that Jonathan would meet his demise, subsequently succumbing to Dio's possession. The fate of the Joestar family is to usher Dio into paradise. I equally advise against the commander awakening a stand in this world. Fate might very well elevate your mortality rate to 100. After all, Commander, you have always enjoyed defying the whims of fate in this realm. Indeed, OSU's words resonate with truth. Fate may covertly conspire against us. All that Aoki could do has been nearly accomplished. Jonathan Joestar, when you read this letter, I shall have departed. I have returned home. Farewells are not to my liking. They evoke a profound sadness within me. I have left behind several sketches depicting the 8 of us. The days spent adventuring with you all were delightful. There are a few words I must share with you. Warnings. Dio is exceedingly difficult to eliminate. In a sense, he is the child of fate. Fate shields him. You were once considered a child of fate as well, but alas, fate has forsaken you. No, you were never truly a child of fate. The only one capable of safeguarding yourself is you. I endeavored to alter your destiny, exerting considerable effort. However, there was some effect, though not substantial. The original intent behind the formation of the Lionheart Society was to eradicate Dio and his undead minions, to wage a protracted battle. Initially, we suffered from numerical disadvantages. Had there not been so many undead, we would not have needed to divide our forces. We could have simply unleashed a righteous onslaught, nurture more young lions, create a pride, and hunt them down in droves. I have left behind several tomes on protracted warfare, revised, Ripple Knight swordsmanship, likely to remain unchanged. Ripple Lightness Technique, 2nd edition, Great Circulation Ripple Cultivation Method, 5th edition, Lionheart Society Development Plan, 1st edition, Golden Spirit Brainwashing Technique, 2nd edition, and Lionheart Meditation Technique, 6th edition. Another purpose of establishing the Lionheart Society was to provide you with protection. Yet, I later realized that I had erred. The strongest among the Lionheart Society now is you, Jojo. What can the others do to protect you? The only one who can eternally safeguard oneself is oneself. Only one's own strength is truly reliable. Never relinquish the practice of ripple. The Great Circulation Ripple Cultivation Method contains simplified training techniques, yet to truly grasp its essence, one must learn Chinese. I cannot articulate its true profundity in English. It is simply unavoidable. By the way, it would be wise for your loved ones to learn ripple breathing techniques, for weak companions and family may become burdensome. I hope your kin and allies do not become encumbrances to you. Thus concludes my message. William A. Zepelli, Uncle Zepelli. From the moment we first met, I sensed a righteous aura within you. I am well aware of your desire to guide me onto the right path. Yet, never mind. You wouldn't comprehend it. Henceforth, the responsibility of nurturing new members for the Lionheart Society shall fall upon you. Thus concludes my message. Speedwagon. The new ripple breathing method has been given to Jojo. Make an effort to learn it promptly. Otherwise, the strain of high-intensity work may cost you your life. The all-powerful hand. It seems you ought to consider marriage and children. You are already in your 30s. It is time to contribute some little lions to the Lionheart Society. Thus concludes my message. On a certain night after Aoki's departure from this world, a fire erupted once more at the Joestar manor. A horde of undead assailed the estate, and Jojo's father, Sir Joestar, went missing. That night, Jojo and his companions ventured to investigate a town that exhibited signs of undead activity, only to find their home empty. It was evident that this was a premeditated scheme to lure them away. The Lionheart Society searched for months until they ultimately discovered the head of Sir Joestar preserved on a table in a secluded church, treated with some special preservative. Jojo, filled with tears and an overwhelming sense of grief and hatred, understood that Dio was responsible for his father's death. Thus, the entanglement between the Lionheart Society and Dio was irrevocably set in motion. This absurd otherworld. I have returned. The night has fallen. I am uncertain how long I have been gone. 12 hours have passed in this world. The body departed at 6 in the morning, while the soul returned at 6 in the evening. You certainly have a way with words, Comrade OSU. Let us prepare a meal. During the last year and more in Jojo's world, Aoki has not savored a single good meal. A simple dish of chicken stew will suffice. After 2 hours of labor, Master Aoki attracted 4 guests, Yunyun, Darkness, Aqua, Kazuma, and Megumin. Upon seeing so many visitors, Aoki retrieved the gigantic frog legs stored in the system space, prepared them, and placed them into the stew pot. Yunyun presented a box of sparkling wine to Aoki, noting that his hair had grown significantly longer, along with subtle stubble. Aoki, why has your hair grown so much? Aoki, I took a stroll for quite a while. Yunyun, somewhat puzzled, inquired, I only saw you yesterday. Why do you say it has been such a long time? Aoki did not respond. Explaining the concept of traversing worlds could be quite cumbersome. He preferred to keep his ability to traverse realms concealed, striving to evade unnecessary complications. However, it was evident that his thoughts were rather naive. Aqua inched closer to Aoki, sniffing inquisitively from side to side, yet all she could discern was the scent of sweat. How peculiar. Aoki, why do you carry the fragrance of another world? Upon hearing this, Aoki was taken aback. This foolish goddess could actually perceive that he had ventured into other realms. With a clap of her hands, Aqua felt that she had stumbled upon the correct answer. Aoki, did you traverse to other worlds through the Yama sword? Sato Haruma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that his elder brother Aoki had the opportunity to return to his homeland? This wretched alternate world was one he wished to escape from without delay. Sato Haruma exclaimed, what other worlds? My adoptive brother is capable of journeying to other realms? Aoki disregarded Sato Kazuma, as his current concern was how Aqua discerned his travels to another world. Aoki, Aqua, how did you discern that I have traversed other worlds? Aqua, it is quite simple. When one visits different realms, they inevitably absorb the essence of those worlds, gradually being embraced by them and completely shedding the remnants of their previous existence. It is akin to how, if we linger too long in a stable, we become tainted by the scent of manure. And as for Kazuma, he has undoubtedly absorbed that fragrance. Kazuma's face flushed red. Indeed, he had become steeped in that aroma. Unlike the water goddess Aqua, he lacked any innate purifying abilities. Previously, he had faced disdain from the Adventurer Guild's maidens due to his odor, prompting him to frequently seek Aqua's assistance in cleansing himself of the unwelcome scent. Aoki, in contemplative thought, acknowledged that despite Aqua's unreliability, she is nonetheless a goddess capable of discerning the situation, which is entirely reasonable. Aoki, Aqua, is there a way to resolve this issue? This flaw occasionally places me in perilous situations. Upon hearing Aoki's plea, Aqua's expression instantly morphed into one of despair. Oh, Aoki, if you would allow me to join your team, how about I impart my knowledge in this regard? Aoki's gaze was deep and contemplative, various schemes of betrayal and exploitation flitting through his mind. Deal, exclaimed Aqua, joyfully bouncing with excitement. Sato Kazuma also felt a surge of happiness, finally liberated from the clutches of this dim-witted goddess. Yet, a twinge of reluctance surfaced, for they had endured both hardship and joy together for a time. Hey Aoki, let our entire team merge with your squad. Aqua began to overstep her bounds, attempting to negotiate for more. Kazuma inwardly rejoiced, silently giving Aqua a thumbs up. There was certainly nothing wrong with joining Aoki's team. Having a strong leader to guide them in battles would be nothing short of exhilarating. Aoki squinted his eyes and smiled, resembling a cunning fox. No problem, dear. Sato Kazuma, upon witnessing Aoki's expression, felt a jolt in his heart. He understood that Aoki was not one to easily acquiesce. Aqua pointed a finger at Aoki's forehead, initiating a torrent of information input. Data receiving. Completion of reception. System updating. Aoki laughed even more heartily, his lips warmed to a balmy 36 degrees, uttering words that chilled to a frosty -36. Aqua, you have outlived your usefulness. You may take your leave. Sato Kazuma remarked, as expected. Darkness added, truly remarkable. First instill hope in the opponent, then deliver despair. Relentlessly extract their worth and trample upon their spirit. Megumin chimed in, you truly are the scum of the highest order, Kazuma. Yunyun interjected, Aoki. Isn't this a bit too harsh? After all, we have already made a promise. Aoki, Yunyun. Learning to lie judiciously signifies the transformation of an individual into a morally corrupt adult. Yunyun, no. I refuse to become a morally corrupt adult. After a brief moment of astonishment, Aqua leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Aoki's thigh. Aoki, how could you? How can you deceive the benevolent goddess? No, no, no. Aoki let out a cold laugh. My heart is like iron, unyielding and indestructible. The trivial, foolish goddess is nothing but a source of amusement. Aoki inhaled deeply, discovering that the clay pot chicken had been simmered to perfection. Aoki, dinner is served. The delectable clay pot chicken is ready. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, everyone swallowed hard, their attention captivated entirely by the clay pot chicken, leaving no regard for Aqua. Noticing the lack of attention directed towards her, Aqua initially wished to continue her tantrum. Yet upon discovering the enticing fragrance of the chicken and the exquisite taste of the sparkling wine, she too joined the ranks of eager diners. It was evident that Aoki had underestimated Aqua's audacity. Aqua made herself at home in Aoki's abode, usurping his bedroom and pulling Megumin and Yunyun along to claim Aoki's grand bed. If it weren't for your foolishness and the presence of two minors, I would have undoubtedly taken decisive action against you. Aoki, feeling helpless, spent several days in the guest room, while Sato Kazuma took the opportunity to stay there as well. Darkness, however, did not remain, as there were no extra rooms available. After a few days, Aoki realized he could not drive Aqua away, so he gathered everyone to expand the mansion. This time, they were quite enthusiastic, and within a few days, several new rooms were added. Yunyun, would you like to move in with us? Are we really going to cohabitate so soon? This progress is rather swift, isn't it? The books say one should date first, establish a romantic relationship, hold hands, kiss, get engaged, and then marry. How have we skipped so many steps? Yunyun's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed and unprepared, having never learned such matters. Should she agree, or should she not? Yunyun, you surely do not wish to witness that perverted female knight incessantly clinging to me, do you? It is important to note that Darkness has just taken up one of the rooms. Are you certain you do not want to come over and lend a hand? Yunyun glanced at the busy Darkness, then at the somewhat languid Aoki, whose loose clothing revealed his appealing physique. No. She absolutely could not allow Darkness to get any closer to Aoki. Darkness was coveting Aoki's form. This simply could not be allowed. Save a room for me. I shall return immediately to gather my belongings. Aoki watched as Yunyun dashed away, a faint smile gracing his lips. These wings must be nurtured from a young age. All of you are my wings. Except for Aqua and Megumin. It is illegal to tease fools, and I cannot afford a tablet either. It seems that Kazuma has a peculiar fondness for the lowly Megumin. How truly bizarre. Today, Aoki embarked on a mission with the newly formed group of 6. Urgent task. Urgent task. All adventurers in the town, please assemble at the Adventurers Guild immediately. The announcement echoed throughout the town of Axel at an ear-splitting volume. Darkness expressed her surprise. At this hour, it should be time to harvest the cabbages, right? Kazuma, feeling perplexed, interjected. What? Cabbages? Is there some sort of monster named Cabbage? Megumin and Darkness exchanged glances that conveyed an air of incredulity, making Kazuma feel as though he were illiterate. The kind-hearted Yunyun clarified. Cabbage is a green, round vegetable. It has a crisp texture and is quite delicious. Kazuma replied, I know it's a vegetable. I could tell by the name. Is the guild planning to send us out to farm and harvest vegetables? Aoki gently patted Kazuma's shoulder. You simply need to regard the cabbages of this world as vegetables that have transformed into monsters. Kazuma suddenly enlightened. So, vegetables have become monsters. I see. Many of the deities in Neon are indeed transformed spirits, which I can comprehend. But, could there be any danger? Aoki, ordinary small monsters, posing no danger. Yet their numbers are somewhat overwhelming, swarming like locusts. The very sight sends shivers down Jun's spine in this cursed otherworld. Frogs can grow larger than cows, and he could scarcely fathom what size a cabbage might attain. Yet, observing the eager anticipation of everyone around him, he managed to settle his nerves. Aqua stifled a laugh. Mocking Cuz. "'Cause, a homebody afraid of cabbages," Kazuma glowered in response. The guild staff, holding a megaphone, addressed all the adventurers with a booming voice. "I sincerely apologize for the abrupt summons. I believe some of you are already aware. Yes, it is indeed the cabbage. The harvesting season for cabbages has arrived this year. The cabbages have grown splendidly, and a single harvest can yield 10,000 elises. We have advised the townsfolk to return home for their safety. Therefore, I urge you all to gather as many cabbages as possible and bring them back here. Please prioritize your safety and avoid injury from any retaliatory strikes by the cabbages." The adventurers erupted in cheers. The arrival of cabbages signified the prospect of substantial rewards. In this peculiar world, cabbages could fly, zipping through the town at remarkable speeds. A collision with an ordinary person could result in shattered bones and, in severe cases, instant death. Truly, the inhabitants of this absurd alternate realm live in dire straits. Yet, there remains hope for a brighter future. It is said that once cabbages begin to ripen, they, unwilling to be easily consumed, embark on a grand migration. They race across towns and meadows, traverse continents, and sail across oceans, ultimately meeting their demise quietly in uncharted realms, evading consumption by any creature. Aoki raised his arm and proclaimed, "Allow me to share a secret. I possess remarkable culinary skills when it comes to preparing vegetables." The crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. For the memory of the previous delectable dish, the claypot chicken, lingered in their minds, and they were eager to experience Aoki's craft once more. Among them, Darkness took the lead, brandishing her knight's sword and attempting to cleave the flying cabbage in two. Alas, she was hindered by an aura that rendered her incapable of striking her target. As a knight, Darkness embodied the ultimate shield, with little more than that quality to boast of. Moreover, she intentionally collided with the cabbage, which, despite its tremendous force, shattered her armor without so much as denting her resilient form. Standing protectively in front of the lower-level adventurers, she absorbed the cabbage's onslaught, her pitiful appearance earning her the gratitude of many. As for Darkness's own thoughts, she was already reveling in a euphoric state, delighting in her predicament. The more the adventurers expressed their gratitude, the more satisfying it became, especially if their words turned to insults. The masochistic knight, clad in shattered armor, was left with only her sturdy black bodysuit, which clung to her form in a captivating manner. Aoki admired the voluptuous form of the submissive female knight for a moment, before making his way to a location abundant with cabbages and scarce in adventurers. With a swift movement, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and a dozen cabbages, each the size of a human head, succumbed to their fate, tumbling to the ground. Aoki picked up a cabbage and examined it, unsure of how they reproduce. Aoki wishes to cultivate some, for waiting an entire year to savor cabbage is simply too long. It is time to prioritize the matter of the magical greenhouse. It is indeed a pity that the piece of land purchased by Aoki is not being cultivated for vegetables. The spirit of Aoki's gardening burns brightly. The vibrant essence of life emanates from this cabbage, which is infused with an abundance of botanical vitality. In a world of lesser martial arts, it could very well be regarded as a treasure of nature. It is no wonder that adventurers gain substantial experience points from consuming cabbage. A single head can fetch a staggering 10,000 eris. Aoki opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite of the cabbage, its crispness refreshing and brimming with the vitality of life. Aoki deliberately avoided competing with other adventurers for the cabbages. He ventured downstream and captured a small portion of them entirely. He released the remainder, as the migration of these cabbages is likely a primary means of their propagation. To capture them all could severely disrupt their natural breeding cycle. 432 cabbages were successfully secured and stored within the system space. Reflecting on the Jojo world, where he could wield no magic whatsoever, Aoki felt a twinge of frustration. Alas, Sufei's magic was etched into her very being by some obscure method. He understood the mechanics, but not the underlying principles. When the environment shifts, if the magical formula is not altered, it naturally cannot be invoked. The mere ability to create a bubble is a testament to the adaptability of this magical formula. True sorcerers are akin to erudite scholars, armed with a wealth of knowledge and experience in magical research. The Red Mage clan possesses an abundance of magical tomes. How he longed for the privilege to peruse them. Once he secured Yunyun, becoming the esteemed son-in-law of the Red Mage clan, access to their magical literature would be at his fingertips. How utterly despicable of me. He chuckled to himself. The migration of cabbages in Axel town persisted for an hour, with everyone reaping a bountiful harvest, except for Aqua, who primarily caught lettuce. As for the eccentric female knight, although she could not land a blow on the cabbages, she valiantly defended her fellow adventurers from numerous cabbage assaults. In gratitude, other adventurers generously shared their spoils with her. Weiwei used explosive magic to incapacitate many cabbages, though a greater number were reduced to ash. Yunyun, a prodigy of magic, displayed no favoritism and also gathered a considerable amount. As for Kazuma, he struck it rich, employing his theft skills to capture over 100 cabbages, all of which he sold. At lunch, Aqua inquired, "Kazuma, how much did you earn this time?" Kazuma, composed and exuding the demeanor of a reincarnated noble, replied, Just over 1,000,000. Aqua's eyes gleamed with envy. Kazuma-sama, lend me 100,000, will you? Kazuma retorted, I refuse. My favorite pastime is denying the presumptuous. Kazuma, please help me. The debt collectors have come knocking. If I don't repay them soon, they'll take my divine garment. Aqua pleaded, wrapping her arms around Kazuma's in a display of charm. Ultimately, Kazuma's resolve softened, yielding perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of divinity. That heavy, soft sensation was indeed overwhelming for a virgin like Kazuma. Aoki wore a look of disdain and said, Kazuma, you have feelings for Aqua, don't you? Sato Kazuma replied, I do not. I absolutely do not. Stop making baseless accusations. Aoki, well, you might as well clean your nosebleed before countering. Sato Kazuma wiped his nosebleed with his sleeve, then stubbornly insisted, I'm not. I didn't. Don't spout nonsense. Indeed, the goddess's throw possessed tremendous impact. Sato Kazuma. This innocent young man was unable to withstand it. Aoki, darkness, surely you have allocated at least a few skill points to your two-handed and one-handed swords, haven't you? Aoki, darkness, surely you haven't allocated a single skill point to either two-handed or one-handed swords, have you? Darkness shyly smiled. I believe I do not require the mastery of such skills, thus I have devoted my skill points to enhancing my defense. Aoki, these skills can also be self-taught. In fact, self-learning often leaves a more profound impression and allows for greater flexibility in application. Darkness's cheeks flushed slightly, trembling gently. If you have the time, Aoki, I would appreciate it if you could teach me swordsmanship. It has been quite a while since we last engaged in a duel. The last time you struck me was exhilarating. And, the feeling of being surrounded and overwhelmed by the cabbage earlier was simply unbearable. In this party, it seems that I am the only one with a formal frontline profession, so please do not hesitate to treat me as bait or shield. If necessary, when you perceive danger, it would be perfectly acceptable to cast me aside as a sacrificial pawn. Just the thought of it makes me tremble with excitement. Darkness, whose masochistic spirit has permeated her very being, leaves Aoki feeling that she is beyond redemption. So, Aoki, I fear, no. I am certain I will be a burden to you. When that time comes, please do not hold back, scold me fiercely. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Aoki pinched the flesh at Darkness's waist. It wasn't firm at all, and the sensation was rather delightful. Darkness let out a soft moan, and a blush swiftly adorned her face. Aoki, Darkness, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I find myself compelled to inquire about the firmness of your abdominal muscles. Darkness, bending slightly to embrace her form, I must decline. Yunyun, such behavior is unacceptable. This absurd otherworld is rife with innumerable phenomena beyond his comprehension. After their meal, Aoki, along with Zen and Aqua, ventured forth to procure new equipment, while he took Yunyun to collect the customized wand. Having enjoyed a fruitful morning, the adventurers eagerly sought out merriment and revelry. Aoki also joined the revelry of the adventurers, each of whom was exceptionally talented and possessed an enchanting way of speaking. Qingmu is utterly enamored with this whimsical otherworld. The night, after finishing his morning routine, Aoki sat on the balcony and retrieved from the system the stand arrow meticulously crafted by OS. There were 2 arrows in total, one with a silver beetle tip and the other with a golden beetle tip. The silver beetle arrow activates the stand, while the golden beetle arrow enhances it to a higher form. It is advised to wait at least 2 years before attempting to elevate a stand immediately after its activation, as one may not fully grasp its potential. The golden beetle arrow vanished from Aoki's hand, reclaimed by OS into the system's space. Is the golden beetle arrow the key to initiating the Requiem? Indeed. The silver insect arrow in Aoki's hand suddenly began to quiver, rotating twice before pointing directly at him. The arrow pierced through Aoki's chest, causing his eyes to bulge as he felt it penetrate his lung. The chilling sensation sent shivers down his spine. The arrow continued its journey, traversing through his chest, ascending his neck, and finally burrowing into his brain. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that dizziness was to be expected. Aoki lay on the ground, gazing upwards as a multitude of viruses surged into his body from the insect arrow. The potency of the viruses began to exert its influence on both Aoki's flesh and spirit, eliciting a remarkable reaction within both realms. Aoki's body twitched intermittently, as peculiar black patterns manifested upon his skin, appearing and vanishing in a cyclical dance. When Aoki awakened, it was already the following morning. The bright sunlight bathed his form, revealing that he had spent the entire night slumbering on the balcony, clad only in a pair of oversized shorts. Aoki rose to his feet, and a silver arrowhead from a beetle fell to the ground. He picked up the arrowhead and stored it in his system space. OS, have I awakened my stand? He pondered. If I'm still alive, then it must be a successful awakening. Arise, my stand. Yet, nothing transpired. It was evident that a catalyst was required to unveil its existence. Your subconscious believes that you do not possess such a thing as a stand. Aoki stretched lazily and thought, well, it's good enough to be awakened. Aoki, have you gotten up? It's time for breakfast. It was Yunyun's voice. Aoki donned his trousers and opened the door. Yunyun's eyes widened as she gazed at Aoki's well-defined abs and chest, overwhelmed by the sight. She exclaimed. Retreating in shock, only to tumble over the railing. Aoki swiftly reached for Yunyun's arm, only to find a robust silver arm had seized her first, pulling her back. Aoki took hold of Yunyun. After giving a gentle tug with his silvery arm, it retracted back into Aoki's being. Aoki's heart surged with joy, for his substitute was evidently humanoid. During breakfast, Yunyun occasionally stole glances at Aoki. Aoki, that scoundrel, incessantly entices her with his charms, a truly wicked act. Recently, she has been frequently visiting the wand shop owner, seeking guidance from the senior proprietor on the art of romance. For instance, preparing breakfast for the one she adores. However, Aoki has spat out the marvelous opportunity that was almost within reach. Aoki, who made breakfast? Yunyun weakly raised her hand. I did. Aoki revealed a warm smile, saying, trust me, do not force yourself to cook. A beautiful girl like you should solely focus on being enchanting. The previously worried expression on Yunyun's face immediately transformed into one of bashful shyness, pondering how Aoki, this mischievous individual, always uttered such embarrassing words. As for the others, Yunyun responded, they have yet to rise. Aoki discarded all the meals, and then prepared a lavish breakfast spread. As he presented the final dish, everyone had already gathered. Drawn by the enticing aroma, the powerful enchantment of the quilt could only be lifted by exquisite cuisine. Aqua remarked, as expected of Aoki. The dishes he creates are simply delectable. Darkness added, this stir-fried cabbage with meat is delightful. Aqua continued, hey, Aoki, from now on, you shall be in charge of cooking while we earn a living to support you. Aoki, how delightful to ponder. Should I ever decide to prepare a communal meal, I shall announce it in advance. Silence shall signify that no such feast will take place, and you must find your sustenance elsewhere. With a multitude of guests, the task of preparing meals for all becomes exceedingly time-consuming. Nevertheless, my dear Yunyun is most welcome to join me for breakfast. Darkness, I too wish to partake. Aoki, I refuse. Darkness, whom Sato Kazuma observed the interaction between Aoki and Darkness, his eyes widening with revelation. He realized a curious truth. Darkness was a masochist, while Aoki appeared to be a sadist. No wonder the two got along so well. It was rather peculiar. What if Megumin and Aqua were to fall prey to such peculiar tendencies as well? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. This was troubling. This was alarming. He must swiftly acquire a house and move out. It was not a sustainable arrangement to remain at Aoki's residence. Although Aoki did not mind, and even went to the trouble of constructing rooms for them, Kazuma still yearned for a place of his own. As Sato Kazuma contemplated his future and pondered ways to amass wealth, he caught sight of Aoki extending his hand towards a bun, which then flew into his grasp as if by magic. What sorcery was this? No, Aoki had not recited an incantation. Detection. Sensing enemies. Oh. A stand-in. Has Brother Aoki awakened his stand? This muscular man with silver skin. Those flowing silver curls. Such a bold artistic style and sharp lines. Sato Kazuma rose to his feet and slammed his hand on the table. Brother Aoki, is that a stand behind you? Aqua also looked up, noticing the oddly shaped silver giant. Aqua exclaimed, a malevolent spirit. Witnessed the purification of the water goddess. However, Megumin, Yunyun, and Darkness could not perceive the stand. Megumin questioned. What? Aqua rushed forward, and the silver giant raised a finger, flicking Aqua on the forehead and sending her back to her seat. Aqua clutched her head, wailing, how dare that wicked spirit strike the invincible water goddess? Kazuma inquired, Brother Aoki, what is the name of your stand? Suddenly, Aoki was struck by inspiration, and a name emerged in his mind, the King of Void. Masato exclaimed, oh, what a splendid name. P.S. Substitute. King of Void, destructive power, a speed, a range, B precision, a sustainability, a growth potential, a special ability? Masato said, Aoki, I wish to learn this. Aoki, first, we shall dine. After our meal, we will see if you possess the potential to awaken your stand. Kazuma nodded in astonishment, realizing he had reached the age of stand awakening. In this otherworldly realm, at the age of 16, he was on the brink of awakening his stand. He pondered whether it might be a tad late. After breakfast, everyone gathered around Aoki, their curiosity piqued by the notion of a stand. Even though not all could perceive it, Yunyun, Megumin, and Darkness were unable to see it, while Aqua could, and Kazuma, upon activating his enemy detection skill, was also able to perceive it. This skill essentially utilized mental prowess to sense adversaries. Megumin, Yunyun, and Darkness could not see my stand, the Void King. However, if you possessed a skill akin to Kazuma's enemy detection, you would be able to perceive the stand. The essence of a stand is a formidable mental image, capable of influencing the tangible world. For an ordinary person to awaken a stand, a catalyst known as the stand arrow is required. Aoki produced the silver beetle arrow, and the crowd eagerly reached out to examine it, only to be rebuffed by Aoki's swift hand. It is perilous, he warned. The arrow chooses individuals with the requisite abilities to awaken their stand. Those lacking such qualifications are doomed to fail, resulting in certain death. Even for those deemed qualified, the awakening of a stand is not guaranteed, and failure could also lead to demise. The crowd was taken aback, their their expressions tinged with fear. Is it truly so thrilling? Darkness inquired. Allow me to give it a try. Aoki struck fiercely at Darkness's claw, forcing it to open. Darkness let out a startled cry, covering her hand. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Aoki clenched his right hand behind his back, trembling in pain. Indeed, the principle of mutual force holds true. Newton's laws do not deceive me. Observing their newfound compliance, Aoki nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us test whether you possess the potential to awaken your stand. Aoki released his palm, allowing the silver arrow to choose its own path. The arrow spun within his grasp, and after 2 rotations, it pointed towards Darkness before being released, hurtling towards its target. The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. With a clang, a large silver hand reached out, pinching the arrow between its thumb and forefinger. Remarkably, the arrow remained unscathed, still brimming with momentum directed at Darkness. Sato Masaru exclaimed, "The King of the Void has seized the arrow, thwarting its strike. Such speed and precision must be at least an A. Judging by its size, its strength is undoubtedly A. This is at least a 3A panel. Incredible." Aoki turned to Darkness, inquiring, "Do you wish to awaken your stand? Even at the peril of your life? I demand your unequivocal answer. Should you hesitate to embrace the risk, I shall retract the insect arrow. However, if you are willing, I will release it, allowing it to continue its advance towards you." Darkness began to gasp heavily, contemplating the imminent threat to life. To confront such danger is exhilarating. I have never been struck by an arrow before, and I wonder if it can breach my defenses. Come on, Aoki. Strike me with all your might. Aoki's face was lined with concern as he contemplated the formidable physique of Darkness, whose mental fortitude should be equally robust. An aberrant psyche, after all, is inherently more powerful than that of an ordinary individual, and Darkness, being the true heir of the knightly spirit, epitomizes this strength. Taking these factors into account, Aoki relinquished his control over the insect arrow. The Void King loosened his fingers, and the insect arrow shot forth towards Darkness, effortlessly piercing through fabric and embedding itself into flesh. Darkness uttered, "I've been pierced. Ah, it hurts. Yet it feels so good." As the power of the insect arrow continued to infiltrate Darkness's body, he ultimately rolled his eyes back and fainted, his body occasionally convulsing, resembling a marionette that had been thoroughly played with. Aoki pressed his fingers against Darkness's wrist, feeling his heartbeat quicken and his body temperature rise, both entirely natural responses. Given Darkness's exceptional qualities, it was highly probable that she could awaken her stand. Yunyun felt a flicker of concern, apprehensive about Darkness's well-being. "Is she going to be all right?" she inquired. Aqua suggested, "Should we employ a healing spell on her?" "Aoki, it's a perfectly normal occurrence. There's nothing to worry about. Darkness will successfully awaken her stand." Aqua watched as the arrow pierced her body, feeling a twinge of pain just by observing it. "Aoki-san, I think I shall forego awakening my stand. It seems so painful. And I have an aversion to pain." Aoki nodded, indicating that there was no issue. Aoki does not coerce others into acquiring a stand. The very act of obtaining one inherently carries risks. Fortunately, the insect arrow possesses the ability to discern those with the requisite potential. Otherwise, the exceedingly high mortality rate would compel Aoki to outright reject their request for awakening a stand. As time passed, a silver arrowhead protruded from the head of Darkness, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Aoki's mouth. "Surely, I wasn't subjected to the same fate last night?" The silver arrow fell, clattering to the ground, causing the onlookers to recoil in fear, wary of the insect arrow targeting them. Except for Sato and Makoto, who appeared on the verge of directly impaling themselves with the insect arrow. Aoki picked up the insect arrow and inquired of the others, aside from Hitoshi. "Do you wish to partake as well?" Yunyun, Weiwei, and Aqua all shook their heads in unison, and Aoki, understanding their decision, did not press further. "Then I suggest you keep your distance. Your presence may inadvertently influence the insect arrow selection." The 3 promptly scampered away, retreating to 100 meters distance, where they observed with binoculars. "Hitoshi, let us see if you possess the requisite qualifications." Hitoshi responded eagerly, "Let us see. What stand shall I awaken? A platinum star? A hammer to Valuto? The Crimson King? The Killer Queen?" "Aoki, do not dwell on it. The stand is a manifestation of the psyche. There is a high likelihood that you may awaken as a female underwear thief or something similar." "Kanzaki, impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is undoubtedly an invincible stand." Aoki, indifferent to him, placed the insect arrow in his hand, yet the arrow remained unresponsive. 10 minutes elapsed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes drifted by. Aoki, unable to bear the thought of disheartening Hiro, inquired, "Is it possible that you lack the potential to awaken a stand?" Hiro vehemently replied, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Only a stand user can perceive a stand. The fact that I can see yours signifies that I too am a stand user. It indicates that I possess the qualifications to awaken a stand." Hiro's words tumbled forth in a disjointed manner, clearly revealing his unwillingness to accept the possibility of being unable to awaken a stand. "Aoki, Kazuma, your adventurer level has significantly increased, and your physical enhancement has reached a certain threshold, which should meet the minimum requirements. However, your mental fortitude may not be sufficient. Hence the insect arrow has determined that you lack the qualifications for awakening. Kazuma, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Aoki Kanzuya grasped the insect arrow and gently drew it across his own arm, causing blood to flow forth, startling the distant Aqua. She hurried over, exclaiming, Kanzuya, do not take your own life. If you perish, who will defeat the Demon King? Without vanquishing the Demon King, I cannot return to the divine realm. Heal, heal, heal. Aoki reclaimed the insect arrow and stored it within the confines of the system's space. Aoki, there exists another possibility. The energy expended by the insect arrow may be excessively draining, rendering it temporarily incapable of awakening another. I suggest you try again tomorrow. Aqua, please perform a purification for Kazuma to prevent the virus on the insect arrow from causing his demise. Upon hearing the mention of a virus, Aqua promptly unleashed several purifications. Purification, purification, purification. Kazuma, feeling utterly despondent, realized that he had no chance of awakening his stand. Aoki, the awakening of a stand requires an individual to possess a robust physique and an indomitable spirit. These attributes can be cultivated over time. As your adventurer level increases, you will naturally acquire the qualifications for stand awakening. Once you have attained sufficient strength, return to me, and I shall allow you to test the insect arrow. Sato Kazuma nodded, relieved that he still had the opportunity for awakening. He dispatched the others, urging them to embark on their quests. Aoki remained at home to tend to darkness. Aoki gently lifted darkness and carried her back to his room. It seemed unlikely that she would awaken any time soon. Just as Aoki was about to depart, a hand, adorned in hues of yellow and white, grasped his arm. Aoki turned his head and beheld this, a substitute. The yellow-white arm detached from darkness's limb, as though darkness had grown an additional hand. The grip of the yellow-white arm was immensely powerful, causing Aoki to feel as if the bones in his arm were on the verge of splintering under the tremendous pressure. Release me. Do you wish to end my life? The yellow-white arm obediently relinquished its hold, allowing Aoki to exhale in relief. Vital energy surged into his arm, golden lightning flickering as his bones swiftly healed. Such immense strength must surely be classified as nearly shattering his arm. It appeared unintentional, indicating a lack of precision, likely rated as C. The entity exhibited considerable intelligence. Comprehending his words, as Aoki pondered, the yellow-white arm suddenly pressed against darkness's chest. With a ripping sound, it tore away all of darkness's garments. Human, white, grand, supple. Aoki's eyes widened as the yellow-white arm beckoned to him. Come, enjoy. Damn it, is the awakened stand of that perverse female knight also perverse? This is simply too overwhelming. Aoki procured a woolen blanket and draped it over the female knight. As for the invitation from the perverse doppelganger, he could overlook it. However, should the invitation from the deviant female knight arise, Aoki would not hold back and would promptly reject her advances. Aoki turned to leave, and the King of the Void extended an arm from behind, closing the door quietly. The yellow-white arm waved lightly, seemingly filled with regret. It was apparent that the substitute had not yet fully formed and required more time to develop. What name should she be given? Deviant Spicy Girl? Deviant Knight? Aoki shook his head, deciding to first test the capabilities of his stand. He began with its destructive power, retrieving a mithril crystal from the system's space and tossing it to the King of the Void. The mithril crystal possessed exceptional hardness. Yet in the hands of the King of the Void, it was effortlessly crushed and molded into a fruit-themed apron resembling darkness. Aoki's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he accepted the figurine, scrutinizing it with a critical gaze. The intricate details were remarkably well executed, lending it an astonishing realism. He stored the figurine in his system space, adding it to his collection. This confirmed that the Void King possessed a precision and destructive power rated at A. The Void King's silhouette flickered around Aoki, moving with astonishing speed, also rated at A. As the Void King began to distance itself from Aoki, approximately 20 meters away, its form began to wane into a spectral appearance. Its effective range was rated at B. The sustained capability was impressively high. After more than 10 minutes of observation, it had yet to dissipate, indicating a sustained power rating of A. The potential for growth remained indeterminate, as it could not be measured, but one could reasonably assume it would not be lacking. Does the Void King possess any special abilities? The Void King shook its head. No particularly unique abilities? The Void King again shook its head. Have any special abilities yet to be discovered? The Void King nodded in affirmation. If only you could speak. The Void King responded, I can speak. Aoki, you can speak. Why are you not speaking? King of Void, Aoki, your subconscious believes that I cannot speak, which is why I remain silent. Aoki, with a sense of bewilderment, remarked, I have no intention of calling you a malevolent spirit, so what is there to fear? The King of the Void responded, I find this quite impressive and exceptionally stylish. Aoki covered his face, pondering whether the Void King also had a penchant for pretentiousness. Thus, the panel for the Void King's stand was unveiled. Stand, Void King destructive power, a speed, a range, B precision, a duration, a growth potential, a special ability? A panel of 5A grade, on par with that of the Platinum Star, yet with an even greater range. I, Aoki, am invincible. What is the nature of the Void King, Darkness's stand? The Void King stroked his chin, musings leading to the conclusion. Perhaps it is an invitation into the abyss. Aoki wore a look of exasperation, as he had initially presumed that the Void King was a serious substitute. The Void King remarked, "Her doppelganger has yet to fully materialize. It will likely require 2 to 3 days for its complete development." Aoki, why have you developed so rapidly? The Void King has only had the time to flourish for a single night. The Void King, it is because, Aoki, your mental and physical foundations are extraordinarily profound, and you are well nourished. Thus, your growth is naturally swift. Aoki pondered thoughtfully. In other words, your existence has depleted my potential. I must replenish myself to compensate for the deficiencies in both my physical and mental reserves, correct? The King of Void replied, "Indeed, the greater your potential, the more room I have for advancement. Naturally, the way to restore those reserves is through consumption. The more I eat, the better, the faster my reserves are replenished. This absurdly whimsical world possesses quite a number of treasures." The King of Void struck a peculiar pose, arching his body in an exaggerated manner. I yearn to find an adversary to stretch my limbs. Aoki stood before the King of the Void in a similar posture. Ever since awakening his stand, he has increasingly embraced the Jojo stance. Recently, Weiwei has frequently ventured outside the city to cast explosive magic, often accompanied by Jin. It seems the storyline of the Headless Knight is about to commence, and as one of the Demon King's subordinates, it should be sufficient to stretch your limbs. King of the Void, Yoshi 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 Yoshi. Aoki suddenly gestured towards the Void King in a peculiar manner, exclaiming, "Behold, Void King, you have become a seasoned stand-in. It is high time you learn the art of caretaking." In response, the Void King pointed at Aoki with an even more curious posture, retorting, "Listen, Aoki, during battle, if you wish to avoid me inadvertently allowing the enemy to come and kick your backside, I suggest you abandon that foolish notion you just had." Aoki shifted into a playful pose, exclaiming, "Behold, the King of the Void, if you wish to avoid the indignity of being compelled to scoop excrement with your bare hands, you would do well to dutifully learn the art of cooking." The King of the Void mimicked a gesture of sprinkling salt, retorting, Aoki, one may offend many, but never should one offend a chef. Are you truly certain you wish for me to assume the role of a cook? I would not hesitate to enhance your dishes with a touch of my secret aged sauce. Aoki, so be it. Since that is the case, you shall handle everything aside from the culinary tasks. Aoki, you scoundrel. Ultimately, the Lord of the Void and Aoki entered into an unequal pact. From that moment forth, the Lord of the Void would be responsible for all matters except cooking. Now, Lord of the Void, unleash the full extent of the knowledge inscribed within my mind and forge for me an unparalleled weapon. You, a mere Lord of the Void, possess not enough rebellious spirit to challenge me. We both have a splendid future ahead. Ha 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 ha. At noon, Kazuma and his companions returned. Aoki, why have you returned so swiftly? Did you not receive a mission? Hiroma, we did receive one, but we can only embark on the task in the evening, so we returned after finishing our meal. Aoki, what task? Kazuma, to vanquish the zombie creator. Zombie creator? Aoki fell into contemplation, his memories hazy, as if this particular narrative was intertwined with Whiz. Given its connection to Whiz, he could not remain indifferent. After all, Whiz was the wing he had reserved for himself. Aoki, a zombie creator? Perhaps it is a lich? If it is indeed a lich, that would pose a significant problem. Liches and vampires represent the pinnacle of the undead hierarchy. These are powerful sorcerers who, having attained an extraordinary level of magical prowess, forsake their mortal forms through arcane means, thereby becoming the sovereigns of the undead. Unlike naturally occurring undead, liches bend the laws of nature to their will, transforming themselves from living beings into necromantic entities. Sato Kazuma swallowed hard. He was merely a humble adventurer, unworthy of confronting a boss directly in a novice village. Aqua, what is there to fear? I am a goddess. With my presence, any dark creature shall be vanquished. Kazuma wore a skeptical expression. Even if Aqua was the bane of the undead, her reliability was highly questionable. He felt no sense of reassurance at all. Kazuma then turned his gaze towards Aoki, wishing that his adoptive brother could accompany him. Aoki, allow me to accompany you. I conducted a test of the Void King's panel today. It is the perfect opportunity to give it a try. Jun, what does the panel look like? How many A's does it have? Aoki raised 5 fingers. 5A panel. Kazuma exclaimed, oh my goodness. A 5A panel. How envious I am. Even lemons cannot compare to his sourness. His veins do not carry blood, but pure lemon juice. Not a single drop of blood resides within that lemon juice. Aqua interjected. You too, could you refrain from discussing topics only understood by otaku? Yunyun added, indeed, I cannot comprehend. And Megumin nodded in agreement, yes, yes. Aoki, in summary, I will accompany you on tonight's mission. I shall not partake in the distribution of rewards. I simply wish to witness the existence of the lich. Aqua, no problem. As long as there are no rewards to be shared, then it is agreeable. As night fell, the moon shone brightly. The closer they approached the cemetery, the colder the air became. Aqua, hey Kazuma, I have a premonition. I feel that what awaits us is not merely a minor boss, but a formidable one. Kazuma, no worries, a level 5 substitute is invincible. We just need to follow Aoki into battle. Megumin, you're speaking in riddles again. Yunyun moved closer to Aoki, seeking solace from her growing trepidation. Aoki strode forward with determination, for here his artistic prowess reigned supreme, naturally placing him at the forefront. Meanwhile, Makoto remained vigilant. Sensing the presence of foes, 1 enemy, 2, 3, 4. How peculiar, there seemed to be an abundance. I had heard that typically, only 2 or 3 zombies accompany the necromancer. Nevertheless, this number could still be considered within the bounds of error. Suddenly, an eerie and ethereal blue-white light erupted from the center of the graveyard. From a distance, it was evident that the radiance emanated from a colossal magic circle. Beside the magic circle stood a figure clad in a dark robe. Yunyun remarked, Aoki, I have a feeling. That person does not appear to be the necromancer. Aoki, it is a lich. Yunyun, what? Hui, allow me to obliterate it with my magnificent explosion magic. Kazuma, no? This is a public graveyard. Do you intend to destroy others' resting places? Suddenly, Aqua shouted and rushed toward the shadow, completely disregarding Kazuma's attempts to halt her. Kazuma, wait. Hey, just a moment. Aqua dashed to the figure cloaked in robes, pointing forcefully at it. Such a brazen lich daring to appear in this place is utterly arrogant. Watch how I deal with you. With that, Aqua began to stomp on the magical circle on the ground, attempting to dismantle it. Meanwhile, the lich was clung to Aqua's waist, desperately trying to prevent her from ruining the magic circle. Stop. Stop, please. Who are you? It was already shocking enough for you to appear out of nowhere, but why must you destroy my magic circle? Please, just stop. Can you please stop? Aqua, you're so noisy. Be quiet. You undead creature. You must be up to no good with this suspicious magic circle. What kind of magic circle is this? I shall stomp on it. I shall stomp on it. Whiz, stop. Please stop. The purpose of this magic circle is to allow the souls wandering in this world to return to the heavens. Look, so many souls are ascending from the magic circle. Are they not? Aoki thoughtfully stroked his chin as he meticulously observed the magical array. Ethereal blue and white flames drifted into the formation and ascended towards the heavens. Following the shimmering light, what could this signify? A magnificent ascent? As souls reach a certain altitude, they vanish. Exhibiting faint spatial fluctuations, could they be transported by the divine realm for reincarnation? Aqua exclaimed, what arrogance for a mere lich. Such benevolence is naturally the duty of a high priest like myself. You should step aside. How long do you intend to dawdle? Watch as I purify both you and this entire communal graveyard in one breath. Wait. Stop. The lich became flustered upon hearing Aqua's declaration. However, Aqua paid him no heed, raising her arms and calling out, Purification of the undead. A radiant light enveloped the entire graveyard, originating from Aqua herself. As the brilliance touched the zombies trailing the lich, they evaporated into nothingness as if they had never existed. The souls gathered within the lich's magical array also dissipated in the glow emanating from Aqua. Ah, my body is disappearing. Stop, stop. I will vanish. The lich cried in a panic. Aqua laughed heartily. Foolish lich. An entity that defies the laws of nature. An undead that goes against the will of the gods. Disperse and be annihilated under the magnificent power of the water goddess. Aoki, this is utterly terrifying. Aoki suddenly teleported behind Aqua, raising his hand to strike her on the back of the head. That hurts. Why did you suddenly hit me, Aoki? Chingmu, what are you doing? Are you attempting to scatter the souls of the departed here? What scattering of souls? It is clearly purification. Purification. You have eradicated everything completely. How can you call this purification? I have not eradicated anything. It is merely that the purification occurs too swiftly and the souls are sent away too rapidly. Can't you see that it is purification? This goddess is a professional. Aoki. So it seems I am indeed lacking in knowledge. Ah. After escorting Wei's back home, Aoki then returned home with Yunyun. Aoki prepared a sumptuous late-night feast, leaving ample portions for Aqua and the others. Aoki glanced towards Darkness's room. Breathing steadily, it seemed that Darkness was still asleep. The awakening of this persona had indeed consumed a considerable amount of time. He handed over Yunyun's portion to her and placed Darkness's share in her room before retiring to bed himself. The following day, Aoki ventured alone to the Whiz prop store. Aoki should seize the moment to cultivate a deeper connection with Whiz. Aoki sipped the tea brewed by Whiz, who truly was a gentle and virtuous woman. Aside from her somewhat extravagant tendencies, she possessed few flaws. A bit naive, perhaps, but it is often the foolish who are easily deceived. Did you receive a mission from the Adventurers Guild last night while purifying the souls in the cemetery? Of course. It was impossible that she had taken a task from the guild. Engaged in a mission to eliminate the creators of the cemetery zombies alongside Shin and his companions indicated that the Adventurers Guild was entirely unaware of the graveyard's true circumstances. If Whiz had indeed received a task from the guild, they could not possibly be ignorant of the situation, nor would they assign a mission to eradicate the zombie creators. Such a question was merely a pretext to initiate conversation. Whiz replied, I am a lich, the so-called king without a crown. As the sovereign of the undead, I am able to hear the voices of the souls that linger in this world. Many spirits in this public cemetery remain trapped, unable to afford a proper funeral, and thus cannot ascend to the afterlife, wandering the graveyard each night. As the king of the undead, I make regular visits here to guide those children who wish to return to the heavens. What is the essence of contrasting charm? Behold, this is it. A creature of darkness, a necromancer, yet possessing a kindness that surpasses that of most people. Whiz is truly a benevolent woman. Not only is she beautiful and gentle, but she is also powerful and compassionate. Even amidst darkness, she yearns for the light. This is true beauty. Faced with Aoki's unreserved admiration, Whiz's cheeks flushed crimson. It was the first time she had received such praise. Despite her fall into lichdom, Aoki showed no fear or disdain towards her. Aoki, sir, I am not as wonderful as you say. Aoki understood that excess could be counterproductive, so he deftly shifted the topic. The task of purifying the lost souls ought to be the responsibility of the town's priests, yet it seemed none had attended to it. Whiz also felt a deep sense of frustration. The priests of this town were exceedingly materialistic, often postponing assistance for those who could not afford to pay. Aoki nodded. Above all, it is about wealth, is it not? Adventurers take risks primarily for the allure of riches. It is entirely understandable that some choose not to engage. As the conversation shifted to this subject, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Aoki shifted the topic. The information provided by the Adventurers Guild indicates that someone has awakened zombies. Was it Whiz who did this? Whiz suddenly appeared quite distressed. Well, I did not intend to awaken them. Whenever I approach the cemetery, even intact corpses react to my magical energy and awaken on their own. From my perspective, if the souls of those buried in this graveyard could cease their wandering and return to paradise, I would have no reason to visit the cemetery again. So, how should this be resolved? Aoki stroked his chin, realizing that awakening the undead was Whiz's passive ability, one that could not be disabled, unless Whiz could conceal her presence. Preventing any leakage of her aura, the corpses would remain undisturbed and would not rise as zombies. Aoki recalled that the thief possessed a skill known as stealth. This ability seemed to conceal one's presence, yet Whiz might not have sufficient skill points to acquire it. Moreover, at Whiz's current level, the stealth skill would need to be advanced to a higher tier to effectively mask one's aura. This skill not only obscured one's presence but also rendered the user less visible, making it rather impractical for everyday use. Aoki, I intend to delve into the stealth skills of thieves, for that ability should prove beneficial to you. After escorting Whiz home, Aoki returned home with Yunyun. Aoki prepared a sumptuous midnight feast, leaving ample portions for Aqua and the others. Aoki cast a glance towards Darkness's room. Her breathing was steady, indicating that Darkness was still in slumber. Indeed, the awakening of her stand had consumed a considerable amount of time. After handing over her portion to Yunyun and placing Darkness's share in her room, Aoki finished his meal and retired for the night. The following day, Aoki hurried alone to the Whiz prop store. Aoki should seize the opportunity to forge a deeper connection with Whiz. Aoki sipped the tea brewed by Whiz, who was indeed a gentle and kind-hearted woman. Apart from her tendency to be somewhat extravagant, she possessed few flaws, although she might appear a bit naïve. It is often the foolish who are easily deceived. Did you receive a quest from the Adventurers Guild to purify the souls in the graveyard last night? Of course. It could not have been a task from the guild. The assignment to eliminate the zombie creator in the cemetery was undertaken with Shin and his companions, which indicated that the Adventurers Guild was entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the graveyard. If Whiz had truly received a mission from the guild, they would certainly have been informed of the situation and would not have dispatched a quest to eradicate the zombie creator. This inquiry was merely an attempt to initiate a conversation. Whiz remarked, I am a lich, the so-called uncrowned king. As the ruler of the undead, I can hear the voices of the souls that linger in this world. Many of the souls in this public cemetery are unable to afford even a proper burial, leading them to wander the graveyard every night, unable to ascend to the afterlife. My status as the king of the undead compels me to visit here regularly, to guide those children who wish to return to their rightful place in heaven. What is the essence of contrast? Behold, this is the embodiment of contrast. Despite being a creature of darkness, a necromancer, she possesses a kindness that surpasses that of most mortals. Whiz is truly a compassionate woman, not only beautiful and gentle, but also strong and benevolent. Even amidst darkness, she yearns for the light. That is the epitome of true beauty. Faced with Aoki's unreserved admiration, Whiz's cheeks flushed crimson. It was the first time anyone had praised her so sincerely, despite her fall into the depths of being a lich. Aoki remained unafraid and unrepulsed by her. Whiz stammered, Aoki, sir, I am not as remarkable as you say. Aoki, aware of the pitfalls of excess, deftly shifted the conversation. The task of purifying the restless spirits ought to fall under the purview of the town's priests. Have none of them taken action? Whiz, too, was troubled. The priests in this town were excessively materialistic, postponing their assistance for those without means. Aoki nodded. Above all, it is wealth, isn't it? Adventurers embark on their quest for the sake of monetary gain. It is only natural that some choose to refrain. As the conversation veered into this topic, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Aoki shifted the topic. The information provided by the Adventurers Guild indicates that someone has awakened the zombies. Was it Whiz who did this? Whiz suddenly appeared quite distressed. Well, I didn't intentionally awaken them. Whenever I approach the graveyard, even intact corpses react to my magical power and automatically rise. From my perspective, if the souls of those buried in this cemetery could cease their wandering and return to the heavens, I would have no reason to visit the graveyard anymore. So, how should we resolve this? Aoki stroked his chin, contemplating that the ability to awaken zombies was a passive skill of Whiz, one that could not be deactivated. Unless Whiz could conceal his presence, thus preventing any leakage of energy that might alert the corpses, they would remain dormant and not transform into awakened zombies. Aoki recalled that the thief possessed a skill known as stealth. This ability appeared to allow one to obscure their presence, however. It was likely that Whiz did not have sufficient skill points to acquire this particular skill. Furthermore, given Whiz's current level, the stealth skill would need to be advanced to a higher tier to effectively conceal one's aura. Additionally, the stealth skill not only masked one's presence, but also rendered the user's form indistinct, making it rather impractical for everyday use. Aoki, I intend to delve into the art of stealth employed by thieves. That skill should prove beneficial to you. Whiz waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Mr. Aoki. But perhaps it would be wiser not to squander skill points. They are a finite resource and ought to be invested in more crucial abilities. Aoki, I do not rely on skill points to learn magic. I prefer to engage in self-study, delving into the essence of magic to forge the skills I require. My experiences in the Jojo universe, where magic is inaccessible, have compelled me to deeply comprehend the nature of magic. Otherwise, I shall forever remain incapable of wielding it in other realms. One cannot simply expect that the rules governing other worlds will be analogous to those of the Suhon world, allowing for the seamless integration of its magic. With a hand over her mouth, Whiz expressed her surprise. Mr. Aoki, are you also a researcher of magic? Aoki, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and remarked, as a novice, I have been troubled lately about where to acquire magical tomes to enrich my repository of knowledge. Whiz responded, if you wish to delve into the realm of magic, I happen to possess a considerable collection of spellbooks, all of which I have meticulously gathered. Aoki Daiki. It turns out that Whiz is a wealthy woman. Wealthy woman, hungry, food. I no longer wish to exert myself. Aoki solemnly bowed to Whiz, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you very much, Teacher Whiz. Whiz replied, there is no need to address me as teacher. Consider it merely a gesture of thanks for Aoki-san's assistance in imparting vitality to me in the graveyard. Aoki suddenly grasped Whiz's hand, causing a flurry of confusion within him. Whiz, Mr. Aoki, what are you intending to do? Aoki is undoubtedly eager to take action, yet the moment has not yet arrived. Aoki Whiz, should you require vitality, you may draw from mine. While I may lack in other resources, I possess an abundance of life essence. Jingmu Yunqi. The 5 organs and 5 energies wave refining body technique achieves a 10-fold power. Whiz, such immense vitality. Before Aoki sought out Whiz, he deliberately consumed 10 life coins. And at this moment, he was brimming with vitality. He was fearless, even in the face of 10 vixens. However, Whiz was not a gluttonous specter who coveted the essence of others. Rather, she did not envy Aoki's vigor and instead cautioned him, stating that even though Mr. Aoki was full of life, it should not be squandered carelessly. Moreover, Mr. Aoki's life force was quite intense, and she felt beads of sweat beginning to form. Whiz twisted her body slightly, sensing something amiss within herself as she began to feel rather peculiar. Today, Aoki had no intention of administering any drugs to Whiz, thus retracting the surging vitality. Whiz languidly reclined in the chair, taking a considerable amount of time to recover. Mr. Aoki, please refrain from indiscriminately releasing your vitality towards me in the future. It leaves me feeling quite peculiar. Aoki raised his finger to his lips, saying, referring to me as Mr. Aoki feels rather distant. Simply calling me Aoki will suffice. Whiz, teacher. Whiz's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she nodded in agreement. The matter concerning the cemetery is quite manageable. We can simply have Aqua set up a permanent purification magic circle. The spirits will be drawn to it and automatically enter the circle, where they will be purified and ascend to the heavens. This way, Aqua can truly utilize her abilities, as she has been rather idle lately. Moreover, as a goddess, it is indeed her duty to guide the departed souls. Whiz pondered, is Aqua truly a goddess? I had thought it was merely a self-proclaimed title. Aoki, Sato Kazuma is indeed a hero, albeit one who may appear somewhat unreliable. Accompanying him is Aqua, the goddess of the Akusa's faith. Whiz exclaimed in astonishment, oh my, the goddess of the Akusa's faith. How terrifying. It is said that the followers of Akusas are exceedingly peculiar and fearsome, thus, their goddess must be even more so. Ah. The Akusa's faith, this other world is plagued by 2 malignant entities, the Akusa's faith itself and the Crimson Demon Clan. Anyone who encounters a member of the Akusa's faith cannot help but spit on the ground in contempt. As for the Crimson Demon Clan, they resemble demons even more than the demons themselves. Each member is afflicted with an overabundance of adolescent delusions, coupled with formidable magical prowess. This potent combination of delusional individuals endowed with great power instills fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Fortunately, the Crimson Demon Clan resides deep within the mountains, close to the demon territory. Otherwise, the Lord and King would have long succumbed to madness. Others suffer under the torment of the Akusa's faith, while the Demon King's army endures the onslaught of the Crimson Demon Clan. Most of the animosity between the Demon King's forces and humanity arises from these two factions. Of course, even in the absence of the Akusa's faith and the Crimson Demon Clan, conflict between demons and humans would eventually arise, driven by the struggle for resources and territory. After engaging in pleasant conversation with Whiz for a while, Aoki took his leave. Today was indeed fruitful. Not only had he strengthened his bond with Whiz, but he had also acquired several foundational texts on magic theory. Whiz offered him the entire collection from her bookshelf. Yet Aoki graciously declined. The rationale provided by Aoki is, Aoki's reasoning is that one cannot have too much of a good thing. However, the true intention lies in increasing the frequency of meetings with Whiz. Each visit is an opportunity to borrow several books and delve into discussions on the profound mysteries of magic. Aoki seized the opportunity to utter some flattering words, deliberately taking advantage of the situation to foster a closer bond. Whiz had already fallen into Aoki's cunning grasp. I must admit, I am rather despicable. Ha 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 ha. Upon returning home, Aoki found that it was already noon. Several individuals had yet to awaken, but darkness was already alert. Upon spotting Aoki, darkness instinctively darted away like a startled rabbit, leaving Aoki bewildered and perplexed. Aoki paid her no heed and proceeded to the kitchen, where he prepared a delightful dish of stir-fried cabbage with meat, deliciously savory. Darkness wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time before ultimately taking a seat before Aoki. Aoki, if you're feeling peckish, feel free to fetch some bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. There is ample food for two. Darkness, it's not mere greed. Though I may verbally decline, my body is undeniably honest. She inhaled the delightful aroma, swallowed hard, and ultimately went to the kitchen to serve herself a portion of rice, accompanied by some dry dishes. After lunch, the two enjoyed a cup of tea together. Aoki, speak up. What question do you have to ask? You're being so sneaky. Darkness, what? Sneaky. Darkness became bashful, her face flushed with embarrassment. Aoki narrowed his eyes. Darkness, that fellow, possessed a perverse nature, a masochistic inclination, yet remained an untouched and innocent fruit. How to describe him? He was both provocative and coy, teasing yet unwilling to engage. Essentially, he was a master of bravado. Yet when it truly mattered, he faltered more swiftly than anyone else. Aoki remained unhurried, savoring his tea as he awaited Darkness to speak. After a considerable pause, Darkness finally began to stammer her words. It was you who escorted me back to my room, correct? Indeed, it was I, he replied. And it was you who draped the blanket over me, was it not? Aoki understood the true question that Darkness wished to pose. It was simply about the identity of the person who had torn the fabric from her chest. The wool blanket is mine. Yet the piece of cloth on your chest was not torn by my hand. Darkness was taken aback. If it was not Aoki, then who could it be? Could it possibly be the perverse Sato Kazuma? Aoki pointed at Darkness. It was your stand that did it. Darkness, stand? Aoki nodded. Come forth, King of the Void. The King of the Void materialized behind Aoki, striking a Jojo pose and showcasing its robust physique. Darkness exclaimed, is this the stand? Aoki nodded, affirming, indeed. This is a stand. The fact that you can perceive it signifies that you have awakened your own stand. Yesterday, as I was about to leave after escorting you back to your room, your stand reached out and seized my hand. Its strength was formidable, nearly fracturing the bones in my hand. Subsequently, she tore the cloth from your chest and waved at me, as if conveying. Aoki intentionally paused, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Darkness inquired, what was said? Aoki, she exclaimed, come on, let's enjoy ourselves. I must admit, you truly possess an exquisite beauty. Fair and ample. What a pity it is an invitation from a peculiar substitute. Had it been you extending the invitation, I would not have hesitated. Darkness abruptly stood up with a swift motion, then screamed as she dashed upstairs, entering her room and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Qingmu shook his head and let out a dismissive sound. Darkness was truly both inept and playful. If only she were a tad more malevolent, she would have long since been confined to the basement, transformed into a mere puppet. After finishing her tea, Aoki picked up the spell book and made her way to the sword pavilion, where she summoned the King of the Void to forge weapons for her. Meanwhile, she set up a rocking chair nearby to immerse herself in the study of magic. In her bedroom, Darkness buried herself beneath the covers, utterly embarrassed to face anyone. For Aoki had seen everything. What should she do? Unbeknownst to her, a figure adorned in hues of yellow and white had appeared in her room, lazily leaning against the wall. What to do? If it's troublesome, then simply do nothing. Suddenly startled by the unfamiliar female voice, Darkness sat up and turned to the wall, where she beheld a yellow and white woman, unmistakably not human, as no human could possess such a form. The figure was clad in tight leather armor, and her golden ponytail cascaded down her back, accentuating her curvaceous physique. Darkness exclaimed, you are my stand. The stand replied, indeed, I am your stand. But tell me, what is my name? Your name shall be the word that emerges from the depths of your heart, the stand urged. Come, sing my praises. Spicy Sister Knight. Darkness declared, indeed, that is my true name and the sole condition for my knightly transformation. The Spicy Sister Knight radiated a peculiar light as a suit of knightly armor enveloped her, accompanied by a formidable two-handed knight's sword. The spicy sister knight had evolved. Drawing her sword, she swung it with such force that a powerful gust cleaved through the ceiling, severing half of the room. Coincidentally, Darkness's chamber was located at the far right of the house, resulting in the upper right corner of the entire structure being sliced away. Aoki sensed a surge of energy, rising from his rocking chair to behold the fact that his house was missing a corner. The veins on Qingmu's forehead throbbed violently. What on earth is this Darkness up to? Aoki bellowed. Darkness, what on earth are you doing? Gazing at the gaping hole in the ceiling, Darkness was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "How formidable!" The sultry knight, having inadvertently sliced through the roof, felt a surge of panic within. Yet, upon hearing Darkness's praise, she tilted her head back and erupted into laughter, reveling in her own strength. However, Aoki's furious shout soon sent both her and her stand into a flurry of anxiety. "What should we do?" Darkness inquired. "How am I supposed to know?" The sultry knight retorted. "But you were the one who cut through the roof." Darkness exclaimed. "Yet I am merely a stand. If a mistake is made, shouldn't the master bear the responsibility?" The sultry knight countered. "Ehu!" Darkness cried out in exasperation. "How about you make it up with your flesh? After all, Aoki is rather handsome. Didn't your father always want you to marry? You could give him a grandchild to dote on," the sultry knight suggested. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Darkness shouted. "Or you could offer your flesh to Aoki while I offer mine to the Void King. Honestly, I find the Void King's physique quite tempting," she continued. "Shut up." Darkness interrupted. 10 minutes later, Darkness and the sultry knight stood below, heads bowed, awaiting Aoki's reprimand. Aoki gazed in astonishment at the stand of Darkness. The last time he beheld this stand, its arm bore a strikingly different appearance. Now, it was adorned in armor, exuding an impressive and formidable presence. "Aoki, is this your substitute? Does it have a name?" The spicy knight raises her hand. "My name is Spicy Knight." Aoki was taken aback. The intellect was remarkably high. Such a talking stand is quite rare throughout the entire Jojo series. "Aoki, can it be that one can communicate with others just like the Void King?" The spirited knight approached Darkness from behind, gently lifting her chin with a hand. The spirited knight, it is, of course, due to the formidable strength of Darkness's body and spirit that she is able to give birth to a high-intelligence avatar such as myself. Aoki nodded, acknowledging that the more robust one's physical and mental constitution, the greater the possibility of awakening a stand. However, if one were excessively powerful, completely immune to the virus of the stand arrow, awakening a stand would become impossible. Aoki jested. "I never anticipated that within your head, filled with yellow refuse, lies such formidable spirit. It is truly astonishing." The sultry knight replied, "Let us set that aside for now, Lord Aoki. Behold these luscious lips and this tantalizing figure. You may unleash your desires freely. I can assist in restraining her hands." Aoki's expression darkened. "What sort of perverse stand is this? And you, Darkness, why do you present yourself in such a manner of helplessness? You are the stand user, the true master of your stand. Could it be that you are deriving pleasure from this predicament? Aoki, you ought not to be referred to as the spicy girl knight. Rather, you should be called the perverse knight or the perverse spicy girl. Spicy girl knight. I don't mind being scolded by Aoki." Aoki disregarded the knight of hot girls and turned his gaze towards Darkness. "Surely, you do not intend to utilize the knight of hot girls to convey your thoughts? After all, a stand is fundamentally an embodiment of one's spirit. With such a peculiar stand, I am hardly surprised. However, there is no need for you to feign being controlled by your stand. A stand cannot resist the will of its user." Darkness, have you truly descended to the level of deceiving even yourself? Darkness replied, "Not at all. However, being scolded by you feels so exhilarating." "Ah, Aoki, very well, let us test your substitution abilities. First, we shall examine your destructive power, which may simply be referred to as strength. King of the Void. Attack." The figure of the King of the Void materializes, its fist clenched as it strikes towards the knight of the spicy maid. The knight's eyes gleam with excitement as she lunges towards the King of the Void, bracing herself to meet its fist with her face. Observing this, the King of the Void swiftly evades, retracting its fist to avoid the knight's enthusiastic charge. "Aoki, Spicy Knight, refrain from reckless actions. Let us assess your abilities." The spicy knight reclined on the grass, replying, "Fine, how bothersome. Aoki, first, let us test the strength." As the fiery knight and the Void King engage in a clash of fists, the two fists collide abruptly, producing a resounding thud. "Void King, increase your power." Boom, boom, boom. The fiery knight maneuvers effortlessly, even displaying a degree of excitement. The Void King remains unhurried, delivering rapid and precise punches. Power and speed, both at an exceptional level. Yet, Aoki sensed something amiss. After a prolonged observation, Aoki commanded, "Halt." Despite this extended exchange of blows, the fiery knight remains intact, not fading from existence. Sustained power is evident. While the growth potential may not be immediately discernible, it is undoubtedly significant. Darkness possesses a unique bloodline, and thus, its potential is assuredly high. Growth potential is indeed impressive. Aoki, the fiery knight, unsheathes her sword to strike the King of the Void. As she draws her longsword from her waist, a powerful and piercing aura radiates outward. It exudes an impressive presence, yet the fiery knight charges towards the King of the Void, delivering a thrust with her first strike, a sweeping slash with her second, and a vertical cleave with her third. The force of her strikes sends shockwaves through the air, causing the earth to tremble and the large stones in the garden to shatter into fragments. However, the King of the Void remains motionless, not incapacitated by a grievous blow, but rather, the fiery knight has simply failed to land a hit. Even against an immobile foe, her attacks have gone awry. Aoki fell silent. Is the precision denoted by Dori? It is utterly incapable of striking a target, perfectly inheriting the traits of darkness. The spicy knight should steer clear of darkness. When you feel unable to maintain your form, it is best to cease. The approximate distance is around 21 meters, with a range classified as B. Spicy knight. Do you possess any special abilities? The spicy knight. I can endure blows rather well. I can switch between the forms of spicy and knight. The spicy knight transitions into the spicy form, then shifts back into the true form. Aoki. Thus, the panel of the spicy maiden knight has emerged. Substitute, spicy maiden knight destructive power, a speed, a range, B precision, iteration, a growth potential, a special ability, tough and resilient, a spicy maiden and a knight. As the spicy maiden knight continued to exchange blows with the Void King, Aoki finally comprehended the source of that incongruity. The spicy maiden knight could not land a hit on the Void King's fists to facilitate a proper assessment of the spicy maiden knight's punch strength. The Void King had to deliberately aim for her fists. Even when the Void King unleashed his full power, the spicy maiden knight was still able to withstand his punches. In terms of sheer strength, the spicy maiden knight was not inferior to the Void King, perhaps even superior. Consider how darkness allocated her points for upgrades. She stubbornly invested all her points into defense. Enhancing defense is not merely about reducing damage taken. It is a comprehensive fortification of darkness's physical resilience. The higher the physical resilience, the greater the upper limit of strength, and thus, strength rises correspondingly. Is it merely a fear of pain that drives one to invest entirely in defense? Aoki suddenly questioned whether he would be able to break through darkness's defenses in the future. This simply would not do. A man must not falter. A man must be stronger, tougher, and more robust. He had yet to master the skills he acquired from darkness during their last encounter. And tonight, he would make an attempt. He must elevate his physical strength. In the following days, Aoki devoted his days to studying magic and his nights to tirelessly practicing the body forging technique. Ultimately, he successfully integrated the skills learned from darkness into the 2.0 version of the 5 organs and 5 energies ripple body forging technique. A man must embody strength and vigor. Aoki's relentless efforts inspired Yunyun, who began accompanying him in the exploration of the essence of magic. Darkness, on the other hand, practiced with Aoki every morning, substituting their wooden training swords for unsealed steel ones. Despite this upgrade, they found themselves breaking a steel sword every 2 days. Ever since darkness awakened her doppelganger, Aoki noticed her physical prowess growing ever more formidable. As for Kazuma, Aqua, and Megumin, they were still diligently saving money in hopes of acquiring superior equipment. Meanwhile, the Void King was incessantly engaged in the study of weapon forging, and with his impressive 5A panel, he absorbed knowledge at an astonishing pace. Gradually, he produced numerous experimental swords and blades, each one displayed within the sword pavilion. Time flew by, and suddenly one day, the familiar sound of an urgent broadcast echoed throughout the town. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. All adventurers, please pay attention. Prepare yourselves for battle and assemble at the town's main gate. Aoki rose to his feet and stretched languidly. Has he finally arrived? The Headless Horseman. Yunyun exclaimed. The Headless Horseman? A cadre of the Demon King's army. What business does he have in this adventurer's town? This is merely a remote village for novice adventurers. Aoki, do you recall the recent mornings when Jun and I would take Weiwei out? Every day, Weiwei would rush to a castle to unleash her explosive magic, which happens to be the temporary residence of the Headless Knight, a high-ranking officer of the Demon King's army. Yunyun stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend what her friend was thinking. What on earth is Weiwei up to? Why provoke the Headless Knight? Aoki, darkness, it's time to get to work. The three of them swiftly mounted their horses and galloped towards the town's entrance, while Yunyun, unable to ride, shared a mount with Aoki. Aoki resolved to complete the quest involving the Headless Horseman before seeking out was to learn the art of teleportation. While understanding the concept without grasping its underlying principles was of no consequence to him, it was unfortunate that Yunyun had not acquired teleportation magic. At the entrance of the town, the crowd gazed somberly towards the approaching Headless Horseman, a creature that heralded death and despair to humankind, transformed into an undead being. The Headless Horseman possessed a formidable physique and extraordinary abilities that surpassed those of his former life. Faced with such a dark and powerful adversary, the townsfolk felt a sense of trepidation. Draped in black armor, the knight rode a headless steed, cradling his own head on his left side. Under the scrutiny of the adventurers, the Headless Horseman presented his helmeted head to the assembly. The severed head emitted a deep voice, declaring, I am an officer of the Demon King's army, having recently relocated to a nearby castle. At this point, the Black Knight began to tremble with rage. Every single day, Every day. A lunatic, a fool, incessantly bombarding my castle with explosive magic. Who is it? Initially courteous in his introduction, the Headless Horseman erupted in fury, demanding to know who was responsible for casting explosive magic upon him. His anger reached a boiling point, akin to a patient soul pushed to the brink of eruption. The adventurers murmured among themselves, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. One thing was clear, someone had provoked the mighty foe by placing explosive magic upon his head. As the thoughts of explosive magic lingered, the gazes of those present naturally gravitated towards Megumin, who stood beside Sato Kazuma. Startled by the sudden attention, Megumin turned to the mage girl beside her, exclaiming, "This is a grave misunderstanding." Influenced by Megumin's outburst, the crowd shifted their focus to the girl. What? Me? Why are you all looking at me? I don't use explosive magic. I am merely a novice mage and have never learned such spells. I have a younger brother. I do not wish to perish. Suddenly accused, the mage girl hastily denied any wrongdoing. Sato Kazuma recalled that he and Megumin had been visiting an abandoned castle daily to practice explosive magic. Could that be the Headless Horseman's domicile? He glanced at Megumin, noticing her sweating profusely, evidently realizing the implication. With a resigned sigh, Megumin stepped forward, prompting the crowd to part for her. She confronted the Headless Horseman. "Is it you? Are you the one who daily bombards my castle with explosive spells? If your intent is to confront me because I am an officer of the Demon King's army, then assault my castle openly. If not, then tremble in the town and leave me be. Why resort to such insidious tactics to trouble me? I know this town is filled only with low-level adventurers. I thought it best to ignore such a minor establishment, yet here you are, foolishly bombarding my domain." The Headless Horseman bellowed to the heavens, dark clouds gathering, thunder rumbling ominously. His fury was palpable. He could not fathom being disrespected to such an extent. When did mere adventurers gain the audacity to defecate upon his honor? The knight's wrath surged, causing Megumin to waver momentarily. However, the spirit of her inner mage ignited, and she dramatically flung her cloak aside. "I am Megumin, the great magician, wielder of explosive magic." The Headless Horseman raised his sword, accusing her. "What sort of name is Megumin? Are you attempting to deceive me in this grave hour? Dare to bombard my castle, yet refuse to reveal your name? Coward!" Feeling insulted, Megumin retorted, "What is wrong with my name? It's perfectly fine." Regaining her composure, she continued, "I hail from the Crimson Demon clan, the finest magician in this town. My continual use of explosive magic is a ploy to draw you out. Demon King's officer, by falling into my trap and arriving alone in this town, you seal your fate." With her staff raised, Megumin confidently proclaimed her intentions, momentarily appearing quite intimidating. Sato Kazuma whispered to Aqua, "Hey, Megumin is being utterly unreasonable, claiming she must cast explosive magic daily or perish, and I merely brought her near the castle. When did this become a battle strategy? To lure out the Headless Horseman? To annihilate him? She shamelessly declares herself the greatest magician here." Aqua interjected, "Shoo, let us not speak of such matters now. She has used explosive magic today, and with a multitude of adventurers supporting her, she seems quite formidable. Let us allow her to continue while she is on a roll." The Headless Horseman, taken aback by Megumin's assertion, had not anticipated that a mage of the Crimson Demon clan had set this trap. The Crimson Demons were notorious for their resemblance to true demons, and one must pay them the utmost caution. "Ah, so you are of the Crimson Demon clan. I see. That peculiar name was not a ruse." Megumin retorted, "What do you have against the name my parents chose for me?" The Headless Horseman, initially wary, relaxed when considering that his opponent was merely a young girl lacking substantial magical prowess. "Very well, I am not here to trouble you insignificant beings. My purpose in this place is to investigate certain matters, merely residing in that castle. Therefore, you shall cease your use of explosive magic and refrain from disturbing my rest. Do you comprehend?" Megumin firmly rejected. "That would equate to a death sentence for me. As a member of the Crimson Demon clan, I must cast explosive magic daily, or I shall perish." The Headless Horseman seethed with anger, finding this Crimson Demon girl exceedingly vexatious. "I have never heard of such nonsense. Refrain from spewing your absurdities here." A dangerous aura began to emanate from the Headless Horseman, causing Megumin to involuntarily step back. "If you insist on continuing your disruptive antics regarding my castle, I shall not take it lightly. Despite my descent into darkness, I was once a knight. I have no desire to slaughter the weak. However, should you persist, I will not spare you." Megumin suddenly wore a defiant smile. "We are the ones being disturbed. It is your presence in that castle that hinders our ability to work normally. Humph. You can only remain calm now. We have experts here specifically trained to deal with the undead. Master, I implore you." Weiwei hid behind Aqua, completely shifting the responsibility onto her. Any ordinary person would instinctively shy away from such blame. But who is Aqua? She is not merely human. She is the goddess of water, the goddess of ignorance. A mere compliment from the master sent Aqua floating forward, standing defiantly before the Headless Knight. "Weiwei, I truly have no means to deal with you. I do not care whether you are a high-ranking member of the Demon Lord's army or whatnot. Encountering this goddess signifies your misfortune. It is a mockery to see the undead wandering in broad daylight. It is your fault that we cannot undertake missions to earn a living. Now, prepare to meet your demise. Allow me to purify you." The adventurers swallowed nervously, eager to witness how the situation would unfold. Under the gaze of the crowd, Aqua extended a hand towards the headless knight. Observing this, the knight eagerly leaned forward, his head slightly tilting. "Oh, you are not an ordinary priest. You are a high priest, are you not? After all, I too am a member of the Demon Lord's army. I have not fallen so low as to be purified by a lesser high priest, for I possess means to deal with high priests as well. However, let me first take my time tormenting that little girl from the Crimson Demon tribe." Before Aqua could chant her spell, the headless knight seized the moment, pointing at Weiwei. "I declare your death. You shall perish within a week." As the curse was cast, Darkness, who had just arrived, grabbed Weiwei by the collar and pulled her behind her. Weiwei screamed in shock. Darkness. A faint dark glow emanated from Darkness's body, clearly indicating the effects of the death declaration. The death declaration is an instant death curse. Once the time is up, one dies instantly. Weiwei, Darkness, are you alright? Do you feel any pain? Darkness, I don't seem to feel anything. Aqua began to examine Darkness, who had been cursed, while the headless knight reveled in the sight of the adventurer's concern for their companion. The curse has not yet taken effect. Though the plan has been disrupted, the outcome remains satisfactory. Your camaraderie is so profound, it will only deepen your suffering. The stronger your bond, the more intense the anguish it brings. Listen well, Crimson Demon Girl, that knight will die in a week. Before that, your most important companion will be tormented by the fear of death, filled with dread. She will resent you for being a weakling who dared provoke a formidable existence. Her family will hold her lifeless body, blaming you with scorn. This is all your fault, for your actions have brought her to this fate. Now, you will witness your companion's suffering and repent for your deeds. The thought of your tragic future fills me with uncontainable glee. Regret not heeding my warning. Weiwei's complexion turned pale, while Darkness suddenly trembled and shouted, How could this be? So you have placed a death curse upon me, and lift it. I must obediently follow your commands. Is that what you mean? Though it is merely a curse, do not expect me to yield. I shall not submit. But, what should I do? Aoki, look at that headless knight, those lecherous eyes beneath the helmet. Those eyes clearly wish to take me back to his castle. Claiming that to lift the curse, I must comply with his whims, and then force me to participate in his perverse games of underground training. Even if you can toy with my body, do not presume you can manipulate my heart. I am on the brink of being imprisoned in the castle, subjected to the wicked games of the Demon Lord's minions. What should I do? What should I do? Aoki, say something. Darkness subconsciously regarded the headless knight as a minotaur, viewing Aoki as the minotaur's victim. Aoki, this predicament is even more exhilarating than I anticipated. I do not wish to go. I absolutely do not want to go, but there is no choice. I will resist until the very last moment. Please do not hinder me. Thus, I shall take my leave. Darkness approached the headless knight, only to be halted by Aoki, who grasped her collar. Let go of me. Aoki, such an exhilarating experience cannot be missed. Aoki found himself at a loss for words, as Darkness had once again succumbed to her peculiar tendencies. If she so relished the thrill of basement training play, she could have simply approached him. He would have gladly excavated a basement for their leisurely indulgence. Despite the straightforward option of simply engaging with Megumin, she insisted on interposing herself. It was a rare opportunity for a death curse, and the masochist did not hesitate to seek out the experience. With the presence of the oblivious goddess Aqua, there was little concern about the curse remaining unbroken. Yet, this was of little consequence. It was now his turn to display his prowess. Everyone was astounded by Darkness's declarations, including the Headless Horseman. One would presume that such a formidable villain had witnessed all manner of spectacles, yet this particular scene was utterly unprecedented. Not even the demon race had encountered such a perverse knight. The Headless Horseman's pupils dilated in shock, his mind swirling in chaos. Filled with the echoes of his mother's admonitions, the Headless Horseman exclaimed, "This is utterly depraved." Not only did the Headless Horseman perceive Darkness as depraved, but so too did the other adventurers. In that moment, they collectively regarded the Headless Horseman as the true victim, and indeed, he was. Aoki strode forward, capturing the attention of all those present. Aoki, very well, let us disregard all the peculiar remarks made earlier. Now it is my turn to display some flair. The Headless Knight shifted his gaze towards Aoki, his eyes reflecting a sentiment of gratitude. He appreciated this individual for diverting the conversation, as he felt on the verge of social extinction. However, in the eyes of the Headless Knight, Aoki appeared to possess a touch of eccentricity as well. Thus, he abruptly interrupted Aoki's forthcoming words. In summary, if you have learned your lesson, refrain from casting explosive spells upon my castle. Furthermore, young maiden of the Crimson Demon tribe, if you wish for me to lift the curse upon that paladin, come to my castle. Should you manage to ascend to the pinnacle of the fortress and reach my chamber, I shall lift her curse. However, the castle is teeming with my subordinates. Hordes of undead knights. Do you novice adventurers truly believe you can approach me? Ha! The Headless Knight laughed heartily as he turned his headless steed and fled in disarray. Qingmu, do not flee just yet. I have not yet commenced my display of grandeur. Aoki let out a sharp whistle, and a black warhorse burst through the throng. Galloping to his side, he mounted the steed and gave chase. Don't run. If you do, There will be no audience left. I must showcase my prowess. I must shine. Upon hearing this, the Headless Horseman quickened his pace. What on earth is happening in this adventurer's town? Why is everyone so deranged, so utterly foolish? When did the human realm become so perilous? Have I truly been gone for so many years that humanity has devolved into this? Indeed, my descent into darkness was justified. Humanity is grotesquely filthy. We, the demon race, are the true saviors of this world. You, insolent wretch, if you dare to pursue me further, do not blame me for my rudeness. Summon the undead. Cursed be this madness. I possess the skill of teleportation. Teleport. A grand magical array materialized, and dozens of figures emerged, all of them undead knights. As the undead knights appeared, they charged towards Aoki. The ominous aura of death spread, and the warhorse beneath him was instantly spooked, coming to an abrupt halt. Aoki was taken aback, urgently reining in and soothing his warhorse, inwardly cursing. Useless beast. You call yourself a warhorse, yet you cannot even face this minor spectacle. The warhorse remained restless, refusing to advance, prompting Aoki to dismount in exasperation. The steed immediately turned and fled, clearly in a state of panic. Casting a glance at the runaway horse, Aoki shifted his focus to the undead knights. It seemed he would need to properly train that black horse upon his return. Such ineptitude was utterly unacceptable. For now, he would use these undead knights to gauge the combat capabilities of his stand-in. From a distance, onlookers gasped as they beheld Aoki surrounded by a throng of undead knights. Yunyun wore a worried expression and was just about to rush over to assist when she was halted by Hijin. Yunyun. Do not go and burden brother, Aoki. He possesses the 5A panel stand, the King of the Void, which is no less formidable than the Platinum Star. The ensuing battle would be invisible without the aid of psychic detection skills. Upon hearing this, adventurers knowledgeable in detection skills activated their abilities to spectate the conflict. Yunyun grasped her staff. Although she could not comprehend Hijin's words, she readied herself for support. Most adventurers had mastered this skill, as it was inevitable to encounter situations where visibility was obstructed during their quests. Moreover, detection skills consumed very few points, merely requiring a single skill point. Thus, the majority of adventurers could observe Aoki's battle. Aoki found himself ensnared by the encirclement of the undead knights. However, he remained utterly unperturbed, not even adopting a combat stance. Instead, he retrieved a lollipop, recently pilfered from a child during his journey, and popped it into his mouth. A black lance lunged toward Aoki's chest, wielded by a knight astride a dark steed. Just as the lance was about to pierce Aoki, a silver fist materialized, shattering the weapon with ease. The fist, undeterred, struck fiercely against the warhorse, causing its armor to crumple before the knight and his mount could be propelled away. The King of the Void flickered into motion, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches around Aoki. There was no elaborate martial art involved, merely straightforward jabs and hooks. Once he completed his onslaught, he hovered behind Aoki. In an instant, the multitude of undead knights surrounding Aoki was sent flying. Even those positioned behind were similarly dispatched. The onlookers in the distance gasped in astonishment. How formidable! Who is that silver giant? Such towering stature, standing at 3 meters tall, truly majestic. Is this the strength Aoki spoke of? Indeed, powerful, truly powerful. Aoki Seiji does not deceive me. What kind of magic is this? Asked Kanzuya. This is the power of a stand. The invincible King of the Void. What are you all discussing? Why can I see nothing? All I see is Aoki standing still while the undead knights are flung away. What is happening? The adventurers who had never learned detection magic were utterly baffled, yet they noticed the awestruck expressions of those around them. They feigned amazement while internally vowing to learn some form of detection skill. Movement. The silver giant is moving again. Such ferocious fists, the undead knights are reduced to ash. The path has been obliterated. What is this path? One wondered. I do not know. I learned it while drinking and listening to Aoki boast. Ah, I see. The path has indeed been annihilated. If Aoki were not born, Axel Town would remain an eternal night, though they could not comprehend the precise words. They sensed the overwhelming might. Ah, eternal night indeed. Did you only learn that latter half? As the battle concluded, Aoki placed his left hand on his hip, striding toward the adventurers. The King of the Void floated behind him, rhythmically undulating in tandem with Aoki's movements. Upon reaching the adventurers, Aoki and the King of the Void struck a Jojo pose together. Should the Headless Knight dare to trespass upon Axel Town again, it would surely meet its demise. The adventurers erupted in cheers. No return. No return. No return. Meanwhile, Sato Kazuma watched Aoki's ostentation, a wave of envy flooding his heart. This was the quintessential manner to embark upon an adventure in a parallel world. He was thoroughly envious. He needed to rapidly elevate his adventurer rank, strengthen his body and spirit, and seek his adoptive brother's assistance to unlock the power of a stand. Aoki, darkness, how do you feel about the curse that has befallen you? It was then that everyone recalled the fatal curse afflicting darkness, and the atmosphere grew heavy with dread. Megumin's complexion paled, her body trembling as she gripped her staff tightly, and then she began to walk towards the outskirts of the city. Kazuma grasped the hem of Megumin's cloak. Hey, where do you think you're going? Megumin resisted fiercely, not looking back. This is my fault, and I must take responsibility. I will visit the castle and confront the Headless Horseman directly with my explosive magic to break darkness's curse. Kazuma, I will go with you. You shouldn't do this alone. Aoki, enough of the nonsense. There is no need to go. I entrust Aqua to you. The curse of the mere undead is but a trifling matter for the goddess of water. Aqua astonished. Oh, it's the first time I've heard you praise me. Aoki, in light of your charming words, I shall generously lend you my assistance. Divine purification. A radiant light enveloped darkness, while a dark mist began to dissipate from her form. Darkness, Xingmu, you blush like a teapot. Aqua, with my presence. Lifting the curse of the Headless Horseman is a mere trifle. What do you think? Occasionally, I too can embody the essence of a priest, can't I? Aoki raised his thumb, generously bestowing his praise. Truly, you are the goddess of water, Aqua. As the crowd returned home, Aoki continued to deepen his relationship with Whiz. No. I meant to say he sought out was to learn the art of teleportation magic. Teleportation magic is truly vast. No. It is quite rounded. No. It is exceedingly useful. As compensation, Aoki infused her with a bit of life essence. The serious kind. Leaving behind the rosy-cheeked Whiz, Aoki returned home. Recently, he and Jean had accepted a task to purify a lake. Initially, Jean was reluctant to take on this task, believing it to be exceedingly difficult. Only Aqua possessed the skill to purify water, and there were dangerous crocodiles lurking in the lake. However, Aqua insisted on undertaking the task, asserting that as long as she came into contact with the lake water, she could continuously purify it. Jean remarked, "This is a predicament of your own making, Aqua." Jean borrowed a specially crafted iron cage and chains from the Adventurers Guild. He placed Aqua inside the sturdy cage and then cast it into the lake. After all, Aqua could breathe freely underwater and would not drown like an ordinary person. They merely needed to wait for the water purification to be completed. And then darkness would retrieve the cage with the chains. The formidable knight, embodying both strength and speed, effortlessly tossed the cage into the lake and just as easily pulled it back out. The idea was beautiful, yet reality proved harsh. Even within the protective cage, Aqua was frightened by the attacking crocodiles, questioning her existence. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, except that Aqua was unwilling to leave the cage. Amidst the curious gazes of the townsfolk in the adventurer's town, Jean pulled Aqua back. Along the way, Aqua's mournful melody attracted another reincarnated individual, Gekkikenkuya. Gekkikenkuya was also a hero reincarnated alongside Aqua, but regrettably, Aqua had forgotten him. Upon seeing his dream goddess imprisoned, he rushed in for a gallant rescue. Alas, he not only failed to win the favor of either woman, but also lost his magical sword, Graham. Without his sword, Gekkikenkuya was rendered utterly useless. Easily defeated by Jean. TSK, Graham. I had thought it was the Graham from Starship Troopers. This sword's design pales in comparison to the opulent style of Arokin. Aoki weighed the magical sword Graham in his hand. It was of no use to him, for this blade was bound to the swordmaster, Keiya. Aoki returned the sword to Kazuma, remarking, "This sword's design is excessively ostentatious. I have no interest in it. Perhaps you should seek out someone else who might be willing to acquire it. Alternatively, you could consult Aqua to see if she can facilitate the transfer of the artifact's usage rights to you. If such a transfer is possible, your future endeavors as an adventurer would undoubtedly be much smoother." Kazuma's eyes sparkled with realization. Visiting Aoki had proven to be a fortuitous decision, as he consistently offered valuable insights. 10 minutes later, Kazuma returned with the enchanted sword, only to discover that Aqua was unable to transfer the artifact's usage rights. It seemed Aqua was not a specialized artifact smith and lacked the necessary expertise to execute the transfer. Aoki lacks neither wealth nor the desire for yet another collectible. However, should Yujian Xiangye come to him, clutching his leg and beseeching him with tears and snot to return the demon sword, what then? Aoki is a man who yields to softness rather than hardness. He would ultimately return the sword to Yujian Xiangye. Thus, it would be more prudent to decline the acquisition of this blade, allowing Kazuma to sell it for a handsome sum, which would indeed be a favorable outcome. As for whether Yujian Xiangye can retrieve his weapon from others, that is of no concern to them. After all, this predicament is a consequence of Yujian Xiangye's own actions. He arrogantly challenged Kazuma, wagering Aqua as the prize, believing that victory would bestow her upon him. This presumption is precisely why Aqua and her companions harbor disdain for Yujian Xiangye, his delusion of being the protagonist destined for glory, with all the maidens at his feet. Ultimately, he was vanquished by Kazuma's 2 swift strikes, revealing his utter ineptitude. Without his divine artifact, he is rendered utterly worthless. Kazuma rests his chin on his hand, awaiting Aoki's culinary masterpiece. Aoki, my dear brother, did you not claim to possess 2 divine artifacts? Why have I yet to see you wield them? Aoki, I rarely use it. I've only utilized it twice. Once, I possessed a shape-shifting mask, and upon my arrival in this world, I inadvertently fell into a women's bath. At that moment, I transformed into Uchiha Madara and made my escape. Jin stared in astonishment. You mean Madara from Naruto? Aoki, indeed. Makoto, how cool. Did you ask? Do you want to dance as well? Aoki smiled wickedly. Of course, the essence of cosplay lies in the dialogue. Jin replied, "That's amazing. What is the second artifact?" "Aoki, take a look for yourself." A long blade materialized in Aoki's left hand, which he then tossed to Kazuma. "This is the Inma blade," Kazuma exclaimed, drawing the sword and feeling an exhilarating rush of power. "I need more power." He was truly envious beyond measure. After toying with the magnificent weapon for a brief moment, Kazuma returned the long blade to Aoki. However, his envy was futile. For such divine artifacts were bound to their chosen hosts. "Aoki, do you regret not choosing the divine weapon?" Kazuma sighed and leaned on the table. "Initially, I felt quite remorseful. However, as I spent more time with Aqua, I began to appreciate her presence. Although she can be exceedingly unreliable at times, she proves to be quite helpful when it truly matters. Aoki, as long as you have no regrets, that's all that matters. My joy is priceless. If you require weapons, you may visit the Sword Pavilion, where the Void King has forged several exquisite katanas. I am not particularly fond of katanas, but I believe you will appreciate them. Go take a look and choose two." "Jun, really? I truly adore you, my dear father." "Aoki, were you to be a voluptuous beauty, I would not mind if you were utterly enamored with me." Swiftly, I darted towards the Sword Pavilion, returning half an hour later with two samurai swords in my arms, a short blade and a long one. Both infused with a trace of mithril, they possess exceptional magical conductivity. These are superior-grade unenchanted magical weapons. A skilled alchemist could inscribe alchemical matrices upon them, endowing them with unique capabilities. Aoki, the essence of this world is a blend of absurdity, intertwined with sword and sorcery. The art of swordsmanship primarily draws from the Western knightly techniques, while the intricacies of neon blade techniques are virtually non-existent. Thus, you must delve into the study of blade arts on your own. And Jun, blade arts? Is it not merely swordsmanship? Aoki cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "You people from Neon are unable to distinguish between blades and swords. The distinction lies not only in their form, but also in their manner of use. The difference is substantial. Draw your sword." Sword intent surged around Aoki, and Jun could only feel a stinging sensation on his face, as if countless blades were piercing towards him. With a sudden clash of steel, a long sword with a black hilt and a snowy blade sword from the Sword Pavilion, landing deftly in Aoki's grasp. Aoki leaped into a clearing, showcasing a fundamental swordsmanship that he had once devised in the world of Yunyun. This foundational technique was not ostentatious. Rather, it was succinct and efficient, encompassing all essential sword movements and a series of intricate combinations. Upon concluding his demonstration, Aoki effortlessly tossed the longsword back to the Sword Pavilion, where it found its sheath with precision. Sato Kazuma exclaimed, "Impressive." Aoki tossed the adventurer card to Kazuma, urging him to learn this fundamental swordsmanship. "Aoki, this swordsmanship can only serve as a reference, for you wield a katana. I have not intentionally studied sword techniques, and thus possess no suitable skills to impart to you. You may consider selecting two finished swords from the Sword Pavilion. In due time, whether you choose to use a blade or a sword is entirely at your discretion." Aoki picked up the Tome of Magic and resumed his study, disregarding Sato Kazuma. During this period, he had finally constructed a network of magical knowledge. The essence of magic lies in the manipulation of natural elements to alter the environment. A wizard channels nature's elements through their intrinsic mental energy or magical power. The core of magical power is the life energy of the human body, which absorbs natural elements during meditation, assimilating them physically and directing the flow of magical energy through mental focus. In this intricate process, natural elements, life energy, and spiritual energy inevitably intertwine, culminating in the manifestation of magical power. This bears a resemblance to the practice of chi cultivation, where, in its nascent stages, chi is fundamentally life energy drawn into the body. As one learns to absorb the primordial chi of the cosmos, they seize the essence of celestial bodies, transforming it into their own chi. The deeper the cultivation, the more personal mental will is infused within the chi. Thus, magical power and chi are fundamentally the same entity, differing only in their methods of application. Aoki has deciphered the incantations for conjuring the three elemental forces of fire, water, and earth. Even in the absence of the adventurer card system's power, Aoki can independently initiate the manifestation of magic. Ignite. The mana, or chi, converges into the palm, shaping the magical formula, with the chi being drawn and transformed into a delicate fireball. Ignite. Elemental convergence. The elemental energy from the surrounding air is drawn into the fireball, which expands from a mere thumb-sized sphere to one the size of a human head in an instant. While the initial stage of fire conjuration relies entirely on one's innate strength, the subsequent stage involves the manipulation of the elemental forces of nature in a fantastical realm. This translates to spellcasting. The fireball incantation is thus completed. Aoki hurled a fireball, which, under the control of his mental force, circled around him twice before soaring towards a large boulder. Following a violent explosion, debris scattered everywhere, leaving the ground charred and revealing a crater. Aoki continued to raise his hand, channeling the energy within him to conjure a dozen fiery incantations. In a swift motion, he summoned numerous colossal fireballs, which, under his command, soared forth and created a series of explosive craters. Aoki has officially joined the Five Fireball sect. Aoki stood before the earthen pit, raising his hand. Earth generation, elemental convergence. The soil produced by the elements cascaded into the pit, this extraordinary soil far richer in nutrients than ordinary earth. By mixing this magically generated soil with regular soil for planting crops, a bountiful harvest would surely ensue. However, should one attempt to plant crops directly in the hundredfold magical soil, survival would be impossible. One has never witnessed a tree being planted directly in fertilizer. The earth heaved. A vast expanse of land began to roll, the ordinary soil thoroughly mingling with the magical soil. Water generation, elemental convergence. The entire plot was drenched. And rose seeds were sown. Natural growth. The rose seeds were urged to sprout, rapidly growing into half-meter-tall plants, destined to bloom within a few days. Clapping his hands, Aoki nodded in satisfaction. The essence of magic transcends mere combat. It finds application in agriculture, industry, and culinary arts alike. In recent days, Aoki had been engrossed in the study of magic, frequently seeking counsel from Whiz, all the while anticipating the return of the Headless Horseman. Once he vanquished the Headless Horseman, he would embark on his journey to the next world. How he yearned to discover what the next realm would hold. The following day, the Headless Horseman that Aoki had long anticipated has finally arrived. Aoki utilized teleportation magic to bring Yunyun and darkness to the city gates. The expressions of the earlier adventurers were grim, for the Headless Horseman was accompanied by a throng of monsters, a group of knights clad in rusted and tattered armor. Through the cracks in their armor and helmets, one could faintly discern decaying flesh, an unsettling sight that would quell any appetite for the day. Upon spotting Megumin, the Headless Horseman bellowed with fury. Why did you not come to the castle? You are not human. Do you not harbor any thoughts of rescuing your comrades? Even I, transformed into a monster by my own resentment, once considered myself a noble knight. In my eyes, the cursed paladin who sacrificed herself to protect her companions epitomizes true knighthood. Yet you stand idly by as she faces her demise. You wretched lot. His tirade faltered as he beheld darkness emerging from behind Aoki. You're alive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Having succumbed to my death curse, how could you possibly survive? You are merely a novice adventurer. The atmosphere grew tense, and darkness, praised as a paragon of knighthood, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. It was the first time someone had commended her so, previously. She had mostly been derided as a perverse knight, though she bore no ill will towards such insults. Darkness replied, Our high priestess lifted the curse, which is why I am unharmed. Since I am unscathed, you need not be so irate. Return and rest. After a brief silence, the Headless Horseman resumed his tirade. Let us set this matter aside for now. That mentally unstable crimson magic girl, step forward. Why do you persist in unleashing explosive magic upon the castle? All eyes turned to Megumin, who remained obstinately unrepentant. Thankfully, in this whimsical otherworld, her reckless antics had not yet led to her demise. Avoiding eye contact with the others, Megumin clutched her staff, her face tinged with pink. Not long ago, merely casting magic in an empty wasteland was enough to satisfy me. However, ever since I discovered the allure of assaulting the castle with magic, my body has become only eager to accept something grand and formidable. Kazuma grasped Megumin's face. Must you speak such indecorous lines in a bashful manner? Moreover, after you cast your magic, you become immobilized, do you not? This implies you have an accomplice. Does it not? With whom? Kazuma's gaze abruptly shifted to Aqua, who averted her eyes with a guilty expression. That Headless Horseman has made it impossible for us to undertake quests normally. I have longed to vent my frustration. Aqua exclaimed. The reason I endure the manager's scolding daily is due to him. Kazuma retorted. Receiving reprimands at your workplace stems from your own lack of diligence. The Headless Horseman interjected. Enough. I am weary of such trifles. Villains perish from excessive chatter. I shall eliminate you all. Annihilating this entire town will erase the humiliation I have suffered here. My undead knights, slay them all. The adventurers gasped in alarm, instantly preparing for battle. Aoki understood that it was time for him to step forward and showcase his prowess. The aura emanating from Aoki surged forth, compelling all those nearby to retreat. Aoki advanced step by step towards the Headless Horseman. Observing this, the horseman let out a light chuckle. Oh, you are not fleeing, but rather approaching me. How commendable your courage is. However, it is you who shall be the first to perish. With that, the Headless Horseman tossed his head skyward, revealing a pair of invisible eyes that opened in the air. Scrutinizing the adventurers with clarity, brandishing his great sword, the horseman charged at Aoki, swinging the blade in a sweeping arc aimed to cleave him in two. Seeking to eliminate this audacious challenger and utterly shatter the adventurer's spirit of resistance, Aoki pointed at the Headless Horseman, declaring, Today shall be your last, for you have encountered me, the King of the Void. As the King of the Void materialized, he lifted his foot to press down upon the great sword that was swung at him. The blade's tip firmly anchored to the ground. The Headless Horseman attempted to withdraw his sword, only to discover it remained utterly immovable. Aoki, with the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars from the heavens. There exists no one like me in this world. Zenii, the Headless Knight. The King of the Void unleashed a colossal punch towards the Headless Knight, towering 3 meters above him. This strike descended from the heavens, crashing into his chest with formidable force. The headless knight was driven deep into the earth, yet this was merely the beginning. Ola 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 ola. The king of the void, akin to a relentless pile driver, ceaselessly unleashed his might upon the headless knight's frame. The body thudded to the ground as fists pounded against armor, reverberating with thunderous roars. The headless knight, Beldia, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Even the armor blessed by the demon king faltered against the onslaught of the silver giant. Suspended in midair, his head trembled in disbelief. What transpired? Everything unfolded too swiftly. His undead knights were still charging towards the adventurers, while he himself succumbed with a single blow, his form pinned to the ground, to be struck down before his subordinates. Should word of this spread, how could Beldia ever maintain his standing within the ranks of the Demon King's army? Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them altogether. Ahe, how dare you? The headless knight S had floated in the sky, yet was seized by Aoki's hand through a thieving skill. Weak, weak, so utterly feeble. Before my king of the void, you stand with no power to retaliate. Amidst their banter, the adventurers clashed with the army of undead knights. The headless Beldia's voice brimmed with fury. What manner of creature is that silver giant? How could such a formidable beast exist? Why did it suddenly emerge from your being? A despicable ambush. I scorn you. I, Beldia, shall not yield. Aoki flashed a broad smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. That is my spiritual image, the embodiment of my doppelganger power. It represents the manifestation of my mental strength, serving as an amplifier of my abilities. The greater my spirit, the stronger it becomes, the more vibrant my vitality, the longer it can sustain its relentless assault. And now, the Void King can unleash his attacks for an entire day. Pray that your armor can shield you, for otherwise, you shall be mercilessly pulverized into a fine paste by my Void King, and your head shall be shattered by a formidable foe. Aoki's expression was malevolent and treacherous, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Beardia's forehead. How is it that I am the villain? I am the demon tried. I am the enemy of all living beings. Why do you appear to be more wicked than I am? Ignoring the acknowledgement of the Demon King's army officials, Aoki grasped Beardia's head, directing their gaze towards the body of the Void King, Ola Beardia. What an evil creature. You are nothing less than the embodiment of a demon. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. Due to the presence of Aqua, all the undead knights turned their attention towards her. They yearned for purification, desiring to escape the darkness and ascend to paradise. After a brief moment of chaos, the adventurers realized that the undead knights would not attack their fellow adventurers. With Aqua as the perfect bait, and under the genuine command, the undead knights were drawn together, only for Whiz to unleash a devastating explosion spell that reduced all the undead knights to mere ashes. This spectacular spell allowed Whiz to level up significantly. Whiz exclaimed, "What a rush!" Once the battle concluded, the group discovered that the Void King still lingered in the headless body of Ola Beardia. Aoki felt somewhat fatigued. Such rigid armor. Despite the body within the armor being nearly as fragile as a shaken egg, the armor remained unscathed. Aoki, Beldia, what material is your armor crafted from? Beldia, I am uncertain. It appears to be forged from the hardest metal known in this realm. And what of the Demon King's blessing? Aoki, what does the Demon King look like? Aoki has only watched 2 seasons of the anime, leaving him utterly oblivious to the subsequent plot developments. While the author is well aware of the unfolding narrative, he remains unwilling to divulge any information. Beldia, you have yet to defeat me. Yet you wish to extract information from my lips? Aoki, since I have nothing better to do, I am curious to test the endurance of your armor. Beardia, it matters not to share with you. I believe today marks my final day. Out of respect for you as my opponent, I shall divulge some information. The Demon King possesses white hair. A glimmer of realization dawned upon Aoki as he envisioned a striking figure, a white-haired, long-horned demoness. Her image vividly taking form in his mind, igniting a sense of excitement within him. Aoki's expression soured, and he was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of ennui. Aoki, TSK. Beardia, what do you mean by that? Is there a hint of disdain in your tone? Aoki, how splendid it would be if there were a fair-skinned, long-haired, voluptuous woman with an alluring figure. I would immediately defect and become the consort of the Demon Lord. Beardia, TSK. I knew I was right about you. You are merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Among the ranks of the demon tribe, there are indeed several enchanting beauties, all possessing enticing figures. Moreover, the Demon Lord has a daughter. Should you decide to join the Demon Lord's army, I would gladly facilitate an introduction. Aoki, oh, quite impressive. At that moment, Aqua approached. Having waited for several hours, the other adventurers had already departed, leaving only Aqua and her companions. After all, while the spectacle of the Void King pummeling the headless knight into the ground was magnificent, it became tiresome after a while. With the threat to the town neutralized and no further entertainment to be had, everyone had taken their leave. Aqua, hey, Aoki, allow me to purify the headless knight, and then we can head back for dinner. Beldia, Aoki, enough with the jesting. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Though it is rather humiliating to be crushed into the ground, since it was done by your fair hand, I have no complaints. Come, grant me a dignified demise. Aoki nodded, withdrawing the King of Void, then placed Beldia's head upon his body. In this moment, Beldia was beyond revival. For the egg had been thoroughly shaken and its yolk dispersed. Beldia uttered, "Farewell, Aoki." Aqua proclaimed, "Purification of the undead." Aoki revealed an utterly sinister expression, startling Beldia. However, it was of no consequence now, as he was on the verge of purification, destined to reincarnate in the celestial realm. Enveloped in a radiant white light, Beldia vanished, leaving behind a suit of armor and a greatsword. The system notified that the soul of the headless knight Beldia had been collected and preserved for refinement. It was decided to retain the soul, which would be stored in the Hall of Heroes, undergoing transformation into a heroic spirit, expected to be completed within 3 days. After securing Beldia's equipment, Aoki and his party members returned to the Adventurers Guild. Aoki entered the Adventurers Guild, unveiling the great sword and helmet of the headless knight, Beldia. Aoki, facing the gaze of the crowd, proclaimed, "The headless knight, Beldia, has been vanquished by us." Following a brief silence, a wave of cheers erupted within the Adventurers Guild. Aoki gestured for silence among the crowd before making another announcement. Tonight, the Adventurers Guild will provide an abundance of food and drink, courtesy of Grandpa Aoki. A resounding cheer erupted from the Adventurers Guild, growing ever more fervent. Aoki, Aoki, Aoki. The atmosphere in the guild became lively, as many, upon hearing of the generous feast, flocked in to partake in the merriment. Aoki did not mind, for he was quite affluent at present, especially with the bounty on Beldia amounting to 300 million. The adventurers indulging in feasting bore no burdens. The only ones feeling somewhat disgruntled were the guild staff, whose workload had significantly increased today, fortunately. They received financial support to warm their spirits. Luna approached Aoki and inquired, "Aoki, could you please allow us to authenticate your adventurer card? There is a process to follow in order to claim the bounty on Beldia." Aoki placed the cup down and handed the card to Luna. Luna took the card and glanced at it. Mr. Aoki has defeated Beldia, and then Lady Aqua purified Beldia. Is that correct?" Aoki draped his arm over Luna's shoulder and said, "Indeed, referring to me as Mr. Aoki feels excessively formal. You may simply call me by my name. I have always held a deep affection for you, Miss Luna, and such distance truly saddens me." Luna shot him a glance of disapproval before returning the adventurer card to Aoki. "The reward for the task will be allocated from the guild within a week. You shall soon find yourself a billionaire." Aoki waved his hand dismissively. Discussing money feels rather mundane. Miss Luna, might you have time for a date with me?" Luna maintained her formulaic smile. "I have been exceedingly busy, Mr. Aoki. While you are indeed quite remarkable, I simply cannot find the time. Especially after your recent victory over the Demon King's officer, Bertia. This has only made me busier." With that, Luna turned and walked away. Aoki felt a deep sense of regret, but refrained from pressing the matter further. It was perplexing how she seemed to disregard him, even though others privately referred to her as a leftover woman of advanced age. Perhaps he was simply too discerning, or maybe he did not fit the type she preferred. It could also be that she harbored affections for someone else. Alternatively, she might be haunted by a profound emotional scar, one that she could not easily overcome. Qingmu has envisioned a love ethical drama comprising hundreds of thousands of words. Let the author of the Dogtale compose an epilogue, if one desires to read it. They should urge the author for more updates, as it bears no relation to Qingmu. Aoki returned to join everyone in merriment, indulging in food and jovial conversation. Luna made her way back to the counter, where a nearby elven maiden teasingly remarked, "I noticed Aoki invited you on a date again. Why not accept?" Luna replied, "I am quite occupied and have no time." The elven maiden persisted, "Yet you seem anxious about becoming an older single woman when an opportunity arises. Why not seize it?" Luna countered, "What opportunity? Aoki is far too fickle, flirting with beautiful women everywhere." The elven maiden conceded, "That is true. However, Aoki's previous haphazard choices and skills had led many female adventurers to regard him with skepticism, deliberately keeping their distance. Consequently, Aoki ceased his pursuit of those lovely maidens. Yet now, the prowess he has displayed is sufficient for him to attain noble status within the kingdom. Many female adventurers might reconsider if you do not take this chance. Another will." Luna frowned. "How can a free adventurer be shackled by noble status?" The elven maiden replied, "Nevertheless, adventurers age as well. Possessing noble status would alleviate concerns for retirement. I have heard that Aoki has constructed a manor on the land he purchased, adorned with flowers and greenery. It is quite beautiful." Luna recalled that Aoki had acquired a large parcel of inexpensive land in a remote area, intending to build a home there. She had initially assumed he would enlist the aid of a construction team through the Adventurers Guild, but there had been no news. Subsequently, engrossed in other matters, Luna had forgotten about it. She looked at the elven maiden and said, "If you hold Aoki in such high regard, why not pursue him yourself?" The elven maiden's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then do not regret it. Since you are unwilling, I shall not hold back." Luna widened her eyes. "Oh, you little rogue, Lucia." In the guest room of the Heavenly Masteress mansion, a blurred voice reached Aoki's ears. "You are awake?" Aoki rubbed the back of his head, still feeling a lingering pain. The system's teleportation was never entirely reliable, yet one certainty remained. His head always throbbed painfully thereafter. Aoki opened his eyes and turned his head towards the source of the sound. It was a Taoist priest wearing dark round sunglasses. And the furnishings of the room were quite antiquated. It seemed he was in a Taoist temple, likely set against the backdrop of a feudal dynasty. Having visited such eras before, Aoki had acquired a degree of experience in this realm. Qingmu clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, introducing himself. I am Gu Qingqing. With the courtesy named Qingmu. May I inquire about your esteemed surname and the nature of this place? Taoist Yunyun was momentarily taken aback. The manner of his speech was so imbued with antiquity. The name itself was peculiar. Why would a man choose such a name as Qingqing? And who still bestows courtesy names in this day and age? One might even question if this fellow had traversed through time from a bygone era. He pondered whether to indulge this peculiar encounter, finding it somewhat amusing. Taoist Jiyun replied, I have renounced worldly ties for several decades, and my birth name is long forgotten. I am known as Jiyun. You may address me as Taoist Jiyun. This place is the Tianshi mansion of Longhushan. It appears that you, Gujushur, unintentionally shattered the walls of Longhushan. My fellow disciples heard the commotion and discovered you unconscious on the ground, thus bringing you to our guest quarters for proper care. Indeed, you possess remarkable physical strength and profound cultivation. Under such circumstances, you emerged unscathed. I am curious to which lineage or sect you belong. Aoki let out a derisive chuckle, inwardly cursing the unreliability of the system. Had this occurred during his initial foray into another realm, with his frail physique, such a collision would have surely proven fatal. Qingmu, I have achieved my accomplishments through self-study, with no formal mentorship. The journey has indeed been arduous, filled with struggles and hardships. He yearned to claim lineage from the renowned master Wuming of the Heavenly Sword, yet on the eve of his departure for training, Wuming forbade him from disclosing his name. You need not boast of my Heavenly Sword's might. I only hope that should you find yourself in trouble, you refrain from revealing my identity. Such were the words of Master Wuming. Leaving Qingmu to ponder whether Wuming had surreptitiously glimpsed the traditional Chinese version of Journey to the West that he used as a cushion, Taoist Qiyun was taken aback. He had previously examined Qingmu's physique. His sinews were robust, his vital energy abundant, and his primordial essence intact, though there were fluctuations of qi within. It was not stored in the dantian but rather concealed within the 5 organs. This unique method of cultivation diverged significantly from the prevalent practices, suggesting he had devised his own. If he spoke no falsehoods, he was truly a prodigious talent. Judging by his youthful visage, no more than 18 or 19. His future appeared exceedingly bright, were he to be admitted to Longhu Mountain. But alas, given his obscure origins, should he harbor ill intentions, it would be akin to inviting a wolf into one's home. It would be prudent to discuss this with my master and senior uncle, allowing them to make the final decision. It is astonishing that such a young individual, Gu Xiaoyu, has already achieved so much. His future undoubtedly holds boundless potential. Qingmu, you flatter me, Taoist. Gu, my young friend, it is getting late, and dinner will soon commence. Allow me to escort you to the dining hall. I trust you are feeling quite hungry. Qingmu, then I must trouble you, Taoist Jiyun. As Aoki stepped outside, he discovered an incandescent light bulb suspended on the wall, instantly striking him like a bolt from the blue. Qingmu, Master Jiyun, could you kindly inform me of the current year and month? Master Jiyun looked at Qingmu with a puzzled expression and replied, it is the 15th of July, 2014. Qingmu's face darkened in frustration, realizing he had made a blunder. However, he wished to confirm one more thing. Master Jiyun, do you possess a mobile phone? Might I borrow it for a moment? Master Jiyun reached into his robe and produced a sleek, full-screen smartphone, extending it towards Qingmu. Aoki's lips twitched slightly. It was indeed a fruit phone. Without a password, he accessed the calendar. It was unmistakably the year 2014. This Taoist priest is truly something. Qingmu, the Taoist is truly approachable. Accompanying me in this whimsical nonsense for such an extended period, I genuinely thought I had traversed back to ancient times. If it weren't for the sight of this incandescent light bulb, I wonder how long I would have continued this farce. Yun smiled. My dear friend Qingmu, you actually believed you had journeyed to the past? No wonder your speech is so ornate. I thought you possessed some peculiar hobby. Ha ha ha. Please assist me. I can hardly straighten my back. Ha ha ha. Qingmu, TSK. What a ridiculous joke. I cannot fathom which world this is. Soon, he would discover the answer. For he beheld a young Taoist priest, adorned with a dot of vermilion between his brows, his hair as white as snow, and robed in a white garment. He observed as the priest finished his meal and departed. Aoki rested his elbow on the shoulder of Master Jiyun, inquiring, Master Jiyun, who is this individual? He appears quite distinctive. He is the only one donned in a white Taoist robe. Master Jiyun turned his head slightly to glance and replied, he is the esteemed disciple of my master, the young Master Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu? The very same Zhang Lingyu renowned for his exceptional talents? Qingmu envied others, wishing for a beautiful maiden to take the initiative and captivate his heart. Qingmu, is your master the old celestial master named Zhang Jiwei? Yun Guai cast a peculiar glance at Qingmu, pondering how someone could lack such basic knowledge and yet claim to be an extraordinary individual. Indeed, let us dine. After your meal, you should rest, for I must attend to my evening duties. Tomorrow, I shall determine whether to escort you down the mountain or to pursue another course of action. Qingmu nodded. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Taoist Yunyun. Qingmu had no intention of lingering at the Tianshi Manor, for there was no necessity to do so. Such a prestigious and grand establishment as the Tianshi Manor had stringent criteria for accepting disciples. Even if Qingmu wished to become a student, it was uncertain whether they would be inclined to take him in. Moreover, true skills would not be imparted, as the teachings were closely guarded. The older the sect, the more cautious they were in selecting disciples. Typically, they would nurture talent from a young age or recruit individuals with ancestral ties to the sect, should they accept outsiders. Those individuals would undoubtedly possess a clean background. In this modern era, with the advancement of the internet, any connections could easily be traced, revealing any past activities. It was those who could not be traced that raised suspicion. A figure like Qingmu, an undocumented outsider with no discernible trail, would certainly not be welcomed by the Tianshi Manor. This world is abundant with treasures, particularly the esoteric cultivation techniques and the 8 extraordinary skills from various sections. Although the 8 extraordinary skills may have some side effects, they are undoubtedly worthy of study. The skill Qingmu yearned for the most was the 6 Vaults Celestial Thief, which he believed would harmonize exceptionally well with his current practice of qi cultivation. Should he acquire it, he could deconstruct and integrate it into his own methods, undoubtedly elevating his capabilities to new heights. Following closely was the Complete Truth's Inner Alchemy, which focused on cultivating the physical body and the yang spirit. Regrettably, it would be exceedingly challenging to obtain these treasures through conventional means. The following day, Taoist Yunyun approached Qingmu, appearing rather embarrassed. Upon witnessing this, Aoki spoke first. Master Yunyun, please speak candidly. Master Yunyun replied, in truth, breaching the walls of the Heavenly Master's residence is not a grave matter, considering it was not done with intent. Aoki nodded thoughtfully, understanding that if it were indeed intentional, it would signify a significant matter, an underlying implication. However, the master suggested that one must first repair the wall before being permitted to leave. I pondered, even if it meant incurring some financial loss, it would be preferable to having you undertake the wall repairs. Wouldn't it be unreasonable to impose such a task upon you? At the tender age of 18 or 19, Aoki, though robust and vigorous, possessed skin that was smooth and fair, entirely devoid of the signs of laborious toil. Tasks such as bricklaying ought to be entrusted to skilled masons, for expertise lies in specialization. While their order may engage in agricultural pursuits, the construction of edifices is a craft mastered by only a select few among their brethren. Aoki slapped his thigh, startling Yun, who momentarily feared that Aoki was losing his temper. Aoki, what a coincidence. I truly have no money to spare. However, I am indeed an expert in masonry. Jiyun, it seems even the master can see that this lad is devoid of funds. Qingmu lacked the currency of this world. Although he possessed precious metals such as gold and silver, he still needed to visit a pawn shop to exchange them. At present, he had no access to the universal currency of this realm. Thus, Qingmu embarked on the task of repairing the Heavenly Master's residence. The residence provided materials, food, and lodging, while Qingmu was responsible for labor and expertise. Upon seeing the damage he had caused, he could only facepalm in disbelief. It was not merely a damaged wall. An entire house had collapsed behind it. The magnitude of this undertaking was akin to rebuilding a house, a task that would require at least 10 able-bodied men working tirelessly for 10 days to a fortnight to complete. Taoist Yunyun leaned on Qingmu and suggested, why not write an IOU? You can repay it gradually. This is work beyond your current capacity. Aoki, who dares to claim that I am incapable? I am a professional. You may question my financial status, but you cannot dispute my expertise. Aoki rolled up his sleeves and got to work, collecting and arranging the rubble and bricks from the ruins with remarkable efficiency within a single day. Various raw materials were transported from the foot of the mountain, ready for the official wall construction to commence the following day. Fortunately, the foundation did not require reconstruction. The house would be built upon the existing base. Then, a peculiar sight emerged on Longhu Mountain, capturing the attention of many. A young man clad in a tank top and long pants was tirelessly hauling cement bricks up and down the mountain. With the peak tourist season underway, a multitude of visitors meandered around Longhu Mountain, making Aoki's actions even more eye-catching. After all, the image of Aoki sprinting up the stairs with 10 bags of cement was undeniably extravagant. In the evening, Taoist Jiyun approached Aoki from behind. You are working remarkably swiftly. Have all the preparations been completed? Aoki turned and said, the preparations are complete. We will officially commence work tomorrow. Jiyun nodded in agreement. Let us go and dine. A lack of enthusiasm for meals indicates a problem with one's mind. Qingmu beamed with a smile. Let us eat. Let us eat. That night, Jiyun arrived at the chamber of the venerable master Zhang, the current celestial master. Zhang Jiwei, a figure of arrogance, whose name signifies a hand that obscures the heavens, behaves as he pleases. In moments of joy, he stands just below the pinnacle. In moments of displeasure, he is beneath all. He is the paramount figure in the realm of extraordinary beings. The venerable master, over a century old, with hair and beard as white as snow, exudes an aura of serene wisdom, possessing the visage of youth despite his age. Jiyun spoke. Master, I have come to report on Qingmu's progress. The venerable master replied, Ah. Jiyun, please sit and speak at your leisure. In just one day, Qingmu has prepared the materials for the repair of the house and its surrounding walls. The ruins have been cleared and tidied. Work can continue tomorrow. At this pace, the entire structure will be completed in 3 to 4 days. The venerable master responded with a nod. Jiyun, speak candidly. The collapsed building was due to the competition among our uncles, attributing it to Qingmu. Might not be entirely fair. The venerable master mused. It merely delays time, but I did not anticipate this lad to act so swiftly. 3 to 4 days should suffice. I have observed that child, his cultivation method indeed differs from all established schools. He cultivates by refining qi within his body, storing it in his 5 viscera rather than in the dantian, presenting the image of 5 qi converging to the source. He strengthens his 5 viscera first, then fortifies his physique, cultivating from within. His organ strength surpasses even that of muscles and bones. Should an adversary attack his 5 viscera with qi, it would be largely ineffective, unless the assault could utterly destroy him. For ordinary extraordinary beings, the 5 viscera are a weakness, yet for him, they serve as an advantage. While there are evident flaws, if this truly is his self-created method, then this child is indeed remarkably gifted. I have enlisted help to investigate his background, and results should emerge in the coming days. Jiyun remarked. I see, Master intends to take him as a disciple. One does not let a succulent morsel slip away. It seems the position of Master Zhonglingyu is in jeopardy. Jiyun continued. Understood, Master. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. The venerable master nodded, and Jiyun turned to depart, only to be called back by the master. Jiyun, if that Qingmu works too efficiently, find a way to delay him. Understood, Master. The following evening, Jiyun gazed silently at the house and walls, now nearly complete. This work is astonishingly swift, he thought. What he had anticipated to be a simple task of time delay now required careful consideration. Aoki clapped his hands, exclaiming, How about that? Isn't this job done splendidly? Iyun twitched the corner of his mouth and raised a finger, declaring, Professional. While Iyun wore a cheerful smile on the surface, his mind was concocting plans for tonight's mischief. Aoki, unfortunately, the cement requires time to solidify properly. Tomorrow, we shall be unable to undertake any work. Let it bask in the sun for a day. And then we can proceed to age the walls. Iyun thought she had misheard. Age the walls? You still wish to age them? Qingmu, of course. We must create an antiquated appearance. Otherwise, it would seem too out of place. Do not question my professionalism. Jiyun was left speechless internally. However, achieving an antiquated look would require at least a day, and considering that tomorrow is a non-working day, there is no need for me to cause any disruption. Why should I entertain such thoughts? Why must I resort to destruction? I could simply take him for a leisurely stroll around Longhushan, and before I know it, the day would have passed. Aoki, let us proceed to dine. Jiyun, indeed. The third day. Aoki stretched lazily, for today held no pressing matters, merely the enjoyment of music. Well, there was no music hall to speak of. Upon finishing his breakfast, Qingmu hurried to observe the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain performing their morning rituals, practicing their skills, reciting scriptures, and engaging in labor. Aoki sought a secluded place to practice Bajiquan, aware that prolonged absence from training could lead to a decline in skill. Unbeknownst to him, the venerable master was observing him from a distance. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the poise of a tiger, embodying the essence of jade. Yet, the trail he left behind was utterly inscrutable. Not only did they probe into Aoki's true identity, Gu Qingcheng, but they also employed facial recognition, yielding nothing. His sudden appearance at the Master's residence raised questions about the ineptitude of the informant. Surely, he could not be an outsider. It was far more plausible that he was a mere child emerging from the depths of the mountains. For how else could there be no trace of information? Brother, if you truly believe this lad possesses potential, then bring him to Longhu Mountain. Under your watchful eye, what waves could he possibly stir? A young acolyte wheeled over a chair, upon which sat the Master's disciple, Tian Jinzong. The master chuckled in response. You are right, my brother. I had overlooked that. Placing him under close scrutiny for a couple of years will surely reveal his character. At that time, it will not be too late to accept him as a formal disciple. Tian Jinzong inquired, but brother, have you not already taken in the closed-door disciple, Zhonglingyu? Why consider another? The master replied, there is still a need for a window disciple. Tian Jinzong laughed. Indeed, how brazenly audacious. Aoki turned back to glance at the empty high platform behind him. A peculiar sensation crept over him, as if someone were watching him, a feeling that could not merely be dismissed as an illusion. Aside from the venerable master and a few of his highly skilled disciples, it was improbable that anyone else could observe him without detection. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. After all, there was no immediate threat. In truth, he could engage if necessary, yet he remained unaware of the full extent of the Void King's powers. The Master's abode wielded the power of thunder, and until one's soul transcended the realm of the shadows to become a young spirit, it was impossible to withstand such lightning. This thunderous magic was particularly effective against spirits, though he pondered whether a substitute could withstand its might. He longed to complete his tasks swiftly and descend the mountain, yearning for the freedom of vast seas for fish to leap and the endless skies for birds to soar. He desired to act as he pleased. With nearly a year until the next Luotian grand ceremony, he anticipated that Baron would unwittingly walk into his trap. By that time, he would devise a means to extract the 6 treasury celestial thief from him. Otherwise, among the throngs of people, how would he locate that foreign devil, Baron? 3 days later, Aoki's work was finally completed. At that moment, Taoist Yunyun approached him. Qingmu, Master Yunyun, the task has been completed. Please take a moment to review it. Master Yunyun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for inspection. I trust your abilities. I have come today to discuss other matters with you. Qingmu, Master Yunyun, please speak. I have come today to represent the Celestial Master S Hall in welcoming young friend Qingmu into our esteemed ranks. Might I inquire if young friend Qingmu is amenable to this proposition? Aoki was taken aback. The Celestial Master S residents wished to accept him as a Taoist priest. Aoki, who would take me as a disciple? It seems rather improbable. My origins are shrouded in mystery, and who would so recklessly accept me as an apprentice? Aren't they afraid of inviting danger into their midst? Jian found himself in an awkward position as Aoki's candor left him at a loss for words. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his discomfort. Well, it isn't about directly entering a master's fold. Rather, it's about becoming an ordinary Taoist and commencing one's studies from the very basics. If one perseveres and earns the recognition of the elders in the sect, there will undoubtedly be someone willing to accept you as a disciple. Aoki rolled his eyes. Your words sound like empty promises. Yunyun awkwardly scratched his head. What does young friend Aoki think? Aoki shook his head, fully aware of his own identity. It was absurd for an individual of dubious origin to aspire to join the mountain's gates and learn the true arts of others. Even if he were to be accepted as a disciple, it would undoubtedly be for ulterior motives, the nature of which remained unclear. He would not fall into the folly of blindly believing that all at Longhushan were virtuous, as depicted in anime. Prudence was the better path. And he resolved to descend the mountain by dawn. Ian sensed that matters were on the verge of calamity and hastily sought to remedy the situation, should you choose to join Longhushan. You would gain direct access to the profound teachings of the Tianqi Palace, particularly the Golden Light Incantation. The Golden Light Incantation is one of the 8 divine incantations of Taoism. Each Taoist sect possesses its own variations of these incantations, yet the underlying principles differ. With a lineage that is steeped in history, Longhushan's Golden Light Incantation possesses its own unique merits. This incantation, regarded as a fundamental practice by the Tianqi Palace, is a premier method for cultivating both life and spirit. The willingness to impart the Golden Light Incantation is a significant testament to Longhushan's sincerity. Qingmu has arrived with a spirited demeanor. Are you truly willing to impart the Golden Light Mantra to me? Yunyun, naturally. Qingmu, I find myself perplexed. I have only recently arrived at the Heavenly Master S residence. How is it that you wish to accept me as a disciple so soon? Yunyun, let me be frank. This is the will of the old Heavenly Master. The will of the old Heavenly Master? Aoki was taken aback, recalling the sensation of being spied upon the previous day. It was likely the work of the old master. Qingmu slapped his thigh, startling Yunyun. Since it was the old celestial master's intention, I shall remain, he thought. Yunyun, taken aback, mused that had he known earlier, he could have simply stated it was the master's will, thus sparing unnecessary words. The following day, Qingmu donned the Taoist robes and moved into the communal dormitory designated for aspiring Taoists. Although it was a shared space, he found himself the sole occupant, as no new disciples had joined recently, leaving only Qingmu, a latecomer to the path. Thus began Qingmu's life as a Taoist, rising at 5 each morning for ablutions, morning lessons, early practices, breakfast, labor, lunch, rest, dinner, and evening lessons. Each day, he immersed himself in Taoist scriptures, absorbing esoteric knowledge and specialized terminology. A month passed, yet Yunyun had yet to fulfill his promise of imparting the Golden Light Incantation. Aoki remained unperturbed. Even if shown, he might not comprehend it. Without understanding the cultivation methods, one cannot truly practice. A superficial grasp is the most perilous. Recklessly attempting to cultivate could lead to one's demise. As another month elapsed, Master Yunyun approached Aoki with a tome in hand. Here, the Golden Light spell from Longhu Mountain, a method for the dual cultivation of life and spirit. I never anticipated your calmness. After 2 months of solitary cultivation, you should have established a framework of Taoist knowledge. Peruse this, and should any ambiguities arise, feel free to inquire. If I too am at a loss, I shall consult my master, Rongshan. Master Yunyun pondered internally, uncertain of his master's intentions. There had been no arrangements for a mentor to guide Aoki. Was this an intention for Aoki to achieve self-mastery? Aoki expressed his gratitude as he accepted the tome. The prominent phrase Golden Light Spell was inscribed upon its pages. Upon turning to the first page, he encountered the preamble, Heaven and Earth, the profound sect. The root of myriad energies. Cultivating through countless eons, I attain divine prowess. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. My form is enveloped in golden light, reflecting upon my being. Invisible to sight, inaudible to sound, embracing heaven and earth, nurturing all living beings. By reciting it 10,000 times, I radiate brilliance. The guardians of the three realms, the five emperors preside. All deities pay homage, wielding thunderous might. Evil spirits tremble, and ethereal entities dissipate. Within lies thunder, the god of thunder concealed in name. The essence of enlightenment penetrates, the five energies surge forth. Golden light swiftly manifests, shielding the true practitioner. He had perused this preamble before and grasped its essence. Essentially, it conveyed the cultivation of golden light for self-protection and the wielding of thunder to vanquish malevolent forces. As he continued to turn the pages, he discovered detailed methods of meditation, breath control, energy circulation, and various points of focus. Had it not been for his recent fervent immersion in Taoist teachings, Aoki would have found the text incomprehensible. However, certain aspects remained elusive, prompting him to seek clarification from Yunyun, who responded to his inquiries without reservation. Aoki then commenced preparations for the cultivation of the golden light spell, beginning with the dissolution of his internal energy cultivation. This was not a matter of outright abandonment. Traditional Taoist practices consist of 4 stages: foundation building, refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, and returning spirit to emptiness. Foundation building serves as the bedrock, focused on rectifying bodily deficiencies and replenishing vitality through medicinal cuisine and breath work. This differs from the conventional perception of foundation building, which is often regarded merely as a stage of refining essence into qi. Refining essence into qi entails distilling the essence within one's body into a unique form of energy known as qi. The applications of qi are boundless, promoting health, healing wounds, and combating foes. The essence of qi is the life energy of the human body. The initial phase of qi cultivation aims primarily at refining and managing excess life energy within the body. Aoki now sought to reverse the process of refining essence into qi. He intended to transform qi back into pure life energy, thereby enhancing his vitality and physical constitution. He would leverage his internal organs to digest and absorb the qi, converting it into essence, a process that could potentially lead to weight gain. However, Aoki had previously mastered the technique of tiger leopard thunder sound, which utilized blood and energy to refine the physical form. Yet, since he developed the 5 organs and 5 qi body refinement technique, an even more efficient method of physical cultivation, he had ceased practicing the tiger leopard thunder sound. Now, as he aimed to discard qi, the technique that relied solely on blood and energy could once again be employed. Yunyun did not depart, remaining to oversee Aoki's progress. Aoki, after all, was not a novice in his training. In his perspective, Aoki needed to transmute the qi within him into golden light. This transformation required a modification of the qi's flow pathways, and a moment's carelessness could lead him astray. Should the qi deviate, it could result in a myriad of complications, ranging from trivial inconveniences to, in severe cases, sudden demise. In the perception of the esteemed Taoist Yunyun, the fluctuations of qi within Aoki were diminishing with each passing moment. A series of peculiar sounds emerged, growing increasingly louder, reminiscent of the roaring currents of the Yangtze River. This was the sound of blood flowing. Could it be that he had succumbed to a state of madness? The surface of Qingmu grew increasingly crimson, as a searing heat radiated outward, causing the veins beneath his skin to swell and writhe like earthworms. What is happening? It is incomprehensible. No, I must seek the guidance of a master or a sage. Yunyun turned away, setting off in search of his mentor. Unbeknownst to him, Qingmu remained wholly absorbed in grappling with the transformative process within his body. There was too much. His body could scarcely contain it. With a quarter of the vital energy remaining, he resolved to utilize this energy to complete the transformation of his technique. Aoki's mind stirred as he began to adjust his breathing and the flow of his vital energy. As time elapsed, a delicate yet remarkably pure golden light emerged upon his skin. Unbeknownst to him, the esteemed elder master and Taoist Yunyun approached Aoki's side. Yunyun scratched his head, remarking that moments ago, Aoki appeared as though he were consumed by madness, his body resonating with the roars of tigers and the claps of thunder. The elder master nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts regarding Yunyun's words. With golden light illuminating his gaze, the elder master discerned the faint traces of blood energy swirling above Aoki's head. Such formidable vitality, subtly resembling smoke, was a feat achievable only by those who had reached an advanced level in their training. Aoki had already achieved the initial condensation of golden light. This level of purity surpassed that of individuals who had been cultivating for 5 or 6 years. Though scant in quantity, it was exceedingly refined. Yunyun pondered how such a young individual could cultivate his physical form to this extent. The elder master replied, "Cultivation requires a harmonious balance between life and spirit. This young lad possesses a strong life force, but a weaker spirit." With these words, the elder master astutely revealed Aoki's shortcomings. The term spirit refers to the intangible aspects of a person, encompassing vital energy, consciousness, and soul, while life pertains to the tangible, typically signifying the physical body. Qingmu possesses a robust physique. However, the strength of his soul falls short of his physical prowess. The fundamental reason lies in his lack of superior techniques for soul cultivation. In the turbulent world of Yunyun, there exists a scarcity of methods to cultivate the soul, with most practitioners relying on innate enlightenment. They neither engage in introspection nor cultivate moral virtues, resulting in a plethora of individuals with extreme mental dispositions. The more formidable one becomes, the more radical their mindset. Even the renowned teacher Wu Ming exhibits certain extremes in his beliefs. His excessive compassion and benevolence, even towards the invaders from the Eastern Islands, primarily manifest in attempts to dissuade them. If they refuse to heed his counsel, he resorts to physical reprimands, compelling them to return in a subdued manner. In contrast, Qingmu adopts a philosophy of acceptance. Since they have come, let them be at peace. The peace of burial, that is. The limitations of meditation techniques acquired in the Su world are too constraining, and the duration of his awakened doppelganger is fleeting. While the doppelganger enhances the soul, Qingmu has only recently awakened and is still in a phase of growth. With the existence of the golden light spell, he can gradually rectify his deficiencies. The old master remarked, if this lad were to study inner alchemy with the Chuanjin sect, they would undoubtedly treasure him. Jian interjected, is an inner alchemy, which cultivates both life and spirit, comparable to our golden light spell. The old master replied, Chuanjin focuses solely on life cultivation. Their divine abilities manifest naturally. When both body and soul attain a certain level of strength, one inherently grasps extraordinary powers, such as immense strength, unyielding resilience, and the ability to project the spirit outward. The essence of the golden light spell also lies in the dual cultivation of life and spirit, with the golden light being a byproduct. The stronger one's essence, the more brilliant the golden light becomes, rather than obsessively pursuing the brilliance of the golden light itself. Many of you youngsters place undue emphasis on the golden light, neglecting the cultivation of life. It is akin to buying a case while discarding the pearl inside, reversing the fundamental and the incidental. Jian acknowledged, your lesson is well taken. The golden light of the Aoki body dances across its surface, penetrating within, initiating the process of harmonizing the body. Qingmu savored the profound essence of the golden light incantation, experiencing a remarkable rejuvenation of the body and a nurturing of the soul. A sense of tranquility enveloped him. As his spirit soared, and memories surged forth like a tide, he reflected upon the arduous cultivation in the tumultuous world, the joy found in the serene realm, and the thrilling adventures within the Jojo universe. Qingmu found himself irresistibly drawn into a profound state, the supreme star of the Taishang, ever-changing and unceasing, to dispel evil and bind spirits, safeguarding life and protecting the body. With clarity of wisdom and tranquility of heart, one spirit finds peace. The three souls endure eternally, while the corporeal essence remains unscathed. Foolish child, awaken. A droplet of transparent liquid shot towards Qingmu's forehead, penetrating into his mind and merging with his soul. This liquid, composed of vital energy, possesses the power to calm the spirit and still the mind. Aoki's spirit jolted, breaking free from the confines of the illusory memories. Aoki opened his eyes to behold an elderly man clad in a vibrant robe standing before him, accompanied by the esteemed Taoist priest, Master Yunyun. The Celestial Master? Aoki rose and bowed respectfully, addressing Gu Qingqing as Master. The old Celestial Master shook his head. Incorrect, you should not refer to me as Master, but rather as Teacher. Aoki raised his gaze towards the Venerable Master, his eyes filled with both astonishment and perplexity. The Venerable Master spoke. I wish to take you as my named disciple. Do you consent? Aoki immediately knelt in reverence, proclaiming, I am willing, my disciple. Qingmu was about to perform the rite of apprenticeship when he was halted by the old master. Save the formal ceremony for when you officially take me as your mentor. Qingmu did not persist further, expressing gratitude to the master for his recent assistance, as he was uncertain how long he would have remained ensnared in the labyrinth of his own mind. The venerable master nodded in acknowledgement, stating that meditation and cultivation require steadfastness of spirit and the taming of one's restless thoughts. You shall come to my place for cultivation in the coming days, and I will guide you through the initiation. Unlike other novices, you have originally practiced a unique method. Transitioning to a different path necessitates careful attention to numerous aspects. Qingmu, I am grateful for your concern, Master. For the coming month, I shall diligently follow the Grand Master in my cultivation. The disciples of the Grand Master's residence have all come to know that I have become a named disciple. It is widely believed that we are to gain yet another uncle in our ranks. Zhang Lingyu's position as the junior uncle is now at stake, as I have ascended to the role of junior uncle of Longhushan. Zhang Lingyu has lost the title of junior uncle, leaving only a fleeting thought of his former status. A month has elapsed, and I no longer study under the Grand Master. He has entrusted me to Zhang Lingyu for further learning and to familiarize myself with the affairs of Longhushan. Now it is August, the peak of the tourist season. Due to my striking appearance, the Grand Master has chosen to present me as a figurehead, and I stand alongside Zhang Lingyu at the entrance of Longhushan as a harbinger of prosperity. Qingmu donned a robe of deep black, while Zhang Lingyu was clad in a robe of pristine white, one dark and one light, one embodying the yin and the other the yang. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Lingyu's very presence had already drawn a significant number of young women to Longhushan for tourism. Now, with the addition of Qingmu, the allure has doubled. Moreover, Qingmu exudes a sunny charm, contrasting starkly with Zhang Lingyu's serene elegance. Together, these two create a striking juxtaposition. After finishing the photo session with the two lovely ladies, Aoki turned to Zhang Lingyu and said, "Brother Lingyu, come join us for a picture. These two ladies are eager to take a photo with us." Zhang Lingyu brushed off his face, ignoring Aoki's invitation. Aoki boldly urged the two lovely women to approach, and each of them wrapped her arms around one of Zhang Lingyu's arms, effortlessly helping her achieve the delightful accomplishment of being embraced on both sides. Aoki held the camera and exclaimed, "Come on. 1, 2, 3, cheese." Splendid. In the photograph, Zhang Lingyu's cheeks were slightly flushed, revealing a hint of shyness. The two young beauties stood proudly, brimming with excitement. "Could you send me a copy of the photo?" One of the young ladies asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Sure. Let's connect on WeChat, and I will forward it to you. Your ambition is as bold as a polar bear." Aoki smiled and nodded, then took out his phone to add WeChat. Upon receiving the photographs, a sinister smile crept across Aoki's face. He was determined to show these pictures to Zhang Lingyu's beloved, the one who had captured Zhang Lingyu's heart, Xiaohe. As Aoki revealed his mischievous grin, the young beauty felt her heart race. Why did he look so captivating when he smiled? After the two young beauties departed, Aoki and Zhang Lingyu enjoyed a rare moment of respite. These two had already entertained the 10th wave of admirers. Aoki was perched atop the fence, leafing through photographs. The mobile phone was newly acquired, with Longhushan leveraging his connections to assist Aoki in obtaining an identification card. Upon receiving the ID, Aoki descended the mountain to procure a bank card, sell gold, secure a mobile plan, and purchase a phone. Possessing a mobile device rendered life significantly more convenient. Aoki put away his phone, gazing at Zhang Lingyu's listless appearance. Throughout the morning, Zhang Lingyu had been incessantly bothered by the young women around him. He was ill-equipped to handle their attentions. Even a single summer he left him in a state of utter disarray, approaching her with trepidation. Although Zhang Lingyu's temperament cannot be deemed entirely aloof, it is undeniably as tranquil as still water. "Qingmu, senior brother Lingyu, lift your spirits. Why do you appear so reluctant? Others would envy the attention of the young ladies. Yet you seem to take it for granted. Zhang Lingyu, it is exceedingly bothersome. I am not like junior brother, who relishes such attention. If he is fond of it, he may take the lead and shield me from all those young ladies." Aoki shook his head, for adults are well aware of their limitations, while it is only children who desire everything. "Senior brother," he remarked, "your persona is one of aloof elegance, meant to be admired from afar and not to be trifled with. My own persona is approachable and radiantly cheerful. Our task is to attract visitors and aid Longhushan in generating revenue. Surely, you are not unaware that the Tourism Bureau's profits are also shared with Longhushan?" Zhang Lingyu sighed. "Of course I am aware, but it is merely that I do not relish." Aoki interjected, expressing his disdain for being treated like a monkey. Zhang Lingyu nodded in agreement. Qingmu remained noncommittal, stating that people are drawn to handsome individuals rather than monkeys. One may find satisfaction in observing monkeys once or twice, but the allure of attractive men and women only deepens with time. This distinction lies in the fulfillment of curiosity versus the indulgence of desire. Furthermore, the Celestial Master's residence does not prohibit marriage. In the future, even as a Celestial Master, one may take a wife and bear children. At the mention of becoming a Celestial Master, Zhang Lingyu fell silent. Zhang Lingyu inquired, "Qingmu, do you not aspire to become a Celestial Master? Although you are currently only a nominal disciple, our Master holds you in high regard, and it is only a matter of time before you are accepted as an official disciple. You shall rise to the esteemed ranks of the Celestial Master's residence, mastering the profound arts and learning the true methods of the Five Thunder." Aoki was undoubtedly aware of Zhang Lingyu's current emotional state. Zhang Lingyu, having succumbed to a fleeting thought, had compromised his purity and forfeited his eligibility to cultivate the Yang Five Thunders. The Yang Five Thunders is a technique reserved exclusively for those of unblemished virtue, a quintessential skill for a Celestial Master. Consequently, Zhang Lingyu was relegated to practicing the Yin Five Thunders, a modified thunder technique devised by predecessors specifically for high-achieving disciples who had lost their purity. To Zhang Lingyu, mastering the Yin Five Thunders represented a stain upon his honor. The Yin Five Thunders, dark and viscous, cascaded like mercury, penetrating deep into the marrow. It lacked the dignified brilliance of the Yang Five Thunders, which epitomized the Celestial Master's standard. Although Longhu Mountain did not explicitly stipulate that only those who practiced the Yang Five Thunders could inherit the title of Celestial Master, this notion remained an insurmountable barrier in Zhang Lingyu's heart, one he could not reconcile. During his time practicing at Longhu Mountain, Aoki had gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Naturally, he could not feign ignorance regarding Zhang Lingyu's plight, yet Aoki would refrain from deliberately exposing another's wounds. Aoki gazed down the mountain, opening his arms wide to embrace the entire world. He had no desire to be a Celestial Master. The world was vast, and he yearned to explore it. The myriad realms were filled with boundless excitement. He would not linger in this world merely for the title of Celestial Master. Zhang Lingyu remained silent. 6 months later, On the rear mountain of Longhu Mountain, two figures enveloped in golden light clashed, producing a series of resounding booms. It was Zhang Lingyu and Aoki engaged in a spirited contest. After a fierce exchange, the two stood facing each other. Qingmu, senior brother Lingyu. We were taught by the same master. We cannot break the formation. Zhang Lingyu, junior brother Qingmu. Your progress is remarkable. In just over half a year, your mastery of the golden light incantation has already surpassed mine. Aoki, enough with the flattery. It's time to unveil something new. Prepare yourself, brother Lingyu. Do not hold back. Unleash your lightning technique. Golden light, Susanoo. Aoki felt somewhat embarrassed to call out the name of this technique. Using the name of a deity from Japanese mythology in the context of Taoist magic, was this not inviting trouble? Golden radiance, manifestation of heaven and earth. Golden light surged forth from Aoki, swiftly materializing into a 3-meter-high skeletal figure. Muscles and skin formed, followed by armor, a shield, and a long spear. The spear struck downwards, aimed at Zhang Lingyu. With a solemn expression, Zhang Lingyu realized that Aoki's silent demeanor concealed such a formidable technique. Channeling all his energy, Zhang Lingyu's speed dramatically increased, allowing him to evade Aoki's descending spear. The spear then swept horizontally, prompting Zhang Lingyu to leap and spin out of the way. Before Zhang Lingyu could land, the golden shield came crashing towards him. He summoned golden light to protect himself, and with a resounding impact, he was sent flying. Brother Lingyu, if you do not reveal your true abilities, you shall be defeated today. You wouldn't want the news of being bested by your junior brother to spread throughout Longhu Mountain, would you? Losing to a junior brother is quite disgraceful. The golden half-figure, shield and spear in hand, charged towards Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu replied, I do not find it disgraceful to lose to my junior brother. It is merely that Aoki has celebrated too prematurely. Thunder palm. Black lightning surged towards Aoki, but it was deflected by the golden shield, and Aoki maintained his speed. It is futile, brother. Suddenly, Aoki's foot faltered, as if he had stepped into a quagmire. His form halted and began to sink slowly. In-5 Thunder, Northern Abyssal Pool? When did this happen? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Lingyu had infused his In-5 Thunder into the ground beneath him, creating a trap. You sharp-eyed Zhang Lingyu. When did you learn to deceive? It is all thanks to you. Zhang Lingyu retorted, his tone laced with frustration. Over the past 6 months, Aoki had frequently challenged Zhang Lingyu to duels. Initially, Zhang Lingyu could suppress Aoki with his cultivation and experience, but as time passed, Aoki became increasingly adept at wielding golden light. Various attack techniques were developed, leaving Zhang Lingyu in despair. For instance, golden light, earth spike, where he infused golden light into the ground beneath his feet to thrust at his enemy, aiming specifically at the back door. How treacherous. Furthermore, golden light, rope of turtle shell binding. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Lingyu had fallen into a trap, and in his anger and humiliation, he unleashed Thunder Palm upon Aoki. Qingmu sought refuge with the Grandmaster to put an end to this relentless pursuit. In order to counter Qingmu's underhanded tactics, Zhang Lingyu found himself compelled to delve into such dubious strategies and devise countermeasures. However, he inadvertently strayed from his path, ultimately succumbing to the notion that if he could not defeat them, he might as well join them. The method he recently developed to integrate the northern boundaries Songtian into the very soil beneath his feet was specifically designed to contend with Qingmu's formidable approach. Aoki exhibits a dichotomy in his combat style, reminiscent of a split personality. When fierce, he descends like a formidable warrior, sweeping through adversaries with ease. Yet, in his cunning moments, he becomes an embodiment of provocation and insult, inflicting ultimate torment. Zhang Lingyu transforms the surrounding area into a 20-meter expanse of black mire, as the In-5 Thunder morphs into a dark sludge surging towards Aoki. The In-5 Thunder relentlessly erodes Aoki's golden radiance at an astonishing speed. Upon witnessing the shattering of his golden Susanoo, Aoki immediately unleashed a surge of golden light, dispersing the black sludge entirely. He leapt gracefully beyond the confines of the northern Songtan. In midair, the golden light transformed into a magnificent bow, and Aoki drew an arrow, releasing a trio of golden projectiles towards Zhang Lingyu before even touching the ground. The black sludge morphed into a swirling vortex, intercepting the arrows, which were then deflected and shot harmlessly beside Zhang Lingyu. Subsequently, the golden arrows were wholly consumed by the In Wulei, transforming into entities of the same. The In Wulei indeed pose a considerable nuisance. Both the In Wulei and the Yang Wulei represent advanced iterations of golden light, inherently suppressing it based on their elemental hierarchy. However, Aoki lacked mastery over the In Wulei and Yang Wulei, finding himself somewhat constrained in the face of the former. The In Wulei, with its ability to sap vitality and drain strength, could intrude upon the body, robbing one of their very essence. Aoki harbored no desire to endure the torment of the In-5 Thunder. This phenomenon was far more formidable than the allure of feminine beauty. At least the latter could be deemed a reward, whereas the In-5 Thunder was sheer agony. What methods could one employ to counteract it? Within the constraints of limited conditions, the In-5 Thunder comprised a trifecta of offense, defense, and entrapment, devoid of fixed forms or states, akin to mercury seeping into the earth. As Aoki engaged in his attempts to attack, he was simultaneously lost in deep contemplation, leading both combatants into a war of attrition. Unbeknownst to them, 3 individuals observed their duel from a nearby hillside. Tian Jinchong was seated in a wheelchair, with the old master supporting it from behind, while beside them stood an elderly gentleman in a suit, distinguished by his white hair and beard. This gentleman was Lu Jin, the head of the Lu family and the inheritor of the Tongtian Lu, one of the 8 extraordinary arts. Who is that young man? Lu Jin inquired, noting the remarkable agility and creativity with which the golden light spell was being employed. The old master did not respond directly, but instead asked, "What do you think of my 2 disciples? You have taken on more disciples?" Lu Jin remarked, slightly surprised. The old master smiled faintly and nodded. Before Lu Jin could express his envy, Tian Jinchong interjected, "Come now, he hasn't officially taken any disciples yet. He has merely granted one a nominal title." The old master replied, "It's only a matter of time. I won't let a good opportunity slip away." He cast a knowing glance at Lu Jin. Realizing the implication, Lu Jin understood he was being subtly warned against harboring any ideas about the young talent. Lu Jin, a person of impeccable reputation and the only one among the 10 elders who dared to confront the old master, had nearly dealt a fatal blow to him in the past. How miserly. If you do not cherish such a gem, I would gladly accept him as my disciple. The more exceptional talents, the better, he teased. The old master narrowed his eyes at Lu Jin. "Do not even think about it. This lad sought me out himself. Let go of any such hopes. Isn't Zhang Lingyu your closed-door disciple? Why the exception in taking on another disciple?" Lu Jin questioned. Tian Jinchong piped up. "My senior brother mentioned he is in need of a disciple to close the windows." Lu Jin clicked his tongue in response. The old master retorted, "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Lu Jin chuckled. "Who am I to complain? I've long heard that Longhu Mountain has gained a handsome young Taoist. I thought you had begun to decline, attracting tourists with mere appearances." Tian Jinchong added, "That is indeed the case." The old master raised an eyebrow. "Brother, if you continue to undermine me, I might just use you as a projectile against old Lu." Lu Jin shifted the topic. "Is this the lad you asked me to investigate?" The old master nodded. "Indeed, he is the one. He appeared out of nowhere, having crashed through the walls of Longhu Mountain, and the disciples thought it was an intrusion. It was only when the inner disciples reported on his peculiarities that I began to pay attention to him. This lad possesses a wealth of innovative ideas and is bold in his experimentation. I now believe what he said previously." Lu Jin, curious, asked, "What did he say?" The old master replied, "He claimed to be self-taught, piecing together a method of body refinement through qi. He showed me his research notes, which he has developed into a systematic approach, indicating his considerable achievements in medicine. Recently, he intends to deconstruct the golden light spell and integrate it into his self-created 5 organs and 5 qi wave refinement technique. I have observed his technique, which follows the path of body refinement through qi, and, in his own words, he dubs it the ultimate patchwork monster. Though it may be a patchwork, I must admit, it is exceptionally well done. Some of his innovative thoughts, even I find quite intriguing." Lu Jin's eyes widened in realization. This young man truly is a talent. Most extraordinary individuals are rather mediocre, merely grasping the legacies left by predecessors. To innovate and create new techniques is the hallmark of a truly remarkable person. With a fervent gaze, Lu Jin suggested, "Old master, why not?" But the old master interrupted, pushing Tian Jinchong along as they prepared to leave. "They have fought long enough. Let us go." Aoki is quite perceptive. He will not be oblivious to our presence during their battle. Once it concludes, he will surely sense our scrutiny. Lu Jin protested. "What scrutiny? I am merely observing openly. Even if these 2 youngsters noticed us, what could they do? Come over and reprimand us?" The old master cautioned. "Do you wish to be caught by the younger generation, exposed for your clandestine observation?" Lu Jin remained silent, recognizing that a person of his stature must not engage in undignified acts, especially not if discovered. Thus, the 3 departed, oblivious to the fact that Aoki and Zhang Lingyu remained unaware of their watchful eyes. Upon entering the room, Aoki bowed respectfully to the venerable master. "Master, Uncle Tian." "Master, did you summon me?" The old master gestured with a hand, prompting Aoki to step forward. The old master said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Jin, the head of the Lu family. A paragon of virtue, Lu Jin." Qingmu paid his respects to Lu Jin, saying, "I am Gu Qiqing, and I have the honor of meeting you, Elder Lu." Upon hearing the title of flawless throughout his life, Lu Jin's cheeks flushed. He cast a glance of reproach at the old celestial master, who was teasing him at this moment. Were it not for the disparity in their strengths, he would have. Lu Jin cleared his throat and remarked, "You are indeed a courteous child, yet your master refers to you as Qingmu." Aoki elucidated. "I am Gu Qingcheng, styled Qingmu. Traditionally, my peers would address me as Qingmu, while my elders would call me by my given name, Qingcheng. However, we no longer live in ancient times, and few people adopt the style name. Thus, how one addresses me is of little consequence." Lu Jin nodded in acknowledgement, reflecting on the past when peers would use style names and elders would use given names. "Gu Qiqing, your appearance indeed befits the title of Qingqing." Aoki smiled awkwardly. It was due to the homophonic nature of his original name that he preferred not to use it. Instead, he chose a character for himself, commonly using it for identification. It is from green pastures and from the siege. Lu Jin remarked, "Ah, I see now. I misunderstood, my apologies. Here is my contact information. Let us connect on WeChat. Whenever you have the opportunity, do visit my family. I have a few young individuals there, much like yourself, and I would be delighted to introduce you to my granddaughter." Qingmu nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would certainly visit when he had the time. The old master squinted as he observed the conversation between the two, choosing not to intervene. He was well aware of the intentions behind Lu Jin's actions, yet he felt no concern whatsoever. Aoki appears to be a paragon of virtue. Yet beneath the surface lies a rather mischievous spirit. Once one becomes acquainted with him, his true nature begins to unveil itself. If Qingmu could successfully entice the young lady of the Lu family to Longhu Mountain, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain for him. It is rumored that the Lu family's daughter possesses remarkable potential, diligently studying inner alchemy with the Chuanjin sect, and at such a tender age. She has already achieved notable progress. Furthermore, being a member of the Lu family, she has been raised in an environment of strict education, resulting in commendable character and conduct. After a brief conversation, the venerable Taoist master sent Qingmu on his way. In the ensuing 6 months, Qingmu made several visits to the Lu family, forging numerous acquaintances and observing the methods of the San-E sect. He then devoted himself to his cultivation at Longhu Mountain, ultimately mastering the intricacies of the Golden Light incantation. Grateful for the teachings documented by generations of Taoist masters, Qingmu realized that had he relied solely on his own exploration, it would have taken him many years to comprehend the profound mysteries of the Golden Light incantation. As he channeled his vital energy, golden light began to emanate from Qingmu's body, transforming into crystalline formations of gold. These golden crystals multiplied, eventually coalescing into a suit of armor that adhered closely to his form, golden light crystal armor. Aoki turned to his senior brother Rongshan and said, "Brother, the next step is in your hands." The venerable celestial master had 10 formal disciples, with Rongshan ranking 9th and Zhang Linyu 10th, while Aoki held the position of a nominal disciple. Rongshan had entered the sect early, his cultivation far surpassing that of Zhang Linyu and Aoki. This time, Aoki requested Rongshan to evaluate his newly developed abilities. Rongshan picked up a stone from the ground and warned, "Be cautious, junior brother. For the first attempt, I shall unleash a force of 1. Aoki assumed a horse stance, patiently awaiting the assault. Senior brother Rongshan casually fired a pebble, and Aoki was unable to discern the trajectory of the stone. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as a pebble shattered upon striking the crystalline armor. Aoki did not retreat even a single step, yet he could clearly perceive the force of the impact. "Junior brother Aoki, how do you feel?" "Absolutely fine, senior brother." "Please continue." "All right, at 2/10 of my strength." Another strike landed, causing Aoki's body to sway slightly. "Continue." It was only after senior brother Rongshan exerted 4/10 of his strength that Aoki was pushed back. When the force reached 50%, his internal organs trembled, and he felt utterly uncomfortable. At that point, Aoki decided to halt the testing. Qingmu adjusted his breathing as senior brother Rongshan stepped forward. Remarkably, he was able to withstand at least 50% of my strength. Junior brother Qingmu has truly created something remarkable. "Qingmu, come on, senior brother. I am merely taking a shortcut. For cultivators of your caliber, solidifying golden light is but a thought away. My cultivation has yet to reach that level, so I must explore alternative paths." "Senior brother Rongshan, nevertheless, that is quite impressive. By the way, could you teach me that technique of heaven and earth manifestation you devised earlier?" Aoki pondered, "The law of heaven and the earth?" It suddenly dawned on me. Previously, Aoki employed the golden light to simulate the Susanoo, fulfilling his aspiration of piloting a Gundam. To his surprise, brother Rongshan took a liking to this technique. Brother Rongshan, too, has an affinity for things that are grand, robust, and resilient. As a fellow of our generation, he shares our admiration for strength and power. With a grin, brother Rongshan playfully patted Aoki on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You have quite the tongue." Aoki returned to his room and presented his practice notes to senior brother Rongshan. After perusing the notes briefly, Rongshan closed the book and remarked, "As for notes, it suffices if one can comprehend them personally. I must admit, I truly cannot decipher what is recorded within. Aoki, how could one fail to comprehend? It is all plain speech. Never mind, I shall guide you step by step. First this way, then that way, and finally like this. Do you understand?" "Rongshan, it is not like that. First this way, then that way, and finally like this." "Rongshan, how can you not understand? First this way, then that way, and finally like this." "Rongshan, yes, precisely. Rongshan, you have finally grasped it." "Rongshan, it is truly remarkable that Rongshan can comprehend. Aoki's teaching abilities are indeed questionable. Were it not for Rongshan's extensive experience with the golden light spell, he would surely have been bewildered by Aoki's instructions." Rongshan, with his distinctive style, suddenly raised his voice. "Law of heaven and earth." A colossal golden-armored warrior, towering 5 meters high, arose from the ground, with Rongshan suspended within its formidable frame. This warrior, robust and fierce, wielded two massive winter melon hammers. The golden light shimmered, exuding an unparalleled vigor. As the golden-armored warrior swung the winter melon hammers, a tempest was unleashed, tearing the roof tiles off a house. Aoki widened his eyes in astonishment. Is this the complete form? Truly remarkable. However, Brother Rongshan, misfortune is about to befall you. Brother Rongshan, you've uprooted the roof. I shall take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, Qingmu swiftly departed. The distance to the residence of the Grand Master was not great, and he could sense any occurrences in the vicinity. Rongshan, you audacious monkey, do you dare defy the heavens? The Grand Master's reprimand echoed in his ears, causing Rongshan to feel utterly crushed. He dissipated his golden light and celestial manifestation, then lunged towards the Grand Master, kneeling before him. Master, I have erred. It is all due to Qingmu's treacherous instigation. I would never have desecrated the temple. The Grand Master delivered a resounding slap to Rongshan's forehead, silencing his subsequent words. As the elder disciple, you ought to manage your junior properly instead of indulging in mischief with him. For days now, you have been incessantly practicing with Zhang Lingyu, creating a cacophony that disrupts the tranquility of the back mountain. Now you add to the chaos. As the elder, you have truly gone too far. You shall repair this building. If you fail, I shall skin you alive. This roof is composed of tiles that have stood for decades, older than your very existence. Furthermore, inform Qingmu that he shall face the wall in contemplation for half a month. And Zhang Lingyu, and you as well. Rongshan was left in bewilderment. Am I to repair the temple or face the wall? The Grand Master, with a flick of his sleeve, turned and departed. First, you will repair the temple. Then, you will face the wall. Both tasks are non-negotiable. Qingmu left early, avoiding reprimand, yet the penalty of facing the wall in contemplation was unavoidable. In truth, there were no stringent requirements for this act of reflection on the back mountain. It was not imperative to find a stone wall to face. It merely entailed retreating to the back mountain for quietude, severing social ties, and calming the mind. At night, he would still return to the temple for rest, avoiding the nuisance of mosquitoes in the wilderness. The following morning, Qingmu, carrying his water cup and lunchbox, prepared to head to the back mountain. He noticed senior brother Rongshan standing perplexed in front of the temple with its roof removed, scratching his head. Qingmu feigned ignorance and tiptoed away. Alas, before he could take more than a few steps, Rongshan's hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Junior brother Qingmu, I hear you are quite the expert in infrastructure. Upon hearing these words, Qingmu immediately relaxed. His senior brother appeared to be in need of assistance, which emboldened Qingmu to act with a bit more audacity. Brother Rongshan, you hardly seem to be in a position to request a favor from your junior. Rongshan tightened his grip, causing Qingmu's shoulder to ache. Junior, I am not imploring you. However, this matter originated because of you, and should you choose not to lend your aid, do not blame your elder brother for being ruthless. It is worth noting that I am typically responsible for supervising your cultivation. Aoki let out a cold laugh, saying, how amusing. Junior brother, my stomach is delicate. I prefer the gentle over the harsh. Senior brother, your threats hold no weight with me. For dear, Aoki shouted loudly for his master, only to be swiftly silenced by his quick-witted senior, Rongshan. Junior brother, that is rather unkind of you. We should not involve our master in our brotherly exchanges. Rongshan raised a finger, one barbecue feast, and you may choose as many lamb kidneys as you wish. Do not think I am unaware of your frequent clandestine excursions down the mountain for indulgence. While our heavenly master's residence does not prohibit rich delicacies, we certainly refrain from overly exotic dishes. Junior brother, you wouldn't want our master to discover that you often indulge without bringing him a share, would you? Aoki brushed aside senior brother Rongshan's hand and said, Junior brother, can I be bribed with mere barbecues? It must be doubled. 3 meals. Rongshan countered, at most, 2 meals. Qingmu, it's a deal. Rongshan felt he ought to hold out a little longer. Given this lad's appetite, he feared 2 months' wages would vanish. All of them, as certified Taoists, receive a modest salary, though not substantial. In the realm of infrastructure, Qingmu is a specialist. In the span of 3 days, he successfully completed the repairs on the temple roof. The replaced tiles were artfully aged, making them appear indistinguishable from the decades-old originals. Rongshan, in admiration, clicked his tongue and gave Qingmu a thumbs up. With such skill, it would be a pity not to pursue antiquities replication. Aoki cast him a glance and retorted, what are you talking about? As a disciple of Long Hushin, how could I engage in such activities? This is not mere imitation of antiques. It is the restoration of cultural relics. Can the work of restoring artifacts be equated with counterfeit antiquities? And can archaeology be dismissed as grave robbing? Absolutely not. There are credentials. Rongshan was at a loss for words. The restoration of cultural relics is indeed a process of creation from nothing. Enough. Once you two have completed your tasks, retreat to the back mountain for contemplation and introspection. The voice of the old master resonated, startling the two, who were unaware that he had already approached them from behind. Aoki, master. Rongshan, master. After sending the two away, the old celestial teacher surveyed the restored temple. Aoki's craftsmanship is truly commendable. The tiles resemble those aged for decades. The old celestial teacher recalled several abandoned structures on the back mountain, contemplating whether to have Aoki refurbish those houses as well. After all, wasn't this apprentice brought in for such purposes? It was settled then, once he completed his meditation, he would instruct him to renovate the temple. Upon completion, he would formally accept him as a disciple. Throughout this time, the old celestial teacher had been observing Aoki. Despite his somewhat reckless demeanor, his character was commendable. He had acquired a diverse range of knowledge and had excelled in each aspect. Indeed, he was a self-taught individual, nourished by the wisdom of many. Xingmu has gradually forged his own unique style, previously discarding his cultivation without hesitation to embrace the golden light incantation. In retrospect, it appears that Xingmu aimed to thoroughly comprehend the essence of the golden light incantation, achieving a unity of knowledge and action. It is likely that before long, he will abandon his cultivation of the golden light incantation, integrating it into his own practice. What an extraordinary young man indeed. Truly, the latter waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves forward. The old master reflects with a sense of admiration. Aoki, bearing a cup of water and a lunchbox, arrived at a serene brook nestled in the mountains. He selected a smooth stone to sit upon. Longhu Mountain, a place of extraordinary natural beauty, possesses in its rear mountains an abundance of celestial energy. Here, the landscape is pristine, the waters crystal clear, and the flora is lush, teeming with numerous medicinal herbs and wild creatures. The mysteries of the universe intertwine with the essence of life itself. After a fortnight of diligent cultivation, Aoki optimized his physical condition to its zenith. The latest iteration of his technique had been meticulously crafted. It was anchored by the golden light incantation, seamlessly integrating his 5-chi waveform body refinement technique. This new method was named the 5-chi waveform golden light body refinement technique, an ultimate synthesis of 1-0, emphasizing the dual cultivation of life and spirit. This time, he refrained from discarding his accumulated chi mastery, instead channeling all his golden light into his dantian. Gradually, he drew forth chi to infuse his internal organs, establishing a continuous cycle of the 5-chi. During this process, the golden light would be decomposed by the organs into the 5-chi. Subsequently, he aimed to establish a great circulation of chi, connecting the organ cycle with the grand circulation. With this foundational framework complete, he continued to refine his cultivation path, progressively aligning it with the state of the ultimate synthesis 1-0. The surface of the Aoki body gradually shimmered with golden lightning, a distinctive feature arising from the fusion of the ripple breathing technique and the golden light spell. With each breath, Aoki drew the primordial energy from the universe, allowing it to flow into his lungs, where it was refined by his internal organs into pure quintessence of the 5 elements. As this vital energy filled Aoki's entire being, he opened his eyes, revealing a radiant golden light. Aoki's long hair cascades over her shoulders, defying the confines of her headband with a voluminous splendor. Aoki shed his upper garment, sensing a surge of power coursing through him. As this energy expanded to a critical threshold, the prospect of his attire being torn apart loomed imminent. To avert such an occurrence, he resolved to remove his clothing beforehand. The essence of his being was enveloped in golden lightning, surging throughout his body, as his muscles swelled and his bones crackled audibly. Aoki's physique instantaneously swelled 2 or 3 times, reaching a towering height of 2 meters 1. In terms of appearance alone, Aoki resembled a Super Saiyan in its 3rd transformation. Nevertheless, Aoki remained unable to contain the immense power surging within. It was on the verge of exploding. Aoki did not wish to implode in silence. He sought to disperse the excess energy within him. Golden lightning transformed into a spherical electric net, radiating outward, sweeping across the flora and streams. The vegetation touched by the electric light did not perish. Rather, it thrived and blossomed. That lightning was an abundance of life energy. And as it spread, most of it would dissipate into the ether. A small fraction of this life energy was absorbed by the flowers, grass, and trees, fostering rapid growth. The old master sensed the familiar wave of chi, volatile and unstable. He set aside the Tao scriptures and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself on the back mountain, witnessing the expanding golden electric net. The old master furrowed his brow. Truly, the fledgling is unafraid of the tiger. He has the audacity to alter his cultivation method at will. Zhang Lingyu and senior brother Rongshan hurried over, drawn by the pulsating energy. Upon seeing the golden electric net, Zhang Lingyu felt a surge of emotions. Master, did junior brother Aoki just employ lightning techniques? Rongshan asked. When did he learn such methods? The old master replied. If Lingyu cannot discern it, that is one thing. But Rongshan, can you not see it either? Rongshan scratched his head. I am but a dull disciple. The old master remarked. Quite remarkable. That is highly concentrated life essence. Aoki's body could not endure such a plethora of life essence, thus he released part of it. The highly pure life energy manifested as thunder, stimulating the growth of nearby vegetation. Thunder governs punishment, yet it also nurtures all living things. If my judgment serves me well, that golden lightning possesses minimal lethality. Perhaps none at all, yet its healing properties should be quite effective. The old master recalled Tian Jinzhong, his brother disciple, who was afflicted with numerous injuries, his limbs severed. Suddenly, Zhang Lingyu cried out, "Junior brother Aoki." Aoki abruptly exerted force to break his left arm, the excruciating pain causing him to grimace. Hearing Zhang Lingyu's voice, Aoki turned to him. "Brother Lingyu, you have arrived. Why are you harming yourself, junior brother Aoki?" Aoki smiled broadly. "Let us conduct an experiment." Without uttering a word, Zhang Lingyu watched as Aoki's vital energy surged into his arm. Amidst a cacophony of thunder and lightning, his arm was realigned, and the bones were mended. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Lingyu's pupils dilated in astonishment. Although he hailed from the esteemed Tianshi manor and was no stranger to the extraordinary, he had never encountered anything like this before. Aoki's arm was suddenly grasped, and upon turning his head, he discovered it was the Grandmaster. "Master," the Grandmaster murmured, "the bones show no fractures, the meridians are unharmed, and the flow of energy is unobstructed. Had I not witnessed you so recklessly break your own arm, I would never have believed it was truly shattered." The Grandmaster's eyes widened dramatically, no longer mere slits. "Good disciple, I." The Grandmaster's piercing gaze bore into Aoki, causing him to feel an immense pressure. "Master, please speak your mind. Your disciple will surely assist you." Regarding your technique, the Grandmaster felt a twinge of embarrassment. Contemplating how the esteemed Grandmaster of Longhu Mountain was compelled to humble himself and seek the methods devised by his own student. "I wish to request your assistance in discerning any flaws in the new technique I have developed." Qingmu directly continued the conversation, helping the old master save face. The old master was quite touched. This child truly possessed the gift of eloquence, skillfully preserving his dignity. Much more agreeable than Lingyu, who resembled a stubborn mule. "Good child," the master declared, "I have decided to accept you as my disciple directly. There is no need for you to go to the back mountain to cultivate in the temple." The three of them seated themselves on the ground. As Qingmu elaborated on the process of creating his martial arts techniques, the old master nodded frequently, while brother Rongshan listened with relative ease. However, brother Lingyu furrowed his brow, as some of the concepts ventured into his own areas of ignorance. "Qingmu, your mental cultivation method is remarkably innovative, integrating the advantages of 3 or 4 different techniques. It encompasses healing, physical refinement, and health maintenance. However, it appears somewhat lacking in the aspect of character cultivation. You must compensate for this deficiency in cultivation of nature. The strength of life must not come at the expense of its essence. To achieve longevity, one must harmoniously cultivate both life and essence." The old master commented on Qingmu's created techniques. Aoki furrowed his brow, contemplating the inherent necessity of cultivating one's fate. "The only technique related to refining the spirit that I have encountered is the golden light spell. Master, how should I interpret your statement that a strong fate diminishes one's essence? Does a robust physique truly harm the soul? I find it perplexing. Shouldn't a formidable body enhance the strength of the spirit?" The old master stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The purifying heart spell can compensate for your deficiencies in spiritual cultivation. When you return later, seek me out, and I shall teach you. As for the notion that a strong fate diminishes one's essence, it refers to the adverse effects that an excessively powerful body can impose on the soul. Humans experience 7 emotions and 6 desires. The emotions arise from the soul, while the desires stem from the body. The stronger the body, the more pronounced the desires become. If one's mental state is insufficiently developed, the body can exert a detrimental influence. An overly robust digestive system may lead to gluttony, while excessively strong kidneys can result in unbridled lust. If the heart and liver are too vigorous, one may become easily irritable. An overflow of desires can harm the spirit, just as an excess of emotions can injure the body. Thus, it is said that indulgence harms the body, and excessive affection shortens life. Aoki, at present, your 5 organs are all robust, yet your soul remains relatively feeble. Logically, your fate should surpass your essence, yet inexplicably, your spirit appears to be ascending rapidly. This diminishes the influence of your bodily desires upon you. It defies reason. According to the progress of the golden light spell, your spirit should naturally suppress your fate. It's akin to a stand-in attack, Aoki mused inwardly. The elevation of his soul is undoubtedly related to the stand-in, the Void King. The Void King is still in its growth phase, and its development complements Aoki's spirit. As the Void King matures, Aoki's soul will also experience passive growth. Aoki contemplated whether to reveal the existence of his stand to the old master. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, finding the explanation too cumbersome. Yet, he mused, this world does harbor the concept of a child's fate. A well-developed child's fate could possess something akin to a guardian spirit, reminiscent of a stand, which actively protects its wielder. Nevertheless, the more he spoke, the more explanations he would have to provide. Justifying it would lead to a cascade of lies. Thus, he resolved to remain silent. Aoki shook his head, indicating his bewilderment at the rapid strengthening of his soul. The old master ultimately conceded, unable to discern the reason behind it. Zhang Lingyu and Zhang Rongshan exchanged glances, finding themselves unable to interject, merely observing the back-and-forth dialogue between Aoki and the old master. When did Aoki become so formidable? He entered the realm of mastery through artistry. That explains everything. Qingmu engaged in an enlightening conversation with the old master for an entire afternoon, feeling immensely enriched by the experience. Indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. It was undoubtedly a wise choice to seek the old master's guidance. As the old master glanced at the setting sun, he remarked, "It is getting late. We shall conclude our discussion for today. Lingyu, Rongshan, do you have any further questions?" Rongshan shook his head, finding it already quite challenging to comprehend and retain the essence of their dialogue, leaving little room for contemplation. Zhang Lingyu hesitated. Words caught in his throat. The old master, perceiving Zhang Lingyu's struggle to express himself, encouraged him. "Lingyu, speak freely." Observing Zhang Lingyu's reticence, Rongshan interjected. "Junior brother Qingmu, was the lightning you emitted earlier a form of thunder technique?" Zhang Lingyu sighed with relief, his gaze fixed intently upon Qingmu. Aoki shook his head, saying, "No, that is a highly pure form of life energy. It possesses no lethal properties, at least not towards ordinary individuals. However, it may serve to restrain malevolent spirits and phantoms." Aoki plucked a branch from a nearby tree, stripping it of its leaves. He then infused the branch with a golden lightning energy, causing tender buds to rapidly sprout at the fork of the branch, transforming into lush leaves. The old master observed, "Truly marvelous. I wonder if it could enable the rebirth of severed limbs." Aoki was momentarily taken aback, but soon he comprehended the situation. His master intended to assist Uncle Tian in regrowing his severed limbs. However, he feared that this endeavor would ultimately lead to disappointment. Achieving such a miraculous regeneration was beyond reach. Merely accelerating the healing process was already a formidable challenge. The prospect of reconstituting lost limbs seemed implausible. If only he could acquire the dual-hand technique, then he could directly forge a semblance of the missing extremities. However, Aoki refrained from voicing this thought, as he could not elucidate the source of his knowledge regarding one of the 8 wonders, the dual-hand technique. Surely his master aimed to facilitate Uncle Tian's restoration. Didn't he? The venerable master nodded in affirmation. Your Uncle Tian suffered greatly in the past, losing his hands and feet. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Aoki's mind wandered, contemplating the potential of mechanical transformation, for regeneration of severed limbs was beyond reach. As the adage goes, the flesh is frail, yet the machine can ascend. Master, I recall the miraculous prowess of the divine mechanism. Might we harness its techniques to forge a pair of divine hands and feet, manipulating energy to control them? Perhaps this could enable Uncle Tian to rise once more and grasp objects anew. The venerable master trembled, muttering, "Divine mechanism, divine mechanism, divine mechanism. I should have thought of this sooner. I should have thought of this sooner. Divine mechanism, divine hands and feet." The master struck Aoki's shoulder with both hands, producing a sharp crack, causing Aoki to wince in pain. "Good disciple, you truly are my lucky star. Why did you not arrive at Mount Longhu sooner?" "Very well, you may return now. I have matters to attend to." With that, the master vanished, leaving the three in a state of astonished silence. Qingmu, so? Master went to seek the expertise of the master who understands the divine mechanism to assist Uncle Tian with his craft. Rongshan chuckled warmly. "Qingmu, you have made a significant contribution." With that, Rongshan attempted to pat Qingmu on the shoulder, but Qingmu evaded the gesture. "Please refrain. Master was rather heavy-handed earlier and nearly fractured my shoulder bone. It still aches." The following day, the venerable heavenly master departed from Longhu Mountain, accompanied by Zhang Lingyu. Their destination remained uncertain, and it was not until 2 days later that they returned. Upon their return, they brought an elderly gentleman with them, who spent merely half a day at Longhu Mountain before taking his leave. Observing the heavenly master in good spirits, it seemed the outcome was favorable. "Today, Brother Rongshan has invited us for a barbecue, as he still owes Qingmu a debt of gratitude. Rongshan, come, Lingyu, indulge in some lamb kidneys. They are highly nourishing." Zhang Lingyu hesitated. "Is it all right for us to sneak down the mountain like this? We have missed the evening class." Qingmu, humph. Senior brother Lingyu is far too honest. In my opinion, senior brother Rongshan, you should not have brought Lingyu along. Given his unwavering obedience to our master, it is quite possible that he would betray us at the slightest inquiry. Zhang Lingyu, somewhat indignant, replied, "I would never stoop to the act of betraying my companions." Aoki pointed at Zhang Lingyu with chopsticks, expressing his belief that she would not betray their secret, yet acknowledging that she could not conceal the truth. "Senior brother, let us pack some barbecue later. Even if Lingyu inadvertently reveals our plans, we can present the barbecue as an offering to our master. We shall call it a gesture of filial piety. Even if our master reprimands us, he will surely temper his chastisement with understanding of our good intentions." Senior brother Rongshan waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for such elaborate measures. Do you not realize why I am treating everyone to barbecue today?" "Aoki, is there anything special today?" "Senior Rongshan, did master not bring someone back today?" "It is a master from the Zhuge family, renowned for his expertise in ingenious mechanisms, specifically to design a set of mechanical limbs for Uncle Tian." Zhang Lingyu's delight was evident. "So, does this mean Uncle Tian can stand up?" "Senior Rongshan, indeed, but it will require some time. That's why I mentioned yesterday that Aoki has accomplished something significant. Aoki, you are now officially recognized as Master's disciple. Aoki remained non-committal, expressing, how peculiar. Has no one ever considered that divine mechanisms could be employed to fabricate prosthetic limbs? Rongshan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Lingyu interjected. Master Tian's limbs were severed decades ago, at a time when the art of divine mechanisms had yet to explore such applications. By the time such techniques emerged, we had all grown accustomed to Master Tian's condition. Aoki, moreover, the elderly tend to lack the agility of youthful minds, and the mountain is so primal. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this. It is indeed a fortunate thing that Master Tian can rise once more. Come, brother Lingyu, indulge in this kidney. It is a great tonic. Nourish yourself well, for when you encounter Xiaohe, you must exude an abundance of masculinity and adorn her with an array of positive affirmations. Should your vigor wane, this woman will become increasingly difficult to manage. Zhang Lingyu expressed her disdain. Such a pungent odor. Why do you have an affinity for such things? Qingmu, it has been stated clearly, it is a potent tonic. Must I elucidate further? It enhances vitality. Inquire with Brother Rongshan. He will attest to its merits. Brother Rongshan, wearing a simple smile, gave Zhang Lingyu a thumbs up. Previously, he refrained from imparting such knowledge to Zhang Lingyu, fearing his master's reprimand and the potential corruption of his disciple. Now, with Qingmu leading the way, he has shed his role as the dutiful elder brother. Zhang Lingyu's face flushed crimson as he pushed the item towards Qingmu, declaring, I have no need for such things. I do not require enhancements to my vitality. Aoki did not press the matter further. Come, Brother Rongshan. He no longer desires our share. He added, by the way, do not dare to pack this large kidney for our master. Be cautious lest you receive a slap. Rongshan replied, rest assured, I am not foolish. Aoki resumed his ascetic practices, occasionally seeking news from his master. The master craftsman from the Zhuge family had visited, investigating the situation of Master Tian before returning to Zhuge Manor. He mentioned that he would first create several prototypes and then bring them back for testing. In less than a month, the master craftsman from the Zhuge family arrived at Longhu Mountain with several sets of mechanized prosthetics. The venerable Taoist priest personally welcomed him, leading him directly to Master Tian without even offering a cup of tea. The master craftsman bore no resentment for the lack of hospitality, recognizing that if this endeavor succeeded, Longhu Mountain would owe a significant favor to the Zhuge family. More importantly, the venerable Taoist priest himself would be indebted to the Zhuge family, and the goodwill of such an esteemed figure could aid the family in overcoming difficulties. Their only contribution had been the months of dedicated effort from several master craftsmen. Rongshan, Aoki, and Lingyu waited outside, as they were unversed in the intricacies of mechanized craftsmanship and were thus dismissed by the venerable Taoist priest. Aoki languidly squatted by the wall, while Lingyu stood upright with perfect poise. Senior Brother Rongshan appeared somewhat restless, pacing back and forth. Qingmu, Brother Rongshan, stop wandering about. It's making me dizzy. Brother Rongshan, you may simply close your eyes and not look. Qingmu, for Rongshan and Lingyu, Master Tian is their elder, who shows them great care and affection. Essentially, the Heavenly Master assumes the role of a strict father, while Master Tian embodies that of a loving mother. Qingmu, a newcomer, felt little impact, yet Rongshan and the others shared a close relationship with Master Tian. At this moment, as Master Tian had the opportunity to rise again, they were naturally filled with joy. However, they also harbored concerns about potential failure and the possibility of Master Tian becoming even more disheartened, despite Zhang Lingyu's outward composure. His occasional glances towards Master Tian's doorway revealed his own underlying tension. Aoki let out a sigh, understanding the worries in the hearts of the two, and refrained from further provoking their concerns. After some time had passed, the old Celestial Master and his party finally emerged from Uncle Tian's chamber. Upon seeing the old Celestial Master, the three hurriedly gathered around him. Master, they exclaimed. The old Celestial Master smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, everything is progressing smoothly. Before long, your Uncle Tian will be able to stand. He then introduced, allow me to present to you the master of ingenious devices from the Zhuge family, Zhuge One. Zhuge One, an elderly gentleman in his 70s or 80s, responded with a warm smile. You may simply call me Mr. One. The three from Rongshan bowed respectfully. We are honored to meet you, Mr. One. Zhuge One continued. This is the 9th and 10th disciples of the old Celestial Master, Zhang Lingyu, whom I am already acquainted with. However, this young man appears unfamiliar to me. The old Celestial Master burst into hearty laughter, his spirits exceptionally high. This is my newly accepted disciple, Gu Qingcheng, also known as Aoki. I am planning to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony soon to officially welcome this young lad into the fold. Upon hearing this, Qingmu was both astonished and elated. He had truly found himself in the fortunate position of aligning with a formidable mentor. The venerable Master Zhang Jiwei was indeed a figure of great stature and strength. Henceforth, Qingmu would refer to him as Master, rather than merely as a teacher. The joy arrived with such unexpected swiftness. Zhuge was momentarily taken aback. An apprentice of the window-closing disciple? Gu Qicheng? The esteemed master had made an exception to take on a pupil. This child must surely be a rare gem. Although it is uncommon for a male to bear a female name, it is not entirely unheard of. Judging by the child's appearance, he certainly possessed the grace to be worthy of such a designation. Qingmu. You may simply address me as Qingmu. Zhuge Wen was taken aback momentarily. He did not doubt Qingmu's lack of respect, for Qingmu was indeed a disciple of the venerable master. In ancient times, one's given name was reserved for use by elders or superiors, while peers and close elders could address one another by their courtesy names. Zhuge Wen shook his head with a smile. Does Qingmu dislike his feminine name? Aoki scratched his head and remarked, Gu Qingsheng, with Qing meaning green like the vast meadows. Incheon representing a city under siege. However, the homophony does not particularly appeal to me. Zhuge nodded in agreement. Then I shall refer to you as Aoki. Qingmu. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Xiaowen. Old master. Very well. Rongshan Lingyu. Please accommodate Mr. Zhuge for his stay. Qingmu. Remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood, master. Once everyone had departed, the old master and Qingmu stood facing each other. Qingmu. Master, may I inquire what instructions you have for me? The old celestial master chuckled softly and patted Qingmu's shoulder. There is no need to be so solemn. It is merely a trivial matter. Aoki patted his chest and made a solemn vow. Master, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. The venerable master replied. I am aware of your remarkable talent in the adaptation of martial arts techniques. I wish for you to assist your Uncle Tian in crafting a specialized method for nurturing the body. Many years ago, when your Uncle Tian descended the mountain to explore the world, he encountered great adversity, resulting in the incapacitation of his limbs. After decades of cultivation, it is inevitable that his muscles and sinews have somewhat withered. Your astonishing ability to instantaneously recover from a broken arm during our last encounter was truly extraordinary. Thus, Qingmu, rest assured, master. Within 3 days, I shall provide Uncle Tian with a complete system of breathing techniques for health preservation. I guarantee that within a year, he will transform into a formidable figure, boasting a physique of robust muscles. The celestial master envisioned the muscular form of Tian Jinzhong, and immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. As for becoming a formidable figure, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Achieving the ability for Uncle Tian to walk normally would be quite sufficient. Aoki, do you underestimate me? Just look at my rebellious nature. Master, wait and see. I shall transform Uncle Tian into a formidable warrior. Aoki turned and walked away, while the old master raised his hand, intending to stop him but ultimately hesitated. It was best to let him go. As long as his disciple could rise and walk like an ordinary person, that sufficed. The old master would soon regret not imposing restrictions on Aoki, for his quiet disciple was destined to transform into a muscular powerhouse. In just 3 days, Aoki had devised a unique technique for cultivating strength based on the ripple breathing method. When Aoki presented this handwritten manuscript of his newfound practice to the old master, the latter fell into silence. Have today's youth truly become so unfocused? The old master mused, realizing he was perhaps out of touch with the times. He meticulously examined the 3 pages, savoring each word and line, searching for any omissions. The old master pointed out several errors and areas that could be enhanced. Aoki argued persuasively on this matter, only to obediently amend his stance. Truly, the venerable master possesses an extraordinary ability to discern such numerous oversights. It is undoubtedly wise to take the venerable master as one's mentor. Aoki, there is yet a minor query. What query might that be? Why do you compose your secret texts in colloquial language? Is there an issue with that? It appears to diminish your scholarly stature. This. Delving deeper into this question would inevitably unveil the author's limited cultural background. The esteemed author has toiled immensely, shedding countless strands of hair in pursuit of Taoist knowledge. High emotional intelligence. The author has significant potential for growth. Low emotional intelligence. Merely a novice. Qingmu, master, would you kindly assist me in translating this colloquial text into classical prose? The old master cast a glance at Qingmu, but ultimately took it upon himself to proceed. It is uncertain how much time it would take for this lad to amend his work upon returning. After much revision, Qingmu's 30,000 words of colloquial prose were distilled into a mere 1,000 characters of classical elegance. The old master struck through the title Muscleman's breathing technique on the cover and inscribed a new dragon and tiger breathing technique. What do we mean by dragon and tiger? The divine represents the dragon, while the vital energy embodies the tiger. Although Qingmu's intent was to rejuvenate and strengthen his physique, he remained on the path of cultivating vital energy, utilizing this energy to harmonize and stimulate the physical body for renewed development. Especially since Uncle Tian was entirely unable to move and could only practice stillness. The old master presented the dragon and tiger breathing technique to Qingmu, saying, take this and transcribe it. Henceforth, this shall be your guide. The sight of your colloquial version unsettles me. You ought to immerse yourself further in classical literature. The wisdom of our ancestors must not be forsaken. While it may suffice for ordinary folk, we, as practitioners, must diligently study classical texts. One must not only comprehend them but also master the art of fluent writing. Observing the gravity with which his master spoke, Qingmu refrained from voicing his thoughts about the triviality of his earlier musings. Suddenly, He felt as though he had been entrusted with the task of carrying forth the wisdom of the ancients. Once he completed the transcription, the old master departed with the dragon and tiger breathing technique to seek out Uncle Tian. Qingmu has returned to his normal routine of cultivation, and the weather is growing increasingly chilly. Autumn has arrived, and one wonders what the landscape of Longhu Mountain will resemble in the winter. Will it be a scene where the birds have ceased to fly and the paths are devoid of human presence? Aoki gently tapped on the door of Master Tian's chamber. Today, Brother Rongshan informed me that Master Tian wished to see me. Although I have met Master Tian before, this marks the first occasion that I shall encounter him alone. Aoki, Master Tian, it is I, Aoki. Aoki, Aoki, come in. Aoki pushed open the door and entered the room, turning around to close it. No need to close it. Aoki, take me out for a stroll, as the weather is quite delightful today. All right, Uncle Master. Aoki guided Master Tian to the back mountain, where the sun shone brightly, the vegetation flourished, and the air was refreshingly pure. Master, I heard from Brother Rongshan that you were looking for me. Is there something on your mind? Master Tian replied, in truth, it is not a matter of great consequence. I merely wish to express my gratitude to you for developing this dragon-tiger breathing technique. Since I have begun practicing it, I have noticeably felt a revival of vitality within my body, particularly with regard to my internal organs. I can distinctly sense my heart beating more robustly and my appetite increasing. It seems the cycle of the 5 grains has become more frequent, which has indeed put a bit of strain on little you. Aoki chuckled softly, expressing a profound sense of pride regarding this matter. It is a natural phenomenon. As the functions of the 5 internal organs strengthen, an increased consumption of energy ensues, leading to a naturally heightened appetite. Once the functions of the 5 organs reach a certain level, they will stabilize. At that juncture, the cyclical nature of grains will return to normal. Years of arduous cultivation were devoted to the study of medicine, the art of wellness, the practice of qi refinement, and the exploration of the 5 internal organs, culminating in the creation of the 5 organs and 5 qi body refinement technique. This technique represents the pinnacle of my youthful academic pursuits. The dragon and tiger breathing technique encompasses the core essence of the 5 organs and 5 qi body refinement technique. Aoki spoke with the exuberance of a child boasting to their elders, recounting his accomplishments with great fervor. Meanwhile, Master Tian Jinzhong watched Aoki's display with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly regarding him as a beloved descendant. Aoki engaged in extensive conversation with Master Tian, reminiscing about the hardships he endured during his studies and the joy he felt upon achieving success. Aoki found it increasingly difficult to contain his desire to express himself. He yearned to boast to others. His solitude was overwhelming. In the first realm, the sea tiger world, peril awaited at every turn. Upon his arrival, he narrowly escaped being obliterated by the residual shockwaves of a battle between formidable warriors. Fortuitously surviving, he immediately traversed to the second realm, the wind and cloud world. During the transition, he nearly drowned. Had it not been for the presence of his enigmatic mentor, who happened to be fishing nearby, he would have perished. At that time, he was utterly inept at swimming. Yet, in the second realm, apart from his mentor and his senior brother Jinshun, he had no one to confide in. His mentor, characterized by a faded isolation, exhibited a temperament that was anything but nurturing. He was more of a stern instructor than a compassionate teacher. Initially, Aoki's lackluster aptitude rendered him a slow learner, leading his mentor to regard him with disdain. However, as Aoki's abilities inexplicably improved, his mentor began to see him in a new light and eventually accepted him as a disciple. Aoki was reluctant to share his thoughts with his mentor. And as for the mischievous Jinshan, it was best left unspoken. In the third realm, the realm of absurdity, why would he bother sharing anything with such foolish beings? It would be a folly of the highest order to engage in such discourse with them. Aoki employs a technique reminiscent of the spring and autumn annals to recount past events, omitting the distinctions between worlds. He strives to keep his identity as a time traveler a closely guarded secret, ensuring that others remain oblivious to it. However, the moment he recalls the dim-witted goddess Aqua, who discerned his journeys to other realms with a mere glance, Aoki's expression darkens. Had it not been for the ludicrous aesthetic of that particular world, he would have felt compelled to eliminate any potential threats to his secret. If not through death, he would at least have resorted to confinement and abasement. Aoki engaged in an entire day's discourse with Master Tian, focusing on the essential elements of the Lunghu tuning technique. It was also revealed that within a month's time, Master Zhuge Wen would be able to deliver the divine mechanical prosthetic. At that moment, Master Tian would have the opportunity to attempt standing and walking. Nightfall, in the bedroom. Qingmu composed himself, reflecting on the numerous conversations he had previously engaged in with Master Tian. In that moment, he had momentarily lost control of his emotions. Fortunately, he had not divulged any secrets. Mastering one's emotions is an essential lesson, and it was evident that his prior conduct had fallen short of the mark. Thankfully, he refrained from uttering anything that could jeopardize his well-being, and instead, he found that his bond with Master Tian had deepened. Aoki recognized that he had allowed his preconceived notions, formed during his initial reading of the original work, to cloud his judgment. This was a detrimental habit that could lead to his own downfall if he were not careful. The supreme star of the heavens exhibited an unceasing adaptability. the ability to dispel evil and bind spirits. The Purifying Mind spell proved to be remarkably effective. The unique incantation, when combined with the Heart's method, caused an influx of vital energy to surge to the upper dantian, merging with his very soul. His thoughts settled completely, granting him a rare sense of tranquility. The visage of the King of Void materialized around Aoki, maintaining the same meditative posture as he did. Experience boost, 300. Aoki is 100. While the Void King stands at 200. The speed of Aoki's meditation and purification mantra soared rapidly, akin to a rocket ascending swiftly into the sky. In the early morning, Aoki opened his eyes, the King of the Void returning to his being. He felt invigorated, his mind clear and senses acute. To his astonishment, the substitute possessed the ability to accelerate his cultivation, albeit solely for the advancement of the spirit and soul. A month later, the Juga family delivered a divine prosthetic, which Master Tian adeptly fitted, integrating his chi into the limb. Initially, he maneuvered his palm with ease, then pressed both hands onto his wheelchair, striving to rise. Rongshan moved to assist, but was halted by Master Tian. Rongshan, do not approach. I wish to stand on my own strength. Master Tian. Rongshan replied. Rongshan, heed your master's words. Even if he falls, do not offer assistance. Tian Jinzhong interjected, Senior brother, in such a situation, I believe I could lend a hand. No assistance is needed. The old master retorted. How can you younger generations underestimate your master? To assist him would be an affront. The three of them, Aoki, Rongshan, and Lingyu, sat in silence, their gazes fixed inward. Master Tian, trembling, slowly rose to his feet. He had remained inactive for so long that his limbs seemed unresponsive. With painstaking steps, he advanced slowly. However, as he reached the threshold, his movements became slightly exaggerated, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward. Rongshan and Lingyu instinctively rushed to support Master Tian, only to be abruptly pulled back by a golden whip. It was the Heavenly Master who intervened, and Aoki's lips twitched. Questioning, Master, will you not lend your aid? Master Tian replied, there is no need for assistance. He rose, determined to control his mechanical prosthetics to move. His feet had been entirely severed at the ankles, making the challenge of walking lion mastering the movements of the artificial ankles. Fortunately, Master Tian had cultivated his internal energy for decades, granting him acute sensitivity in its manipulation. With each careful step, he made his way towards the entrance of Longhu Mountain. Turning to face the gate, tears streamed down his face. Senior brother, I am standing. I can walk on my own. I am no longer a burden, he exclaimed. Master, do you see this? Decades of hardship and suffering erupted in that moment. Even the Heavenly Master could not contain his tears. Junior brother, you have risen. Rongshan and Lingyu, moved by the atmosphere, wept freely, yet Aoki's expression remained complex. He felt a disconnect. He was neither a party to this moment nor had he spent much time with Master Tian. In that instant, Aoki felt superfluous. Aoki, on such a joyous occasion, why are we shedding tears? We ought to celebrate properly. Old Master, Aoki speaks wisely. We should indeed commemorate this moment. Rongshan, please proceed to the kitchen and inform them to prepare a feast for our celebration. Rongshan, Master, it may be too late today. Preparing a banquet requires prior arrangements, and transporting ingredients from the mountain below will take some time. Perhaps, tomorrow? The old master nodded in agreement. The celebration banquet for Uncle Tian has been postponed at his own request, suggesting that it be held simultaneously with Aoki's apprentice ceremony to make it more festive and economical. Without a moment's hesitation, the old master acquiesced. However, Aoki believed that hosting two separate events would yield greater benefits. The old master's disciple stood once more, advocating for a celebration, suggesting that they invite fellow practitioners to bestow gifts. It is customary to invite witnesses for the apprenticeship ceremony, and it would not be unreasonable to request a present for the junior Aoki. Admittedly, it is somewhat excessive. Who would expect guests at a witness ceremony to prepare gifts? Thus, the apprenticeship banquet and the celebration feast were combined and postponed until January. When January arrived, the gathering was modest, extending invitations only to a few well-connected sects, Wudong, the Lu family, and the Zhuge family. From Wudong came Taoist Yunlong and his disciple Wang Yi, while Lu Jin brought along a group of younger members from the Lu family. The Zhuge family, having crafted a remarkable mechanical limb for Uncle Tian, were also invited. Mr. Zhuge when attended with the brothers Zhuge Qing and Zhuge Bai, aiming to broaden their horizons. Qingmu also encountered other senior brothers and sisters while out, each exchanging greetings. In the future, should Qingmu face difficulties outside, he would have nearby allies to rely upon. Various sects and families with good relations to Longhu Mountain sent representatives to show their support, and Longhu Mountain officially announced that the Celestial Master had taken on a disciple. Everyone was curious about the nature of this disciple, wondering what could have prompted the Celestial Master to make such an exception. Zhang Lingyu was a closed-door disciple, while Qingmu was referred to as a window disciple. The invitation explicitly stated window disciple. The crowd was momentarily speechless, surprised that even the Celestial Master could exhibit such whimsical behavior. Nevertheless, they found themselves intrigued by this window disciple. Ling Long, is this the Qingmu Taoist you mentioned? How handsome. Flower, I didn't deceive you, did I? We all met Qingmu before. You were the only one who missed out due to prior commitments. Qingmu's presence was entirely different from that of Daoist Lingyu. He exuded a vigorous charm and stood tall and robust. Zhi Jinhua and Lu Linglong whispered among themselves as they, being the younger generation, accompanied their elders to the ceremony. The event commenced with a formal apprenticeship ceremony, after which Qingmu, under the guidance of the Celestial Master, met with the various esteemed seniors. Once all was concluded, Qingmu sought out Lu Linglong to reminisce. The young lady from the Lu family, Lu Linglong, was exceptionally beautiful, radiating an aura of righteousness. Aoki is fond of young ladies who embody a sense of propriety, rather than those who exude an air of righteousness. There is a rather charming girl, yet it seems she eventually transforms into a blood demon, becoming neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. Nonetheless, there is no cause for concern. Aoki will intervene. Qingmu, I have missed you dearly, Linglong. It has been quite some time, and you have grown even more exquisite. Aoki is quite handsome, and his words are pleasing to the ear, bringing a smile to Linglong's face. It has been a while since they last met. Lu Linglong brought Zhi Jinhua forward, saying, Aoki, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhi Jinhua, the brightest mind among our group of friends. Qingmu glanced at Zhi Jinhua, admiring the beauty of the long-haired, bespectacled lady. I am Qingmu. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I kindly ask for your guidance. Aoki instinctively prepared to perform a bow, but upon observing the somewhat bewildered expression of Zhi Jinhua, he altered his gesture to a handshake. Zhi Jinhua introduced herself, saying, I am Zhi Jinhua. I look forward to your guidance. Aoki possessed large and powerful palms, radiating a fervent masculinity that caused Zhi Jinhua's cheeks to flush. Zhi Jinhua, you are nothing short of a walking embodiment of hormones. Wow, dear, your face is crimson. Where? Who could possibly cause such a blush on your typically indifferent countenance? Bai Shishua interjected, moving closer. Upon seeing Aoki, who towered over her by a head and a half, Bai Shishua exclaimed, so it is you, Gu Qingqing. Zhi Jinhua interposed, Gu Qingqing? Is it not Aoki? Qingmu's expression darkened. He detested being addressed as Gu Qingqing. Despite his undeniably captivating appearance, were he to be slightly more slender and delicate, adorned in women's attire, it would be nearly impossible to discern his gender. This very reason fueled Qingmu's fervent dedication to the cultivation of physical prowess. A man ought to embody masculinity and strength, robust physique, audacious power, and swift agility. These three attributes are essential for any man. Strength and vigor. Strength and vigor. Strength and vigor. This mantra constitutes one of Qingmu's guiding principles. The vast green plains, he began, then sighed, never mind, simply call me Qingmu. Zhi Jinhua remarked, Daoist Qingmu. Bai Shishua interjected, what is the matter? Why do you resist such a melodious name as Gu Qingqing? Qingmu, my name was bestowed upon me by my parents, and I cannot change it. Yet I harbor a dislike for it. Thus, I have chosen a personal name for myself. Gu Qingqing, with the courtesy named Qingmu. When I venture outside, I only go by the two characters Qingmu. Lu Linglong suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. Gu Qingqing, Gu Qingqing, Gu Qingqing. The more she shouted, the louder and more excited she became. Bai Shishua, with her ponytail, joined in the ruckus, and despite a moment's hesitation, Zhi Jinhua also joined the clamor. Qingmu, with a dark expression, playfully flicked his fingers in a rapid succession of 3 taps. The trio, caught unaware, clutched their foreheads in pain. Lu Linglong exclaimed, ouch. What are you doing? You've hit me on the head again. I'll tell great-grandfather and have him teach you a lesson. Observing this playful chaos, the old master Daoist shook his head in amusement. Tian Jinzong remarked, this boy certainly seems to attract the attention of girls. The old master Daoist replied, given his appearance, it would indeed be strange if he did not. Lu Jin let out a cold snort, feeling displeased at Qingmu for bullying his great-granddaughter. The old master Daoist said, what is the matter, old Lu? It's merely some innocent horseplay among children. Lu Jin retorted, you should be more concerned about that boy Qingmu. The younger generation tends to have more liberal views. With his current demeanor, it's only a matter of time before he loses his innocence. And then he won't be able to cultivate the 5 Thunder True method. I can't believe you wouldn't want him to become a high-level disciple. The old master Daoist narrowed his eyes. If he cannot master the 5 Thunder True method, he may still cultivate the In 5 Thunder. This child possesses exceptional talent and will achieve great things in any path he chooses. Lu Jin did not argue further, chuckling to himself, for he doubted the old master Daoist harbored no inclination towards Qingmu. The In 5 Thunder, after all, is not the orthodox path, and in the end, it cannot control the heavenly thunder. Historically, all master Daoists have been exceptionally gifted, having cultivated the Yang 5 Thunder. Its heights are visibly remarkable. The old master Daoist suggested, perhaps we should have Qingmu inscribe a virgin mark. There are techniques related to this in the lineage of Longhu Mountain. However, the virgin mark serves little purpose, as it merely filters out girls who are reluctant to engage with Qingmu in a yin-yang union. Qingmu is such a remarkably handsome child, attracting admiration from all around. It is an inevitable circumstance. How shall we address this predicament? It is worth noting that Zhang Jiwei, in his youth, was spared such worries. Nor did his master experience them. Reflecting upon Lingyu, who inexplicably lost her virtue upon descending the mountain, The old master furrowed his brow in concern. Why must these two children possess such extraordinary beauty? Tian Jinzong chuckled softly. It is a common occurrence for young men to be enamored. Qingmu is at the vigorous age of youth. Brother, it seems you have cause for concern. Lu Jin scrutinized Tian Jinzong, observing a marked change in his demeanor. Though that was not of primary concern. What mattered was that Tian Jinzong's physique appeared considerably more robust, with fewer wrinkles adorning his skin. Had he discovered a particular method of nurturing health? The old masters seemed the same, despite their profound cultivation. Their advanced age would not allow their skin to retain the firmness of youth. Lu Jin inquired, what nurturing techniques have you both recently employed? You seem to have rejuvenated considerably. The old master and Tian Jinzong exchanged knowing glances, both smiling. The old master replied, indeed. I have cultivated a special method of nurturing health, with remarkable results. My junior's ability to regain his mobility within a month is entirely due to this unique technique of dragon and tiger breathing. Lu Jin, intrigued, asked, dragon and tiger breathing? I've not heard of it. Did you create it, master? The old master shook his head, and Lu Jin turned to Tian Jinzong, who also denied it. Lu Jin scoffed. Feigning indifference, I'm not particularly interested in your dragon and tiger techniques. Believing it to be a secret of their sect, he chose not to pursue further details. The old master, amused, responded, really not interested? I had planned to teach you, fearing you might surpass me. Since you show no desire to learn, I shall withhold it. Lu Jin, taken aback, queried, is it not a secret of Dragon and Tiger Mountain? The old master shook his head, his eyes twinkling with mirth. It is not a secret. Would you like to learn? If so, you must ask the child. Tian Jinzong shook his head, recognizing that his senior brother was in particularly high spirits, teasing Lu Jin. Lu Jin retorted with a disdainful huff. I refuse to seek your favor, even if it means I perish a decade earlier than you. The old master shook his head again. In truth, seeking my favor would be futile. This technique was recently developed by another. Lu Jin, as curiosity piqued. Not you too. Then who is it? Could it be Rongshan? That lad has truly matured. With envy, Lu Jin lamented that Zhang Lingyu was already exceptional in the younger generation, and now another prodigious talent, Qingmu, seemed to be effortlessly acquired by Dragon and Tiger Mountain. The old master clarified. The method was created by the young lad Qingmu. He devised the dragon and tiger breathing technique to aid my recovery. Its effects are remarkable. While it does not enhance one's cultivation and may even deplete some, recovery can be compensated through medicinal nourishment. The benefit lies in the vitality it bestows upon the body. Lu Jin recalled the old master's earlier remarks about Qingmu's self-taught abilities and his peculiar method. Yet, doubts lingered regarding Qingmu's competence to formulate a technique effective even for someone of the old master's caliber. Lu Jin skeptically asked, is that true? Can he really possess such high capabilities? The old master affirmed, indeed, his proficiency is exceptional. Lu Jin pressed further, to what extent? Tian Jinzong replied, as high as 3 or 4 stories. Lu Jin's envy deepened. It seemed all good fortune favored Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Zhang Lingyu was already a remarkable figure, and now Qingmu, another extraordinary talent, was seemingly falling into their lap. The old master added, this technique is Qingmu's creation. If you wish to learn it, you must seek his consent. However, one cannot simply take the fruits of another's labor without due consideration. Tian Jinzong noted, that child enjoys exploring techniques. If presented with a superior method, he would likely be quite receptive. Realizing the intent behind their banter, Lu Jin understood that these two were orchestrating a means to benefit their own disciple. He possessed notable techniques himself, the widely known reverse life triple technique and the less common heavenly talisman. Both could be shared, and he had indeed contemplated passing these down. Yet, over the years, none of his students had displayed the aptitude to master the reverse life triple technique, except for his great-grandson, which had left him unsatisfied. He made his great-grandson vow not to hoard the technique but rather to ensure it was disseminated, allowing the sect to thrive once more. As for the heavenly talisman, sharing such knowledge was fraught with peril. Knowledge could be a double-edged sword, and revealing it could invite trouble. Yet it was clear that these two old fellows were keenly interested in his reverse life triple technique. Lu Jin inquired, do you not mind that the child is recklessly altering the cultivation methods? I can sense that his aura has deviated from the golden light spell. It resembles a branch sprouting from a tree. The old master chuckled knowingly. Dragon and Tiger Mountain is not lacking in disciples who maintain tradition. Yet it is indeed rare to find those who seek innovation. Now, the heavens have bestowed upon us a capable disciple eager to explore. If we do not embrace this opportunity, we may face dire consequences. Lu Jin felt a jolt of understanding. The old master was indicating that the realm of cultivation had not seen such pioneering spirit in ages, since the upheaval of the Jiaxin era. While many had merely clung to the 8 marvels, no one had emerged with extraordinary talent. Many remained fixated on the 8 marvels, content with mediocrity. Given the old master's lenient attitude toward Qingmu, it was conceivable to share with him the reverse life triple technique. Lu Jin was intrigued to see what kind of tree Qingmu would ultimately become. In the rear mountains, bets were being placed. Betting has commenced. Qingmu from Dragon and Tiger Mountain versus Lu Lin from the Lu family. Ji Jinhua was fervently calling out. Lu Linglong urged her cousin to confront Qingmu. Brother, Help me teach Qingmu a lesson. He just flicked my forehead. Jinhua, I'm wagering all my pocket money this month on my brother's victory. Songlong declared. I'm betting on Brother Lu to win, 20,000. Songlong appeared quite irate. He had harbored feelings for Lu Linglong for quite some time. The audacity of Qingmu to flick the goddess Linglong's forehead fueled his envy. Bai Shiwei interjected. I'm betting on Qingmu. Lu Linglong immediately grew displeased, rushing forward to pinch Bai Shiwei's face. You traitor, Bai Shiwei. How dare you not support my brother but instead back that Qingmu? Bai Shiwei winced. That hurts. It's more fun when there are wins and losses. Betting entirely on Brother Lu would be rather dull. Xiao Xiao and Ling both looked at each other, uncertain whom to support. Lu Lin chuckled, noticing that Qingmu had an outgoing personality and could easily interact with everyone. Lu Lin called out, Qingmu, come lend a hand. Last time we were evenly matched. I wonder how much you have progressed in over half a year. Aoki nodded in agreement. If it were anyone else behaving this way, he would merely perceive them as attempting to disrupt the proceedings. However, the presence of the Lu family suggested that they had sought the counsel of Old Master Lu. Old Master Lu, being closely connected with the venerable Taoist priest, could be considered a friend. Aoki, come, let us engage in a friendly contest. I have recently perfected my skills. Lu, would you assist me in testing them? Be cautious. I wouldn't want to see you in tears. The venerable master, Tian Jinzong, Lu Jin, and Taoist Yunlong observed the younger generation playfully sparring from a distance. Lu Jin, that rascal Lu Lin is causing trouble at such a time. I shall go and drag him out. The venerable master cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jin, who seemed to be still brooding over the incident from years ago when he was struck and brought to tears. It was evident that he intended to embarrass the master without prior notice. However, dear Lu, I doubt you will manage to make me look foolish. The venerable master chuckled. It is of no concern. The children are merely frolicking. Did we not agree to allow them a chance to compete? Lu Jin paused in confusion, wondering when such an agreement had been made, as he was unaware of it. Yet, with a shift in thought, he realized the venerable master was providing him an easy way out. This made Lu Jin's face flush with embarrassment, regretting his earlier intentions. However, upon hearing Aoki's warning about tears, Lu Jin recalled a past he would rather forget, a contest that ended with a single slap rendering him powerless and in tears. Lu Jin, Lu Lin, make him cry. I shall never surpass the venerable master in strength. I can only hope my disciple triumphs over the master's apprentice. Imosaro squinting. Zhuge Qing remarked, Master Lingyu, it is an honor to finally meet you in person, Lingyu. You are too kind. I am merely a humble hermit on the mountain. Hardly worthy of such praise, Zhuge Qing. There is no need for modesty. It is precisely my desire to engage in a spar with you that has brought me to Longhu Mountain. Zhuge Qing extended his hand to Zhang Lingyu, who reciprocated the gesture. Zhang Lingyu, a practitioner of the way, should not harbor a spirit of conflict. I feel quite ashamed to admit that I too look forward to witnessing the divine skills you possess. I am grateful for your presence at Aoki's apprenticeship ceremony and Master Tian's celebration. Were it not for the Zhuge family's ingenious methods, Master Tian would not have regained his ability to stand and return to a normal life. Zhuge Qing, you flatter us. It brings joy to the Zhuge family to see the venerable master restored to health, which is a boon for Longhu Mountain. Their attention was soon captured by the raucous antics of Linglong and her companions. Zhuge Qing, pray tell, Taoist Lingyu, who do you believe has the higher chance of victory? Aoki or Lu Lin from the Lu family? Zhang Lingyu pondered briefly. If this were 6 months ago, Aoki and Lu would have been evenly matched. However, in the past half year, Aoki's cultivation has advanced significantly, making victory for Lu quite challenging. Prior to mastering the Golden Light spell, Aoki had discarded his own cultivation. After over 6 months of training, he managed to align himself with Lu Lin's prowess. Now, with his new technique fully realized, Aoki's cultivation has flourished. Unless Lu Lin experiences a miraculous surge in his own cultivation, he will find it difficult to contend with Aoki on that front. Yet, combat is not merely a matter of comparing levels of cultivation. Just as Zhuge Qing contemplated further remarks, the battle between Aoki and Lu Lin commenced, drawing their full attention. Lu Lin's hair, skin, and eyes transformed into a pure white instantaneously, a dense aura radiating from his very being. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power. Sensing an intense pressure emanating from Aoki, something distinctly different from their previous encounters, especially since Aoki had not yet activated the Golden Light spell. Seeing her elder brother go all out, Lu Linglong cheered, Brother, teach him a lesson. Make Aoki search for his teeth. Zhuge Qing narrowed his eyes, Taoist Lingyu. Is it indeed true that your disciple Aoki has only recently begun his training? Zhang Lingyu. It has not been 2 years, however. He joined us with pre-existing skills. From the moment he renounced his previous cultivation to reach his current level, he has put in over a year of diligent effort. Zhuge Qing. As the audience whispered among themselves, Lu Lin felt at a loss for how to proceed. Qingmu's entire being was riddled with flaws, yet it seemed as though they were all deliberately left as openings for Lu Lin. Aoki employs a strategy of stillness to counteract motion, while Lu Lin boldly opts for movement to quell tranquility. Channeling her formidable triple-layered energy, Lu Lin surges towards Aoki, delivering a powerful straight punch. Aoki raised his arm to block Lu Lin's punch, and without hesitation, delivered a powerful strike to Lu Lin's face. Lu Lin crossed her arms to shield herself from Aoki's blow, but was still sent sliding several meters. Upon examining the marks on her arms, she realized the tremendous force behind the hit, feeling a distinct ache. It was clear that she could no longer hold back. She would unleash her full strength. Embracing the reverse birth of the triple transformation, harnessing tenfold power, Lu Lin's hair lengthened dramatically, flowing gracefully, a stark contrast to her previous curls. "Aoki," she remarked, "it seems you have made considerable progress over the past 6 months. However, I shall now fight with all my might." Aoki silently adjusted his strength, reducing it from 70% to 50%. This was still merely his physical power. He had yet to fully harness his chi. As Lu Lin increased her strength, Aoki decreased his. Now, their powers were evenly matched, and it was this balance that made the contest intriguing. Aoki employed no particular martial arts techniques, relying solely on the fundamental routines of simple boxing in his duel with Lu Lin. His movements were succinct and efficient, exuding strength and valor. In contrast, Lu Lin appeared ethereal, her mastery of the reverse threefold technique rendering her strikes swift and elusive, almost otherworldly. After an extended exchange, Aoki discerned the inherent flaw in the reverse threefold. It seemed devoid of any effective lethal techniques, merely a straightforward enhancement of physical prowess, unlike the Golden Light style, which could evolve into a myriad of transformative abilities. "Qingmu, Brother Lu, do you have any trump cards to show? Your strength is nearly depleted. If you do not reveal your ultimate move soon, the opportunity may slip away. Lu Lin, you haven't exerted your full power, have you? Up to this point, you haven't even activated the Golden Light." "Qingmu Yixiao, Brother Lu, while I feel somewhat remiss in saying this, however, if you wish for me to exert my utmost effort, it is incumbent upon you, Brother Lu, to possess the requisite capability." "Lu Lin, I never anticipated that. In such a brief span, your progress would be so remarkable." Upon finishing her words, Lu Lin closed her eyes, centering her focus, and gathered all her strength. Aoki retracted his smile, fully aware that Lu Lin was about to unveil her trump card. Observing the ebb and flow of her aura, it seemed she was poised to channel all her strength into a single decisive move. Within Aoki's body, energy coursed, and delicate golden lightning shimmered into view. The azure wood muscles have become robust and resilient, with long hair cascading defiantly over the shoulders, having broken free from its restraints. In Aoki's eyes shimmered a golden light, hinting at the rise and fall of thunder. The 5 chi ripple golden light body forging technique, success achieved. Ji Jinho exclaimed, "Is this thunder magic? It appears quite different." "Why is it golden?" Bai Shui remarked. "Thunder magic? Did he not just take a master? How could he learn it so swiftly?" Lu Jin and the others turned their gaze towards the old celestial master, who shook his head. "This is not thunder magic. It is something Aoki learned before apprenticing at Longhu Mountain. He later integrated that knowledge into the golden light spell, resulting in numerous peculiar creations." Lu Lin charged towards Aoki, channeling all her strength into this one punch. Qingmu remained steadfast, unleashing a powerful strike towards Lu Lin's fist. A gust of wind surged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lu Lin let out a piercing scream as she was propelled backward, while Qingmu's expression faltered. Alas, he had exerted himself too much, fracturing Lu Lin's bones in the process. Qingmu distinctly sensed the crumbling of the opponent's arm, shattered to pieces. "Brother," Lu Linglong exclaimed, rushing towards the fallen Lu Lin. "Are you all right?" Lu Lin replied, "Do not touch my arm. The bones are shattered." Lu Linglong glared furiously at Qingmu. "You scoundrel Qingmu. Why did you strike with such force?" Qingmu awkwardly scratched his head and approached Lu Lin, only to be intercepted by Lu Linglong, who guarded her like a hen protecting her chicks. Aoki raised his hands in surrender, asserting, "I can assist him in a swift recovery. It is merely a minor comminuted fracture." Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong was infuriated. What did he mean by merely a minor comminuted fracture? Lu Linglong adamantly obstructed Aoki, preventing him from advancing, which caused quite a commotion. Several seniors approached, and upon witnessing Lu Lin's predicament, Lu Jin felt a sudden jolt of concern. "That scoundrel Aoki has truly gone too far. Wretched creature, look at the havoc you have wreaked. It was merely a spar, yet you struck with such ferocity. Beast, do you not comprehend the concept of moderation?" The venerable master, filled with righteous indignation, was the first to take action. His anger palpable as he pointed at Aoki and denounced the wretched being. Qingmu immediately slid to his knees before the venerable master. "Master, I was wrong. I understand your anger, but please, refrain from punishing me just yet. I possess a method to expedite Lu Ji's recovery." The old master felt a familiar twitch of his brow, as if this scene were a haunting echo from the past. At this very moment, it mirrored a long-ago encounter. It seemed that Zhang Jiwei had once approached in a similar manner. Lu Jin observed the unfolding drama with a sense of déjà vu, as forgotten memories began to assail him. In those days, he had been even more vulnerable than Lu Lin. At least Qingmu had spent some time playing with her. Zhang Jiwei had effortlessly defeated him with a single strike, leaving no dignity intact, which had incited the wrath of the previous master. Like Qingmu, Zhang Jiwei had knelt before his mentor in immediate contrition. At least Qingmu had proposed a solution. Lu Jin concluded, Very well. If the lad believes he can aid in his recovery, let us allow him the chance to try. Upon hearing this, Qingmu blinked and looked towards the old master. The old master replied, Go ahead. If you fail to heal, I shall flay your skin. Aoki, with a nimble grace, rose to her feet, declaring, Just watch. I will handle this. You need not worry. Lu Jin replied, Linglong, my dear, kindly make way for Aoki. Lu Linglong shot Aoki a glare before conceding her position. Aoki approached Lu Lin and said, I apologize, Lu, for not controlling my strength and causing you harm. Lu Lin shook her head and replied, In the realm of combat, injuries are inevitable. You need not blame yourself, Aoki. Even if you lack the ability to heal my arm, I shall not hold it against you. Aoki scratched his head reassuringly. Don't worry, brother Lu. This minor injury is quite simple to treat. I shall begin now, so bear with me. Golden currents of energy surged across Aoki's body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan at its third stage. Aoki seized Lu Lin and delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. The 5 energies resonated, and the golden light of the 5 organs resonance technique surged forth with tenfold strength. The crowd gasped. Was this a healing act or an act of violence? As his fist had penetrated her abdomen, Lu Linglong cried out, Brother, please don't die. Just as she was about to rush forward, she was restrained by Lu Jin, who held her shoulder firmly. Linglong, remain calm. Your brother is unharmed. Aoki retracted his fist. Lu Gu. Exhale all the air from your lungs in accordance with your instincts, and breathe as your feelings guide you. Lu Lin felt as though every ounce of air had been expelled from her abdomen, involuntarily following a unique method of breathing and exhalation. The energy transmitted through Aoki's fist seemed to awaken his corporeal form, causing the vital essence within him to diminish rapidly, transforming into a peculiar life force. Suddenly, the bones in Lu Lin's arm emitted a sharp crack, her muscles swelled, and in an instant, the fabric of her right sleeve burst apart. Lu Lin was filled with astonishment. She had fully recovered. What was once a devastating fracture that would typically require the expertise of a master healer had mended so swiftly. Yet, there was an odd sensation that her arm had become excessively robust, resembling that of a mythical qilin. Aoki, my arm has healed, and it will likely remain in a state of engorgement for a day, gradually returning to its normal condition. Lu Lin, the breathing technique just now was. Lu Lin ceased her inquiries, sensing it might be a closely guarded secret of the sect, not suitable for further probing. Aoki, the dragon tiger breathing technique, originally. I intended to name it the muscular man breathing technique, but my master found it rather unappealing and graciously refined the title for me. This is a powerful practice designed to strengthen the body. For those of extraordinary talent, it continuously depletes their cultivation to fortify their physical form. There are gains and losses, and it ultimately depends on one's personal choice. Lu Lin, such a precious thing. Aoki waved his hand and said, Consider this as your compensation. If I fail to cure you, my master might very well skin me alive. Lu Lin's expression turned serious. Aoki, I assure you I will never disclose this technique. Do as you wish, Aoki replied. I've given you the item, and how you choose to utilize it is entirely up to you. Aoki remains indifferent, as he possesses a rather tolerant attitude towards the martial arts he has devised. The essence of water is ever-changing, and so too is the path of cultivation. Many practitioners, upon reaching a certain level, find themselves ensnared in a bottleneck, often due to the limitations of their techniques or the misalignment of the methods with their innate capabilities. However, few possess the ability and courage to amend their cultivation practices. The majority resort to adopting the wisdom of others, transitioning to a discipline with a higher potential. Yet, they inevitably encounter new bottlenecks, leading them to seek yet another technique. Thus, they oscillate in this cycle, leaping from one cage into a larger one. The more they leap, the larger the cage becomes. The more they leap, the sturdier the cage grows. Aoki delights in constructing his own cage, gradually expanding it bit by bit. For Aoki, this is not merely a cage, it is a home. When it comes to infrastructure development, Aoki is a true professional. In reality, Lu Lin has only acquired skills related to breathing techniques, while he remains oblivious to the pathways of energy flow and other theoretical knowledge. Currently, only 3 individuals possess a comprehensive understanding of this theoretical framework: the Venerable Master Lao, Tian Jinzhong, and Aoki himself. Aoki had no intention of exerting himself to teach him. He was not one to take on the mantle of a mentor lightly. Healing his injuries would suffice as completion of the task. Lu Jin observed the entire treatment process, his eyes filled with awe. Is this truly the dragon tiger breathing technique spoken of by those 2 old fellows? To think it could achieve such a level. The demeanor of these individuals indeed suggested a lack of concern regarding the dissemination of the technique. The Venerable Taoist and Tian Jinzhong even supported Aoki's sharing of this knowledge in exchange for other cultivation methods. Given the current situation, the Lu family had already reaped benefits. It was time to pass on the reversal of life's 3 layers to Aoki. Placing the reversal of life's 3 layers in this young man's hands would not bring it disgrace. In truth, entrusting the reversal of life's 3 layers to Aoki would undoubtedly lead to its humiliation. Aoki peeled back the layers of the inverted triple, gazing intently at its pristine essence, then indulged in reckless abandon. Ultimately, He molded the inverted triple into his own form. Elder Yunlong remarked, I have truly broadened my horizons. I never imagined that Longhushan possessed such a wondrous method of cultivation. Young Aoki is indeed exceptionally gifted. It is truly enviable. Elder Yunlong cast a glance at Wang Yi. Hesitating between words, caught in a moment of indecision. Wang Yi, do not appear so lackadaisical. Go, engage more with the younger generation. Wang Yi scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. Yes, master, I understand. Zhuge Qing had long taken note of Wang Yi, but seeing his languid demeanor, she refrained from approaching him. Yet, Zhuge Qing felt an inexplicable familiarity in Wang Yi's aura, as if he belonged to the same kind. Could it be that Taoist Wang was also a sorcerer? She contemplated testing him later. With the matter resolved, the elder figures departed, each returning to their own social circles, naturally disinclined to mingle with the younger generation. The young man Qingmu possesses remarkable healing abilities, rendering it unnecessary to assign anyone to monitor this group of youngsters. Zhuge Qing approached Wang Yi, extending a hand. I am Zhuge Qing, honored to meet Taoist Wang Yi. Wang Yi scrutinized the squinting Zhuge Qing and discerned that he belonged to the fox lineage, indicative of a troublesome character. Wang Yi yearned for a tranquil life. Wishing to avoid complications, he refrained from shaking Zhuge Qing's hand and instead performed a respectful gesture. It is a pleasure to finally meet the esteemed Zhuge, he remarked. Zhuge Qing's smile morphed into a cunning grin as he suddenly initiated an intricate formation beneath his feet. Wang Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suppressing an instinctive reaction. He had contemplated either escaping the formation or attempting to reverse it, pretending not to notice. He was aware that Zhuge Qing had already perceived the subtle shifts in his expression and demeanor. Zhuge Qing concluded that the seemingly unremarkable Taoist Wang Yi was, in fact, a practitioner of the arts, likely of considerable skill. To my surprise, Taoist Wang Yi is also a practitioner. We must seize the opportunity to exchange insights, Zhuge Qing declared. Wang Yi felt a twitch again. This Zhuge Qing was not merely a fox but the embodiment of one. I am not. I have not. Do not make baseless claims. He retorted. Aware that such individuals were the most troublesome to deal with, he resolved to adopt a nonchalant attitude. If he remained sufficiently aloof, perhaps he could evade harm. Exchange of arcane techniques? Nonsense. It was imperative that no one discovered his possession of the wind behind Qi Min, particularly not another practitioner. To them, the wind behind Qi Min was a deadly allure, a potent poison. Zhuge Qing, intrigued, pondered why Taoist Wang Yu concealed his identity as a practitioner. Curiosity is an inherent trait in all, and among practitioners, it is often magnified. Zhang Lingyu, feeling somewhat helpless, had initially sought to engage Zhuge Qing in a friendly contest, only to have his attention diverted by the arrival of Wang Yi. Now, Zhang Lingyu found himself intrigued by Wang Yi, curious about the individual capable of captivating Zhuge Qing's interest. With two pairs of eyes fixated on him, Wang Yi felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Trouble, trouble, trouble. If only he had been more resolute from the outset and declined his master's request to join this gathering. Now, he had drawn the attention of two prodigious talents from the younger generation, a most unfortunate turn of events. Wang Yi's mind raced, contemplating how to extricate himself from the scrutiny of the two. His identity as a practitioner was undoubtedly sealed. Thus, he must avoid engaging with other practitioners. If he couldn't win, he should flee, and he certainly could not employ the wind behind Qi Min, even if he did resort to it. He must refrain from utilizing extraordinary means, such as manipulating the 4 discs to control time. Otherwise, should he inadvertently astonish Zhuge Qing, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared, disrupting the peaceful life he so desired. I simply wish to lead a tranquil life. What wrong have I committed? While Wang Yi's thoughts were tumultuous, Zhuge Qing directly entered the inner realm to pose a question. What techniques does Taoist Wang Yu possess? The inner realm is a unique space where a practitioner's spirit can traverse, allowing for inquiries, depending on the significance of the question and its relation to the universe. Answers manifest as fireballs of varying sizes. By breaking the fireball, one can obtain answers. Failure to do so may entail certain dangers. At this moment, within Zhuge Qing's inner realm, a colossal fireball materialized. Should he dare to reach out for the answer, it would envelop him instantaneously. Stunned, Zhuge Qing promptly withdrew from the inner realm. The scene before him reverted to reality, where Zhang Lingyu regarded him with curiosity. Zhang Lingyu, possessing a rudimentary understanding of Qi Min, deduced that Zhuge Qing must have sought answers from the inner realm. Was it truly necessary? Zhang Lingyu noted, as Wang Yi also recognized the situation. Alarmed, Wang Yi scratched his head, exclaiming, "What the hell, Zhuge Qing? You have no honor. How could you use the inner realm to ambush a mere 20-year-old mountain Taoist?" Ah! Wang Yi clapped a hand over his mouth, hastily bowing in the direction of Wudong Mountain. To the esteemed ancestors above, I should not have uttered such foul words. My apologies. He pointed accusingly at Zhuge Qing. You sly Zhuge Fox, compelling a monk to speak in such a manner. Why did I even come to Longhu Mountain? Is the relationship between Longhu Mountain and your Zhuge family so amicable that you were invited to witness the apprenticeship ceremony? Zhuge Qing beamed with delight. There was a significant secret surrounding Taoist Wang Yi. For practitioners, the allure of uncovering secrets is an addictive pursuit. Do not take offense, Taoist Wang Yi. You too are a practitioner, and you must understand this is a common quirk of our profession. As for why our Zhuge family attended the apprenticeship ceremony of the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain, it is because we were invited to assist in crafting a set of divine mechanical limbs for Elder Tian, enabling him to stand once more. Our presence is also a gesture of gratitude. Fortunately, I came to participate. Otherwise, I would have missed out on someone as extraordinary as Taoist Wang Yi. Though Zhuge Qing typically shunned gossip, his curiosity about Wang Yi was insatiable. Zhang Lingyu, eavesdropping on their exchange, couldn't help but smile. How amusing. It is indeed fascinating that beyond Longhu Mountain, there are so many hidden talents. Why had he not encountered them during his last descent? Wang Yi sighed. Now I understand. My days of tranquility have come to an end. This is my retribution. I can only blame my master for dragging me into this absurd apprenticeship ceremony. Subsequently, Zhuge Qing persistently pursued Wang Yi, eager to engage in a contest, and Zhang Lingyu, too, was eager to join in. However, Wang Yi feigned disinterest, adopting an attitude of indifference. Zhuge Qing, being a person of dignity, refrained from coercing others into action. Zhang Lingyu shared this mindset and thus decided to engage in a friendly match with Zhuge Qing instead. Observing this, Lu Linglong immediately seized the opportunity to gather around a game of Ji Jinhua, determined to recover from her previous losses and win back her allowance, even doubling it if possible. Alas, both Zhang Lingyu and Zhuge Qing were measured in their abilities, resulting in a stalemate. With no victor, the house benefited from the stakes, and Ji Jinhua profited immensely. Fortunately, Ji Jinhua was gracious and treated everyone to a sumptuous feast at the finest restaurant nearby, spending half of her earnings. Before parting ways, Lu Linglong stealthily pulled Qingmu aside to a secluded corner. Aoki was lost in thought, and Songlong was equally immersed in his musings. Songlong felt an overwhelming urge to burst forth, ready to pursue, but was halted by Ji Jinhua. Step aside. If you don't let me go now, it will be too late, Songlong exclaimed. Ji Jinhua remained unmoved, adjusting her glasses. They're engaged in serious matters, not indulging in romantic entanglements. Bai Shishui widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, are Linglong and Aoki really in a romantic relationship? Is that true? Songlong's fury reached its peak as he pushed past Ji Jinhua. This cannot be happening. However, just as Songlong arrived, Lu Linglong and Aoki emerged. Had it already concluded? Songlong pondered. No. He fell to his knees, looking up to the heavens and letting out a roar. Songlong's exaggerated display startled both individuals. Qingmu, Songlong. What is the matter with you? Lu Linglong, what has happened? Songlong wipes away his tears and looks at Lu Linglong. Linglong, you must find happiness. How could I possibly live without you? Lu Linglong? Aoki, is this a confession? I'm out of here. I shall not play the third wheel. Qingmu circumvented Songlong, who was sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Linglong, with a heart full of compassion, attempted to console him, only to discover that Songlong was becoming increasingly demanding, absurdly seeking to cling to her leg for support. This was intolerable. What if his tears and snot sullied her trousers? In a fit of exasperation, Lu Linglong placed her foot firmly upon Songlong's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. As he lay there, his visage marred by imprints of her shoe, Songlong mused. Linglong has kicked me. To strike is to express affection. To scold is to convey love. She must harbor feelings for me. Haha. Fuming, Lu Linglong stormed away to rejoin her companions. Has Songlong lost his mind? She exclaimed. Huar, why didn't you stop him? Ji Jinhua adjusted her glasses and replied. I tried, but he was beyond restraint. He assumed you and Qingmu were engaged in some clandestine rendezvous around the corner and exploded with fury. Lu Linglong's face flushed crimson at the insinuation, and she turned back to deliver a few more kicks to Songlong. The onlookers chuckled merrily, while Bai Shishui tugged at Qingmu's sleeve, inquiring, Qingmu, what were you two doing around the corner? Surely it wasn't he. Aoki chuckled softly. Shaking his head, he was not fond of inscribing righteous characters upon the virtuous young woman. Aoki indeed possesses certain boundaries, albeit few. After finishing her work, Lu Linglong returned, stating, there is nothing to conceal. My grandfather intends to pass on the reverse birth triple to Aoki. I have just handed over the manuscript of the reverse birth triple to him. The others nodded in understanding. Since there was no need for secrecy, they questioned why the discussion had taken place around the corner. Clearly, there were additional matters that required discretion, content not suitable for public disclosure. The group chose not to delve deeper, each member adept at maintaining the appropriate boundaries. Qingmu retrieved a tome from within his Taoist robe, shaking it slightly to indicate that Lu Linglong's words held truth. He then tucked it back into his robe. In reality, Lu Linglong had not uttered anything particularly extraordinary. She merely insisted that Qingmu must, in the future, disseminate the triple reverse birth technique, forbidding any private possession or the establishment of a singular school of thought. Qingmu acquiesced, fully aware that this was the Elder Lu's request. The annihilation of the Sandy sect had left a burden of guilt upon the Elder Lu, who harbored a deep-seated desire to restore the once thriving sect. Unfortunately, the difficulty of mastering the reverse life's third level was exceedingly high. Over the years, the Elder Lu had sought out numerous exceptionally gifted youths, yet none had succeeded in grasping the intricacies of the reverse life's third level. Additionally, Qingmu imparted the complete dragon and tiger breathing technique to Lu Linglong, instructing her to convey it to Lu Lin. In the spirit of reciprocity, it would be unreasonable for one to receive the entire manuscript while withholding any knowledge. Qingmu's pride was far too great for such pettiness. After a brief period of casual conversation, everyone returned to their respective homes. Qingmu and Zhang Lingyu ascended the mountain step by step, traversing the staircase with deliberate grace. Qingmu, senior brother Lingyu, aren't Wang Yi and Daoist Zhuge Qing quite fascinating? Zhang Lingyu, indeed, they are quite intriguing. I never expected to find such talents as Wang Yi among the new generation of Wudong, akin to the legendary talents of the Ant. He possesses remarkable skills in the art of Qi Min, rivaling that of Zhuge Qing. Since you were curious about them, why not engage with them more? Qingmu, observing the passionate entanglement among the three of you, I find it rather inappropriate to intrude upon your affairs. Primarily, I harbor a distaste for interactions with sorcerers, for they are masters at unearthing secrets. Engaging with such individuals may leave one utterly exposed, stripped of all confidences. Who knows? Even the circumstances of your lost innocence could be unearthed by their relentless inquiries. A mischievous grin spread across Aoki's face as he playfully teased the cool and elegant Zhang Lingyu, finding immense amusement in her bashful and indignant reactions, which were simply delightful. Regrettably, Zhang Lingyu was not a maiden. Had she been, she would undoubtedly embody the essence of a refined and graceful classical beauty. Should fate ever lead him to a world blessed with nurturing springs, he would certainly seek to collect such treasures. Zhang Lingyu let out a cold huff, clearly vexed. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, Aoki, it would be wise to refrain from speaking altogether. Perhaps your tongue could be donated to those in need. Yet, it was indeed Aoki's flirtatious demeanor that posed the risk of losing his vital essence, endangering his practice of the thunderous law and disappointing their master. At this moment, it was as if time had woven together past and present. Zhang Lingyu, drawing from her own experiences, cautioned Aoki. For the inability to master the thunderous law weighed heavily on her heart. She wished to steer Aoki away from a path all too reminiscent of her own. Qingmu shook his head and said, Junior brother, I am fond of women with a fierce disposition. Those few are somewhat lacking, so there is no need for concern. Zhang Lingyu's forehead twitched with indignation. Junior brother, how can you be so vulgar? It truly tarnishes our school's reputation. Aoki remained noncommittal. Isn't it just the two of us here? Observe how I conduct myself during the day, appearing quite respectable. What type of woman does senior brother Lingyu fancy? Is he not attracted to those with more voluptuous figures? Zhang Lingyu recalled Xiaohe, and indeed, she was quite. Wait, how did Aoki lead him astray? Zhang Lingyu snapped in anger. Vulgar. I disdain to associate with you. He stormed off a considerable distance, while Aoki grinned broadly. Senior brother Lingyu, wait for me. You still haven't disclosed whether you prefer the ample or the petite. Silence. Zhang Lingyu, who appeared aloof, was, in fact, quite passionate within. A slight provocation was enough to ignite his temper. Were he truly indifferent, he would not be affected by Aoki's taunts at all. It would evoke a sense of transcendence, where worldly honors and disgrace, morality, and desires were all rendered meaningless. In simpler terms, he would be akin to a mere machine. Such individuals are often the most tedious. Not long who had returned to its usual tranquility, though Uncle Tian seemed somewhat different. His appetite had noticeably increased, and his formerly gaunt muscles were becoming robust, evolving into a more muscular physique. He was now strong, with full muscles, taut skin, and piercing eyes. A striking figure indeed. The old master wore a dark expression. Rebellious disciple. You insolent wretch. How dare you tarnish my junior's image? After completing a set of martial arts, Tian Jinzong, upon hearing the old master's outburst, felt a twinge of curiosity. Senior brother, who has upset you? The old master replied, disciple. Do you not feel any discomfort in your body? Not at all. I feel absolutely invigorated. Tian Jinzong stretched, relishing the sensation of well-being. It had been years since he had experienced such unbridled vigor. It was indeed remarkable, the breathing technique Aoki had devised. He felt brimming with energy. Shamefully, Tian Jinzong discovered last night that even at over 100 years old, he still possessed youthful vitality, all thanks to the breathing technique. Though these clothes seem a bit snug, not as comfortable as before. The old master interjected, Old Tian, find a larger mirror and take a look at yourself. At that moment, Tian Jinzong had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Regaining mobility and restoring his health had filled him with joy, leaving no room for him to notice other changes. He resolved to find a mirror to see his reflection. Having not looked at himself for many years, unaware of his current appearance, was he now gray-haired? Weathered by time? The passage of years does indeed age one. As he approached the door, he suddenly halted, turning to the old master. Senior brother, I can't shake this feeling, but it seems to me that you have become shorter. The old master replied, It is not I who have diminished in stature, but rather you have transformed into a towering, muscular figure. Go look in the mirror, and you shall comprehend your transformation. Tian Jinzong, puzzled, turned to leave, only to soon after let out a loud exclamation. Senior brother, what is happening? What is wrong with my face? My height? Is this all due to the breathing technique? The old master replied, You practiced it yourself. Do you not understand the effects of the technique? Tian Jinzong questioned, But senior brother, did you not also practice? Why do you not appear as exaggerated as I? The old master retorted, how much cultivation do you have left? Tian Jinzong admitted, less than 20%. The old master mused. I thought Aoki was merely jesting, yet the technique truly lives up to its name. Tian Jinzong asked. What do you mean? The old master explained, the original name of the technique is muscle-bound breathing technique, in plain language. I refined it, transforming a 30,000-word vernacular into a concise, 1,000-character classical text. The old master recalled a line from the vernacular version, which suggested that upon completion, one would possess a physique as robust as an ox, with thighs as thick as tree trunks. It was not an exaggeration, indeed. Tian Jinzong had bulked up significantly in a short time. Were he to fully master it, he would become a veritable muscle giant. Thankfully, he had not practiced excessively. Had he transformed into a muscle monster, it would have surely tarnished his illustrious reputation. The old master called out to the nearby disciple, Xiaoyuzi, go fetch Aoki. Yes, master. Shortly thereafter, Aoki entered. Master, you summoned me? Good disciple Aoki, come kneel. I beseech you for a favor. Aoki's lips twitched as he reluctantly knelt down. How could one demand another to kneel while seeking help? After all, you are my master. Well, that aside. Aoki, I must inquire. Does the vernacular version of your muscular physique training techniques contain any exaggerations? Aoki was perplexed. What issues could arise from a colloquial version? Qingmu is a person who studies materialist dialectics, relentlessly pursuing the principle of seeking truth from facts. When it comes to the rigorous nature of martial arts techniques, his choice of words is consistently precise, striving to ensure that even ordinary high school students can comprehend and accurately grasp the concepts. Master. The vernacular version of the martial arts technique contains no exaggerated language whatsoever. The old master replied, Qingmu, you incorrigible disciple, I beseech you for a favor. What is it? Qingmu's lips twitched as the old master gripped his shoulder painfully. Please revise the martial arts technique so that its effects are not so exaggerated. Aoki, do you mean to say? Old master, it suffices to maintain a normal physique. There is no need to exaggerate to the extent of having thighs like tree trunks. Wayward disciple, do you comprehend? Aoki swallowed hard and said, there is truly no need for concern. The foremost criterion of this technique is the aesthetic coordination of the physique. One will not transform into a grotesque muscle-bound creature. At most, one may reach a height of 2 meters and 3. Moreover, master, just look at Uncle Tian's muscles. Wouldn't they serve as splendid projectiles for concealed weaponry in the future? Tian Jinzong interjected. The old celestial master exclaimed, wretched disciple. It appears you have failed to grasp my meaning. How can you still find the time to jest about your Uncle Tian? I understand. I shall return immediately to make the necessary revisions. Farewell, master. Aoki rubbed his shoulders, contemplating that others may yearn for a flawless physique, yet they have yet to grasp the opportunity. The old master's views are rather antiquated. The foremost principle of body refinement is the exquisite harmony of aesthetics. It is absolutely unacceptable for one to be unable to reach their own back. Being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. The second principle of body refinement is robust blood, resilient armor, and rapid recovery. The third principle is strength and power. The ultimate goal of body refinement is to forge a perfect physique, one that is undeniably alluring, captivating to all, regardless of gender. This group of antiquarians fails to comprehend the true essence of strength and vigor. Witnessing Aoki flee as if from a tempest, Tian Jinzong hesitated, caught between words. Brother, there is no need for such urgency. I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. I am quite fond of my present physical condition. What is the purpose of cultivation? If it is lost, it is lost. I, as your junior, do not mind. The old master remarked, Isn't the divine mechanical limb somewhat ill-fitting? Tian Jinzong inquired. The old master continued, the more robust your body, the more incongruous the divine mechanical limbs become. Is it not uncomfortable due to the mismatched dimensions? To assist you in crafting this divine mechanical limb, I personally sought out assistance from the Zhuge family. It would be inappropriate to ask others for further aid. Tian Jinzong conceded. It was a mistake on my part. The old master lamented, alas, we at Longhu Mountain lack a master of divine mechanics, otherwise we would not need to beseech others. 3 days later, Aoki presented the muscle-bound man's breathing technique, castrated version, to the old master. The old master remained silent, initially perusing the document with great care, before taking up his brush to translate it into classical Chinese. Ultimately, he crossed out the title Muscle-Bound Man's Breathing Technique, castrated version, and inscribed Longhu Breathing Technique, new edition. Aoki has transcribed a copy, and the original manuscript is given to Master Tian. Aoki, master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Old Heavenly Master, there's no rush. I just recalled that there are 2 abandoned Taoist temples on the back mountain. Have you not often claimed that you are an expert in infrastructure? Why not restore those 2 temples, and enlist your senior brother from Rongshan to assist you? Aoki, Zhang Jiwei, you possess no heart. Aoki approached his senior brother Rongshan, claiming it was a command from their master, just as Rongshan was about to unleash a torrent of complaints. He bit his tongue and summoned those idling individuals from Longhu Mountain to join in the labor. Aoki assumed the role of foreman, directing the laborers in their tasks. With a background in civil engineering, he found himself surrounded by a workforce that resembled mere beasts of burden, a rather disheartening sight. As the adage goes, many hands make light work. Within less than a week, 2 temples were successfully restored. Qingmu has also reimagined the principles of feng shui, flaunting his superficial understanding of this ancient art. These 2 Taoist temples now enjoy a temperate climate year-round, infused with abundant cosmic energy, making them ideal sanctuaries for spiritual cultivation. Aoki, utilizing his status as a junior disciple, has appropriated a modest chamber as his office. Time is irrelevant in the pursuit of cultivation. As Aoki sits cross-legged upon a stone by the flowing stream, the golden lightning that coursed across the surface of the Aoki body gradually faded away with the passage of time. The muscles throughout Aoki's body writhed as the blood coursed rapidly. A flicker of blue-white lightning emerged, followed by a cascade of dense blue-white electrical sparks. Aoki opened his eyes and extended his palm, where dense blue and white electric arcs swiftly converged into the center of his hand, forming a radiant blue orb of electricity. The golden lightning represented a concentrated life force, devoid of any lethal potency. However, this blue orb was pure lightning, capable of inflicting harm. Was it the 5 Thunder righteous method of Yang 5 Thunder? No. It was the propulsion of electric currents. I should have realized this long ago. Initially, my aptitude was rather mediocre, and the nameless master hardly regarded me. It was only when my talents inexplicably surged that I was accepted under the wing of the nameless master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Why did my aptitude suddenly elevate? It was due to the overwhelming residual force from a battle between formidable martial artists in the Sea Tiger world that struck me. That immense magnetic force nearly shattered my corporeal form. Had I not immediately traversed to the wind and cloud world and encountered the nameless master, who revived me with his inner energy, I would have surely succumbed to physical collapse. Though I survived, my life's magnetic field became tainted and activated. As time passed, my aptitude soared higher and higher. My senses sharpened, my memory became prodigious. I could recall everything at a glance, and my thoughts flowed with agility and strength. Yet with the emergence of electric propulsion, everything fell into clarity. I had transformed into a magnetic field maestro. He. What on earth am I laughing at? Ha. No more laughter. Ha. Qingmu could hardly contain his laughter, his exuberance spilling over uncontrollably. He was aware that his behavior was somewhat peculiar, yet he found himself unable to restrain it. The passing disciples of Longhu Mountain were taken aback, believing that their junior disciple Qingmu had succumbed to a frenzy during his training and promptly contacted Brother Rongshan. Upon receiving the call, Brother Rongshan hurried over and, from a distance, caught sight of Qingmu's erratic figure, sensing that something was amiss. He swiftly dialed the Master Tianshi. Master, there's a situation. It seems our junior brother has fallen into a trance during his practice. You must come to the back mountain at once. I knew this lad would eventually encounter trouble. Has he been tampering with the techniques again? I'm on my way. Rongshan, try to keep Qingmu in check. Aoki stood upon the stone, gazing skyward with uncontrollable laughter. Not even the appearance of the venerable master could quell his mirth. Master, ha. I cannot restrain myself. Ha. It seems I have. Ha. Become a magnetic force of chaos. Ha. The master, intent on assessing the situation, attempted to seize Aoki, only to be repelled by a swift strike from him. Master, ha. I did not mean to offend. Ha. It was not my intention. Ha. Furthermore, Aoki, unable to contain his exuberance, unleashed his full strength upon the master. A radiant golden aura enveloped the master's body, and Aoki's fist collided with this luminous shield, sending forth a shower of golden sparks. Ha. I cannot control myself. Ha. Aoki launched a series of chaotic punches, a mere flurry of blows devoid of any strategy. The venerable master remained steadfast, retrieving his phone to capture a few photographs. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his hand and delivered a decisive strike to Aoki's abdomen. Suddenly, Qingmu's eyes bulged, and saliva splattered as he was sent flying backward. After colliding with 2 stones, he came to a halt, laughing maniacally while gathering electric currents in his hand. The currents propelled an electric sphere, which was launched towards the golden light surrounding the old master. Upon making contact, it penetrated a mere inch before losing its strength. This sensation, akin to a life magnetic field, resembled the abilities of those who cultivate such forces. Yet, no one could generate electricity from magnetism. This young man has certainly acquired an overly eclectic range of skills. I had anticipated you would exercise more caution. Learning indiscriminately will only lead to your downfall. The old master waved his hand, transforming the golden light into golden ropes that ensnared Qingmu. Aoki darted about in a frenzy to evade capture, yet ultimately found himself bound. Qingmu found himself bound by 4 golden ropes, suspended in midair, struggling incessantly. Suddenly, the heavens transformed dramatically, thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning struck Qingmu's body. Aoki lay motionless upon the ground, prompting his senior brother Rongshan to rush over immediately. Upon observing that Aoki still drew breath, he let out a sigh of relief. Master, your methods were rather severe, were they not? The venerable master replied, he shall be fine. Take him back. By the time he regains consciousness, he should be well. Those 2 strikes were merely to realign his vital energy. once he awakens. Instruct him to practice the tranquil heart incantation. Understood, master. When Aoki eventually stirred from his slumber, Rongshan was vigilantly stationed by his side. You are awake? Rongshan inquired. Aoki rubbed his head and said, Senior brother, has master struck me with the five thunder technique? Rongshan replied, Indeed, master has a total of 11 disciples. And it seems you are the only one who has been struck by him with the five thunder, thus setting a precedent. By the way, what peculiar technique have you been practicing to have transformed yourself into such a mad state? Aoki shook his head, stating that he continued his practice as usual. Yet it seemed he had activated a life magnetic field, subsequently generating electric currents by rubbing his hands together, ultimately leading to a sudden bout of madness. The precise cause remained unclear. Rongshan remarked, magnetism generates electricity, and electricity generates magnetism. Is this the framework of modern physics? I was under the impression you had mastered the Yang Five Thunder technique. As for the life magnetic field you mentioned, it must refer to human magnetism. I have indeed heard of similar methods, referred to as reversing the 8 directions or something akin to that. Such techniques can injure from a distance. Intangible and invisible to the naked eye, rendering conventional defensive measures ineffective. Aoki nodded. Of course, it cannot be seen. I have never heard of anyone being able to perceive magnetic fields. The magnetic field is omnipresent, enveloping the entire planet, and exists within the human body as well. Few possess the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Most extraordinary individuals are adept at refining energy. Those born with the innate ability to control magnetic fields are exceedingly rare. I would consider myself a product of postnatal awakening. Rongshan expressed his astonishment. What does this signify? The postnatal awakening of an innate extraordinary ability? Might your inherent talent conflict with the golden light spell? Aoki shook his head, expressing his doubts. It is unlikely. The life magnetic field is an innate ability of living beings, yet most individuals struggle to harness it, even when they attempt to develop this ability. Their efforts are often superficial, as this world of extraordinary beings offers a plethora of alternatives. In the realm of the sea tiger, the compatibility of magnetic martial arts is remarkably high. Virtually all forms of martial arts can enhance one's magnetic prowess. It is akin to a formidable buff, though the magnetic martial arts encompass far more than this. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, even if one's physical form is destroyed, one can forcibly undergo cellular recombination and regeneration. Moreover, one can utilize the magnetic field to reshape the body, alter one's appearance, and mend inherent flaws. Jill Valentine can become as grand as she desires. All of this rests within the contemplation of a master of magnetic martial arts. Seeing Aoki lost in thought, Rongshan rose to take his leave. Junior brother Aoki, I must depart now, but before I go, I have a message from Master. He advises you to engage in quiet cultivation and practice the purification of the mind spell. Your thoughts are scattered. It is imperative that you focus on inner tranquility. Also, refrain from indiscriminately dabbling in various techniques, as it may lead you astray and result in catastrophic consequences. Aoki nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Take care, senior brother. As he watched his senior brother depart, he resumed his contemplation. He had indeed succumbed to the madness of the magnetic field. This was an undeniable truth. Once, in his innocent youth, he had unwittingly become tainted by the magnetic field's influence. It was no wonder that over the years, both his physical and mental states had undergone significant transformations. The practice of magnetic martial arts led one to greater madness, and with that madness came immense strength. Now, anyone could easily spit at him and derisively call him madman, provided they were aware of Aoki's circumstances. Yet, in the presence of a true magnetic madman, Aoki was merely a novice, just beginning his journey. There was but one way to restrain his madness, to cultivate his nature and practice the purification incantation for the mind. Aoki extinguished the lights, sitting cross-legged as he regulated his breath, his exhalations deep and prolonged. The king of emptiness manifested upon Aoki's form, bestowing an enhancement of 500 to his cultivation experience. In March, Aoki's psyche thoroughly stabilized his emotions, temporarily rendering himself incapable of succumbing to madness. Until one day, when the venerable master summoned both him and Zhang Lingyu, Aoki gently rapped on the door, calling out, Master, it is I, Aoki. Come in. For Lingyu has also arrived. Aoki pushed the door open and entered the room, seeking a place to sit. The venerable master spoke. I have summoned you both today for a particular task. Zhang Lingyu replied, Master, please instruct us, and I shall ensure its completion. Xingmu nodded, refraining from making any guarantees to avoid the pitfalls that the old master might set for him. The grand ceremony of Luo Tian was on the verge of commencement, and I intended to send you all out on a journey to extend invitations to various sects and families for the event. Xingmu, you should also venture down the mountain and not linger in Longhushan. What accomplishments can one achieve by merely confining oneself behind closed doors? Xingmu nodded, having been diligently practicing the purification heart incantation. At present, only the venerable celestial master and Master Tian possess a mastery of the incantation that surpasses his own. This is the list of individuals you are required to invite. I shall address the larger sects in our WeChat group. As for these smaller sects, a mere phone call will suffice, for they may perceive our outreach as a scam. Therefore, Lingyu and the young lad Xingmu, I entrust you both with the task of running these errands. Zhang Lingyu replied, understood, master. I shall ensure that all notifications are conveyed appropriately. Aoki nodded, convinced that Senior Lingyu would indeed provide the necessary notification. Aoki received the list and perused it briefly before pausing on a particular page. There. He found the name Zhang Chulan, a student from Nankai University. He was the sole entry on that page. The old master. Qingmu feigned confusion and inquired, Master, is this individual truly the heir of the Qi body lineage? During this period, Qingmu had not entirely devoted himself to seclusion in his leisure moments. He often indulged in clandestine observations, watching the younger generation of extraordinary individuals engage in boastful exchanges within their chat groups. The news of the heir to the Qi body lineage had long since circulated, sparking a flurry of discussions among the populace. As for the source of this revelation, it was undoubtedly the all-nature sect. The announcement that Zhang Chulan was the heir to the Qi body lineage spread throughout the realm of extraordinary beings that very night. Some were curious, some skeptical, and others eager to test the waters. The venerable Taoist sighed, he is the grandson of one of your granduncles, a man with whom I share a deep camaraderie as fellow disciples. During this upcoming grand ritual of Luo Tian, I wish to seize this opportunity to bring him to Longhushan and provide him with protection. Aoki nodded, comprehending the situation. Thus, it is clear that Zhang Chulan holds paramount importance, while the others may be relegated to the background. Shall I simply bring him back, master? A raised eyebrow from the celestial teacher followed. No force shall be employed. By virtue of hierarchy, he must address you as junior uncle. Aoki, very well. I shall refrain from resorting to violence. My greatest skill lies in conquering others through virtue. The old master always finds it rather peculiar. Qingmu, to which master is Zhang Chulan the grandson? If I have more detailed information, it would be easier for me to bring him back. The heavenly master hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed, it would not hurt to share this with you, but it must not be disclosed to others. Zhang Lingyu, the disciple understands and will certainly keep it confidential. Qingmu, I too share the same sentiment. Zhang Chulan's grandfather, Zhang Huai, was one of the esteemed disciples of my generation's masters. However, due to certain circumstances, he departed from Longhu Mountain. In those days, it was your granduncle Tian Jinzhong who, in his quest to find Zhang Huai, fell victim to treachery and suffered grievous injuries, losing the use of his hands and feet. Aoki, have those treacherous individuals been brought to justice? The venerable heavenly master shakes his head. Those individuals concealed their identities, making it impossible for your uncle Tian to discern their origins. Had he known, your esteemed master would have already led us, his disciples, to seek retribution for the late elder Tian. Qingmu furrowed his brow, recalling Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing. Did you not consult the sorcerer? Perhaps answers could be gleaned from the intricacies of the Qimon. The venerable master shook his head. It was uncertain whether there had been no consultation or if inquiries had yielded nothing of substance. Not wishing to press his mentor further, Qingmu chose to remain silent. At worst, he could seek the assistance of Wang Yi and Zhuge Qing. A small price would surely secure their aid. The master resumed the previous discourse. Since Zhang Huai descended the mountain, he had not returned, concealing himself due to the legacy of the 8 extraordinary techniques in the Qi body source lineage. To this day, he has but a single grandson and one son. His son, Zhang Yuda, has vanished, leaving only Zhang Chulan in solitude. Rumors now circulate that a successor of the Qi body source lineage has emerged, prompting them to take decisive action before retrieving him. Furthermore, after descending the mountain, Zhang Huai adopted the alias Zhang Shilin. Aoki, understood. I have no further inquiries. Lingyu, what about you? Zhang Lingyu remained silent, responding with nothing more to say since you had already concluded. No other questions remain. Old master, very well. Then let it be so. Lingyu, you may return. I have some matters to discuss privately with Aoki. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu rose and departed, while Aoki patiently awaited the old master's words. You mentioned earlier that you have activated your own life magnetic field, correct? Aoki, I have now attained the ability to initially manipulate the life magnetic field, generating an electric current. Aoki raised his hand to form a virtual grasp, and a surge of blue electricity manifested, swirling and flowing around his arm. The old master scrutinized this current carefully. It bore some differences from the authentic method of the Five Thunder, with the fluctuations of qi being quite subtle. Qingmu, the purest form of bioelectric current, resides within the neural cells of every individual, akin to the currents generated by magnetism. The venerable master shook his head. Perhaps this holds true for the ordinary person, but for those possessed of extraordinary abilities, such distinctions cannot be clearly made. The body's vital energy is in a constant state of flux, with various elemental energies intertwined, rendering them indistinguishable. It is akin to the innate vital energy and the acquired energy cultivated through practice. They blend seamlessly, erasing the boundaries between self and other. You must have encountered the concept of the reverse triple formation, have you not? Their aim is to revert this amalgamated energy back to its original, innate form. What a formidable challenge it is. Aoki experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, he had approached these matters with a discerning perspective. Humanity is an integral entity, and one ought to consider issues in a holistic manner, first observing the entirety, then dissecting the problems for analysis, and finally synthesizing the observations once more. Through this iterative process, one can naturally discern the essence of the issues at hand. The venerable master shifted his tone. Aoki, I wish for you to embrace your true nature. Would you be willing? Aoki was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for a considerable time, while the old celestial master did not urge him to speak. The disciples of Longhu Mountain, bestowed with the surname Zhang by the contemporary celestial master, signified that these disciples had ascended to the rank of advanced practitioners, gaining the ability to learn the 5 thunder rites and qualifying to compete for the position of celestial master. Master, I do not wish to vie for the position of celestial master against brother Lingyu. The old celestial master replied, what are you thinking? I am not dead yet. There is no need for you to contend for the position of celestial master. Aoki's gaze flickered with contemplation. Indeed, he wished to master the 5 thunder method, yet he ultimately decided against it. Brother Lingyu had long harbored resentment over Aoki's inability to learn the technique. Should Aoki pursue the 5 thunder method, it would undoubtedly provoke Lingyu. Furthermore, to outsiders, including others from the Heavenly Master's residence, Aoki's audacity signified his potential to become the next generation's Heavenly Master. Lingyu might find it intolerable, potentially sowing discord among the brotherhood and straining their master-disciple bond. The disciple was unwilling to witness such a predicament. The old master let out a cold snort. Do you think that by refraining from studying the 5 thunder method, you will escape scrutiny? 3 months ago, your spectacle of generating electricity by rubbing the magnetic field spread like wildfire throughout Longhu Mountain. Everyone believes you have mastered the 5 thunder method. I have remained silent and tacitly accepted this notion, and now all regard you as a new high-ranking disciple. Aoki was taken aback. He had indeed overlooked this matter, realizing that his master was deliberately attempting to impose the identity of a highly skilled disciple upon him. However, Aoki quickly regained his composure. Master, I am indifferent to the opinions of others. After all, Senior Lingyu and Senior Rongshan are aware of the truth of the situation. As long as they comprehend the reality, I care not for the thoughts of anyone else. I, Aoki, act without the need for explanations to others. I shall pursue my desires freely. No one shall bind me with the shackles of public opinion or morality. I possess neither shame nor moral constraints. The more Qingmu pondered, the more confident he became, standing ever straighter. Little did he know, the old master struck down upon him with a resounding slap, landing squarely on his head. You stubborn mule. Aoki responded with a swift motion, descending gracefully into the courtyard. Aoki sprang to his feet, covered in dust, and turned to flee. If not now, then when? Should he delay any longer, who knows when the master would strike again? The master stood at the doorway, observing Aoki's hasty retreat. Alas, Qingmu was concerned about Lingyu's feelings, and the old master felt a sense of relief. With a harmonious master-disciple relationship and brotherly camaraderie, what more could one desire? Yet, recollecting the audacious demeanor of that young lad earlier, he felt a surge of irritation. What could this rascal possibly be so proud of? Others yearned for the opportunity to learn the 5 thunder techniques, yet he chose to forfeit it without a second thought. It was imperative to resolve Lingyu's inner turmoil swiftly. Otherwise, this generation would lack a worthy successor to the complete teachings of the 5 thunder techniques. Such a lineage would face inevitable severance. While the sacred texts may endure, there is no substitute for the profound wisdom imparted by a manor. Without guidance, the next inheritor could easily stray from the path, encountering unnecessary obstacles. This young man truly lacks awareness of the greater picture. It seems. I have not resorted to moral coercion. Perhaps I shall attempt moral persuasion next time. Lingyu, my senior brother, was set to descend the mountain for business that very day, and Qingmu, with no other recourse, followed suit. Indeed, as a distinguished disciple of the Celestial Master Escort, his enthusiasm for undertaking responsibilities was commendable. Aoki harbored his own intentions. This descent from the mountain was to procure certain items. Thus, he adopted a somewhat obstinate stance, declaring that his sole responsibility was to retrieve Zhang Chulan, leaving the task of inviting others to the various sects to someone else. What could Zhang Lingyu do? He was merely a doting senior brother, resigned to indulgence. Consequently, Aoki ventured forth to seek Zhang Chulan, while Zhang Lingyu descended to extend invitations to the various factions. At the foot of Longhu Mountain, Aoki retrieved his phone, perusing his contacts until he located Songlong. Meanwhile, Songlong, savoring barbecue delicacies at a roadside stall, noticed his phone ringing. Ah, his lifelong rival. What could the scoundrel Aoki possibly want with him? Qingmu, Songlong, would you be interested in learning the art of dragon-tiger breathing? Songlong. Qingmu, the dragon and tiger breathing technique can assist you in shedding all excess fat, transforming you into a muscular powerhouse. Aoki, a stylish gentleman like myself. Aoki, trust me. Every individual with a fuller figure possesses untapped potential. If you refine your physique, you will undoubtedly emerge as a striking gentleman. Songlong, brother Aoki, please prepare a serving for me. But will it not divulge the secret teachings of Longhu Mountain? Qingmu, it is not a secret tradition. I am the original creator of the dragon and tiger breathing technique, and my master merely assisted me in refining it. Qingmu, if I can pass it to Lu Lin from the Lu family, why can't I pass it to you? Songlong, make one for me. Aoki's lips curled into a smile, as Songlong had taken the bait. Given Zonglong's keen interest in Lu Linglong, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to transform his image. Qingmu, please assist me in locating an individual, the president of the Yaoxing Society, a woman named Chu Tong. Qingmu, I desire her real-time whereabouts. Zonglong, what is your purpose in seeking her? Qingmu, she possesses something I desire, but I cannot divulge the specifics. Zonglong, you cannot possibly be contemplating something immoral, can you? Zonglong, once you lose your virginity, you will be unable to cultivate the Yang 5 Thunder. Do you not wish to learn the Yang 5 Thunder? Aoki, meow meow meow. Zonglong cleared his throat, realizing he had misjudged the situation. The disciple of the Grandmaster could not possibly be so morally bankrupt. If he were indeed depraved, it would only serve to strengthen the resolve of the upright Lu Linglong, who would certainly never take a liking to him. This task is one I, Zonglong, must undertake with unwavering commitment. Zonglong, I shall do it. Aoki, once I have completed the task, I shall seek you out to bestow upon you the secret tome. Aoki, do you require funds for the event? Zonglong, if you are willing to provide, I would certainly be delighted to accept. Aoki, allow me to provide you with cash. Avoiding any bank transfers to minimize traces. Is 1 million sufficient? Zonglong, impressive. Is the Taoist truly so affluent? For Zonglong, 1 million is merely a year's pocket money, however. Receiving it without effort would certainly enhance the quality of his life for the year ahead. Aoki, cease your prattling. Being a Taoist does not yield such a substantial income. This is merely supplemental earnings. Zonglong, have you been engaged to perform feng shui for a prominent family? Aoki, inform me of any news. Zhang Chulan has been exceptionally unfortunate these past few days. First, his ancestral grave was disturbed, and then a woman posing as his half-sister appeared. That woman nearly buried him alive in his grandfather's grave. Subsequently, he encountered a zombie. Had it not been for the skills he had previously acquired, he would have met his demise there. Upon returning to school, he confronted the untidy woman impersonating his half-sister. To his astonishment, she demanded to take him as her slave. What a disgraceful game. Are women today so frivolous? Zhang Chulan scoffed internally, aware that Feng Baobao was not one to indulge in such antics. She possessed a notable emotional detachment, exhibiting no fluctuations in sentiment even when she inflicted pain upon herself. Her desire to enslave him was not born of malice, but rather, perhaps, a misguided lesson imparted by someone. Damn it, who could be so malicious? First, she dismembered his clothing with a butcher's technique, then threatened to expose the secret of his guarding the palace mark if he refused to submit as her slave. Helplessly, he, a man of integrity, sought only to attain clarity of thought. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Feng Baobao's demands. At that moment, Zhang Chulan stood naked atop a tree, observing the couple who had been entwined for the entire afternoon. For heaven's sake, why are they not leaving? As dusk fell and the moonlight dimmed, the couple finally departed. Just as Zhang Chulan prepared to leap from the tree, he heard a snap and saw a flash of light. He turned stiffly to find a young man in a black robe standing on the rooftop, brandishing a smartphone and capturing a series of photographs. The flash rendered Zhang Chulan's face ghostly pale. Zhang Chulan shouted, "Don't come any closer." He kicked off with his feet, reaching for Aoki's phone, only to have Aoki press down on his head first, gently pushing him, causing Zhang Chulan to tumble down. Such was the advantage of height. Aoki's arms were longer than Zhang Chulan's. Zhang Chulan landed with a thud, crying out in pain. Remarkably, this fellow played his part convincingly, despite the fact that he could have landed gracefully. Aoki opened WeChat and sent several photos to the old master, adding a note that he had just found Zhang Chulan in a tree. The old master gazed in silence at the numerous photos, his mind buzzing with confusion. What had transpired? Zhang Chulan, feeling a sharp pain in his rear, had initially intended to put on a fade, but soon realized the overwhelming strength of his opponent. The gentle force rendered him incapable of stabilizing his body, leading to an unintentional, yet genuine tumble, resulting in a rather unfortunate mishap. Thankfully, he avoided landing on the nearby stones. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Aoki leaped from the rooftop, shedding the outer layer of his robe, preparing to drape it over Zhang Chulan. To his dismay, Zhang Chulan's face contorted in terror as he recoiled repeatedly. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer." Zhang Chulan turned to flee, yet was ensnared by a golden aura rope. He fell to the ground, panic-stricken, calling out, "Yame Tower. No. Help me. Please." The golden rope stand was thrust into Zhang Chulan's mouth, silencing his cries and filling his mouth completely. Zhang Chulan writhed in desperation, but Aoki methodically dragged him into an adjacent room. "Stop shouting, Chulan, and come inside with me." Zhang Chulan's pupils widened, tears of humiliation streaming down his cheeks. Aoki hurled him against the wall and then tossed his robe over him, before pulling up a chair to sit down. Alas, it was not a plastic chair from a bustling eatery. Had it been, drawing forth the Yama blade would have surely conveyed a sense of formidable power. Aoki remained silent, engrossed in his phone for a span of 10 minutes. One of the secrets to longevity is to frequently observe affluent and generous beauties. Once Zhang Chulan's emotions had stabilized, Aoki put away his phone. Aoki turned to Zhang Chulan, inquiring, "Have you regained your composure?" Zhang Chulan fervently nodded. As long as he wasn't being chastised, everything was negotiable. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aoki, a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain. You may refer to me as Taoist Aoki, and once you acknowledge your lineage, you may call me Little Shirshu or Shirshu Aoki. Your performance was quite commendable. You feigned ignorance of the golden light spell convincingly. However, I can sense the chi within you, a manifestation cultivated from the golden light spell. Zhang Chulan's expression momentarily faltered, only to quickly revert to a guise of bewilderment. Aoki removed the golden ball gag from Zhang Chulan's mouth, pulling out a stream of saliva, leaving Zhang Chulan appearing utterly defeated. Master Aoki, Brother Aoki, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. I implore you, release me. I possess neither wealth nor allure, for I am tainted. Aoki shook his head. The lizard's powder, Zhang Shilin, Zhang Yuda, the golden light charm, the five thunder true method. Zhang Chulan fell silent, realizing that this individual had come prepared and had long set his sights on him. Your grandfather, Zhang Shilin, originally named Zhang Huai, was a disciple of the contemporary Grand Master of Longhushan. Decades ago, he departed from Longhushan due to a tumultuous upheaval, married, and had children, thus giving rise to you. I am a close disciple of the current Grand Master, and by lineage, you should address me as junior uncle. I have come to find you in order to take you back to Longhushan. After Aoki finished unraveling the energy bindings that restrained Zhang Chulan, he took out his phone to browse videos, patiently awaiting Zhang Chulan to process the information. A few minutes later, Zhang Chulan began to inquire, prompting Aoki to pause the video. Why have you come to find me now? Aoki, your grandfather has concealed you quite adeptly. It was only recently that Longhu Mountain became aware of your existence. Thus, I descended from the mountain in search of you. You, as the heir to the Chi body lineage, have already been revealed. If you do not return to Longhu Mountain, I fear that you shall find no peace in the days to come. Zhang Chulan, what is the Chi body lineage? Qingmu, the divine skill crafted by your grandfather. The ultimate technique, the source of Chi. Truly remarkable. Its grandeur towers as high as 3 or 4 stories. Zhang Chulan's expression grew pensive, for he grasped the gravity of the situation. The series of events he had encountered over the past few days were not mere coincidences. They were intricately linked to his identity as the heir to the source of Chi. His grandfather's involvement with tomb raiding was a consequence of others seeking the secrets of the Chi body source. Was Feng Baobao entangled in this as well? No. That was not the case. Feng Baobao was merely a pawn, manipulated by a greater force. This morning, Feng Baobao's demeanor while reading from the card was rather absurd. Almost too painful to witness. Thus, was this Taoist Qingmu also pursuing the source of Chi? Zhang Chulan pondered. If I were to declare that I do not possess the source of Chi, would you believe me? Qingmu raised an eyebrow, saying, that has nothing to do with me. Even if you were capable of mastering the devouring heaven demonic technique, I still, well, if you can indeed wield such power, I would still attempt to seize it. A mere Chi body source stream is hardly worth the bloodshed among fellow disciples. Zhang Chulan felt a slight relaxation. Regardless of the truth, it was evident that his counterpart had no intention of pressing him for the moment. Moreover, this Taoist Qingmu had subconsciously regarded him as a fellow disciple. Was he a disciple of the Grand Celestial Master? What on earth was a disciple of the Grand Celestial Master? And what was this devouring heaven demonic technique? It certainly sounded formidable. Aoki felt a sense of impatience. He had other matters to attend to and truly did not wish to squander time with Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan, spare me the ambiguity. Will you return to Longhu Mountain or not? After a brief moment of silence, Zhang Chulan responded, if I were to express my unwillingness, would you forcibly take me away? Qingmu, it is difficult to say. Zhang Chulan appeared utterly bewildered. What sort of response was that? Qingmu then picked up his phone to make a call. Hello. Master, are you awake? I would like to seek your opinion on a matter. Zhang Chulan is unwilling to accompany me back to Longhushan. Should I break his legs to bring him back? Zhang Chulan felt a chill run down his spine. I did not say I was unwilling. I merely stated if, do not jump to conclusions. Oh, I see. Yes. Understood. Then good night, Master. Qingmu hung up the phone and redirected his gaze toward Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan, resolute in his heart, perceived that this Taoist Qingmu was certainly no ordinary person. The peculiar aura he exuded resembled that of a formidable character from a Hong Kong comic. Such a distinct atmosphere was indeed rare, and it would be unwise to incite his wrath. If he were to unleash upon me an ultimate torment, my frail body would surely be unable to withstand it. Taoist Qingmu. No. Master Qingmu, I did not express any reluctance to travel to Longhu Mountain. I merely stated that if, should you insist on my presence, I would also like to pay my respects to the venerable Master Yi. Qingmu rose to his feet, startling Zhang Chulan. Zhang Chulan, your master has stated that he will not compel you to journey to Longhu Mountain. However, Zhang Chulan exhaled in relief. But the mere utterance of however sent his heart racing. Your master wishes for you to participate in this year's Luotian Grand Ceremony, which is merely a month away. I trust you will prepare adequately. Zhang Chulan nodded fervently, determined to tackle this challenge first. Yet, a frown tugged at the corners of his mouth. What was with this Uncle Qingmu? He was always meddling with his mindset. You will encounter various troubles ahead. For many are aware that you are the heir of the Chi body lineage. You will face considerable difficulties, both overtly and covertly. With the old celestial master of Longhu Mountain overseeing you, Those prominent families dare not act against you openly. After all, you are the grandson of the old celestial master's disciple. Our Longhu Mountain has always been protective, yet we are not omnipresent. Should you meet an untimely demise during this period, we can only seek vengeance on your behalf. Next year, we shall burn some paper for you. As for me, your little uncle, I may even offer 2 additional paper effigies. This was all I needed to convey to you. What is your WeChat number? Share it with me so I can add you and, by the way, introduce you to your master. You can speak with him directly. Zhang Chuan, very well. I must take my leave now, as I have significant matters to attend to. Additionally, return my clothing. Zhang Chuan was taken aback. Wasn't it lent to me to cover my embarrassment? Xingmu, the task bestowed upon me by my master is to escort you back. If you refuse to cooperate, do you still expect me to treat you with kindness? Xingmu tugged at his robe and turned to leave amidst Zhang Chuan's cries. Zhang Chuan exclaimed, Xingmu, you heartless wretch. That night, the details of how Zhang Chuan returned to his dormitory in the nude remain a mystery. Yet, the legend of the bare-bottomed hero spread throughout Nankai University. Xingmu drove his recently purchased second-hand wooling van onto the national highway. It was already 3 in the morning, and the road was virtually devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. The wooling van, a vehicle truly designed for the people, was affordable and sturdy, well-suited for transporting goods. Its power was enigmatic, becoming more formidable in the face of strength. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, Xingmu swiftly closed the distance to a BMW sedan ahead. Aoki cast a glance at the navigation on his phone, confirming that it was indeed this vehicle. The Songlong faction had installed a tracker on this BMW. And upon receiving the location sent by Songlong, the hunt commenced. The hunt has begun. A myriad of masks danced upon Aoki's visage, as his form transformed into that of a silver-haired man clad in a black and blue trench coat. Aoki, with hair gel in hand, slicked his hair back and extended his arm out of the window. Golden rose of radiance. A golden revolver, crafted from crystallized light, materialized in his grasp. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a fireball composed of compressed flames from the chamber, propelling a crystalline bullet forward. The bullet pierced through the BMW's chassis, striking the fuel tank, resulting in an explosion that ignited the gasoline within. With a thunderous bang, the BMW erupted, soaring into the air. Aoki, no. At this moment, he is Virgil, a man devoid of emotion, cold and ruthless. A man capable of mercilessly snapping his own son's arm without a flicker of hesitation. A man who can coldly plunge a knife into his own brother. The founder of a family steeped in treachery. An aficionado of hair gel. A man unable to master the double jump. A man brimming with power. Virgil parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out. In his hand appeared the Inma blade as he approached the wreckage of the vehicle step by step. With a loud bang, the car door flew towards him, and Virgil unsheathed his blade to slice through the metallic door. Sheathing his sword, he stood before it, observing the unfolding events. From the torn remnants of the car emerged a muscular man covered in black ash. The muscular man raised his arms and roared, the force of his energy dispersing the dust that enveloped him, revealing his glistening muscles. Aoki recognized him immediately by the texture of his physique and the method of energy infusion. He was the master of the Chai style. Chai-yin, surprised by the recognition, remarked, I never imagined that despite altering my appearance, I could still be recognized. And by a foreigner, no less. Are you the one who attacked us? Virgil remained silent, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him, chilling to the bone. Chai-yin's expression turned grave. This foreigner was a formidable opponent. Cough, cough. Chai-yin, kill him. Liuzi, take me away. A feeble female voice emerged from the wreckage. Gradually, 2 figures rose from the debris, both charred and blackened. One was Chu Tong, her delicate garments completely incinerated, her once fair skin now scorched and charred. Despite her darkened form, the beautiful contours of her body remained discernible, though no one could bear to look upon her now. The attack had come too suddenly. Only Chai-yin, with his mastery of body refinement, sensed it in advance, but by the time he warned, it was too late. Though she suffered no internal injuries or broken bones, the extensive burns had irrevocably marred her appearance. Had it not been for her mastery of the 8 rare techniques, particularly the dual completion technique, which allowed her to mend her physical injuries, she would have surely succumbed to madness. No woman could endure the destruction of her beauty. Chai-yin did not turn back, his gaze fixed on Virgil. Understood. Several beams of golden light, the phantom swords, materialized around Virgil, shooting towards the 2 attempting to flee. Chai-yin made no attempt to hinder them. Rather, he seized the opportunity to charge at Virgil, aiming a hand strike at his neck. Chai-yin was confident that Liuzi could protect Chu Tong. At the very least, he could shield her with his body. As long as he seized this chance, he could strike down this formidable foe. Virgil raised his left hand, wielding the sheathed long blade to block Chai-yin's strike. Just as Chai-yin prepared to continue his assault, he heard Liuzi's anguished cry. Liuzi had indeed positioned himself in front of Chu Tong, deflecting most of the phantom swords. Yet the last blade pierced through his chest. Liuzi, Chai-yin shouted, but his assault did not cease. He continued to pummel Virgil with relentless fists. Virgil, with his left arm wielding the Inma blade, deflected Chai-yin's punches. Weak. Too weak. This is the leading master of the Chai style? Not strong enough. Not resilient enough. Not powerful enough. Aoki, without even enhancing his physical strength with chi, effortlessly blocked his opponent's fist. The fist, as solid as steel, surged towards Virgil like a tsunami, yet was met with the blade's sheath, which deflected each blow, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. Cheyenne exclaimed, "Are you underestimating me, you rascal? Such an irritating little brat, reminiscent of my own disciple, who is equally bothersome. That wretched disciple promised to spar with me upon his departure, but during the match, he held back ferociously, a sheer humiliation. And now, you two, in our battle, choose to go easy on me. You truly look down upon me. I shall shatter the faces of all who dare to belittle me. Chai Clan's horizontal training, tenfold power. This punch is packed with might. It is powerful. It is domineering. No one has the right to underestimate me. Cheyenne, the long-lost fervor surges within my heart. Even in my advanced years, I shall disperse all of you." Aoki was bewildered by the sudden surge of enthusiasm from the other party. It mattered little. He was no longer Aoki, but Virgil, an emotionless warrior. Virgil did not retreat, draw his weapon, or attempt to block. Instead, he struck back at Cheyenne's head, having realized that Cheyenne could not reach him. His height and longer arms granted him an undeniable advantage. As Cheyenne's fist failed to connect with Aoki's face, it lost its momentum, while the force of Virgil's blow sent Cheyenne hurtling away. This sensation was all too familiar and utterly loathsome. He had once succumbed to his own disciple, a ferocious opponent of similar stature and youth, equally formidable. How frustrating it was that he had chosen to hold back, despite having the power to obliterate him with a single blow. A master of the blade. Yet he refrained from unsheathing it. There are countless ways to insult someone. Why must you all resort to the most degrading method of undermining my dignity? I, Cheyenne, shall not yield. Do not underestimate the elderly and impoverished. Cheyenne's eyes widened, his muscles bulging as his taut skin tore, blood erupting forth. I am the strongest of the unorthodox. Cheyenne lunged at the silver-haired man before him, a fierce determination radiating from him. Virgil sensed Cheyenne's resolve. He craved a battle to the death, preferring to fight valiantly than to live in shame. If that is the case, then I shall not squander my time. You deserve to die. Virgil swept Aoki, the divine mechanism of refinement? Ah, indeed, at this juncture, old Ma has already fallen under the control of Chu Tong. Having perused Ma Xianhong's memories, Chu Tong is undoubtedly aware of the entirety of the divine mechanism of refinement, even if Chu Tong has not mastered it. The essence of the divine mechanism remains etched in her mind. Should old Ma meet his demise, Chu Tong could readily activate a backup candidate to learn the divine mechanism. The divine mechanism of refinement is also one of the 8 extraordinary techniques created by Ma Ben Zai, with Ma Xianhong being one of its rightful successors. Now that Chu Tong is deceased, old Ma is liberated. Oh, old Ma, you must express your gratitude to me. Virgil departed, driving to a remote area devoid of witnesses or surveillance, where he incinerated the vehicle. This car was a black market acquisition, purchased under a guise of a shifting mask, and procured with cash. Presently, there exists but one flaw, the hidden dragon. Virgil transformed his appearance, revealing Aoki's original visage. Aoki, while searching for a nearby inn to spend the night, encountered Songlong the following day. Songlong remarked, "You have arrived." Aoki, "Indeed, I have arrived." Songlong, "You ought not to have come." Aoki raised an eyebrow, questioning whether you were indulging in a jest or issuing a warning. Aoki, "Are you truly foregoing money and secrets?" Songlong Yixiao, "How could I possibly let them go? I was merely indulging in a jest." Qingmu, "You should say, has the goods arrived? Your manner lacks professionalism." Songlong gives a thumbs up. The Taoist truly knows how to engage. By the way, are you really a disciple of the esteemed Longhu Mountain? Qingmu, what is the purpose of this inquiry? Nevertheless, it does not harm to share. My master indeed wishes for me to become a disciple of high merit. Everyone on Longhu Mountain is aware that the Grand Master holds this second-generation junior uncle in great esteem. It was only a matter of time before Qingmu became a disciple of the esteemed high virtue. Both senior brother Rongshan and senior brother Lingyu were well aware of this. Had it not been for Qingmu's rejection last time, he might have already taken the plunge by now. Songlong wore a mischievous grin, thus confirming the authenticity of the information regarding the Zhijin flower. Songlong inquired, "Taoist Qingmu, you are still a virgin, are you not?" Qingmu. Songlong felt as if the entire world had become radiant, for the great calamity had been dispelled. The esteemed Qingmu Taoist is on the verge of becoming a high-ranking official in the Heavenly Master's residence, yet remains a virgin. It is inevitable that he will cultivate the Yang Five Thunder, a process that demands considerable time. Achieving mastery may take no less than a decade. Even if he possesses extraordinary talents, a minimum of 5 years is requisite. In 5 years, both he and Linglong's child will have learned to walk. By that time, even if Qingmu Taoist were to break his vows and engage in romantic pursuits, he would be too late to contend for Linglong's affections. Aoki remains oblivious to the tempest brewing within Long's mind. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly utter a phrase that could cause a myocardial infarction. I harbor the ambition of a chancellor. Aoki patted the luxury car beside him and commanded, "Open the trunk." Songlong, albeit perplexed, complied and opened the trunk. Aoki retrieved a devouring pouch from within his clothing and delved into the trunk. Bundles of 100 yuan notes cascaded from the pouch, forming a small heap. Songlong's eyes widened in astonishment, not merely at the pile of money, but at the method employed by Aoki. Could it be that he possessed spatial equipment? An item akin to a spatial ring. What a remarkable treasure. Does Longhu Mountain truly harbor such wonders? Songlong rubbed his hands together, visibly excited. Master Aoki, do you possess any surplus of this remarkable artifact? Please, I beseech you, let me procure one as well. Name your price. Aoki gazed at Songlong with narrowed eyes, causing him to feel a sense of unease. Songlong stammered, I was just joking. How could I possibly sell such a precious treasure to someone else? Haha. Aoki hurled the devouring pouch towards Songlong, who clumsily caught it. Here. I've given you this, which signifies that you and I are now allies. Songlong suddenly sensed a foreboding feeling. Isn't this item from Longhu Mountain? Aoki shook his head, exclaiming, how could there be such a thing on Longhu Mountain? Was I not clear in asking you to help me trace the whereabouts of the president of Yaoxing Society? I sought her out last night, and this object was taken directly from her. Songlong immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing the implications. You can't possibly be suggesting. Aoki, I executed my tasks with utmost precision. The only flaw lies with you. At that moment, Songlong felt a chill run through his limbs. Could it be that this scoundrel Aoki intends to silence me permanently? Possessing this item signifies that you and I are accomplices, indicating the necessity for a thorough cleansing of our tracks. Fear not, the disputes among the extraordinary are of little concern to the outside world. They would be more than pleased to witness our demise. Nevertheless, we must strive to leave no traces behind. We are now like grasshoppers on the same string. Here. Take this, your updated dragon tiger breathing technique. Aoki pressed the secret manual against Songlong's chest, and only then did Songlong breathe a sigh of relief. He understood the principle of using a carrot and a stick. As long as he did not extinguish his own life, it would suffice. Songlong remarked. Is it not shameful for a disciple of the illustrious Longhu Mountain to resort to murder and theft for such a trivial object? Aoki, certainly. It is not for that purpose. It is best not to inquire further into the specifics. As for Chu Tong, he is hardly an upstanding individual. He has committed his fair share of misdeeds. My actions could at best be described as a case of black eating black. You need not bear any pangs of conscience. Once the matter is tidied up, it will take quite some time before the news of Chu Tong's disappearance is confirmed. You have at least a week to address this. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance. Qingmu intends to return home tomorrow, awaiting the moment when Luo Tian de Jiao reveals his divinity before the masses, displaying his grandeur with the grace of the wind. It is night. And in a foot massage parlor, Qingmu lies on the bed, indulging in the services of the beautiful masseuse. Suddenly, he receives a distress message from Zhang Chuan. As for why a Taoist priest would seek solace in a foot massage parlor, after practicing Taoism for nearly 2.5 years, what is wrong with indulging a little? The stunning masseuse, panting heavily from exhaustion, is not merely fatigued from her work. She is also captivated by Qingmu's physique. Yearning for him. Taoist. I haven't done this in a long time. It's so tiring. If I weren't charging, you could lend a hand yourself. Aoki turned his head and exclaimed, meow, meow, meow. Aoki forcefully pushed aside the woman from the ominous shop, exclaiming, you are lusting after my body. How base. You temptress. Do not tarnish my purity or disrupt my cultivation. I am a man of integrity. I seek to master the 5 thunders of Yang. Aoki placed a bundle of cash on the counter of the ominous shop, causing the woman's heart to tremble in response. As she clutched the money, her gaze became dreamy, exclaiming how striking the Taoist was even when he resorted to violence. Aoki donned his Taoist robe and leapt from the window. The woman gasped in astonishment, Master. This is the 18th floor. The figure of Aoki has vanished, and the woman hastily rushed to the window, yet she found no trace of the Taoist priest. She recalled the masculine touch from moments ago, realizing it was not a male ghost that siphoned the feminine essence. Is there truly such a thing as cultivation? The woman from the ominous shop slapped her cheek. She must believe in science. She must believe in science. She must believe in science. There is no such thing as flying with a sword. The old celestial master from Longhu Mountain proclaimed it on television. One must believe in science. Aoki stepped through a spatial portal, sheathing the Yinma blade into the recess of his left arm. It must be around here. Aoki took out his phone, opened WeChat, and checked Zhang Chulin's shared location. Aoki briskly ran towards Zhang Chulin's location, which was situated in an abandoned residence. Through a surge of instinct, Aoki discovered their whereabouts. Outside an abandoned house, zombies, under the control of Lu Yunyun, unceremoniously tossed the bound Zhang Chulan onto the ground. Lu Yunyun, a runaway girl, exhibited a rather lackluster skill in capturing. Stealthily, she ambushed Zhang Chulan, placing a curse behind his neck to seal his energy. However, in her clumsy binding, she neglected to secure his hands. Zhang Chulan managed to retrieve his phone from his pocket, discreetly sending Aoki his location and a plea for help. Though their first encounter had not been particularly pleasant, he discerned that Aoki and Longhushan regarded him with relative kindness. The presence of a request from them suggested that they would not permit him to be abducted by others. Drawing Aoki into the fray, he mused, would certainly lead to conflict between two fierce opponents, with the likelihood of one sustaining injury. After all, he himself would not suffer loss. This was Lu Yunyun's inaugural act of rebellion, her first mission, and she had effortlessly captured Zhang Chulan. With hands on her hips, she reveled in her triumph. How about that? I brought Zhang Chulan with me. Now I can join your ranks, she declared. I, Lu Yunyun, who cherishes freedom and defies constraints. Once I join the all-species, I shall do as I please. Lu Liang applauded, smiling in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. From this moment forth, you are a member of the all-species. Lu Yunyun responded, that's more like it. But if you go back on your word again, I will. Huh, is that it? No ceremony or anything. So, I'm just considered a member now? We don't have any insignia or tattoos. This feels rather frivolous. Lu Yunyun felt disheartened. She had toiled to excavate graves and deceive Zhang Chulan, only to receive a mere honorary title without any formal initiation. Lu Liang shrugged. What can I do? You're a naive little dear. The fact that I didn't manage to swindle your undergarments is a testament to my moral standards. He cleared his throat. You keep insisting on joining the all-species, but how much do you truly understand about it? Lu Yunyun, bewildered, replied. I heard that members of the all-species can use their abilities without restriction, acting according to their whims without rules. In short, it sounds incredibly cool and full of personality. Lu Liang felt a twinge of guilt. Such an innocent girl, and he had deceived her, stirring a sense of wrongness within him. You're not entirely wrong. As you've mentioned, the all-species has no rules. Whether it was asking you to dig up Zhang Chulan's grandfather's grave or capture him, those were merely my whims. Joining the all-species is quite simple. All you need to do is declare yourself as a member. As long as you claim to be part of it, others will acknowledge your identity. Both among us and outsiders. Lu Yunyun was taken aback. She had been duped. She felt as though her fervor had been utterly wasted. Thankfully, she had truly compromised herself. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Lu Liang was insufferable. Zhang Chulan finally managed to free his mouth from the cloth binding and sat up. Who are you? What do you want? A woman with pink hair approached him. Her proximity and the overwhelming aura of malevolence left Zhang Chulan astounded. Indeed, the woman with pink hair was Xiaohi, the instigator of Zhang Lingyu's bloodshed, a true harbinger of chaos. As I suspected, you are indeed a descendant of that esteemed predecessor. You possess the same power. Even in bondage, I can still sense the vibrant energy within you. Your essence is robust. It seems not a trace of your original vitality has been diminished. Quite delectable. Xiaohi recalled Zhang Lingyu and found him exceedingly appetizing. Zhang Chulan, feeling bewildered, stammered, what are you doing? Xiaohi's eyes glowed crimson as she reached for the inner thigh of Zhang Chulan. He gasped, his face flushed. What are you doing? No. Suddenly, he recalled something. Why hadn't the magical seal on his body reacted? The seal was a unique form of binding inscribed on the skin, which would inflict excruciating pain upon contact from someone without genuine intent. Even if the mighty Megatron were to touch it, he would feel pain. He wouldn't dare to touch it even while urinating, for it would cause him to convulse. Yet, this woman touched him and his seal remained unresponsive. This woman truly intended to confront him directly. In the wilderness, under the open sky, in plain view of all. Lu Yunyun watched with her face flushed. Was this the world of adults? Was this the strength of the all-species? It was far too exhilarating. Was this a spectacle that someone of her age could witness? Well, what is up with this woman? Lu Liang, unable to endure the scene, exclaimed, Hey, sister. You can't just. No lewdness allowed. Suddenly, a booming male voice echoed around them, interrupting Lu Liang. A young man in a white robe appeared nearby, extending his palm towards Xiaohi. The white-haired youth bore a mark of cinnabar on his forehead, resembling an otherworldly celestial being. Was it Zhang Lingyu? No. It was Aoki. Upon witnessing the situation escalate to this extent, Qingmu swiftly wiped his cheek and donned a versatile mask to disguise himself as Zhang Lingyu. He then leaped forward, exclaiming, This cannot be. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiaohi turned to discover it was indeed Zhang Lingyu, and was instantly taken aback, retracting her hand from Zhang Chulan. Her heart shattered, for her unflattering appearance had been seen by her beloved Zhang Lang. What could she possibly do? Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu. You. What are you doing here? Xiaohi, filled with trepidation, also feared the exposure of her relationship with Zhang Lingyu. She was of the full spectrum. While Zhang Lingyu was a distinguished disciple of the Heavenly Master's mansion, if word were to spread, it would spell disaster for Zhang Lingyu. Aoki was acutely aware of this, thus he bellowed, Silence. We shall settle our accounts later. Xiaohi had never encountered such a resolute and masculine version of Zhang Lingyu. This was a novel spectacle for her. Instantly she complied, feigning intimidation by the esteemed disciple of the Tianchi mansion. Suddenly, radiant golden light emanated from Zhang Lingyu's body, transforming into two colossal hands that seized El Liang and Lu Yunyun. The two unsuspecting novices were promptly pulled before Zhang Lingyu. Speak. Where's the corpse? Just as El Liang was about to respond, he caught a glimpse of Lu Yunyun's two undead minions charging toward Zhang Lingyu. Humph. Zhang Lingyu scoffed. And a golden hand swiftly emerged, grasping the two undead with a firm grip. With a crunch, they were reduced to mere paste. El Liang inwardly cursed Lu Yunyun for her foolishness. Did she not realize that this was a highly skilled disciple of the Tianchi mansion? Those feeble minions were utterly inadequate. I shall ask once more, where's the body? As Liang prepared to seek Xia He's assistance, he was dismayed to see her turn and flee. A twitch crossed his lips. He should have known. Truly, she was one of the 4 reckless ones, fleeing with such swiftness. The golden hand gradually tightened, and Liang felt as though he would soon be crushed like a soda bottle under pressure. In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, I will tell you. It is in the nearby house. We placed it there after bringing it yesterday. Master, please, do not exert any more force. I cannot endure it. Yunyun began to weep. Having faced an overwhelming blow so early in her career, she wondered if this world could ever be salvaged. Master, please stop. You will crush it. I no longer wish to join the cult. I want to go home. Qingmu had no intention of eliminating the 2 individuals. Yunyun was merely a rebellious child, while Lu Yang's tragic background was evident. Yet it remained unclear how many misdeeds he had committed over the years within the Chuanqing sect. The thought of Lu Liang brought to mind Gong Qing, the acting leader of Chuanqing, who lay in ambush beside Master Tian. Without substantial evidence, Qingmu could not convince the venerable Taoist or Master Tian. Recklessly accusing the longtime companion of Master Tian, the young Qingzi, would yield no belief. Thus, Qingmu chose to disregard Gong Qing, waiting for the grand ritual of the Luo Tian de Jiao when he would expose Gong Qing's true colors and eliminate him. As for these 2, Lu Liang was pivotal to Gong Qing's scheme. Gong Qing sought to extract the memories from Master Tian's mind, and Lu Liang, adept in the Minghun technique, was to be the one wielding the metaphorical knife. Now, by adopting a long-term strategy, Qingmu decided to release Lu Liang, allowing Gong Qing to continue his machinations. The plan was to ensnare them all at once. Having made his decision, 2 golden hands swept through the air. Lu Yunyun collided with the wall and lost consciousness. While Lu Liang was hurled away, he tumbled on the ground before scrambling to his feet and fleeing, regardless of the reasons behind this Taoist from Longhush and sparing him. Survival was paramount. Lu Liang rolled and crawled into a van, flooring the accelerator as he sped away. A fierce tiger was on his tail, and he had to run. The events unfolded in rapid succession, leaving Zhang Chuan momentarily dumbfounded. Another Taoist capable of the golden light spell had appeared, and he was quite the dashing figure. Was the Taoist profession now so competitive? Why did they all look so handsome? Moreover, this golden light was formidable, rivaling even that of Qingmu. Zhang Chuan exclaimed, Taoist, were you sent by Qingmu to save me? Zhang Lingyu shot a glance at Zhang Chuan, displaying indifference. I, Zhang Lingyu, am envious of your virginity and your ability to cultivate the Yang 5 thunder. With disdain, Zhang Lingyu spat near Zhang Chuan. Bah, virgin. After that, she turned and walked away. Zhang Chuan was taken aback, feeling as though struck by lightning. Being scorned as a virgin by a Taoist was the greatest affront he had ever endured. He erupted in a fit of expletives. Xiaoli sped down the highway on her motorcycle, nearly deceived by this pretender. She had truly believed it was Zhang Lingyu. Xiaohi was familiar with Zhang Lingyu, having had close encounters with him, and she had long since drained his yuan yang. This impostor wrapped in Zhang Lingyu's guise was certainly not the real Zhang Lingyu, as he radiated a searing aura, brimming with vitality and an abundance of yuan yang. Initially incensed upon realizing this, Xiaohi's anger subsided as she sensed the formidable energy of her opponent. After so long, that fraudulent Zhang Lingyu should have been unable to catch up with her. However, she soon discovered Zhang Lingyu standing in the middle of the road, awaiting her. Xiaohi shouted, You think you can toy with me? Eat dirt. With a powerful kick, she gripped her hands tightly.